particularly childbirth, marriage, and death. Thus among the Saxons of Transylvania, when a woman is in travail all knots on her garment are untied, because it is believed that this will facilitate her delivery, and with the same intention all the locks in the house, whether on doors or boxes, are unlocked. 1076. The lapsed thing that a lying-in woman should have no knot on her garments, because a knot would have the effect of making the delivery difficult and painful. 1077. In ancient India it was a rule to untie all knots in a house at the moment of childbirth. 1078. Roman religion required that women who took part in the rites of Juno Lucina, the goddess of childbirth, should have no knot tied on their persons. 1079. In the East Indies this superstition is extended to the whole time of pregnancy. The people believe that if a pregnant woman were to tie knots, or braid, or make anything fast, the child would thereby be constricted or the woman would herself be tied up when her time came. 1080. Nay, some of them enforce the observance of the rule on the father as well as the mother of the unborn child. Among the Siddiques, neither of the parents may bind up anything with string or make anything fast during the wife's pregnancy. 1081. Among the Landaics the husband of the expectant mother is bound to refrain from tying things together with ratans until after her delivery. 1082. In the Tumbula tribe of North Thebes a ceremony is performed in the 4th or 5th month of a woman's pregnancy, and after it her husband is forbidden, among many other things, to tie any fast knots and to sit with his legs crossed over each other. 1083. In the Kaddish tribe of Central Australia the father of a newborn child goes out into the scrub for 3 days, away from his camp, leaving his girdle and armbands behind him, so that he has nothing tied tightly round any part of his body. This freedom from constriction is supposed to benefit his wife. 1084. M180. In all these cases the idea seems to be that the tying of a knot would, as they say in the East Indies, tie up the woman, in other words, impede and perhaps prevent her delivery, or delay her convalescence after the birth. On the principles of homeopathic or imitative magic the physical obstacle or impediment of a knot on a cord would create a corresponding obstacle or impediment in the body of the woman. That this is really the explanation of the rule appears from a custom observed by the Hos of Togoland in West Africa at a difficult birth. When a woman is in hard labor and cannot bring forth, they call in a magician to her aid. He looks at her and says, "The child is bound in the womb, that is why she cannot be delivered." On the entreaties of her female relations he then promises to loose the bonds so that she may bring forth. For that purpose, he orders them to fetch a tough creeper from the forest, and with it he binds the hands and feet of the sufferer on her back. Then he takes a knife and calls out the woman's name, and when she answers he cuts through the creeper with a knife, saying, "I cut through today thy bonds and thy child's bonds." After that he chops up the creeper small, puts the bits in a vessel of water, and bathes the woman with the water. 1085. Here the cutting of the creeper with which the woman's hands and feet are bound is a simple piece of homeopathic or imitative magic. By releasing her limbs from their bonds the magician imagines that he simultaneously releases the child in her womb from the trammels which impede its birth. For a similar reason, no doubt, among the same people a priest ties up the limbs of a pregnant woman with grass and then unties the knots, saying, "I will now open you." After that the woman has to partake of some maize porridge in which a ring made of a magic cord had been previously placed by the priest. 1086. The intention of the ceremony is probably, on the principles of homeopathic magic, to ensure for the woman an easy delivery, by releasing her from the bonds of grass. The same train of thought underlies a practice observed by some peoples of opening all locks, doors, and so on, while a birth is taking place in the house. We have seen that, at such a time the Germans of Transylvania open all the locks, and the same thing is done also in Voigtland and Mecklenburg. 1087. In northwestern Argyllshire superstitious people used to open every lock in the house at childbirth. 1088. The old Roman custom of presenting women with a key as a symbol of an easy delivery, 1089, perhaps points to the observance of a similar custom. In the island of Salsette near Bombay, when a woman is in hard labor, all locks of doors or drawers are opened, with a key to facilitate her delivery. 1090. Among the Mandalings of Sumatra, the lids of all chests, boxes, pans and so forth are opened. And, if this does not produce the desired effect, the anxious husband has to strike the projecting end of some of the house beams in order to loosen them. For they think that everything must be open and loose to facilitate the delivery. 1091. At a difficult birth, the Badas of Sumatra make a search through the possessions of husband and wife and untie everything that is tied up in a bundle. 1092. In some parts of Java, when a woman is in travail, everything in the house that was shut is opened, in order that the birth may not be impeded. Not only are doors opened and the lids of chests, boxes, rice pots, and water butts lifted up, but even swords are unsheathed and spears drawn out of their cases. 1093. Customs of the same sort are practiced with the same intention in other parts of the East Indies. 1094. In Chittagong, when a woman cannot bring her child to the birth, the midwife gives orders to throw all doors and windows wide open, to uncork all bottles, to remove the bungs from all casks, to unloose the cows in the stall, the horses in the stable, the watchdog in his kennel, to set free sheep, fowls, ducks, and so forth. This universal liberty, accorded to the animals and even to inanimate things, is, according to the people, an infallible means of ensuring the woman's delivery and allowing the babe to be born. 1095. At the moment of childbirth, the Khams of Cochin China hasten to open the stall of the buffaloes and to unyoke the plow, doubtless with the intention of aiding the woman in travail, though the writer who reports the custom is unable to explain it. 1096. Among the Sinhalese, a few hours before birth is expected to take place, all the cupboards in the house are unlocked with the express purpose of facilitating the delivery. 1097. In the island of Sagalian, when a woman is in labor, her husband undoes everything that can be undone. He loosens the plaits of his hair and the laces of his shoes. Then, he unties whatever is tied in the house or its vicinity. In the courtyard, he takes the axe out of the log in which it is stuck. He unfastens the boat. If it is moored to a tree, he withdraws the cartridges from his gun, and the arrows from his crossbow. 1098. In Bilaspur, a woman's hair is never allowed to remain knotted while she is in the act of giving birth to a child. 1099. Among some modern Jews of Romania, it is customary for the unmarried girls of the household to unbraid their hair and let it hang loose on their shoulders while a woman is in hard labor in the house. 1100. M181. Again, we have seen that a Tumbalu man abstains not only from tying knots, but also from sitting with crossed legs during his wife's pregnancy. The train of thought is the same in both cases. Whether you cross threads in tying a knot, or only cross your legs in sitting at your ease, you are equally on the principles of homeopathic magic, crossing or thwarting the free course of things, and your action cannot but check and impede whatever may be going forward in your neighborhood. Of this important truth the Romans were fully aware. To sit beside a pregnant woman or a patient under medical treatment with clasped hands, says the grave Pliny, is to cast a malignant spell over the person, and it is worse still if you nurse your leg or legs with your clasped hands, or lay one leg over the other. Such postures were regarded by the old Romans as a let and hindrance to business of every sort, and at a council of war or a meeting of magistrates, at prayers and sacrifices, no man was suffered to cross his legs or clasp his hands. 1101. The stock instance of the dreadful consequences that might flow from doing one or the other was that of Alcmena, who travailed with Hercules for 7 days and 7 nights, because the goddess Lucina sat in front of the house with clasped hands and crossed legs, and the child could not be born until the goddess had been beguiled into changing her attitude. 1102. It is a Bulgarian superstition that if a pregnant woman is in the habit of sitting with crossed legs, she will suffer much in childbed. 1103. In some parts of Bavaria, when conversation comes to a standstill and silence ensues, they say, "Surely somebody has crossed his legs." 1104. M182. The magical effect of knots entrammeling and obstructing human activity was believed to be manifested at marriage not less than at birth. During the Middle Ages, and down to the 18th century, it seems to have been commonly held in Europe that the consummation of marriage could be prevented by anyone who, while the wedding ceremony was taking place, either locked a lock or tied a knot in a cord, and then threw the lock or the cord away. The lock or the knotted cord had to be flung into water, and until it had been found and unlocked, or untied, no real union of the married pair was possible. 1105. Hence it was a grave offense, not only to cast such a spell, but also to steal or make away with the material instrument of it, whether lock or knotted cord. In the year 1718 the Parliament of Bordeaux sentenced someone to be burned alive for having spread desolation through a whole family by means of knotted cords. And in 1705 2 persons were condemned to death in Scotland for stealing certain charmed knots which a woman had made, in order thereby to mar the wedded happiness of Spalding of Ashantilly. 1106. The belief in the efficacy of these charms appears to have lingered in the Highlands of Perthshire down to the end of the 18th century, for at that time it was still customary in the beautiful parish of Lakeadraid, between the River Tummel and the River Tay, to unloose carefully every knot in the clothes of the bride and bridegroom before the celebration of the marriage ceremony. When the ceremony was over, and the bridal party had left the church, the bridegroom immediately retired one way with some young men to tie the knots that had been loosed a little before, and the bride in like manner withdrew somewhere else to adjust the disorder of her dress. 1107. In some parts of the Highlands it was deemed enough that the bridegroom's left shoe should be without buckle or latchet, to prevent witches from depriving him, on the nuptial night, of the power of loosening the virgin zone. 1108. We meet with the same superstition and the same custom at the present day in Syria. The persons who help a Syrian bridegroom to don his wedding garments take care that no knot is tied on them and no button buttoned, for they believe that a button buttoned or a knot tied would put it within the power of his enemies to deprive him of his nuptial rights by magical means. 1109. In Lesbos the malignant person who would thus injure a bridegroom on his wedding day ties a thread to a bush, while he utters imprecations. But the bridegroom can defeat this spell by wearing at his girdle a piece of an old net or of an old mantilla belonging to the bride, in which knots have been tied. 1110. The fear of such charms is diffused all over North Africa at the present day. To render a bridegroom impotent, the enchanter has only to tie a knot in a handkerchief which he had previously placed quietly on some part of the bridegroom's body when he was mounted on horseback ready to fetch his bride. So long as the knot in the handkerchief remains tied, so long will the bridegroom remain powerless to consummate the marriage. Another way of effecting the same object is to stand behind the bridegroom when he is on horseback, with an open clasp knife or pair of scissors in your hand, and to call out his name. If he imprudently answers, you at once shut the clasp knife or the pair of scissors with a snap, and that makes him impotent. To guard against this malignant spell, the bridegroom's mother will sometimes buy a penknife on the eve of the marriage, shut it up, and then open it just at the moment when her son is about to enter the bridal chamber. 1111. M183. A curious use is made of knots at marriage in the Little East Indian island of Radi. When a man has paid the price of his bride, a cord is fastened round her waist, if she is a maid, but not otherwise. 9. Knots are tied in the cord, and in order to make them harder to unloose, they are smeared with wax. Bride and bridegroom are then secluded in a chamber, where he has to untie the knots with the thumb and forefinger of his left hand only. It may be from 1 to 12 months before he succeeds in undoing them all. Until he has done so, he may not look on the woman as his wife. In no case may the cord be broken, or the bridegroom would render himself liable to any fine that the bride's father might choose to impose. When all the knots are loosed, the woman is his wife, and he shows the cord to her father, and generally presents his wife with a golden or silver necklace instead of the cord. 1112. The meaning of this custom is not clear, but we may conjecture that the 9 knots refer to the 9 months of pregnancy, and that miscarriage would be the supposed result of leaving a single knot untied. M184. The maleficent power of knots may also be manifested in the infliction of sickness, disease, and all kinds of misfortune. Thus among the hoes of Togoland a sorcerer will sometimes curse his enemy and tie a knot in a stalk of grass, saying, I have tied up so and so in this knot. May all evil light upon him. When he goes into the field, may a snake sting him. When he goes to the chase, may a ravening beast attack him. And, when he steps into a river, may the water sweep him away. When it rains, may the lightning strike him. May evil nights be his. It is believed that, in the knot the sorcerer has bound up the life of his enemy. 1113. Babylonian witches and wizards of old used to strangle their victim, seal his mouth, rack his limbs, and tear his entrails by merely tying knots in a cord, while at each knot they muttered a spell. But happily the evil could be undone by simply undoing the knots. 1114. We hear of a man in one of the Orkney Islands who was utterly ruined by 9 knots cast on a blue thread. And it would seem that sick people in Scotland sometimes pray to the devil to restore them to health by loosing the secret knot that was doing all the mischief. 1115. In the Quran there is an allusion to the mischief of those who puff into the knots, and an Arab commentator on the passage explains that the words refer to women who practice magic by tying knots in cords, and then blowing and spitting upon them. He goes on to relate how, once upon a time, a wicked Jew bewitched the Prophet Muhammad himself by tying 9 knots on a string, which he then hid in a well. So the Prophet fell ill, and nobody knows what might have happened if the Archangel Gabriel had not opportunely revealed to the holy man the place where the knotted cord was concealed. The trusty Ali soon fetched the baleful thing from the well, and the Prophet recited over it certain charms, which were specially revealed to him for the purpose. At every verse of the charms a knot untied itself, and the Prophet experienced a certain relief. 1116. It will hardly be disputed that by tying knots on the string the pestilent Hebrew contrived, if I may say so, to constrict, or astringe or, in short, to tie up some vital organ or organs in the Prophet's stomach. At least we are informed that something of this sort is done by Australian blackfellows at the present day, and if so, why should it not have been done by Arabs in the time of Muhammad? The Australian mode of operation is as follows. When a blackfellow wishes to settle old scores with another blackfellow, he ties a rope of fiber or bark so tightly round the neck of his slumbering friend as partially to choke him. Having done this he takes out the man's caul fat from under his short rib, ties up his inside carefully with string, replaces the skin, and having effaced all external marks of the wound, makes off with the stolen fat. The victim on awakening feels no inconvenience, but sooner or later, sometimes months afterwards, while he is hunting or exerting himself violently in some other way, he will feel the string snap in his inside. "Hello," says he, "somebody has tied me up inside with string." And he goes home to the camp and dies on the spot. 1117. Who can doubt but that, in this lucid diagnosis we have the true key to the Prophet's malady, and that he too might have succumbed to the wiles of his insidious foe if it had not been for the timely intervention of the Archangel Gabriel. M185. If knots are supposed to kill, they are also supposed to cure. This follows from the belief that to undo the knots which are causing sickness will bring the sufferer relief. But apart from this negative virtue of maleficent knots, there are certain beneficent knots to which a positive power of healing is ascribed. Pliny tells us that some folk cure diseases of the groin by taking a thread from a web, tying 7 or 9 knots on it, and then fastening it to the patient's groin. But to make the cure effectual it was necessary to name some widow as each knot was tied. 1118. The ancient Assyrians seem to have made much use of knotted cords as a remedy for ailments and disease. The cord with its knots, which were sometimes twice 7 in number, was tied round the head, neck, or limbs of the patient, and then after a time cut off and thrown away, carrying with it, as was apparently supposed, the aches and pains of the sufferer. Sometimes the magic cord which was used for this beneficent purpose consisted of a double strand of black and white wool. Sometimes it was woven of the hair of a virgin kid. 1119. A modern Arab cure for fever, reported from the ruins of Nineveh, is to tie a cotton thread with 7 knots on it round the wrist of the patient, who must wear it for 7 or 8 days or till such time as the fever passes, after which he may throw it away. 1120. Odlifin describes a similar remedy for fever employed among the Turkomans. The enchanter takes some camel hair and spins it into a stout thread, droning a spell the while. Next he ties 7 knots on the thread, blowing on each knot before he pulls it tight. This knotted thread is then worn as a bracelet on his wrist by the patient. Every day one of the knots is untied and blown upon, and when the 7th knot is undone, the whole thread is rolled up into a ball and thrown into a river, bearing away, as they imagine, the fever with it. 1121. The hose of Togoland in like manner tie strings round a sick man's neck, arms, or legs, according to the nature of the malady. Some of the strings are intended to guard him against the influence of the evil mouth. Others are a protection against the ghosts of the dead. 1122. In Argyllshire, threads with 3 knots on them are still used to cure the internal ailments of man and beast. The which rubs the sick person or cow with the knotted thread, burns 2 of the knots in the fire, saying, I put the disease and the sickness on the top of the fire, and ties the rest of the thread with a single knot round the neck of the person or the tail of the cow, but always so that it may not be seen. 1123. A Scotch cure for a sprained leg or arm is to cast 9 knots in a black thread and then tie the thread round the suffering limb, while you say, The Lord raid, and the foes laid. He lighted, and he righted, set joint to joint, bone to bone, and sinew to sinew. Heal, in the Holy Ghost's name. 1124. In Gujarat, if a man takes 7 cotton threads, goes to a place where an owl is hooting, strips naked, ties a knot at each hoot, and fastens the knotted thread round the right arm of a man sick of the fever, the malady will leave him. 1125. M186. Again, knots may be used by an enchantress to win a lover and attach him firmly to herself. Thus the lovesick maiden Virgil seeks to draw Daphnis to her from the city by spells and by tying 3 knots on each of 3 strings of different colors. 1126. So an Arab maiden, who had lost her heart to a certain man, tried to gain his love and bind him to herself by tying knots in his whip. But her jealous rival undid the knots. 1127. On the same principle magic knots may be employed to stop a runaway. In Swaziland you may often see grass tied in knots at the side of the footpaths. Every one of these knots tells of a domestic tragedy. A wife has run away from her husband, and he and his friends have gone in pursuit, binding up the paths, as they call it, in this fashion to prevent the fugitive from doubling back over them. 1128. When a Swahili wishes to capture a runaway slave, he will sometimes take a string of coconut fiber to a wise man and get him to recite a passage of the Quran 7 times over it, while at each reading the wizard ties a knot in this string. Then, the slave owner, armed with the knotted string, takes his stand in the door of the house and calls on his slave 7 times by name, after which he hangs the string over the door. 1129. M187. The obstructive power of knots and locks as means of barring out evil manifests itself in many ways. Thus, on the principle that prevention is better than cure, Zulu hunters immediately tie a knot in the tail of any animal they have killed, because they believe that this will hinder the meat from giving them pains in their stomachs. 1130. An ancient Hindu book recommends that travelers on a dangerous road should tie knots in the skirts of their garments, for this will cause their journey to prosper. 1131. Similarly, among some Kafir tribes, when a man is going on a doubtful journey, he knots a few blades of grass together that the journey may turn out well. 1132. In Laos, hunters fancy that they can throw a spell over a forest so as to prevent anyone else from hunting there successfully. Having killed game of any kind, they utter certain magical words, while they knot together some stalks of grass, adding, as I knot this grass, so let no hunter be lucky here. The virtue of this spell will last, as usually happens in such cases, so long as the stalks remain knotted together. 1133. The Yabines of German New Guinea lay a knot in a fishing boat that is not ready for sea, in order that a certain being, called Balaam, may not embark in it. For he has the power of taking away the fish and weighing down the boat. 1134. M188. In Russia, amulets often derive their protective virtue in great measure from knots. Here, for example, is a spell which will warrant its employer against all risk of being shot. I attach 5 knots to each hostile, infidel shooter, over arquebuses, bows, and all manner of warlike weapons. Do ye, O knots, bar the shooter from every road and way, lock fast every arquebus, entangle every bow, involve all warlike weapons, so that the shooters may not reach me with their arquebuses, nor may their arrows attain to me, nor their warlike weapons do me hurt. In my knots lies hid the mighty strength of snakes, from the 12-headed snake. A net, from its affluence of knots, has always been considered in Russia very efficacious against sorcerers. Hence in some places, when a bride is being dressed in her wedding attire, a fishing net is flung over her to keep her out of harm's way. For a similar purpose the bridegroom and his companions are often girded with pieces of net, or at least with tight-drawn girdles, for before a wizard can begin to injure them he must undo all the knots in the net, or take off the girdles. But often a Russian amulet is merely a knotted thread. A skein of red wool wound about the arms and legs is thought to ward off aches and fevers. And 9 skeins, fastened round a child's neck, are deemed a preservative against scarlatina. In the Tver government a bag of a special kind is tied to the neck of the cow which walks before the rest of the herd, in order to keep off wolves. Its force binds the maw of the ravening beast. On the same principle, a padlock is carried thrice round a herd of horses before they go afield in the spring, and the bearer locks and unlocks it as he goes, saying, I lock from I hurt the mouth of the grey wolves with this steel lock. After the 3rd round the padlock is finally locked, and then, when the horses have gone off, it is hidden away somewhere till late in the autumn, when the time comes for the drove to return to winter quarters. In this case the firm word of the spell is supposed to lock up the mouths of the wolves. The Bulgarians have a similar mode of guarding their cattle against wild beasts. A woman takes a needle and thread after dark, and sews together the skirt of her dress. A child asks her what she is doing, and she tells him that she is sewing up the ears, eyes, and jaws of the wolves so that they may not hear, see, or bite the sheep, goats, calves, and pigs. 1135. Similarly in antiquity a witch fancied that she could shut the mouths of her enemies by sewing up the mouth of a fish with a bronze needle. 1136. And farmers attempted to ward off hail from their crops by tying keys to ropes all round the fields. 1137. The Armenians essay to lock the jaws of wolves by uttering a spell, tying 7 knots in a shoelace, and placing the string between the teeth of a wool comber, which are probably taken to represent the fangs of a wolf. 1138. And an Armenian bride and bridegroom will carry a locked lock on their persons at and after marriage to guard them against those evil influences to which at this crisis of life they are especially exposed. 1139. The following mode of keeping an epidemic from a village is known to have been practiced among the Balkan Slavs. 2. Old women proceed to a spot outside the village, the one with a copper kettle full of water, the other with a house lock and key. The old dame with the kettle asks the other, whither away? The one with the lock answers, I came to lock the village against mishap, and suiting the action to the word she locks the lock and throws it, together with the key, into the kettle of water. Then she strides thrice round the village, each time repeating the performance with the lock and kettle. 1140. 2. This day a Transylvanian sower thinks he can keep birds from the corn by carrying a lock in the seed bag. 1141. Such magical uses of locks and keys are clearly parallel to the magical use of knots, with which we are here concerned. In Ceylon the Sinhalese observe a curious custom of the threshing floor called goyat, the tying of the cultivator's knot. When a sheaf of corn has been threshed out, before it is removed the grain is heaped up in the threshers, generally 6 in number, sit round it, and, taking a few stalks, with the ears of corn attached, jointly tie a knot, and bury it in the heap. It is left there until all the sheaves have been threshed, and the corn winnowed and measured. The object of this ceremony is to prevent the devils from diminishing the quantity of corn in the heap. 1142. Knots and locks may serve to avert not only devils but death itself. When they brought a woman to the stake at St. Andrews in 1572 to burn her alive for a witch, they found on her a white cloth like a collar, with strings and many knots on the strings. They took it from her, sorely, against her will, for she seemed to think that she could not die in the fire, if only the cloth with the knotted strings was on her. When it was taken away, she said, "Now I have no hope of myself." 1143. In many parts of England it is thought that a person cannot die so long as any locks are locked or bolts shot in the house. It is therefore a very common practice to undo all locks and bolts when the sufferer is plainly near his end, in order that his agony may not be unduly prolonged. 1144. For example, in the year 1863, at Taunton, a child lay sick of scarlatina and death seemed inevitable. A jury of matrons was, as it were, empaneled, and to prevent the child dying hard all the doors in the house, all the drawers, all the boxes, all the cupboards were thrown wide open, the keys taken out, and the body of the child placed under a beam, whereby a sure, certain, and easy passage into eternity could be secured. Strange to say, the child declined to avail itself of the facilities for dying so obligingly placed at its disposal by the sagacity and experience of the British matrons of Taunton. It preferred to live rather than give up the ghost, just then. 1145. A Maasai man whose sons have gone out to war will take a hair and tie a knot in it for each of his absent sons, praying God to keep their bodies and souls as firmly fastened together as these knots. 1146. M189. The precise mode in which the virtue of the knot is supposed to take effect in some of these instances does not clearly appear. But in general we may say that in all the cases we have been considering, the leading characteristic of the magic knot or lock is that, in strict accordance with its physical nature, it always acts as an impediment, hindrance, or obstacle, and that its influence is maleficent or beneficent, according as the thing which it impedes or hinders is good or evil. The obstructive tendency attributed to the knot in spiritual matters appears in a Swiss superstition that if, in sewing a corpse into its shroud, you make a knot on the thread, it will hinder the soul of the deceased on its passage to eternity. 1147. In coffining a corpse the Highlanders of Scotland used to untie or cut every string in the shroud, else the spirit could not rest. 1148. The Germans of Transylvania place a little pillow with the dead in the coffin, but in sewing it they take great care not to make any knot on the thread, for they say that to do so would hinder the dead man from resting in the grave and his widow from marrying again. 1149. Among the Pitcairns, a Ruthenian people on the hem of the Carpathians, when a widow wishes to marry again soon, she unties the knots on her dead husband's grave clothes before the coffin is shut down on him. This removes all impediments to her future marriage. 1150. A Nandi who is starting on a journey will tie a knot in grass by the wayside, as he believes that by so doing he will prevent the people whom he is going to visit from taking their meal till he arrives, or at all events he will ensure that they leave enough food over for him. 1151. M190. The rule which prescribes that at certain magical and religious ceremonies the hair should hang loose and the feet should be bare, 1152, is probably based on the same fear of trembling and impeding the action in hand, whatever it may be, by the presence of any knot or constriction, whether on the head or on the feet of the performer. This connection of ideas comes out clearly in a passage of Ovid, who bids a pregnant woman loosen her hair before she prays to the goddess of childbirth, in order that the goddess may gently loose her teeming womb. 1153. It is less easy to say why on certain solemn occasions it appears to have been customary, with some people to go with one shoe off and one shoe on. The forlorn hope of 200 men who, on a dark and stormy night, stole out of Plataea, broke through the lines of the besieging Spartans, and escaped from the doomed city, were shod on the left foot only. The historian who records The fact assumes that the intention was to prevent their feet from slipping in the mud. 1154. But if so, why were not both feet unshod or shod? What is good for the one foot is surely good for the other. The peculiar attire of the Platines on this occasion had probably nothing to do with the particular state of the ground and the weather at the time when they made their desperate sally, but was an old custom, a form of consecration or devotion, observed by men in any great hazard or grave emergency. Certainly the costume appears to have been regularly worn by some fighting races in antiquity, at least when they went forth to battle. Thus we are told that all the Aetolians were shod only on one foot, because they were so warlike, 1155, and Virgil represents some of the rustic militia of ancient Latium as marching to war, their right feet shod, in boots of raw hide, while their left feet were bare. 1156, an oracle warned Peleus, king of Iolcus, to beware of the man with one sandal, and, when Jason arrived with a sandal on his right foot but with his left foot bare, the king recognized the hand of fate. The common story that Jason had lost one of his sandals in fording a river was probably invented when the real motive of the costume was forgotten. 1157, again, according to one legend, Perseus seems to have worn only one shoe when he went on his perilous enterprise to cut off the Gorgon's head. 1158, in certain forms of purification, Greek ritual appears to have required that the person to be cleansed should wear a rough shoe on one foot, while the other was unshod. The rule is not mentioned by ancient writers, but may be inferred from a scene painted on a Greek face, where a man, naked except for a fully round his head, is seen crouching on the skin of a sacrificial victim, his bare right foot resting on the skin, while his left foot, shod in a rough boot, is planted on the ground in front of him. Round about, women with torches and vessels are engaged in performing ceremonies of purification over him. 1159, when Dido in Virgil, deserted by Aeneas, has resolved to die, she feigns to perform certain magical rites which will either win back her false lover or bring relief to her wounded heart. In appealing to the gods and the stars, she stands by the altar with her dress loosened and with one foot bare. 1160, among the heathen Arabs the cursing of an enemy was a public act. The maledictions were often couched in the form of a satirical poem, which the poet himself recited with certain solemn formalities. Thus when the young Lebed appeared at the court of Norman to denounce the Absites, he anointed the hair of his head on one side only, let his garment hang down loosely, and wore but one shoe. This, we are told, was the costume regularly adopted by certain poets on such occasions. 1161. M191, thus various people seem to be of opinion that it stands a man in good stead to go with one foot shod and one foot bare on certain momentous occasions. But why? The explanation must apparently be sought in the magical virtue attributed to knots. For down to recent times, we may take it, shoes have been universally tied to the feet by latchets. Now the magical action of a knot, as we have seen, is supposed to be to bind and restrain not merely the body but the soul. 1162, and this action is beneficial or harmful according as the thing which is bound and restrained is evil or good. It is a necessary corollary of this doctrine that to be without knots is to be free and untrammeled, which, by the way, may be the reason why the augur's staff at Rome had to be made from a piece of wood in which there was no knot. 1163, it would never do for a divining rod to be spellbound. Hence we may suppose that the intention of going with one shoe on and one shoe off is both to restrain and to set at liberty, to bind and to unbind. But to bind or unbind whom or what? Perhaps the notion is to rid the man himself of magical restraint, but to lay it on his foe, or at all events on his foe's magic. In short, to bind his enemy by a spell while he himself goes free. This is substantially the explanation which the acute and learned Servius gives of Dido's costume. He says that she went with one shoe on and one shoe off in order that Aeneas might be entangled and herself released. 1164, an analogous explanation would obviously apply to all the other cases we have considered, for in all of them the man who wears this peculiar costume is confronted with hostile powers, whether human or supernatural, which it must be his object to lay under a ban. M192. A similar power to bind and temper spiritual as well as bodily activities is ascribed by some people to rings. Thus in the Greek island of Carpathus, people never button the clothes they put upon a dead body, and they are careful to remove all rings from it. For the spirit, they say, can even be detained in the little finger, and cannot rest. 1165. Here it is plain that even if the soul is not definitely supposed to issue at death from the fingertips, yet the ring is conceived to exercise a certain constrictive influence which detains and imprisons the immortal spirit in spite of its efforts to escape from the tabernacle of clay. In short, the ring, like the knot, acts as a spiritual fetter. This may have been the reason of an ancient Greek maxim, attributed to Pythagoras, which forbade people to wear rings. 1166. Nobody might enter the ancient Arcadian sanctuary of the mistress at Lycosia with a ring on his or her finger. 1167. Persons who consulted the oracle of Faunus had to be chaste, to eat no flesh, and to wear no rings. 1168. M193. On the other hand, this same constriction which hinders the egress of the soul may prevent the entrance of evil spirits. Hence we find rings used as amulets against demons, witches, and ghosts. In the Tyrol it is said that a woman in childbed should never take off her wedding ring, or spirits and witches will have power over her. 1169. Among the Lapps, the person who is about to place a corpse in the coffin receives from the husband, wife, or children of the deceased a brass ring, which he must wear fastened to his right arm until the corpse is safely deposited in the grave. The ring is believed to serve the person as an amulet against any harm which the ghost might do to him. 1170. The Huzals of the Carpathians sometimes milk a cow through a wedding ring to prevent witches from stealing its milk. 1171. In India, iron rings are often worn as an amulet against disease or to counteract the malignant influence of the planet Saturn. A coral ring is used in Gujarat to ward off the baleful influence of the sun, and in Bengal mourners touch it as a form of purification. 1172. A Maasai mother who has lost one or more children at an early age will put a copper ring on the second toe of her next infant's right foot to guard it against sickness. 1173. Maasai men also wear on the middle finger of the right hand a ring made out of the hide of a sacrificial victim. It is supposed to protect the wearer from witchcraft and disease of every kind. 1174. We have seen that magic cords are fastened round the wrists of Siamese children to keep off evil spirits. 1175. That some people tie strings round the wrists of women in childbed, of convalescents after sickness, and of mourners after a funeral, in order to prevent the escape of their souls at these critical seasons. 1176. And that with the same intention the Bagabos put brass rings on the wrists or ankles of the sick. 1177. This use of wristbands, bracelets, and anklets as amulets to keep the soul in the body is exactly parallel to the use of finger rings which we are here considering. The placing of these spiritual fetters on the wrists is especially appropriate, because some people fancy that a soul resides wherever a pulse is felt beating. 1178. How far the custom of wearing finger rings, bracelets, and anklets may have been influenced by, or even have sprung from, a belief in their efficacy as amulets to keep the soul in the body, or demons out of it, is a question which seems worth considering. 1179. Here we are only concerned with the belief in so far as it seems to throw light on the rule that the Flemendalis might not wear a ring unless it were broken. Taken in conjunction with the rule which forbade him to have a knot on his garments, it points to a fear that the powerful spirit embodied in him might be trammelled and hampered in its goings out and comings in by such corporeal and spiritual fetters as rings and knots. The same fear probably dictated the rule that if a man in bonds were taken into the house of the Flemendalis, the captive was to be unbound and the cords to be drawn up through a hole in the roof and so let down into the street. 1180. Further, we may conjecture that the custom of releasing prisoners at a festival may have originated in the same train of thought. it might be imagined that their fetters would impede the flow of the divine grace. The custom was observed at the Greek festival of the Thesmophoria, 1181, and at the Athenian festival of Dionysus in the city. 1182, at the great festival of the Dasera, celebrated in October by the Kirghiz of Nepal, all the law courts are closed, and all prisoners in jail are removed from the precincts of the city. But those who are imprisoned outside the city do not have to change their place of confinement at the time of the Dasera. 1183, this Nepalese custom appears strongly to support the explanation here suggested of such jail deliveries. For observe that the prisoners are not released, but merely removed from the city. The intention is therefore not to allow them to share the general happiness, but merely to rid the city of their inopportune presence at the festival. M194, before quitting the subject of knots, I may be allowed to hazard a conjecture as to the meaning of the famous Gordian knot, which Alexander the Great, failing in his efforts to untie it, cut through with a sword. In Gordium, the ancient capital of the kings of Phrygia, there was preserved a wagon of which the yoke was fastened to the pole by a strip of cornel bark or a vine shoot twisted and tied in an intricate knot. Tradition ran that the wagon had been dedicated by Midas, the first king of the dynasty, and that whoever untied the knot would be ruler of Asia. 1184, perhaps the knot was a talisman with which the fate of the dynasty was believed to be bound up in such a way that whenever the knot was loose the reign of the dynasty would come to an end. We have seen that the magic virtue ascribed to knots is naturally enough supposed to last only so long as they remain untied. If the Gordian knot was the talisman of the Phrygian kings, the local fame it enjoyed, as guaranteeing to them the rule of Phrygia, might easily be exaggerated by distant rumor into a report that the scepter of Asia itself would fall to him who should undo the wondrous knot. 1185. Chapter 6. Tabooed Words. Section 1. Personal Names Tabooed. M195, unable to discriminate clearly between words and things, the savage commonly fancies that the link between a name and the person or thing denominated by it is not a mere arbitrary and ideal association, but a real and substantial bond which unites the two in such a way that magic may be wrought on a man just as easily through his name as through his hair, his nails, or any other material part of his person. 1186, in fact, primitive man regards his name as a vital portion of himself and takes care of it accordingly. Thus, for example, the North American Indian regards his name not as a mere label, but as a distinct part of his personality, just as much as are his eyes or his teeth, and believes that injury will result as surely from the malicious handling of his name as from a wound inflicted on any part of his physical organism. This belief was found among the various tribes from the Atlantic to the Pacific, and has occasioned a number of curious regulations in regard to the concealment and change of names. It may be on this account that both Powhatan and Pocahontas are known in history under assumed appellations, their true names having been concealed from the whites until the pseudonyms were too firmly established to be supplanted. Shittas, prayers have no apparent effect when treating a patient for some serious illness. The shaman sometimes concludes that the name is affected, and, accordingly goes to water, with appropriate ceremonies, and christens the patient with a new name, by which he is henceforth to be known. He then begins afresh, repeating the formulas with the new name selected for the patient, in the confident hope that his efforts will be crowned with success. 1187. Some Esquimaux take new names when they are old, hoping thereby to get a new lease of life. 1188. The Tlampus of Central Celebes believe that if you write a man's name down you can carry off his soul along with it. On that account the headman of a village appeared uneasy when Mr. Ackruijt wrote down his name. He entreated the missionary to erase it, and was only reassured on being told that it was not his real name but merely his second name that had been put on paper. Again, when the same missionary took down the names of villages from the lips of a woman, she asked him anxiously if he would not thereby take away the soul of the villages and so cause the inhabitants to fall sick. 1189. If we may judge from the evidence of language, this crude conception of the relation of names to persons was widely prevalent, if not universal, among the forefathers of the Aryan race. For an analysis of the words for name in the various languages of that great family of speech points to the conclusion that the Celts, and certain other widely separated Aryans, unless we should rather say the whole Aryan family, believed at one time, not only that the name was a part of the man, but that it was that part of him which is termed the soul, the breath of life, or whatever you may choose to define it as being. 1190, however this may have been among the primitive Aryans, it is quite certain that many savages at the present day regard their names as vital parts of themselves, and therefore take great pains to conceal their real names, lest these should give to evil-disposed persons a handle by which to injure their owners. M196. Thus, to begin with the savages who rank at the bottom of the social scale, we are told that the secrecy with which among the Australian Aborigines personal names are often kept from general knowledge arises in great measure from the belief that an enemy, who knows your name, has in it something which he can use magically to your detriment. 1191. An Australian black, says another writer, is always very unwilling to tell his real name, and there is no doubt that this reluctance is due to the fear that through his name he may be injured by sorcerers. 1192. On Herbert River in Queensland the wizards, in order to practice their arts against someone, need only to know the name of the person in question, and for this reason they rarely use their proper names in addressing or speaking of each other, but simply their class names. 1193. In the tribes of southeastern Australia, when the new name is given at initiation, the child's name becomes secret, not to be revealed to strangers, or to be mentioned by friends. The reason appears to be that a name is part of a person, and therefore can be made use of to that person's detriment by any who wish to catch him by evil magic. 1194. Thus among the Yuin of New South Wales the totem name is said to have been something magical rather than a mere name in our sense, and it was kept secret lest an enemy should injure its bearer by sorcery. The name was revealed to a youth by his father at initiation, but very few other people knew it. 1195. Another writer, who knew the Australians well, observes that in many tribes the belief prevails that the life of an enemy may be taken by the use of his name and incantations. The consequence of this idea is, that in the tribes, in which it obtains, the name of the male is given up forever at the time when he undergoes the first of a series of ceremonies which end in conferring the rights of manhood. In such tribes a man has no name, and, when a man desires to attract the attention of any male of his tribe who is out of his boyhood, instead of calling him by name, he addresses him as brother, nephew, or cousin, as the case may be, or by the name of the class to which he belongs. I used to notice, when I lived amongst the Bangarang, that the names which the males bore in infancy were soon almost forgotten by the tribe. 1196. It may be questioned, however, whether the writer whom I have just quoted was not deceived in thinking that among these tribes men gave up their individual names on passing through the ceremony of initiation into manhood. It is more in harmony with savage beliefs and practices to suppose either that the old names were retained, but dropped out of use in daily life, or that new names were given at initiation and sedulously concealed from fear of sorcery. A missionary who resided among the Aborigines at Lake Tyers, in Victoria, informs us that the blacks have great objections to speak of a person by name. In speaking to each other they address the person spoken to as brother, cousin, friend, or whatever relation the person spoken to bears. Sometimes, a black bears a name which we would term merely a nickname, as a left-handed, or the bad-handed, or the little man. They would speak of a person by this name while living, but they would never mention the proper name. I found great difficulty in collecting the native names of the blacks here. I found afterwards that they had given me wrong names. And, on asking the reason why, was informed they had 2 or 3 names, but they never mentioned their right name for fear anyone got it, then they would die. 1197. Amongst the tribes of Central Australia every man, woman, and child has, besides a personal name which is in common use, a secret or sacred name which is bestowed by the older men upon him or her, soon after birth, and which is known to none but the fully initiated members of the group. This secret name is never mentioned except upon the most solemn occasions. To utter it in the hearing of women or of men of another group would be a most serious breach of tribal custom, as serious as the most flagrant case of sacrilege among ourselves. When mentioned at all, the name is spoken only in a whisper, and not until the most elaborate precautions have been taken that it shall be heard by no one but members of the group. The native thinks that a stranger knowing his secret name would have special power to work him ill by means of magic. 1198. M197. The same fear seems to have led to a custom of the same sort amongst the ancient Egyptians, whose comparatively high civilization was strangely dashed and checquered with relics of the lowest savagery. Every Egyptian received two names, which were known respectively as the true name and the good name, or the great name and the little name. And while the good or little name was made public, the true or great name appears to have been carefully concealed. 1199. Similarly in Abyssinia at the present day it is customary to conceal the real name which a person receives at baptism and to call him only by a sort of nickname which his mother gives him on leaving the church. The reason for this concealment is that a sorcerer cannot act upon a person whose real name he does not know. But if he has ascertained his victim's real name, the magician takes a particular kind of straw, and muttering something over it bends it into a circle and places it under a stone. The person aimed at is taken ill at the very moment of the bending of the straw. And if the straw snaps, he dies. 1200. A Brahmin child receives two names, one for common use, the other a secret name which none but his father and mother should know. The latter is only used at ceremonies such as marriage. The custom is intended to protect the person against magic, since a charm only becomes effectual in combination with a real name. 1201. Amongst the Kru Negroes of West Africa a man's real name is always concealed from all but his nearest relations. To other people he is known only under an assumed name. 1202. The U-speaking people of the Slave Coast believe that there is a real and material connection between a man and his name, and that by means of the name injury may be done to the man. An illustration of this has been given in the case of the tree stump that is beaten with a stone to compass the death of an enemy. For the name of that enemy is not pronounced solely with the object of informing the animating principle of the stump who it is whose death is desired, but through a belief that, by pronouncing the name, the personality of the man who bears it is in some way brought to the stump. 1203. The Wolofs of Senegambia are very much annoyed if anyone calls them in a loud voice, even by day. For they say that their name will be remembered by an evil spirit and made use of by him to do them a mischief at night. 1204. Similarly, the natives of Nias believe that harm may be done to a person by the demons who hear his name pronounced. Hence, the names of infants, who are especially exposed to the assaults of evil spirits, are never spoken. And often in haunted spots, such as the gloomy depths of the forest, the banks of a river, or beside a bubbling spring, men will abstain from calling each other by their names for a like reason. 1205. Among the hill tribes of Assam each individual has a private name which may not be revealed. Should anyone imprudently allow his private name to be known, the whole village is tabooed for 2 days and a feast is provided at the expense of the culprit. 1206. A Meneager, of the upper valley of the Amur, will never mention his own name nor that of one of his fellows. Only the names of children are an exception to this rule. 1207. A Bogobo man of Mindanao, one of the Philippine Islands, never utters his own name from fear of being turned into a raven, because the raven croaks out its own name. 1208. The natives of the East Indian island of Bough and the Mangere of West Flores are forbidden by custom to mention their own names. 1209. When Fafnir had received his death wound from Sigurd, he asked his slayer what his name was. But the cunning Sigurd concealed his real name and mentioned a false one, because he well knew how potent are the words of a dying man when he curses his enemy by name. 1210. M198. The Indians of Chiloe, a large island off the southern coast of Chile, keep their names secret and do not like to have them uttered aloud. for they say that there are fairies or imps on the mainland or neighboring islands who, if they knew folks' names, would do them an injury. But so long as they do not know the names, these mischievous sprites are powerless. 1211. The Araucanians, who inhabit the mainland of Chile to the north of Chile, will hardly ever tell a stranger their names, because they fear that he would thereby acquire some supernatural power over themselves. Asked his name by a stranger, who is ignorant of their superstitions, an Araucanian will answer, "I have none." 1212. Names taken from plants, birds, or other natural objects are bestowed on the Indians of Guyana at their birth by their parents or the medicine man, but these names seem of little use, in that owners have a very strong objection to telling or using them, apparently on the ground that the name is part of the man, and that he who knows the name has part of the owner of that name in his power. To avoid any danger of spreading knowledge of their names, one Indian, therefore, generally addresses another only according to the relationship of the caller and the called, as brother, sister, father, mother, and so on. Or, when there is no relationship, as boy, girl, companion, and so on. These terms, therefore, practically form the names actually used by Indians amongst themselves. 1213. Amongst the Indians of the Guajira Peninsula in Colombia, it is a punishable offense to mention a man's name. In aggravated cases, heavy compensation is demanded. 1214. The Indians of Darien never tell their names, and when one of them is asked, "What is your name?" he answers, "I have none." 1215. For example, the Guami of Panama, like the greater part of the American Indians, has several names, but that under which he is known to his relations and friends is never mentioned to a stranger. According to their ideas, a stranger who should learn a man's name would obtain a secret power over him. As to the girls, they generally have no name of their own up to the age of puberty. 1216. Among the Tipuanes of Mexico, a name is a sacred thing, and they never tell their real native names. 1217. M199. In North America, superstitions of the same sort are current. Names, bestowed with ceremony in childhood, says Schoolcraft, are deemed sacred, and are seldom pronounced, out of respect, it would seem, to the spirits under whose favor they are supposed to have been selected. Children are usually called in the family by some name which can be familiarly used. 1218. The Navajos of New Mexico are most unwilling to reveal their own Indian names or those of their friends. They generally go by some Mexican names which they have received from the whites. 1219. No Apache will give his name to a stranger, fearing some hidden power may thus be placed in the stranger's hand to his detriment. 1220. The Tonka Indians of Texas will give their children Comanche and English names in addition to their native names, which they are unwilling to communicate to others. For they believe that when somebody calls a person by his or her native name after death, the spirit of the deceased may hear it, and may be prompted to take revenge on such as disturbed his rest. Whereas if the spirit be called by a name drawn from another language, it will pay no heed. 1221. Speaking of the Californian Indians, and especially of the Nishinam tribe, a well-informed writer observes, one can very seldom learn an Indian's and never a squaw's Indian name, though they will tell their American titles readily enough. No squaw will reveal her own name, but she will tell all her neighbors that she can think of. For the reason above given, many people believe that half the squaws have no names at all. So far is this from the truth that everyone possesses at least one and sometimes two or three. 1222. Blackfoot Indians believe that they would be unfortunate in all their undertakings if they were to speak their names. 1223. When the Canadian Indians were asked their names, they used to hang their heads in silence or answer that they did not know. 1224. When an Ojibwe is asked his name, he will look at some bystander and ask him to answer. This reluctance arises from an impression they receive, when young, that if they repeat their own names they will prevent their growth, and they will be small in stature. On account of this unwillingness to tell their names, many strangers have fancied that they either have no names or have forgotten them. 1225. M200. In this last case, no scruple seems to be felt about communicating a man's name to strangers, and no ill effects appear to be dreaded as a consequence of divulging it. Harm is only done when a name is spoken by its owner. Why is this? And why in particular should a man be thought to stun his growth by uttering his own name? We may conjecture that to savages who act and think thus, a person's name only seems to be a part of himself when it is uttered with his own breath. Uttered by the breath of others, it has no vital connection with him, and no harm can come to him through it. Whereas, so these primitive philosophers may have argued, when a man lets his own name pass his lips, he is parting with a living piece of himself, and if he persists in so reckless a course, he must certainly end by dissipating his energy and shattering his constitution. Many a broken-down debauchee, many a feeble frame wasted with disease, may have been pointed out by these simple moralists to their awestruck disciples, as a fearful example of the fate that must sooner or later overtake the profligate who indulges immoderately in the seductive habit of mentioning his own name. M201. However we may explain it, the fact is certain that many a savage evinces the strongest reluctance to pronounce his own name, while at the same time he makes no objection at all to other people pronouncing it, and will even invite them to do so for him in order to satisfy the curiosity of an inquisitive stranger. Thus in some parts of Madagascar it is fady, or taboo for a person to tell his own name, but a slave or attendant will answer for him. 1226. Chatting with an old Sakalava while the men were packing up, we happened to ask him his name. Whereupon he politely requested us to ask one of his servants standing by. On expressing our astonishment that he should have forgotten this, he told us that it was fady, tabooed, for one of his tribe to pronounce his own name. We found this was perfectly true in that district, but it is not the case with the Sakalava a few days farther down the river. 1227. This same curious inconsistency, as it may seem to us, is recorded of some tribes of American Indians. Thus we are told that the name of an American Indian is a sacred thing, not to be divulged by the owner himself without due consideration. One may ask a warrior of any tribe to give his name, and the question will be met with either a point-blank refusal or the more diplomatic evasion that he cannot understand what is wanted of him. The moment a friend approaches, the warrior first interrogated will whisper what is wanted, and the friend can tell the name, receiving a reciprocation of the courtesy from the other. 1228. This general statement applies, for example, to the Indian tribes of British Columbia, as to whom it is said that one of their strangest prejudices, which appears to pervade all tribes alike, is a dislike to telling their names. Thus you never get a man's right name from himself, but they will tell each other's names without hesitation. 1229. Though it is considered very rude for a stranger to ask an Apache his name, and the Apache will never mention it himself, he will allow his friend at his side to mention it for him. 1230. The Baboons of South America thought it a sin in a man to utter his own name, but they would tell each other's names freely. When Father de Breetshofer asked a stranger Indian his name, the man would nudge his neighbor with his elbow as a sign that his companion should answer the question. 1231. Some of the Malamute Esquimaux of Bering Strait dislike very much to pronounce their own names. If a man be asked his name, he will appear confused and will generally turn to a bystander and request him to mention it for him. 1232. In the whole of the East Indian archipelago the etiquette is the same. As a general rule, no one will utter his own name. To inquire, "What is your name?" is a very indelicate question in native society. When in the course of administrative or judicial business a native is asked his name, instead of replying he will look at his comrade to indicate that he is to answer for him, or he will say straight out, "Ask him." The superstition is current all over the East Indies without exception. 1233, and it is found also among the Motu and Matumoda tribes of British New Guinea. 1234, the Papuans of Finch Haven in German New Guinea. 1235, the Nuffers of Dutch New Guinea. 1236, and the Melanesians of the Bismarck Archipelago. 1237, among many tribes of South Africa men and women never mention their names if they can get anyone else to do it for them, but they do not absolutely refuse when it cannot be avoided. 1238. No warrior will tell his name, but he does not object to being addressed by it. 1239. Among the Maasai, when a man is called or spoken to, he is addressed by his father's name, and his own name is only used when speaking to his mother. It is considered unlucky for a man to be addressed by name. The methods employed in finding out what an individual is called seem apt to lead to confusion. If a man is asked his name, he replies by giving that of his father, and to arrive at his own name it is necessary to ask a third person, or to ask him what is the name of his mother. There is no objection to another person mentioning his name even in his presence. 1240. We are told that the Wanamwasi almost always address each other as mate or friend, and the man sometimes quite forgets his own name and has to be reminded of it by another. 1241. The writer who makes this statement was probably unaware of the reluctance of many savages to utter their own names, and hence he mistook that reluctance for forgetfulness. In Uganda no one will mention his totem. If it is necessary that it should be known, he will ask a bystander to mention it for him. 1242. The Balua in the Congo region are unwilling to pronounce the name of their tribe. If they are pressed on the subject, they will call on some foreigner to give the required information. 1243. M202. Sometimes the embargo laid on personal names is not permanent. It is conditional on circumstances, and when these change it ceases to operate. Thus when the Nandi men are away on a foray, nobody at home may pronounce the names of the absent warriors. They must be referred to as birds. Should a child so far forget itself as to mention one of the distant ones by name, the mother would rebuke it, saying, "Don't talk of the birds who are in the heavens." 1244. Among the Bangala of the Upper Congo, while a man is fishing and when he returns with his catch, his proper name is in abeyance and nobody may mention it. Whatever the fisherman's real name may be, he is called Mwil without distinction. The reason is that the river is full of spirits, who, if they heard the fisherman's real name, might so work against him that he would catch little or nothing. Even when he has caught his fish and landed with them, the buyer must still not address him by his proper name, but must only call him Mwil. For even then, if the spirits were to hear his proper name, they would either bear it in mind and serve him out another day, or they might so mar the fish he had caught that he would get very little for them. Hence the fisherman can extract heavy damages from anybody who mentions his name, or can compel the thoughtless speaker to relieve him of the fish at a good price so as to restore his luck. 1245. When the Sulka of New Britain are near the territory of their enemies the Gagtai, they take care not to mention them by their proper name, believing that were they to do so, their foes would attack and slay them. Hence in these circumstances they speak of the Gagtai as Alapsig, that is, the rotten tree trunks, and they imagine that by calling them that they make the limbs of their dreaded enemies ponderous and clumsy like logs. 1246. This example illustrates the extremely materialistic view which these savages take of the nature of words. They suppose that the mere utterance of an expression signifying clumsiness will homeopathically affect with clumsiness the limbs of their distant foemen. Another illustration of this curious misconception is furnished by a Kaffir superstition that the character of a young thief can be reformed by shouting his name over a boiling kettle of medicated water, then clapping a lid on the kettle and leaving the name to steep in the water for several days. It is not in the least necessary that the thief should be aware of the use that is being made of his name behind his back. The moral reformation will be effected without his knowledge. 1247. M203. When it is deemed necessary that a man's real name should be kept secret, it is often customary, as we have seen, to call him by a surname or nickname. As distinguished from the real or primary names, these secondary names are apparently held to be no part of the man himself, so that they may be freely used and divulged to everybody without endangering his safety thereby. Sometimes in order to avoid the use of his own name a man will be called after his child. Thus we are informed that the Gippsland blacks objected strongly to let anyone outside the tribe know their names, lest their enemies, learning them, should make them vehicles of incantation, and so charm their lives away. As children were not thought to have enemies, they used to speak of a man as their father, uncle, or cousin of so-and-so, naming a child. But on all occasions, abstain from mentioning the name of a grown-up person. 1248. Similarly, among the Nuffers of Dutch New Guinea, grown-up persons who are related by marriage may not mention each other's names, but it is lawful to mention the names of children. Hence, in order to designate a person whose name they may not pronounce, they will speak of him or her as the father or mother of so-and-so. 1249. The Alfers of Poso, in Celebes, will not pronounce their own names. Among them, accordingly, if you wish to ascertain a person's name, you ought not to ask the man himself, but should inquire of others. But if this is impossible, for example, when there is no one else near, you should ask him his child's name, and then address him as the father of so-and-so. Nay, these Alfers are shy of uttering the names even of children. So when a boy or girl has a nephew or niece, he or she is addressed as uncle of so-and-so, or aunt of so-and-so. 1250. In pure Malay society, we are told, a man is never asked his name, and the custom of naming parents after their children is adopted only as a means of avoiding the use of the parents' own names. The writer, who makes this statement, adds in confirmation of it that childless persons are named after their younger brothers. 1251. Among the Landaics of northern Borneo, children as they grow up are called, according to their sex, the father or mother of a child of their father's or mother's younger brother or sister. 1252. That is, they are called the father or mother of what we should call their first cousin. The Kaffirs used to think it discourteous to call a bride by her own name, so they would call her the mother of so-and-so, even when she was only betrothed, far less a wife and a mother. 1253. Among the Kukis and Zemas or Kakanagas of Assam, parents drop their own names after the birth of a child and are named father and mother of so-and-so. Childless couples go by the names of the childless father, the childless mother, the father of no child, the mother of no child. 1254. A Zulu woman may not utter her husband's name. If she speaks to or of him, she says, father of so-and-so, mentioning the name of one of his children. 1255. A Hindu woman will not name her husband. If she has to refer to him, she will designate him as the father of her child or by some other periphrasis. 1256. The widespread custom of naming a father after his child has sometimes been supposed to spring from a desire on the father's part to assert his paternity, apparently as a means of obtaining those rights over his children which had previously, under a system of motherkin, been possessed by the mother. 1257. But this explanation does not account for the parallel custom of naming the mother after her child, which seems commonly to coexist with the practice of naming the father after the child. Still less, if possible, does it apply to the customs of calling childless couples the father and mother of children which do not exist, of naming people after their younger brothers, and of designating children as the uncles and aunts of so-and-so, or as the fathers and mothers of their first cousins. But all these practices are explained in a simple and natural way if we suppose that they originate in a reluctance to utter the real names of persons addressed or directly referred to. That reluctance is probably based, partly on a fear of attracting the notice of evil spirits, partly on a dread of revealing the name to sorcerers, who would thereby obtain a handle for injuring the owner of the name. 1258. Section 2. Names of relations to Bough. M204. It might naturally be expected that the reserve so commonly maintained with regard to personal names would be dropped or at least relaxed among relations and friends. But the reverse of this is often the case. It is precisely the persons most intimately connected by blood and, especially by marriage, to whom the rule applies with the greatest stringency. Such people are often forbidden, not only to pronounce each other's names, but even to utter ordinary words which resemble or have a single syllable in common with these names. The persons who are thus mutually debarred from mentioning each other's names are especially husbands and wives, a man and his wife's parents, and a woman and her husband's father. For example, among the Kafirs of South Africa, a woman may not publicly pronounce the birth name of her husband or of any of his brothers, nor may she use the interdicted word in its ordinary sense. If her husband, for instance, be called Mpaka, from Mpaka, a small, feline animal, she must speak of that beast by some other name. 1259. Further, a Kafir wife is forbidden to pronounce even mentally the names of her father-in-law and of all her husband's male relations in the ascending line. And whenever the emphatic syllable of any of their names occurs in another word, she must avoid it by substituting either an entirely new word, or, at least, another syllable in its place. Hence this custom has given rise to an almost distinct language among the women, which the Kafirs call Ukudadakwaba or women's speech. 1260. The interpretation of this women's speech is naturally very difficult, for no definite rules can be given for the formation of these substituted words, nor is it possible to form a dictionary of them, their number being so great, since there may be many women, even in the same tribe, who would be no more at liberty to use the substitutes employed by some others, than they are to use the original words themselves. 1261. A Kafir man, on his side, may not mention the name of his mother-in-law, nor may she pronounce his. But he is free to utter words in which the emphatic syllable of her name occurs. 1262. In northern Nyasaland no woman will speak the name of her husband or even use a word that may be synonymous with it. If she were to call him by his proper name, she believes it would be unlucky and would affect her powers of conception. In like manner women abstain, for superstitious reasons, from using the common names of articles of food, which they designate by terms peculiar to themselves. 1263. Among the Khans, at the northwestern end of Lake Nyasa, a woman may not mention the name of her father-in-law. Indeed, she may not even speak to him nor see him. 1264. Among the Buri and Bogos of Eastern Africa, a woman never mentions her husband's name. A Bogo wife would rather be unfaithful to him than commit the monstrous sin of allowing his name to pass her lips. 1265. Among the Hausas, a firstborn son is never called by his parents by his name. Indeed, they will not even speak with him if other people are present. The same rule holds good of the first husband and the first wife. 1266. In antiquity, Ionian women would not call their husbands by their names. 1267. While the rites of Ceres were being performed in Rome, no one might name a father or a daughter. 1268. Among the South Slavs at the present day, husbands and wives will not mention each other's names, and a young wife may not call any of her housemates by their true names. She must invent or at least adopt other names for them. 1269. A Kyrgyz woman dares not pronounce the names of the older relations of her husband, nor even use words which resemble them in sound. For example, if one of these relations is called shepherd, she may not speak of sheep, but must call them the bleating ones. If his name is Lem, she must refer to lambs as the young of the bleating ones. 1270. After marriage, an Ino wife may not mention her husband's name. To do so will be deemed equivalent to killing him. 1271. Among the Sgas, a Karen tribe of Burma, children never mention their parents' names. 1272. A Toda man may not utter the names of his mother's brother, his grandfather and grandmother, his wife's mother, and of the man from whom he has received his wife, who is usually the wife's father. All these names are taboo to him in the lifetime of the persons who bear them, and after death the prohibitions are not only maintained but extended. 1273. In southern India, wives believe that to tell their husband's name or to pronounce it even in a dream would bring him to an untimely end. Further, they may not mention the names of their parents-in-law, and their brothers-in-law and sisters-in-law. 1274. Among the Ojibways, husbands and wives never mention each other's names. 1275. Among the Omahas, a man and his father-in-law and mother-in-law will on no account utter each other's names in company. 1276. A Dakota is not allowed to address or to look towards his wife's mother, especially, and the woman is shut off from familiar intercourse with her husband's father and others, and etiquette prohibits them from speaking the names of their relatives by marriage. None of their customs, adds the same writer, is more tenacious of life than this. And no family law is more binding. 1277. In the Nishinam tribe of California, a husband never calls his wife by name on any account, and it is said that divorces have been produced by no other provocation than that. 1278. M205. The Batas or Bataks of Sumatra display a great aversion to mentioning their own names and a still greater aversion to mentioning the names of their parents, grandparents, or elder blood relations. Politeness forbids the putting of direct questions on this subject, so that the investigation of personal identity becomes difficult and laborious. When a Bata expects to be questioned as to his relations, he will usually provide himself with a friend to answer for him. 1279. A Batak man may never mention the names of his wife, his daughter-in-law and of his son-in-law. A woman is most particularly forbidden to mention the name of the man who has married her daughter. 1280. Among the Karo Bataks, the forbidden names are those of parents, uncles, aunts, parents-in-law, brothers and sisters, and especially grandparents. 1281. Among the Dayaks, a child never pronounces the names of his parents, and is angry if anyone else does so in his presence. A husband never calls his wife by her name, and she never calls him by his. If they have children, they name each other after them, father of so-and-so and mother of so-and-so. If they have no children, they use the pronouns he and she, or an expression, such as he or she whom I love. And in general, members of a Dayak family do not mention each other's names. 1282. Moreover, when the personal names happen also, as they often do, to be names of common objects, the Dayak is debarred from designating these objects by their ordinary names. For instance, if a man or one of his family is called Bintang, which means star, he must not call it star Bintang. He must call it a Pariyama. If he or a member of his domestic circle bears the name of Bulan, which means moon, he may not speak of the moon as a moon, Bulan. He must call it Pinala. Hence it comes about that in the Dayak language there are two sets of distinct names for many objects. 1283. Among the Sea Dayaks of Sarawak, a man may not pronounce the name of his father-in-law or mother-in-law without incurring the wrath of the spirits. And since he reckons as his father-in-law and mother-in-law not only the father and mother of his own wife, but also the fathers and mothers of his brothers' wives and sisters' husbands, and likewise the fathers and mothers of all his cousins, the number of tabooed names may be very considerable and the opportunities of error correspondingly numerous. 2. Make confusion worse confounded. The names of persons are often the names of common things, such as moon, bridge, barley, cobra, leopard. So that, when any of a man's many fathers-in-law and mothers-in-law are called by such names, these common words may not pass his lips. 1284. Among the Dayaks of Landak and Tajin it is forbidden to mention the names of parents and grandparents, sometimes also of great-grandparents, whether they are alive or dead. 1285. Among the Alfers or Torajas of Poso, in Central Celebes, you may not pronounce the names of your father, mother, grandparents, and other near relations. But the strictest taboo is on the names of parents-in-law. A son-in-law and a daughter-in-law may not only never mention the names of their parents-in-law, but if the names happen to be ordinary words of the language, they may never allow the words in their common significance to pass their lips. For example, if my father is called Njara, horse, I may not speak of him by that name. But in speaking of the animal I am free to use the word horse, Njara. But if my father-in-law is called Njara, the case is different, for then not only may I not refer to him by his name, but I may not even call a horse a horse. In speaking of the animal I must use some other word. The missionary who reports the custom is acquainted with a man whose mother-in-law rejoices in the name of Ringi, Riksdolar. When this man has occasion to refer to real riksdolars, he alludes to them delicately as large guilders, ropebos. Another man may not use the ordinary word for water, oh. In speaking of water he employs a word, oa, taken from a different dialect. Indeed, among these offers it is the common practice in such cases to replace the forbidden word by a kindred word of the same significance borrowed from another dialect. In this way, many fresh terms or new forms of an old word pass into general circulation. 1286, among the offers of Minahasa, in northern Celebes, the custom is carried still further so as to forbid the use even of words which merely resemble the personal names in sound. It is especially the name of a father-in-law which is thus laid under an interdict. If he, for example, is called Kalala, his son-in-law may not speak of a horse by its common name Kawalo. He must call it a riding beast, Sasakajan. 1287, so among the offers of the island of Bough it is taboo to mention the names of parents and parents-in-law, or even to speak of common objects by words which resemble these names in sound. Thus, if your mother-in-law is called Dalu, which means beetle, you may not ask for beetle by its ordinary name, you must ask for red mouth, Mumia. If you want beetle leaf, you may not say beetle leaf, Daluman, you must say Karanfana. In the same island it is also taboo to mention the name of an elder brother in his presence. 1288, transgressions of these rules are punished with fines. 1289, in Bulamongondo, a district in the west of Celebes, the unmentionable names are those of parents, parents-in-law, uncles and aunts. 1290, among the offers of Halmahera's son-in-law may never use his father-in-law's name in speaking to him. He must simply address him as father-in-law. 1291, in Sunda it is thought that a particular crop would be spoiled if a man were to mention the names of his father and mother. 1292. M206, among the Nuffers, as we have seen. 1293, persons who are related to each other by marriage are forbidden to mention each other's names. Among the connections whose names are thus tabooed are wife, mother-in-law, father-in-law, your wife's uncles and aunts and also her grand-uncles and grand-aunts, and the whole of your wife's or your husband's family in the same generation as yourself, except that men may mention the names of their brothers-in-law, though women may not. The taboo comes into operation as soon as the betrothal has taken place and before the marriage has been celebrated. Families thus connected by the betrothal of two of their members are not only forbidden to pronounce each other's names, they may not even look at each other, and the rule gives rise to the most comical scenes when they happen to meet unexpectedly, and not merely the names themselves, but any words that sound like them are scrupulously avoided and other words used in their place. If it should chance that a person has inadvertently uttered a forbidden name, he must at once throw himself on the floor and say, I have mentioned a wrong name. I throw it through the chinks of the floor in order that I may eat well. 1294, in German New Guinea near relations by marriage, particularly father-in-law and daughter-in-law, mother-in-law and son-in-law, as well as brothers-in-law and sisters-in-law, must see as little of each other as possible. They may not converse together and they may not mention each other's names, not even when these names have passed to younger members of the family. Thus if a child is called after its deceased paternal grandfather, the mother may not call her child by its name but must employ another name for the purpose. 1295, among the Yabin, for example, on the southeast coast of German New Guinea, parents-in-law may neither be touched nor named. Even when their names are borne by other people or are the ordinary names of common objects, they may not pass the lips of their sons-in-law and daughters-in-law. 1296, among the western tribes of British New Guinea the principal taboo or sabi, as it is there called, concerns the names of relatives by marriage. A man may not mention the name of his wife's father, mother, elder sister, or elder brother, nor the name of any male or female relative of her father or mother, so long as the relative in question is a member of the same tribe as the speaker. The names of his wife's younger brothers and sisters are not taboo to him. The same law applies to a woman with reference to the names of her husband's relatives. As a general rule, this taboo does not extend outside the tribal boundaries. Hence, when a man or woman marries out of his or her tribe, the taboo is usually not applied. And when members of one tribe, who may not pronounce each other's names at home, are away from their own territory, they are no longer strictly bound to observe the prohibition. A breach of the taboo has to be atoned for by the offender paying a fine to the person whose name he has taken in vain. Until that has been done, neither of the parties concerned, if they are males, may enter the men's clubhouse. In the old times, the offended party might recover his social standing by cutting off somebody else's head. 1297. M207. In the western islands of Torres Straits, a man never mentioned the personal names of his father-in-law, mother-in-law, brother-in-law, and sister-in-law. And a woman was subject to the same restrictions. A brother-in-law might be spoken of as the husband or brother of someone whose name it was lawful to mention. And similarly, a sister-in-law might be called the wife of so-and-so. If a man by chance used the personal name of his brother-in-law, he was ashamed and hung his head. His shame was only relieved when he had made a present as compensation to the man whose name he had taken in vain. This same compensation was made to a sister-in-law, a father-in-law, and a mother-in-law for the accidental mention of their names. This disability to use the personal names of relatives by marriage was associated with the custom, so common throughout the world, that a man or woman is not allowed to speak to these relatives. If a man wished to communicate with his father-in-law or mother-in-law, he spoke to his wife and she spoke to her parent. When direct communication became absolutely necessary, it was said that a man might talk to his father-in-law or mother-in-law a very little in a low voice. The behavior towards a brother-in-law was the same. 1298. Similar taboos on the names of persons connected by marriage are in force in New Britain and New Ireland. 1299. Among the natives who inhabit the coast of the Gazelle Peninsula in New Britain, to mention the name of a brother-in-law is the grossest possible affront you can offer to him. It is a crime punishable with death. 1300. In the Santa Cruz and Reef Islands, a man is forbidden to pronounce the name of his mother-in-law, and he may never see her face so long as he lives. She on her side lies under similar restrictions in regard to him. Further, a man is prohibited from mentioning the name of his son-in-law, though he is allowed to look at him. And if a husband has paid money for his wife to several men, none of these men may ever utter his name or look him in the face. If one of them did by chance look at him, the offended husband will destroy some of the offender's property. 1301. In New Caledonia, a brother may not mention his sister's name, and she may not mention his. The same rule is observed by male and female cousins in regard to each other's names. 1302. In the Banks Islands, Melanesia, the taboos laid on the names of persons connected by marriage are very strict. A man will not mention the name of his father-in-law, much less the name of his mother-in-law, nor may he name his wife's brother. But he may name his wife's sister. She is nothing to him. A woman may not name her father-in-law, nor on any account her son-in-law. Two people whose children have intermarried are also debarred from mentioning each other's names. And not only are all these persons forbidden to utter each other's names, they may not even pronounce ordinary words which chance to be either identical with these names or to have any syllables in common with them. A man on one occasion spoke to me of his house as a shed, and when that was not understood, went and touched it with his hand to show what he meant. A difficulty being still made, he looked round to be sure that no one was near and whispered, not the name of his son's wife, but the respectful substitute for her name, Amen, Miligona, she who was with his son, and whose name was Tuarina, Hind House. Again, we hear of a native of these islands who might not use the common words for pig and to die, because these words occurred in the polysyllabic name of his son-in-law. And we are told of another unfortunate who might not pronounce the everyday words for hand and hot on account of his wife's brother's name, and who was even debarred from mentioning the number one, because the word for one formed part of the name of his wife's cousin. 1303. M208. It might be expected that similar taboos on the names of relations, and on words resembling them would commonly occur among the Aborigines of Australia, and that some light might be thrown on their origin and meaning, by the primitive modes of thought and forms of society prevalent among these savages. Yet this expectation can scarcely be said to be fulfilled. For the evidence of the observance of such customs in Australia is scanty, and hardly of a nature to explain their origin. We are told that there are instances in which the names of natives are never allowed to be spoken, as those of a father or mother-in-law, of a son-in-law, and some cases, arising from a connection with each other's wives. 1304. Among some Victorian tribes, a man never at any time mentioned the name of his mother-in-law, and from the time of his betrothal to his death neither she, nor her sisters might ever look at or speak to him. He might not go within 50 yards of their habitation, and when he met them on a path they immediately left it, clapped their hands, and covering up their heads with their rugs, walked in a stooping posture and spoke in whispers until he had gone by. They might not talk with him, and when he and they spoke to other people in each other's presence, they used a special form of speech, which went by the name of turn tongue. This was not done with any intention of concealing their meaning, for turn tongue was understood by everybody. 1305. A writer, who enjoyed unusually favorable opportunities of learning the language and customs of the Victorian Aborigines, informs us that a stupid custom existed among them, which they called Nul-oin. Whenever a female child was promised in marriage to any man, from that very hour neither he nor the child's mother were permitted to look upon nor hear each other speak nor hear their names mentioned by others. 4. If they did, they would immediately grow prematurely old and die. 1306. Among the Gudangs of Cape York, in Queensland, and the Kororgas of the Prince of Wales Islands, a man carefully avoids speaking to or even mentioning the name of his mother-in-law, and his wife acts similarly with regard to her father-in-law. Thus the mother of a person, called Nuki, which means water, is obliged to call water by another name. 1307. In the Bandic tribe of South Australia, persons connected by marriage, except husbands and wives, spoke to each other in a low whining voice, and employed words different from those in common use. 1308. Another writer, speaking of the same tribe, says, mothers-in-law and sons-in-law studiously avoid each other. A father-in-law converses with his son-in-law in a low tone of voice, and in a phraseology differing somewhat from the ordinary one. 1309. M209. It will perhaps occur to the reader that customs of this latter sort may possibly have originated in the intermarriage of tribes speaking different languages. And there are some Australian facts which seem at first sight to favor this supposition. Thus, with regard to the natives of South Australia, we are told that the principal mark of distinction between the tribes is difference of language or dialect. Where the tribes intermix, greatly no inconvenience is experienced on this account, as every person understands, in addition to his own dialect, that of the neighboring tribe. The consequence is that two persons commonly converse in two languages, just as an Englishman and German would hold a conversation, each person speaking his own language, but understanding that of the other as well as his own. This peculiarity will often occur in one family through intermarriages, neither party ever thinking of changing his or her dialect for that of the other. Children do not always adopt the language of the mother, but that of the tribe among whom they live. 1310. Among some tribes of Western Victoria, a man was actually forbidden to marry a wife who spoke the same dialect as himself. And during the preliminary visit, which each paid to the tribe of the other, neither was permitted to speak the language of the tribe which he or she was visiting. The children spoke the language of their father and might never mix it with any other. To her children the mother spoke in their father's language, but to her husband she spoke in her own, and he answered her in his. So that all conversation is carried on between husband and wife in the same way as between an Englishman and a Frenchwoman, each speaking his or her own language. This very remarkable law explains the preservation of So many distinct dialects within so limited a space, even where there are no physical obstacles to ready and frequent communication between the tribes. 1311. So amongst the Sakais, an aboriginal race of the Malay Peninsula, a man goes to a considerable distance for a wife, generally to a tribe who speak quite a different dialect. 1312. The Indian tribes of French Guiana have each their own dialect and would hardly be able to understand each other, were it not that almost every person marries a wife or a husband of a different tribe, and thus the newcomers serve as interpreters between the tribe in which they live and that in which they were born and brought up. 1313. It is well known that the Carib women spoke a language which differed in some respects from that of the men, and the explanation generally given of the difference is that the women preserved the language of a race of whom the men had been exterminated and the women married by the Caribs. This explanation is not, as some seem to suppose, a mere hypothesis of the learned, devised to clear up a curious discrepancy. It was a tradition current among the Caribs themselves in the 17th century, 1314, and as such it deserves serious attention. But there are other facts which seem to point to a different explanation. 1315. Among the Carrias, a tribe of Brazilian Indians on the Rio Grande or Araguaia River, the dialect of the women differs from that of the men. For the most part the differences are limited to the form and sound of the words. Only a few words seem to be quite distinct in the two dialects. The speech of the women appears to preserve older and fuller forms than that of the men. For instance, girl is Yadokoma in the female speech but Yadoma in the male. Nail is Deka in the mouth of a woman but Disha in the mouth of a man. 1316. However such remarkable differences are to be explained, a little reflection will probably convince us that a mere intermixture of races speaking different tongues could scarcely account for the phenomena of language under consideration. For the reluctance to mention the names or even syllables of the names of persons connected with the speaker by marriage can hardly be separated from the reluctance evinced by so many people to utter their own names or the names of the dead or of chiefs and kings. And if the reticence as to these latter names springs mainly from superstition, we may infer that the reticence as to the former has no better foundation. That the savage's unwillingness to mention his own name is based, at least in part, on a superstitious fear of the ill use that might be made of it by his foes, whether human or spiritual, has already been shewn. It remains to examine the similar usage in regard to the names of the dead and of royal personages. Section 3. Names of the dead tabooed. M210. The custom of abstaining from all mention of the names of the dead was observed in antiquity by the Albanians of the Caucasus, 1317, and at the present day it is in full force among many savage tribes. Thus we are told that one of the customs most rigidly observed and enforced amongst the Australian Aborigines is never to mention the name of a deceased person, whether male or female. To name aloud one who has departed this life would be a gross violation of their most sacred prejudices, and they carefully abstain from it. 1318. The chief motive for this abstinence appears to be a fear of evoking the ghost, although the natural unwillingness to revive past sorrows undoubtedly operates also to draw the veil of oblivion over the names of the dead. 1319. Once Mr. Oldfield so terrified a native by shouting out the name of a deceased person, that the man fairly took to his heels and did not venture to show himself again for several days. At their next meeting he bitterly reproached the rash white man for his indiscretion. Nor could I, adds Mr. Oldfield, induce him by any means to utter the awful sound of a dead man's name, for by so doing, he would have placed himself in the power of the malign spirits. 1320. On another occasion, a Wachandi woman having mentioned the name of a certain man, was informed that he had long been dead. At that she became greatly excited and spat thrice to counteract the evil effect of having taken a dead man's name into her lips. This custom of spitting thrice, as Mr. Oldfield afterwards learned, was the regular charm whereby the natives freed themselves from the power of the dangerous spirits whom they had provoked by such a rash act. 1321. Among the Aborigines of Victoria the dead were very rarely spoken of, and then never by their names. They were referred to in a subdued voice as the lost one or the poor fellow that is no more. To speak of them by name would, it was supposed, excite the malignity of coward Gil, the spirit of the departed, which hovers on earth for a time before it departs forever towards the setting sun. 1322. Once, when a Kurni man was spoken to about a dead friend, soon after the decease, he looked round uneasily and said, "Do not do that, he might hear you and kill me." 1323. If a Kayabar black dies, his tribe's people never mention his name, but call him Warpanam, the dead, and in order to explain who it is that has died, they speak of his father, mother, brothers, and so forth. 1324. Of the tribes on the lower Murray River we are told that when a person dies they carefully avoid mentioning his name. But if compelled to do so, they pronounce it in a very low whisper, so faint that they imagine the spirit cannot hear their voice. 1325. Amongst the tribes of Central Australia no one may utter the name of the deceased during the period of mourning, unless it is absolutely necessary to do so, and then it is only done in a whisper for fear of disturbing and annoying the man-spirit which is walking about in ghostly form. If the ghost hears his name mentioned he concludes that his kinsfolk are not mourning for him properly. If their grief were genuine they could not bear to bandy his name about. Touched to the quick by their hard-hearted indifference, the indignant ghost will come and trouble them in dreams. 1326. In these tribes no woman may ever again mention the name of a dead person, but the restriction on the male sex is not so absolute, for the name may be mentioned by men of the two subclasses to which the wife's father and wife's brother of the deceased belong. 1327. Among some tribes of northwestern Australia dead man's name is never mentioned after his burial and he is only spoken of as that one. Otherwise they think that he would return and frighten them at night in camp. 1328. M211. The same reluctance to utter the names of the dead appears to prevail among all the Indian tribes of America from Hudson's Bay Territory to Patagonia. Among the Iroquois, for example, the name of the deceased was never mentioned after the period of mourning had expired. 1329. The same rule was rigidly observed by the Indians of California and Oregon. Its transgression might be punished with a heavy fine or even with death. 1330. Thus among the Karak of California we are told that the highest crime one can commit is the pet kai, the mere mention of the dead relative's name. It is a deadly insult to the survivors, and can be atoned for only by the same amount of blood money paid for willful murder. In default of that they will have the villain's blood. 1331. Amongst the Winton, also of California, if someone in a group of merry talkers inadvertently mentions the name of a deceased person, straightway there falls upon all an awful silence. No words can describe the shuddering and heart-sickening terror which seizes upon them at the utterance of that fearful word. 1332. Among the Cajiros of Colombia to mention the dead before his kinsman is a dreadful offense, which is often punished with death. For if it happen on the rancho of the deceased, in presence of his nephew or uncle, they will assuredly kill the offender on the spot if they can. But if he escapes, the penalty resolves itself into a heavy fine, usually of 2 or more oxen. 1333. So among the Ibapones of Paraguay to mention the departed by name was a serious crime, which often led to blows and bloodshed. When it was needful to refer to such an one, it was done by means of a general phrase such as "he who is no more," eked out with particulars which served to identify the person meant. 1334. M212. A similar reluctance to mention the names of the dead is reported, of people so widely separated from each other as the Samoyeds of Siberia, and the Todas of southern India, the Mongols of Tartary and the Tuaregs of the Sahara, the Ainos of Japan and the Akamba and Nandi of Central Africa, the Tingians of the Philippines and the inhabitants of the Nicobar Islands, of Borneo, of Madagascar, and of Tasmania. 1335. In all cases, even where it is not expressly stated, the fundamental reason for this avoidance is probably the fear of the ghost. That this is the real motive, with the Tuaregs of the Sahara we are positively informed. They dread the return of the dead man's spirit, and do all they can to avoid it by shifting their camp after a death, ceasing forever to pronounce the name of the departed, and eschewing everything that might be regarded as an evocation or recall of his soul. Hence they do not, like the Arabs, designate individuals by adding to their personal names the names of their fathers. They never speak of so-and-so, son of so-and-so. They give to every man a name which will live and die with him. 1336, so among some of the Victorian tribes in Australia personal names were rarely perpetuated, because the natives believed that anyone who adopted the name of a deceased person would not live long. 1337, probably his ghostly namesake, was supposed to come and fetch him away to the spirit land. The Yabeens of German New Guinea, who believed that the spirits of the dead passed their time in the forest eating unpalatable fruits, are unwilling to mention the names of the deceased lest their ghosts should suspend their habitual occupation to come and trouble the living. 1338, in Loja, one of the Samurai archipelago, off the southeastern end of New Guinea, no custom is observed so strictly as the one which forbids the naming of the dead in presence of their relations. To say to a person your fathers are dead, is considered a direct challenge to fight. It is an insult which must be avenged either by the death of the man who pronounced these awful words, or by the death of one of his relatives or friends. The uttering of the names of the dead is, along with homicide, one of the chief causes of war in the island. When it is necessary to refer to a dead man they designate him by such a phrase as the father of so-and-so, or the brother of so-and-so. 1339, thus the fear of mentioning the names of the dead gives rise to circumlocutions of precisely the same sort as those which originate in a reluctance to name living people. Among the Klallam Indians of Washington state no person may bear the name of his deceased father, grandfather, or any other direct ancestor in the paternal line. 1340, the Maasai of Eastern Africa are said to resort to a simple device which enables them to speak of the dead freely without risk of the inopportune appearance of the ghost. As soon as a man or woman dies, they change his or her name, and henceforth always speak of him or her by the new name, while the old name falls into oblivion, and to utter it in the presence of a kinsman of the deceased is an insult which calls for vengeance. They assume that the dead man will not know his new name, and so will not answer to it when he hears it pronounced. 1341, ghosts are notoriously dull-witted. Nothing is easier than to dupe them. However, according to another and more probable account, the name of a Maasai is not changed after his death. It is merely suppressed, and he or she is referred to by a descriptive phrase, such as my brother, my uncle, my sister. To call a dead man by his name is deemed most unlucky, and is never done, except with the intention of doing harm to his surviving family, who make great lamentations on such an occasion. 1342. M213, the same fear of the ghost, which moves people to suppress his old name, naturally leads all persons who bear a similar name to exchange it for another, lest his utterance should attract the attention of the ghost, who cannot reasonably be expected to discriminate between all the different applications of the same name. Thus we are told that in the Adelaide and Encounter Bay tribes of South Australia the repugnance to mentioning the names of those who have died lately is carried so far, that persons who bear the same name as the deceased abandon it, and either adopt temporary names or are known by any others that happen to belong to them. 1343. The same practice was observed by the Aborigines of New South Wales, 1344, and is said to be observed by the tribes of the Lower Murray River, 1345, and of King George's Sound in Western Australia. 1346. A similar custom prevails among some of the Queensland tribes. But the prohibition to use the names of the dead is not permanent, though it may last for many years. On the Bloomfield River, when a namesake dies, the survivor is called Tanu, a word whose meaning is unknown. Or else he or she receives a name which refers to the corpse, with the syllable Y prefixed to it. For example, he may be called Waibacha, with reference to the place where the man was buried. Or Waiwochkinu, burned, with reference to the cremation of the body. And if there should be several people in Camp Hall bearing one of these elusive designations, They are distinguished from each other by the mention of the names of their mothers or other relatives, even though these last had long been dead and gone. Whenever Mr. W. E. Roth, to whom we owe this information, could obtain an explanation of the custom, the reason invariably assigned was a fear that the ghost, hearing himself called by name, might return and cause mischief. 1347. In some Australian tribes a change of name thus brought about is permanent. The old name is laid aside forever, and the man is known by his new name for the rest of his life, or at least until he is obliged to change it again for a like reason. 1348. Among the North American Indians, all persons, whether men or women, who bore the name of one who had just died were obliged to abandon it and to adopt other names, which was formerly done at the first ceremony of mourning for the dead. 1349. In some tribes to the east of the Rocky Mountains this change of name lasted only during the season of mourning, 1350, but in other tribes on the Pacific coast of North America it seems to have been permanent. 1351. Amongst the Maasai also, when two men of the same tribe bear the same name, and one of them dies, the survivor changes his name. 1352. M214. Sometimes by an extension of the same reasoning all the near relations of the deceased change their names, whatever they may happen to be, doubtless from a fear that the sound of the familiar names might lure back the vagrant spirit to its old home. Thus in some Victorian tribes the ordinary names of all the next of kin were dismissed during the period of mourning, and certain general terms, prescribed by custom, were substituted for them. To call a mourner by his own name was considered an insult to the departed, and often led to fighting and bloodshed. 1353. Among Indian tribes of northwestern America near relations of the deceased often change their names under an impression that spirits will be attracted back to earth if they hear familiar names often repeated. 1354. Among the Kiowa Indians the name of the dead is never spoken in the presence of the relatives, and on the death of any member of a family all the others take new names. This custom was noted by Raleigh's colonists on Roanoke Island more than 3 centuries ago. 1355. Among the Lengua Indians of the Grand Chaco in South America not only is a dead man's name never mentioned, but all the survivors change their names also. They say that death has been among them and has carried off a list of the living, and that he will soon come back for more victims. Hence in order to defeat his fell purpose they change their names, believing that on his return death, though he has got them all on his list, will not be able to identify them under their new names, and will depart to pursue the search elsewhere. 1356. So among the Guaycaras of the Grand Chaco, when a death had taken place, the chief used to change the names of every person in the tribe, men and women, young and old, and it is said to have been wonderful to observe how from that moment everybody remembered his new name just as if he had borne it all his life. 1357. Nicobarese mourners take new names in order to escape the unwelcome attentions of the ghost. And for the same purpose they disguise themselves by shaving their heads so that the ghost is unable to recognize them. 1358. The Chukchis of Bering Strait believe that the souls of the dead turn into malignant spirits who seek to harm the living. Hence when a mother dies the name of her youngest and dearest child is changed, in order that her ghost may not know the child. 1359. M215. Further, when the name of the deceased happens to be that of some common object, such as an animal, or plant, or fire, or water, it is sometimes considered necessary to drop the word in ordinary speech and replace it by another. A custom of this sort, it is plain, may easily be a potent agent of change in language. For where it prevails to any considerable extent many words must constantly become obsolete and new ones spring up. And this tendency has been remarked by observers who have recorded the custom in Australia, America, and elsewhere. For example, with regard to the Australian Aborigines it has been noted that the dialects change with almost every tribe. Some tribes name their children after natural objects. And when the person so named dies, the word is never again mentioned. Another word has therefore to be invented for the object after which the child was called. The writer gives as an instance, the case of a man whose name Carla signified fire. When Carla died, a new word for fire had to be introduced. Hence, adds the writer, the language is always changing. 1360, in the Muran tribe the name for teal used to be Turpul. But when a boy called Turpul died, a new name, Tilkich, was given to the bird, and the old name dropped out altogether from the language of the tribe. 1361, sometimes, however, such substitutes for common words were only in vogue for a limited time after the death, and were then discarded in favor of the old words. Thus among the Corargas of the Prince of Wales Islands and the Gudangs of Cape York in Queensland, the names of the dead are never mentioned without great reluctance, so that, for example, when a man named Us, or Quartz, died, the name of the stone was changed to Natamur, the thing which is a namesake, but the original word would gradually return to common use. 1362, again, a missionary, who lived among the Victorian Aborigines, remarks that it is customary among these blacks to disuse a word when a person has died whose name was the same, or even of the same sound. I find great difficulty in getting blacks to repeat such words. I believe this custom is common to all the Victorian tribes, though in course of time the word is resumed again. I have seen among the Murray blacks the dead really spoken of when they have been dead some time. 1363, again, in the Encounter Bay tribe of South Australia, if a man of the name of Ngnke, which means water, were to die, the whole tribe would be obliged to use some other word to express water for a considerable time after his decease. The writer who records this custom surmises that it may explain the presence of a number of synonyms in the language of the tribe. 1364, this conjecture is confirmed by what we know of some Victorian tribes, whose speech comprised a regular set of synonyms to be used instead of the common terms by all members of a tribe in times of mourning. For instance, if a man called Wa Crow departed this life, during the period of mourning for him nobody might call a crow a Wa. Everybody had to speak of the bird as an heir apart. When a person who rejoiced in the title of ringtail opossum, Weird had gone the way of all flesh, his sorrowing relations and the tribe at large were bound for a time to refer to ringtail opossums by the more sonorous name of Manyanqueerd. If the community were plunged in grief for the loss of a respected female who bore the honorable name of Turkey Bustard, the proper name for turkey bustards, which was Barim, went out, and Tilitiliich came in. And so mutatis mutandis with the names of black cockatoo, grey duck, gigantic crane, kangaroo, eagle, dingo, and the rest. 1365. M216, a similar custom used to be constantly transforming the language of the Abapones of Paraguay, amongst whom, however, a word once abolished, seems never to have been revived. New words, says the missionary, debris sulfur, sprang up every year like mushrooms in a night, because all words that resemble the names of the dead were abolished by proclamation, and others coined in their place. The mint of words was in the hands of the old women of the tribe, and whatever term they stamped with their approval and put in circulation was immediately accepted without a murmur, by high and low alike, and spread like wildfire through every camp and settlement of the tribe. You would be astonished, says the same missionary, to see how meekly the whole nation acquiesces in the decision of a withered old hag, and how completely the old familiar words fall instantly out of use and are never repeated either through force of habit or forgetfulness. In the 7 years that de Breetzhofer spent among these Indians, the native word for jaguar was changed thrice, and the words for crocodile, thorn, and the slaughter of cattle underwent similar though less varied vicissitudes. As a result of this habit, the vocabularies of the missionaries teemed with erasures, old words having constantly to be struck out as obsolete and new ones inserted in their place. 1366. Similarly, a peculiar feature of the Comanche language is that a portion of the vocabulary is continually changing. If, for example, a person called eagle or bison dies, a new name is invented for the bird or beast, because it is forbidden to mention the name of anyone who is dead. 1367. So amongst the Kiowa Indians all words that suggest the name of a deceased person are dropped for a term of years and other words are substituted for them. The old word may after the lapse of years be restored, but it often happens that the new one keeps its place and the original word is entirely forgotten. Old men sometimes remember as many as 3 different names, which have been successively used for the same thing. The new word is commonly a novel combination of existing roots, or a novel use of a current word, rather than a deliberately invented term. 1368. M217, the Basagala, a cattle-breeding people to the west of Uganda, cease to use a word if it was the name of an influential person who has died. For example, after the death of a chief named Mwenda, which means 9, the name for the numeral was changed. 1369, on the death of a child, or a warrior, or a woman amongst the Maasai, the body is thrown away, and the person's name is buried, that is, it is never again mentioned by the family. Should there be anything which is called by that name, it is given another name which is not like that of the deceased. For instance, if an unimportant person called Onana, he who is soft, or weak, or gentle, were to die, gentleness would not be called Enanayan that crawl, but it would be called by another name, such as Ipalpal. It is smooth. If an elder dies leaving children, his name is not buried for his descendants are named after him. 1370, from this statement, which is translated from a native account in the Maasai language, we may perhaps infer that among the Maasai it is as a rule only the childless dead whose names are avoided. In the island of Bough it is unlawful to mention the names of the dead or any words that resemble them in sound. 1371, in many tribes of British New Guinea the names of persons are also the names of common things. The people believe that if the name of a deceased person is pronounced, his spirit will return, and as they have no wish to see it back among them, the mention of his name is tabooed and a new word is created to take its place, whenever the name happens to be a common term of the language. 1372, thus at Wagga Wagga, near the southeastern extremity of New Guinea, the names of the dead become taboo immediately after death, and if they are, as generally happens, the names of common objects, new words must be adopted for these things and the old words are dropped from the language, so long at least as the memory of the dead survives. 4. Example, when a man died whose name Banama meant hornbill, a new name, Ambardina, literally the plasterer, was adopted for the bird. Consequently many words are permanently lost or revived with modified or new meanings. The frequent changes of vocabulary caused by this custom are very inconvenient, and nowadays the practice of using foreign words as substitutes is coming more and more into vogue. English profanity now contributes its share to the language of these savages. 1373, in the Caroline Islands the ordinary name for pig is puik, but in the Palikir district of Ponape the pig is called not puik but mantaitai, or the animal that grubs in the soil, for the word puik was there tabooed, after the death of a man named Puik. This is a living instance showing how under our very eyes old words are dropping out of use in these isolated dialects and new ones are taking their place. 1374, in the Nicobar Islands a similar practice has similarly affected the speech of the natives. A most singular custom, says Emmer de Ropstorff, prevails among them which one would suppose must most effectually hinder the making of history, or, at any rate, the transmission of historical narrative. By a strict rule, which has all the sanction of Nicobar superstition, no man's name may be mentioned after his death. To such a length is this carried that when, as very frequently happens, the man rejoiced in the name of fowl, hat, fire, road, etc., in its Nicobarese equivalent, the use of these words is carefully eschewed for the future, not only as being the personal designation of the deceased, but even as the names of the common things they represent. The words die out of the language, and either new vocables are coined to express the thing intended, or a substitute for the deceased word is found in other Nicobarese dialects or in some foreign tongue. This extraordinary custom not only adds an element of instability to the language, but destroys the continuity of political life, and renders the record of past events precarious and vague, if not impossible. 1375. M218, that a superstition which suppresses the names of the dead must cut at the very root of historical tradition has been remarked by other workers in this field. The Klamath people, observes Mr. A.S. Gatschet, possess no historic traditions going further back in time than a century, for the simple reason that there was a strict law prohibiting the mention of the person or acts of a deceased individual by using his name. This law was rigidly observed among the Californians no less than among the Oregonians, and on its transgression the death penalty could be inflicted. This is certainly enough to suppress all historical knowledge within a people. How can history be written without names? 1376. Among some of the tribes of New South Wales the simple ditties, never more than 2 lines long, to which the natives dance, are never transmitted from one generation to another, because, when the rude poet dies, all the songs of which he was author are, as it were, buried with him, inasmuch as they, in common with his very name, are studiously ignored from thenceforward, consequently they are quite forgotten in a very short space of time, indeed. This custom of endeavoring persistently to forget everything which had been in any way connected with the dead entirely precludes the possibility of anything of an historical nature having existence amongst them. In fact, the most vital occurrence, if only dating a single generation back, is quite forgotten, that is to say, if the recounting thereof should necessitate the mention of a defunct aboriginal's name. 1377. Thus among these simple savages even a sacred bard could not avail to rescue an Australian Agamemnon from the long night of oblivion. M219. In many tribes, however, the power of this superstition to blot out the memory of the past is to some extent weakened and impaired by a natural tendency of the human mind. Time, which wears out the deepest impressions, inevitably dulls, if it does not wholly efface, the print left on the savage mind by the mystery and horror of death. Sooner or later, as the memory of his loved ones fades slowly away, he becomes more willing to speak of them, and thus their rude names may sometimes be rescued by the philosophic inquirer before they have vanished, like autumn leaves or winter snows, into the vast undistinguished limbo of the past. This was Sir George Grey's experience when he attempted to trace the intricate system of kinship prevalent among the natives of Western Australia. He says, "It is impossible for any person, not well acquainted with the language of the natives, and who does not possess great personal influence over them, to pursue an inquiry of this nature. For one of the customs most rigidly observed and enforced amongst them is, never to mention the name of a deceased person, male or female. In an inquiry, therefore, which principally turns upon the names of their ancestors, this prejudice must be every moment violated, and a very great difficulty encountered in the outset. The only circumstance which at all enabled me to overcome this was, that the longer a person has been dead the less repugnance do they evince in uttering his name. I, therefore, in the first instance, endeavored to ascertain only the oldest names on record. And on subsequent occasions, when I found a native alone, and in a loquacious humor, I succeeded in filling up some of the blanks. Occasionally, round their fires at night, I managed to involve them in disputes regarding their ancestors, and, on these occasions, gleaned much of the information of which I was in want. 1378. In some of the Victorian tribes the prohibition to mention the names of the dead remained in force only during the period of mourning. 1379. In the Port Lincoln tribe of South Australia, it lasted many years. 1380. Among the Chinook Indians of North America, custom forbids the mention of a dead man's name, at least till many years have elapsed after the bereavement. 1381. In the Twana, Kemakum, and Klallam tribes of Washington state the names of deceased members may be mentioned 2 or 3 years after their death. 1382. Among the Puyallup Indians the observance of the taboo is relaxed after several years, when the mourners have forgotten their grief. And if the deceased was a famous warrior, one of his descendants, for instance a great-grandson, may be named after him. In this tribe the taboo is not much observed at any time, except by the relations of the dead. 1383. Similarly the Jesuit missionary, Lafayette tells us that the name of the departed and the similar names of the survivors were, so to say, buried with the corpse until, the poignancy of their grief being abated, it pleased the relations to lift up the tree and raise the dead. By raising the dead they meant bestowing the name of the departed upon someone else, who thus became to all intents and purposes a reincarnation of the deceased, since on the principles of savage philosophy the name is a vital part, if not the soul, of the man. When Father Lafayette arrived at St. Louis to begin work among the Iroquois, his colleagues decided that in order to make a favorable impression on his flock the new shepherd should assume the native name of his deceased predecessor, Father Bough, the celebrated missionary, who had lived many years among the Indians and enjoyed their high esteem. But Father Bough had been called from his earthly labors to his heavenly rest only 4 short months before, and it was too soon, in the phraseology of the Iroquois, to raise up the tree. However, raised up it was in spite of them. And though some bolder spirits protested that their new pastor had wronged them by taking the name of his predecessor, nevertheless, says Father Lafayette, they did not fail to regard me as himself in another form, an autre lui-même, since I had entered into all his rights. 1384. M220. The same mode of bringing a dead man to life again by bestowing his name upon a living person was practiced by the Hurons and other Indian tribes of Canada. An early French traveler in Canada has described the ceremony of resurrection as it was observed by a tribe whom he calls the Adirondains. He says, the Adirondains practice resurrections of the dead, principally of persons who have deserved well of their country by their remarkable services, so that the memory of illustrious and valiant men revives in a certain way in others. Accordingly they call assemblies for this purpose and hold councils, at which they choose one of them who has the same virtues and qualities, if possible, as he at whom they wish to resuscitate. Or at least he must be of irreproachable life, judged by the standard of a savage people. Wishing, then, to proceed to the resurrection they all stand up, except him who is to be resuscitated, to whom they give the name of the deceased, and all letting their hands down, very low they pretend to lift him up from the earth, intending by that to signify that they draw the great personage deceased from the grave and restore him to life in the person of this other, who stands up and, after great acclamations of the people, receives the presents which the bystanders offer him. They further hold several feasts in his honor and regard him thenceforth as the deceased whom he represents. And by this means the memory of virtuous men and of good and valiant captains never dies among them. 1385. Among the Hurons the ceremony took place between the death and the great festival of the dead, which was usually celebrated at intervals of 12 years. When it was resolved to resuscitate a departed warrior, the members of his family met and decided which of them was to be regarded as an incarnation of the deceased. If the dead man had been a famous chief and leader in war, his living representative and namesake succeeded to his functions. Presents were made to him, and he entertained the whole tribe at a magnificent banquet. His old robes were taken from him, and he was clad in richer raiment. Thereupon a herald proclaimed aloud the mystery of the incarnation. Let all the people, he said, remain silent. Open your ears and shut your mouths. That which I am about to say is of importance. Our business is to resuscitate a dead man, and to bring a great captain to life again. With that he named the dead man and all his posterity, and reminded his hearers of the place and manner of his death. Then turning to him who was to succeed the departed, he lifted up his voice. Behold him, he cried, clad in this beautiful robe. It is not he whom you saw these past days, who was called Nehap. He has given his name to another, and he himself is now called Adelaide, the name of the defunct. Look on him as the true captain of this nation. It is he whom you are bound to obey. It is he whom you are bound to listen to. It is he whom you are bound to honor. The new incarnation meanwhile maintained a dignified silence, and afterwards led the young braves out to war in order to prove that he had inherited the courage and virtues as well as the name of the dead chief. 1386. The Carrier Indians of British Columbia firmly believe that a departed soul can if it pleases, come back to the earth, in a human shape or body, in order to see his friends, who are still alive. Therefore, as they are about to set fire to the pile of wood on which a corpse is laid, a relation of the deceased person stands at his feet, and asks him if he will ever come back among them. Then the priest or magician, with a grave countenance, stands at the head of the corpse, and looks through both his hands on its naked breast, and then raises them toward heaven, and blows through them, as they say, the soul of the deceased, that it may go and find, and enter into a relative. Or, if any relative is present, the priest will hold both his hands on the head of this person, and blow through them, that the spirit of the deceased may enter into him or her. And then, as they affirm, the first child which this person has will possess the soul of the deceased person. 1387. The writer does not say that the infant took the name of the deceased who was born again in it. But probably it did. For sometimes, the priest would transfer the soul from a dead to a living person, who in that case took the name of the departed in addition to his own. 1388. M221. Among the Lapps, when a woman was with child and near the time of her delivery, a deceased ancestor or relation, known as a Japmek, used to appear to her in a dream and inform her what dead person was to be born again in her infant, and whose name the child was therefore to bear. If the woman had no such dream, it fell to the father or the relatives to determine the name by divination or by consulting a wizard. 1389. Among the Khans, a birth is celebrated on the 7th day after the event by a feast given to the priest and to the whole village. To determine the child's name, the priest drops grains of rice into a cup of water, naming, with each grain, a deceased ancestor. From the movements of the seed in the water, and from observations made on the person of the infant, he pronounces which of his progenitors has reappeared in him, and the child, generally, at least among the northern tribes, receives the name of that ancestor. 1390. Among the Yu-speaking peoples of Togo, in West Africa, when a woman is in hard labor, a fetish priest or priestess is called in to disclose the name of the deceased relative who has just been born again into the world in the person of the infant. The name of that relative is bestowed on the child. 1391. Among the Yorubas, soon after a child has been born, a priest of Ifa, the god of divination, appears on the scene to ascertain what ancestral soul has been reborn in the infant. As soon as this has been decided, the parents are told that the child must conform in all respects to the manner of life of the ancestor who now animates him or her, and if, as often happens, they profess ignorance, the priest supplies the necessary information. The child usually receives the name of the ancestor who has been born again in him. 1392. In Uganda, a child is named, with much ceremony, by its grandfather, who bestows on it the name of one of its ancestors, but never the name of its father. The spirit of the deceased namesake then enters the child and assists him through life. 1393. Here the reincarnation of the ancestor appears to be effected by giving his name, and with it his soul, to his descendant. The same idea seems to explain a curious ceremony observed by the Makalaka of South Africa at the naming of a child. The spirit of the ancestor, Matsumo, whose name the child is to bear, is represented by an elderly kinsman or kinswoman, according as the little one is a boy or a girl. A pretense is made of catching the representative of the spirit and dragging him or her to the hut of the child's parents. Outside the hut, the pretended spirit takes his seat and the skin of an animal is thrown over him. He then washes his hands in a vessel of water, eats some millet porridge, and washes it down with beer. Meantime the women and girls dance gleefully round him, screaming or singing, and throw copper rings, beans, and so forth as presents into the vessel of water. The men do the same, but without dancing. After that they enter the hut to partake of a feast. The representative of the ancestral spirit now vanishes, and the child thenceforth bears his or her name. 1394. This ceremony may be intended to represent the reincarnation of the ancestral spirit in the child. M222. In the Nicobar Islands, the names of dead relatives are tabooed for a generation. But when both their parents are dead, men and women are bound to assume the names of their deceased grandfathers or grandmothers, respectively. 1395. Perhaps with the names they may be thought to inherit the spirits of their ancestors. Among the Tartars in the Middle Ages, the names of the dead might not be uttered till the third generation. 1396. Among the Gilyaks of Sagaline, no two persons in the same tribe may bear the same name at the same time. For they think that if a child were to receive the name of a living man, either the child or the man would die within the year. When a man dies, his name may not be uttered until after the celebration of the festival at which they sacrifice a bear for the purpose of procuring plenty of game and fish. At that festival they call out the name of the deceased while they beat the skin of the bear. Thenceforth the name may be pronounced by everyone, and it will be bestowed on a child who shall afterwards be born. 1397. These customs suggest that the Gilyaks, like other peoples, suppose the namesake of a deceased person to be his or her reincarnation. For their objection to let two living persons bear the same name seems to imply belief that the soul goes with the name, and therefore cannot be shared by two people at the same time. M223. Among the Eskimo of Bering Strait, the first child born in a village after someone has died receives the dead person's name, and must represent him in subsequent festivals which are given in his honor. The day before the great feast of the dead, the nearest male relative of the deceased goes to the grave and plants before it a stake bearing the crest or badge of the departed. This is the notice served to the ghost to attend the festival. Accordingly he returns from the spirit land to the grave. Afterwards a song is sung at the grave inviting the ghost to repair to the assembly house, where the people are gathered to celebrate the festival. The shade accepts the invitation and takes his place, with the other ghosts, in the fire pit under the floor of the assembly house. All the time of the festival, which lasts for several days, lamps filled with seal oil are kept burning day and night in the assembly house in order to light up the path to the spirit land and enable the ghosts to find their way back to their old haunts on earth. When the spirits of the dead are gathered in the pit, and the proper moment has come, they all rise up through the floor and enter the bodies of their living namesakes. Offerings of food, drink, and clothes are now made to these namesakes, who eat and drink and wear the clothes on behalf of the ghosts. Finally, the shades, refreshed and strengthened by the banquet, are sent away back to their graves thinly clad in the spiritual essence of the clothes, while the gross material substance of the garments is retained by their namesakes. 1398. Here the reincarnation of the dead in living is not permanent, but merely occasional and temporary. Still a special connection may well be thought to subsist at all times between the deceased and the living person who bears his or her name. M224. The foregoing facts seem to render it probable that even where a belief in the reincarnation of ancestors either is not expressly attested, or has long ceased to form part of the popular creed, many of the solemnities which attend the naming of children may have sprung originally from the widespread notion that the souls of the dead come to life again in their namesakes. 1399. M225. In some cases the period during which the name of the deceased may not be pronounced seems to bear a close relation to the time during which his mortal remains may be supposed still to hold together. Thus, of some Indian tribes on the northwest coast of America it is said that they may not speak the name of a dead person until the bones are finally disposed of. 1400. Among the Narranneri of South Australia the name might not be uttered until the corpse had decayed. 1401. In the Encounter Bay tribe of the same country the dead body is dried over a fire, packed up in mats, and carried about for several months among the scenes which had been familiar to the deceased in his life. Next it is placed on a platform of sticks and left there till it has completely decayed, whereupon the next of kin takes the skull and uses it as a drinking cup. After that the name of the departed may be uttered without offense. Were it pronounced sooner, his kinsmen would be deeply offended, and a war might be the result. 1402. The rule that the name of the dead may not be spoken until his body has molded away seems to point to a belief that the spirit continues to exist only so long as the body does so, and that, when the material frame is dissolved, the spiritual part of the man perishes with it, or goes away. or at least becomes so feeble and incapable of mischief that his name may be bandied about with impunity. 1403, this view is to some extent confirmed by the practice of the Arunta tribe in Central Australia. We have seen that among them no one may mention the name of the deceased during the period of mourning for fear of disturbing and annoying the ghost, who is believed to be walking about at large. Some of the relations of the dead man, it is true, such as his parents, elder brothers and sisters, paternal aunts, mother-in-law, and all his sons-in-law, whether actual or possible, are debarred all their lives from taking his name into their lips. But other people, including his wife, children, grandchildren, grandparents, younger brothers and sisters, and father-in-law, are free to name him so soon as he has ceased to walk the earth and hence to be dangerous. Some 12 or 18 months after his death the people seem to think that the dead man has enjoyed his liberty long enough, and that it is time to confine his restless spirit within narrower bounds. Accordingly a grand batu or ghost hunt brings the days of mourning to an end. The favorite haunt of the deceased is believed to be the burnt and deserted camp where he died. Here therefore on a certain day a band of men and women, the men armed with shields and spear throwers, assemble and begin dancing round the charred and blackened remains of the camp, shouting and beating the air with their weapons and hands in order to drive away the lingering spirit from the spot he loves too well. When the dancing is over, the whole party proceed to the grave at a run, chasing the ghost before them. It is in vain that the unhappy ghost makes a last bid for freedom, and, breaking away from the beaters, doubles back towards the camp. The leader of the party is prepared for this maneuver, and by making a long circuit adroitly cuts off the retreat of the fugitive. Finally, having run him to earth, they trample him down into the grave, dancing and stamping on the heaped-up soil, while with downward thrusts through the air they beat and force him underground. There, lying in his narrow house, flattened and prostrate under a load of earth, the poor ghost sees his widow wearing the gay feathers of the ringneck pirate in her hair, and he knows that the time of her mourning for him is over. The loud shouts of the men and women show him that they are not to be frightened and bullied by him any more, and that he had better lie quiet. But he may still watch over his friends, and guard them from harm, and visit them in dreams. 1404. Section 4. Names of kings and other sacred persons tabooed. M226. When we see that in primitive society the names of mere commoners, whether alive or dead, are matters of such anxious care, we need not be surprised that great precautions should be taken to guard from harm the names of sacred kings and priests. Thus the name of the king of Dahomey is always kept secret, lest the knowledge of it should enable some evil-minded person to do him a mischief. The appellations by which the different kings of Dahomey have been known to Europeans are not their true names, but mere titles, or what the natives call strong names, nisesi. As a rule, these strong names are the first words of sentences descriptive of certain qualities. Thus Agaja, the name by which the fourth king of the dynasty was known, was part of a sentence meaning, a spreading tree must be lopped before it can be cast into the fire. And Tekpusan, the name of the fifth king, formed the first word of a sentence, which signified, no one can take the cloth off the neck of a wild bull. The natives seem to think that no harm comes of such titles being known, since they are not, like the birth names, vitally connected with their owners. 1405. In the Gala kingdom of Gera the birth name of the sovereign may not be pronounced by a subject under pain of death, and common words which resemble it in sound are changed for others. Thus when a queen named Ka reigned over the kingdom, the word Hera, which means smoke, was exchanged for Uno. Further, as was replaced by Kulula. And Guder, potato, was dropped and Locho substituted for it. 1406. Among the Bahima of Central Africa, when the king dies, his name is abolished from the language, and if his name was that of an animal, a new appellation must be found for the creature at once. For example, the king is often called a lion. Hence at the death of a king named Lion a new name for lions in general has to be coined. 1407. Thus in the language of the Bahima the word for lion some years ago was Polygoma. But when a prominent chief of that name died, the word for lion was changed to Kachunju. Again, in the Bohema language the word for nine used to be Mwenda, a word which occurs with the same meaning but dialectical variations in the languages of other tribes of Central and Eastern Africa. But when a chief who bore the name Mwenda died, the old name for nine had to be changed, and accordingly the word Isaga has been substituted for it. 1408. In Siam it used to be difficult to ascertain the king's real name, since it was carefully kept secret from fear of sorcery. Anyone who mentioned it was clapped into jail. The king might only be referred to under certain high-sounding titles, such as the August, the Perfect, the Supreme, the Great Emperor, Descendant of the Angels, and so on. 1409. In Burma it was accounted an impiety of the deepest dye to mention the name of the reigning sovereign. Burmese subjects, even when they were far from their country, could not be prevailed upon to do so. 1410. After his accession to the throne the king was known by his royal titles only. 1411. The proper name of the Emperor of China may neither be pronounced nor written by any of his subjects. 1412. Koreans were formally forbidden, under severe penalties, to utter the king's name, which, indeed, was seldom known. 1413. When a prince ascends the throne of Cambodia he ceases to be designated by his real name. And if that name happens to be a common word in the language, the word is often changed. Thus, for example, since the reign of King Yangdong the word duong, which meant a small coin, has been replaced by dom. 1414. In the island of Sunda it is taboo to utter any word which coincides with the name of a prince or chief. 1415. The name of the Raja of Bulamongondo, a district in the west of Celebes, is never mentioned except in case of urgent necessity, and even then his pardon must be asked repeatedly before the liberty is taken. 1416. In the island of Sumba people do not mention the real name of a prince, but refer to him by the name of the first slave, whom in his youth he become master of. This slave is regarded by the chief as his second self, and he enjoys practical impunity for any misdeeds he may commit. 1417. M227. Among the Zulus no man will mention the name of the chief of his tribe or the names of the progenitors of the chief, so far as he can remember them. Nor will he utter common words which coincide with or merely resemble in sound tabooed names. As, for instance, the Zanu tribe, say Mata for Mansi, water, and Inkosta for Chanti, grass, and Mbakatu for Mkondo, Asagay, and Inyachigo for Nla, path, because their present chief is Mfano Inla, his father was Monzini, his grandfather Mkondo, and one before him Tshani. In the tribe of the Dwindwa there was a chief called Langa, which means the sun. Hence the name of the sun was changed from Langa to Gala, and so remains to this day, though Langa died more than 100 years ago. Once more, in the Jinumayo tribe the word meaning to herd cattle was changed from Alusa, or Yusa to Kajesa, because Yumayusi was the name of the chief. Besides these taboos, which were observed by each tribe separately, all the Zulu tribes united in tabooing the name of the king who reigned over the whole nation. Hence, for example, when Panda was king of Zululand, the word for a root of a tree, which is impondo, was changed to nxabo. Again, the word for lies or slander was altered from amasibo to amakwata, because amasibo contains a syllable of the name of the famous king Sechwayo. These substitutions are not, however, carried so far by the men as by the women, who omit every sound even remotely resembling one that occurs in a tabooed name. At the king's kraal, indeed, it is sometimes difficult to understand the speech of the royal wives, as they treat in this fashion the names not only of the king and his forefathers, but even of his and their brothers back for generations. When, to these tribal and national taboos we add those family taboos on the names of connections by marriage which have been already described, 1418, we can easily understand how it comes about that in Zululand every tribe has words peculiar to itself, and that the women have a considerable vocabulary of their own. Members, too, of one family may be debarred from using words employed by those of another. The women of one kraal, for instance, may call a hyena by its ordinary name. Those of the next may use the common substitute, while in a third the substitute may also be unlawful and another term may have to be invented to supply its place. Hence the Zulu language at the present day almost presents the appearance of being a double one. Indeed, for multitudes of things it possesses 3 or 4 synonyms, which through the blending of tribes are known all over Zululand. 1419. M228. In Madagascar a similar custom everywhere prevails and has resulted, as among the Zulus, in producing certain dialectic differences in the speech of the various tribes. There are no family names in Madagascar, and almost every personal name is drawn from the language of daily life and signifies some common object or action or quality, such as a bird, a beast, a tree, a plant, a color, and so on. Now, whenever one of these common words forms the name or part of the name of the chief of the tribe, it becomes sacred and may no longer be used in its ordinary signification as the name of a tree, an insect, or what not. Hence a new name for the object must be invented to replace the one which has been discarded. Often the new name consists of a descriptive epithet or a periphrasis. Thus when the Princess Fribota became queen in 1863 she took the name of Rasa Harina. Now Soharina was the word for the silkworm moth, but having been assumed as the name of the sovereign it could no longer be applied to the insect, which ever since has been called Zany Dandy, offspring of silk. So, again, if a chief had or took the name of an animal, say of the dog, Mboa, and was known as Ramboa, the animal would henceforth be called by another name, probably a descriptive one, such as the barker, Famova, or the driver away, Fandroka, etc. In the western part of Imarina there was a chief called Andrea Mamba. But Mamba was one of the names of the crocodile, so the chief subjects might not call the reptile by that name and were always scrupulous to use another. It is easy to conceive what confusion and uncertainty may thus be introduced into a language when it is spoken by many little local tribes, each ruled by a petty chief with his own sacred name. Yet there are tribes and people who submit to this tyranny of words as their fathers did before them from time immemorial. The inconvenient results of the custom are especially marked on the western coast of the island, where, on account of the large number of independent chieftains, the names of things, places, and rivers have suffered so many changes that confusion often arises, for, when once common words have been banned by the chiefs the natives will not acknowledge to have ever known them in their old sense. 1420. M229. But it is not merely the names of living kings and chiefs which are tabooed in Madagascar. The names of dead sovereigns are equally under a ban, at least in some parts of the island. Thus among the Sakalavas, when a king has died, the nobles and people meet in council round the dead body, and solemnly choose a new name by which the deceased monarch shall be henceforth known. The new name always begins with Andrian, Lord, and ends with Aravu, 1000, to signify that the late king ruled over a numerous nation. The body of the name is composed of an epithet or phrase descriptive of the deceased or of his reign. After the new name has been adopted, the old name by which the king was known during his life becomes sacred and may not be pronounced under pain of death. Further, words in the common language which bear any resemblance to the forbidden name also become sacred and have to be replaced by others. For example, after the death of King Maka the word Laka, which meant a canoe, was abandoned and the word Finrama substituted for it. When Tausi died, the word Tausi, signifying beautiful, was replaced by Senga. For similar reasons the word Antutsi, old, was changed for Matu, which properly means ripe. The word Vusi, castrated, was dropped and Manapaka, cut, adopted in its place. And the word for island, Nazi, was changed into Vario, which signifies strictly a place where there is rice. Again, when a Sakalava king named Marentitsa died, 2 words fell into disuse, namely, the word Mary or Mer meaning true, and the word Totsa meaning condition. Persons who uttered these forbidden words were looked on not only as grossly rude, but even as felons. They had committed a capital crime. However, these changes of vocabulary are confined to the district over which the deceased king reigned. In the neighboring districts, the old words continued to be employed in the old sense. 1421. Again, among the Bough, another tribe of Madagascar, the memory of their deceased kings is held in the very highest respect. The name of such kings is considered sacred, too sacred indeed for utterance, and no one is allowed to pronounce it. To such a length is this absurdity carried that the name of any person or thing whatsoever, if it bear a resemblance to the name of the deceased king, is no longer used, but some other designation is given. For instance, there was a king named Andrea Massandro. After his decease, the word Massandro was no longer employed as the name of the son, but Manica was substituted for it. 1422. An eminent authority on Madagascar has observed a curious fact, which has had a very marked influence on the Malagasy language, is the custom of no longer pronouncing the name of a dead person nor even the words which resemble it in their conclusions. The name is replaced by another. King Ramitra, since his decease, has been called Mahotenat Naravu, the prince who has conquered 1,000 foes, and a Malagasy who should utter his old name would be regarded as the murderer of the prince, and would therefore be liable to the confiscation of his property, or even to the penalty of death. It is easy accordingly to understand how the Malagasy language, when in its origin, has been corrupted, and how it comes about that at the present day there are discrepancies between the various dialects. In Manab, since the death of King Vinani, the word villainy, meaning a pot, has been replaced by Faketrahane, cooking vessel, whereas the old word continues in use in the rest of Madagascar. These changes, it is true, hardly take place, except for kings and great chiefs. 1423. M230. The sanctity attributed to the persons of chiefs in Polynesia, naturally extended also to their names, which on the primitive view are hardly separable from the personality of their owners. Hence in Polynesia, we find the same systematic prohibition to utter the names of chiefs or of common words resembling them which we have already met with in Zululand and Madagascar. Thus in New Zealand the name of a chief is held so sacred, that, when it happens to be a common word, it may not be used in the language, and another has to be found to replace it. For example, a chief, to the southward of East Cape bore the name of Maribi, which signified a knife, hence a new word, nega for knife was introduced, and the old one became obsolete. Elsewhere the word for water, wa had to be changed, because it chanced to be the name of the chief, and would have been desecrated by being applied to the vulgar fluid as well as to his sacred person. This taboo naturally produced a plentiful crop of synonyms in the Maori language, and travelers newly arrived in the country were sometimes puzzled at finding the same things called by quite different names in neighboring tribes. 1424. When a king comes to the throne in Tahiti, any words in the language that resemble his name in sound must be changed for others. In former times, if any man were so rash as to disregard this custom and to use the forbidden words, not only he but all his relations were immediately put to death. 1425. On the accession of King Otu, which happened before Vancouver's visit to Tahiti, the proper names of all the chiefs were changed, as well as 40 or 50 of the commonest words in the language, and every native was obliged to adopt the new terms, for any neglect to do so was punished with the greatest severity. 1426. When a certain king named Tu came to the throne of Tahiti, the word Tu, which means to stand, was changed to Tia. Fetu, a star, became Fisha. Tui, to strike, was turned into Tai, and so on. Sometimes, as in these instances, the new names were formed by merely changing or dropping some letter or letters of the original words. In other cases the substituted terms were entirely different words, whether chosen for their similarity of meaning though not of sound, or adopted from another dialect, or arbitrarily invented. But the changes thus introduced were only temporary. On the death of the king the new words fell into disuse, and the original ones were revived. 1427. Similarly in Samoa, when the name of a sacred chief was that of an animal or bird, the name of the animal or bird was at once changed for another, and the old one might never again be uttered in that chief's district. For example, a sacred Samoan chief was named Pia, which means flying fox. Hence in his district a flying fox was no longer called a flying fox but a bird of heaven, Manulangi. 1428. M231. In ancient Greece the names of the priests and other high officials, who had to do with the performances of the Eleusinian mysteries might not be uttered in their lifetime. To pronounce them was a legal offense. The pedant in Lucian tells how he fell in with these august personages hailing along to the police court a ribald fellow who had dared to name them, though well he knew that ever since their consecration it was unlawful to do so, because they had become anonymous, having lost their old names and acquired new and sacred titles. 1429. From two inscriptions found at Eleusis it appears that the names of the priests were committed to the depths of the sea. 1430. Probably they were engraved on tablets of bronze or lead, which were then thrown into deep water in the Gulf of Salamis. The intention doubtless was to keep the names a profound secret. And how could that be done more surely than by sinking them in the sea? What human vision could spy them glimmering far down in the dim depths of the green water? A clearer illustration of the confusion between the incorporeal and the corporeal, between the name and its material embodiment, could hardly be found than in this practice of civilized Greece. M232. In Togo, a district of West Africa, a secret religious society flourishes under the name of the U Order. Both men and women are admitted to it. The teaching and practice of the order are lewd and licentious. Murderers and debtors join it for the sake of escaping from justice, for the members are not amenable to the laws. On being initiated, everyone receives a new name, and thenceforth his or her old name may never be mentioned by anybody under penalty of a heavy fine. Should the old name be uttered in a quarrel by an uninitiated person, the aggrieved party, who seems to be oftener a woman than a man, pretends to fall into a frenzy, and in this state rushes into the house of the offender, smashes his pots, destroys the grass roof, and tears down the fence. Then she runs away into the forest, where the simple people believe that she is changed into a leopard. In truth she slings by night into the conventual buildings of the order, and is there secretly kept in comfort till the business is settled. At last she is publicly brought back by the society with great pomp, her body smeared with red earth and adorned with an artificial tail, in order to make the ignorant think that she has really been turned into a leopard. 1431. M233. When the name is held to be a vital part of the person, it is natural to suppose that the mightier the person the more potent must be his name. Hence the names of supernatural beings, such as gods and spirits, are commonly believed to be endowed with marvelous virtues, and the mere utterance of them may work wonders and disturb the course of nature. The Warmunga of Central Australia believe in a formidable but mythical snake called the Wallanqua, which lives in a pool. When they speak of it amongst themselves they designate it by another name, because they say that, were they to call the snake too often by its real name, they would lose control over the creature, and it would come out of the water and eat them all up. 1432. For this reason too, the sacred books of the Mongols, which narrate the miraculous deeds of the divinities, are allowed to be read only in spring or summer, because at other seasons the reading of them would bring on tempests or snow. 1433. When Mr. Campbell was traveling with some Bechuanas, he asked them one morning after breakfast to tell him some of their stories, but they informed him that, were they to do so before sunset, the clouds would fall from the heavens upon their heads. 1434. The Sulka of New Britain believe in a certain hostile spirit named Cod, to whose wrath they attribute earthquakes, thunder, and lightning. Among the things which provoke his vengeance is the telling of tales and legends by day. Stories should be told only at evening or night. 1435. Most of the rites of the Navajo Indians may be celebrated only in winter, when the thunder is silent and the rattlesnakes are hibernating. Were they to tell of their chief gods or narrate the myths of the days of old at any other time, the Indians believe that they would soon be killed by lightning or snake bites. When Dr. Washington Matthews was in New Mexico, he often employed as his guide and informant a liberal-minded member of the tribe who had lived with Americans and Mexicans and seemed to be free from the superstitions of his fellows. On one occasion, says Dr. Matthews, during the month of August, in the height of the rainy season, I had him in my study conversing with him. In an unguarded moment, on his part, I led him into a discussion about the gods of his people, and neither of us had noticed a heavy storm coming over the crest of the Zuni Mountains, close by. We were just talking of Estsanatlahi, the goddess of the west, when the house was shaken by a terrific peal of thunder. He rose at once, pale and evidently agitated, and, whispering hoarsely, "Wait till Christmas." "They're angry," he hurried away. I have seen many such evidences of the deep influence of this superstition on them. 1436, among the Iroquois the rehearsal of tales of wonder formed the chief entertainment at the fireside in winter. But all the summer long, from the time when the trees began to bud in spring till the red leaves of autumn began to fall, these marvelous stories were hushed and historical traditions took their place. 1437, other Indian tribes also will only tell their mythic tales in winter, when the snow lies like a pall on the ground, and lakes and rivers are covered with sheets of ice. For then the spirits underground cannot hear the stories in which their names are made free with by merry groups gathered round the fire. 1438, the Yabanes of German New Guinea tell their magical tales especially at the time when the yams have been gathered and are stored in the houses. Such tales are told at evening by the light of the fire to a circle of eager listeners, the narrative being broken from time to time with a song in which the hearers join. The telling of these stories is believed to promote the growth of the crops. Hence each tale ends with a wish that there may be many yams, that the taro may be big, the sugar cane thick, and the bananas long. 1439. M234, among the Kwakiutl Indians of British Columbia the superstition about names has affected in a very curious way the social structure of the tribe. The nobles have two different sets of names, one for use in winter, and the other in summer. Their winter names are those which were given them at initiation by their guardian spirits, and as these spirits appear to their devotees only in winter, the names which they bestowed on the Indians may not be pronounced in summer. Conversely, the summer names may not be used in winter. The change from summer to winter names takes place from the moment when the spirits are supposed to be present, and it involves a complete transformation of the social system. For whereas, during summer the people are grouped in clans, in winter they are grouped in societies, each society consisting of all persons who have been initiated by the same spirit and have received from him the same magical powers. Thus among these Indians the fundamental constitution of society changes with the seasons. In summer it is organized on a basis of kin, in winter on a basis of spiritual affinity. For one half the year it is civil, for the other half religious. 1440. Section 5. Names of gods to boot. M235. Primitive man creates his gods in his own image. Xenophanes remarked long ago that the complexion of Negro gods was black and their noses flat. That Thracian gods were ruddy and blue-eyed. And that if horses, oxen, and lions only believed in gods and had hands wherewith to portray them, they would doubtless fashion their deities in the form of horses, and oxen, and lions. 1441. Hence just as the furtive savage conceals his real name because he fears that sorcerers might make an evil use of it, so he fancies that his gods must likewise keep their true names secret, lest other gods or even men should learn the mystic sounds and thus be able to conjure with them. Nowhere was this crude conception of the secrecy and magical virtue of the divine name more firmly held or more fully developed than in ancient Egypt, where the superstitions of a dateless past were embalmed in the hearts of the people hardly less effectually than the bodies of cats and crocodiles and the rest of the divine menagerie in the rock-cut tombs. The conception is well illustrated by a story which tells how the subtle Isis wormed his secret name from Ra, the great Egyptian god of the sun. Isis, so runs the tale, was a woman mighty in words, and she was weary of the world of men, and yearned after the world of the gods. And she meditated in her heart, saying, "Cannot I by virtue of the great name of Ra make myself a goddess, and reign like him in heaven and earth?" For Ra had many names, but the great name which gave him all power over gods and men was known to none but himself. Now the god was by this time grown old. He slowbeard at the mouth, and his spittle fell upon the ground. So Isis gathered at the spittle and the earth with it, and kneaded thereof a serpent, and laid it in the path where the great god passed every day to his double kingdom, after his heart's desire. And when he came forth according to his wont, attended by all his company of gods, the sacred serpent stung him, and the god opened his mouth and cried, and his cry went up to heaven. And the company of gods cried, "What aileth thee?" And the gods shouted, "Lo and behold!" But he could not answer. His jaws rattled, his limbs shook, the poison ran through his flesh as the Nile floweth over the land. When the great god had stilled his heart, he cried to his followers, "Come to me, O my children, offspring of my body. I am a prince, the son of a prince, the divine seed of a god. My father devised my name. My father and my mother gave me my name, and it remained hidden in my body since my birth, that no magician might have magic power over me. I went out to behold that which I have made, I walked in the two lands which I have created, and lo! Something stung me. What it was, I know not. Was it fire? Was it water? My heart is on fire, my flesh trembleth, all my limbs do quake. Bring me the children of the gods with hailing words and understanding lips, whose power reacheth to heaven." Then came to him the children of the gods, and they were very sorrowful. And Isis came with her craft, whose mouth is full of the breath of life, whose spells chase pain away, whose word maketh the dead to live. She said, "What is it, divine Father? What is it?" The holy god opened his mouth, he spake and said, "I went upon my way, I walked after my heart's desire in the two regions which I have made, to behold that which I have created, and lo! A serpent that I saw not, stung me. Is it fire? Is it water? I am colder than water, I am hotter than fire, all my limbs sweat, I tremble, mine eye is not steadfast, I behold not the sky, the moisture bedeweth my face as in summer time." Then spake Isis, "Tell me thy name, divine Father, for the man shall live who is called by his name." Then answered Ra, "I created the heavens and the earth, I ordered the mountains, I made the great and wide sea, I stretched out the two horizons like a curtain. I am he who openeth his eyes and it is light, and who shutteth them and it is dark. At his command the Nile recedeth, but the gods know not his name. I am Khepra in the morning, I am Ra at noon, I am Tum at eve." But the poison was not taken away from him. It pierced deeper, and the great god could no longer walk. Then said Isis to him, "That was not thy name that thou spakest unto me. O tell it me, that the poison may depart. For he shall live whose name is named." Now the poison burned like fire, it was hotter than the flame of fire. The god said, "I consent that Isis shall search into me, and that my name shall pass from my breast into hers." Then the god hid himself from the gods, and his place in the ship of eternity was empty. Thus was the name of the great god taken from him, and Isis, the witch, spake, "Flow away poison, depart from Ra. It is I, even I, who overcome the poison and cast it to the earth. For the name of the great god hath been taken away from him. Let Ra live and let the poison die." Thus spake great Isis, the queen of the gods, she who knows Ra and his true name. 1442. M236. Thus we see that the real name of the god, with which his power was inextricably bound up, was supposed to be lodged, in an almost physical sense, somewhere in his breast, from which it could be extracted by a sort of surgical operation and transferred with all its supernatural powers to the breast of another. In Egypt, attempts like that of Isis to appropriate the power of a high god by possessing herself of his name were not mere legends told of the mythical beings of a remote past. Every Egyptian magician aspired to wield like powers by similar means. For it was believed that he who possessed the true name possessed the very being of God or man, and could force even a deity to obey him as a slave obeys his master. Thus the art of the magician consisted in obtaining from the gods a revelation of their sacred names, and he left no stone unturned to accomplish his end. When once a god in a moment of weakness or forgetfulness had imparted to the wizard the wondrous lore, the deity had no choice but to submit humbly to the man or pay the penalty of his contumacy. 1443, in one papyrus we find the god Typhon thus adjured, I invoke thee by thy true names, in virtue of which thou canst not refuse to hear me. And in another the magician threatens Osiris that if the god does not do his bidding he will name him aloud in the port of Busiris. 1444, so in the Lucan the Thessalian witch whom Sextus Pompus consulted before the battle of Pharsalia threatens to call up the Furies by their real names if they will not do her bidding. 1445, in modern Egypt, the magician still works his old enchantments by the same ancient means. Only the name of the god by which he conjures is different. The man who knows the most great name of God can, we are told, by the mere utterance of it kill the living, raise the dead, transport himself instantly, wherever he pleases, and perform any other miracle. 1446, similarly among the Arabs of North Africa at the present day the power of the name is such that when one knows the proper names the jinn can scarcely help answering the call and obeying. They are the servants of the magical names. In this case the incantation has a constraining quality which is, for the most part, very strongly marked. When Ibn al-Jaddij at-Lamsani relates how the jinn yielded up their secrets to him, he says, I once met the 7 kings of the jinn in a cave and I asked them to teach me the way in which they attack men and women, causing them to fall sick, smiting them, paralyzing them, and the like. They all answered me, if it were anybody but you we would teach that to nobody, but you have discovered the bonds, the spells, and the names which compel us. Were it not for the names by which you have constrained us, we would not have answered to your call. 1447, so too, the Chinese of ancient times were dominated by the notion that beings are intimately associated with their names, so that a man's knowledge of the name of a spectre might enable him to exert power over the latter and to bend it to his will. 1448. M237, the belief in the magic virtue of divine names was shared by the Romans. When they sat down before a city, the priests addressed the guardian deity of the place in a set form of prayer or incantation, inviting him to abandon the beleaguered city and come over to the Romans, who would treat him as well as or better than he had ever been treated in his old home. Hence the name of the guardian deity of Rome was kept a profound secret, lest the enemies of the Republic might lure him away, even as the Romans themselves had induced many gods to desert, like rats, the falling fortunes of cities that had sheltered them in happier days. 1449, nay, the real name, not merely of its guardian deity, but of the city itself, was wrapped in mystery and might never be uttered, not even in the sacred rites. A certain Valerius Ornus, who dared to divulge the priceless secret, was put to death or came to a bad end. 1450, in like manner, it seems, the ancient Assyrians were forbidden to mention the mystic names of their cities. 1451, and down to modern times the Cheremiss of the Caucasus keep the names of the communal villages secret from motives of superstition. 1452. M238, if the reader has had the patience to follow this long and perhaps tedious examination of the superstitions attaching to personal names, he will probably agree that the mystery in which the names of royal personages are so often shrouded is no isolated phenomenon, no arbitrary expression of courtly servility and adulation, but merely the particular application of a general law of primitive thought, which includes within its scope common folk and gods as well as kings and priests. Section 6. Common words to boot. M239, but personal names are not the only words which superstitious fears have banished from everyday use. In many cases similar motives forbid certain persons at certain times to call common things by common names, thus obliging them either to refrain from mentioning these things, altogether or to designate them by special terms or phrases reserved for such occasions. A consideration of these cases follows naturally on an examination of the taboos imposed upon personal names. For personal names are themselves very often ordinary terms of language, so that an embargo laid on them necessarily extends to many expressions current in the commerce of daily life. And though a survey of some of the intricatics on common words is not strictly necessary for our immediate purpose, it may serve usefully to complete our view of the transforming influence which superstition has exercised on language. I shall make no attempt to subject the examples to a searching analysis or a rigid classification, but will set them down as they come in a rough geographical order. And, since my native land furnishes as apt instances of the superstition as any other, we may start on around from Scotland. M240, in the Atlantic Ocean, about 6 leagues to the west of Gallen Head, in the Lewis, lies a small group of rocky islets known as the Flannan Islands. Sheep and wildfowl are now their only inhabitants, but remains of what are described as druidical temples and the title of the sacred isles given them by Buchanan suggest that in days gone by piety or superstition may have found a safe retreat from the turmoil of the world, in these remote solitudes, where the dashing of the waves and the strident scream of the seabirds are almost the only sounds that break the silence. Once a year, in summer time, the inhabitants of the adjacent lands of the Lewis, who have a right to these islands, cross over to them to fleece their sheep and kill the wildfowl for the sake both of their flesh and their feathers. They regard the islands as invested with a certain sanctity, and have been heard to say that none ever yet landed in them but found himself more disposed to devotion there than anywhere else. Accordingly the fowlers who go thither are bound, during the whole of the time that they ply their business, to observe very punctiliously certain quaint customs, the transgression of which would be sure, in their opinion, to entail some serious inconvenience. When they have landed and fastened their boat to the side of a rock, they clamber up into the island by a wooden ladder, and no sooner are they got to the top, than they all uncover their heads and make a turn sideways round about, thanking God for their safety. On the biggest of the islands are the ruins of a chapel dedicated to Saint Flannan. When the men come within about 20 paces of the altar, they all strip themselves of their upper garments at once and betake themselves to their devotions, praying thrice before they begin fowling. On the first day the first prayer is offered as they advance towards the chapel on their knees. The second is said as they go round the chapel, and the third is said in or hard by the ruins. They also pray thrice every evening, and account it unlawful to kill a fowl after evening prayers, as also to kill a fowl at any time with a stone. Another ancient custom forbids the crew to carry home in the boat any suit of the sheep they slaughter in the islands, however many they may kill. But what here chiefly concerns us is that so long as they stay on the islands they are strictly forbidden to use certain common words, and are obliged to substitute others for them. Thus it is absolutely unlawful to call the island of St. Kilda, which lies 30 leagues to the southward, by its proper Gaelic name of Ert. They must call it only the High Country. They may not so much as once name the islands in which they are fowling by the ordinary name of Flannan. They must speak only of the country. There are several other things that must not be called by their common names, for example Visk, which in the language of the natives signifies water, they call burn. A rock, which in their language is crag, must here be called craggy, that is hard. Shore in their language expressed by claddock, must here be called va, that is a cave. Sour in their language is expressed gourd, but must here be called gar, that is sharp. Slippery, which is expressed bog, must be called soft. And several other things to this purpose. 1453, when Highlanders were in a boat at sea, whether sailing or fishing, they were forbidden to call things by the names by which they were known on land. Thus the boat hook should not be called a croman, but a cleobe. A knife not chin, but the sharp one, a gear. A seal not ron, but the bald beast, beist hail. A fox not shanak, but the red dog, medad ruid. The stone for anchoring the boat not clack, but hardness, cruid. This practice now prevails much more on the east coast than on the west, where it may be said to be generally extinct. It is reported to be carefully observed by the fishermen about the Cromarty Firth. 1454. Among the words tabooed by fishermen in the north of Scotland when they are at sea are minister, salmon, hare, rabbit, rat, pig, and porpoise. At the present day, if some of the boats that come to the herring fishing at Wick should meet a salmon boat from Ray in Caithness, the herring men will not speak to, nor even look at, the salmon fishers. 1455. M241. When Shetland fishermen are at sea, they employ a nomenclature peculiar to the occasion, and hardly anything may be mentioned by its usual name. The substituted terms are mostly of Norwegian origin, for the Norway men were reported to be good fishers. 1456. In setting their lines, the Shetland fishermen are bound to refer to certain objects only by some special words or phrases. Thus a knife is then called a skewney or tully. A church becomes Bough or Bainhus. A minister is Upstanda or Hydeen or Prestinggalda. The devil is Da Wald Shield, Da Sorrow, Da Ill Health, or Da Black Teeth. A cat is Cursor, Fitting, Vingla, or Fuden. 1457. On the northeast coast of Scotland there are some villages, of which the inhabitants never pronounce certain words and family names when they are at sea. Each village has its peculiar aversion to one or more of these words, among which are minister, kirk, swine, salmon, trout, and dog. When a church has to be referred to, as often happens, since some of the churches serve as landmarks to the fishermen at sea, it is spoken of as the Bellhouse instead of the kirk. A minister is called the manwai, the blackwit. It is particularly unlucky to utter the word sow or swine or pig while the line is being baited. If anyone is foolish enough to do so, the line is sure to be lost. In some villages on the coast of Fife, a fisherman who hears the ill omen word spoken will cry out cold iron. In the village of Bucky there are some family names, especially Ross, and in a less degree Cal, which no fisherman will pronounce. If one of these names be mentioned in the hearing of a fisherman, he spits or, as he calls it, chiffs. Anyone who bears the dreaded name is called a chiffroot, and is referred to only by a circumlocution such as the man it dis so and so, or the lord it lives at such and such a place. During the herring season, men who are unlucky enough to inherit the tabooed names have little chance of being hired in the fishing boats. And sometimes, if they have been hired before their names were known, they have been refused their wages at the end of the season, because the boat in which they sailed had not been successful, and the bad luck was set down to their presence in it. 1458. Although in Scotland superstitions of this kind appear to be specially incident to the callings of fishermen and fowlers, other occupations are not exempt from them. Thus in the Outer Hebrides the fire of a kiln is not called fire, teen but agiel. Such a fire, it is said, is a dangerous thing, and ought not to be referred to except by a euphemism. Evil be to him who called it fire or who named fire in the kiln. It was considered the next thing to setting it on fire. 1459. Again, in some districts of Scotland a brewer would have resented the use of the word water in reference to the work in which he was engaged. Water be your part of it, was the common retort. It was supposed that the use of the word would spoil the brewing. 1460. The Highlanders say that when you meet a hobgoblin, and the fiend asks what is the name of your dirk, you should not call it a dirk, biodag, but my father's sister, Piuthar Mathar, or my grandmother's sister, Piuthar Moshinimher, or by some similar title. If you do not observe this precaution, the goblin will lay such an enchantment on the blade that you will be unable to stab him with it. The dirk will merely make a tinkling noise against the soft and palpable body of the fiend. 1461. M242. Manx fishermen think it unlucky to mention a horse or a mouse on board a fishing boat. 1462. The fishermen of Dieppe on board their boats will not speak of several things, for instance priests and cats. 1463. German huntsmen, from motives of superstition, call everything by names, different from those in common use. 1464. In some parts of Bavaria the farmer will not mention a fox by its proper name, lest his poultry yard should suffer from the ravages of the animal. So instead of Fuchs he calls the beast Loinal, Henaloinal, Henating, or Henabu. 1465. In Prussia and Lithuania they say that in the month of December you should not call a wolf but the vermin, das worm, otherwise you will be torn in pieces by the wary wolves. 1466. In various parts of Germany it is a rule that certain animals may not be mentioned by their proper names in the mystic season between Christmas and Twelfth Night. Thus in Thuringen they say that if you would be spared by the wolves you must not mention their name at this time. 1467. In Mecklenburg people think that, were they to name a wolf on one of these days the animal would appear. A shepherd would rather mention the devil than the wolf at this season. And we read of a farmer who had a bailiff named Wolf, but did not dare to call the man by his name between Christmas and Twelfth Night, referring to him, instead as Herr und Art, Mr. Monster. In Quatzow, a village of Mecklenburg, there are many animals whose common names are deceased at this season and replaced by others, thus a fox is called Longtail, and a mouse-like runner, Bowlipper. Any person who disregards the custom has to pay a fine. 1468. In the Mark of Brandenburg they say that between Christmas and Twelfth Night you should not speak of mice as mice but as dinger. Otherwise the field mice would multiply excessively. 1469. According to the Swedish popular belief, there are certain animals which should never be spoken of by their proper names, but must always be signified by euphemisms and convolutions to their character. Thus, if you speak slightingly of the cat or beat her, you must be sure not to mention her name. For she belongs to the hellish crew, and is a friend of the mountain troll, whom she often visits. Great caution is also needed in talking of the cuckoo, the owl, and the magpie, for they are birds of witchery. The fox must be called Bluefoot, or he that goes in the forest. And rats are the long-bodied, mice the small grey, and the seal brother Lars. Swedish herd girls, again, believe that if the wolf and the bear be called by other than their proper and legitimate names, they will not attack the herd. Hence they give these brutes names which they fancy will not hurt their feelings. The number of endearing appellations lavished by them on the wolf is legion. They call him Golden Tooth, the Silent One, Grey Legs, and so on. While the bear is referred to by the respectful titles of the Old Man, Grandfather, 12-Man Strength, Golden Feet, and more of the same sort. Even inanimate things are not always to be called by their usual names. For instance, fire is sometimes to be called eat, head and not eldor, l. Water for brewing must be called lag or lu, not vatn, else the beer would not turn out so well. 1470. The Huzels of the Carpathians, a pastoral people, who dread the ravages of wild beasts on their flocks and herds, are unwilling to mention the bear by his proper name, so they call him respectfully the little uncle or the big one. In like manner, and for similar reasons they name the wolf the little one and the serpent the long one. 1471. They may not say that wool is scalded, or in the heat of summer the sheep would rub themselves till their sides were raw. So they merely say that the wool is warmed. 1472. The Lapps fear to call the bear by his true name, lest he should ravage their herds. So they speak of him as the old man with the coat of skin, and in cooking his flesh to furnish a meal they may not refer to the work they are engaged in as cooking, but must designate it by a special term. 1473. The Finns speak of the bear as the apple of the wood, beautiful honey paw, the pride of the thicket, the old man, and so on. 1474. And in general a Finnish hunter thinks that he will have poor sport if he calls animals by their real names. The beasts resent it. The fox and the hare are only spoken of as game, and the lynx is termed the forest cat, lest it should devour the sheep. 1475. Estonian peasants are very loth to mention wild beasts by their proper names, for they believe that the creatures will not do so much harm if only they are called by other names than their own. hence they speak of the bear as Broadfoot and the wolf as Grey Coat. 1476. M243. The natives of Siberia are unwilling to call a bear. They speak of him as the little old man, the master of the forest, the sage, the respected one. Some who are more familiar style him my cousin. 1477. The Kamchatkans reverence the whale, the bear, and the wolf from fear, and never mention their names when they meet them, believing that they understand human speech. 1478. Further, they think that mice also understand the Kamchatkan language. So in autumn, when they rob the field mice of the bulbs which these little creatures have laid up in their burrows as a store against winter, they call everything by names different from the ordinary ones, lest the mice should know what they were saying. Moreover, they leave odds and ends, such as old rags, broken needles, cedar nuts, and so forth, in the burrows, to make the mice think that the transaction has been not a robbery but a fair exchange. If they did not do that, they fancy that the mice would go and drown or hang themselves out of pure vexation. And then what would the Kamchatkans do, without the mice to gather the bulbs for them? They also speak kindly to the animals, and beg them not to take it ill, explaining that what they do is done out of pure friendship. 1479. The Cherokee Indians regard the rattlesnake as a superior being and take great pains not to offend him. They never say that a man has been bitten by a snake but that he has been scratched by a briar. In like manner, when an eagle has been shot for a ceremonial dance, it is announced that a snowbird has been killed. The purpose is to deceive the spirits of rattlesnakes or eagles which might be listening. 1480. The Eskimo of Bering Strait think that some animals can hear and understand what is said of them at a distance. Hence, when a hunter is going out to kill bears he will speak of them with the greatest respect and give out that he is going to hunt some other beast. Thus the bears will be deceived and taken unawares. 1481. Among the Eskimo of Baffinland, women in mourning may not mention the names of any animals. 1482. Among the Thompson Indians of British Columbia, children may not name the coyote or prairie wolf in winter, lest he should turn on his back and so bring cold weather. 1483. M244. The Arabs call a man who has been bitten by a snake the sound 1. Leprosy or the scab they designate the blessed disease. The left side they name the lucky side. They will not speak of a lion by his right name, but refer to him as for example the fox. 1484. In Africa the lion is alluded to with the same ceremonious respect as the wolf and the bear in northern Europe and Asia. The Arabs of Algeria, who hunt the lion, speak of him as Mr. John Johnson, Johann Ben El Johann, because he has the noblest qualities of man and understands all languages. Hence too, the first huntsman to catch sight of the beast points at him with his finger, and says, he is not there. For if he were to say he is there, the lion would eat him up. 1485. Except under dire necessity the Wazigwas of Eastern Africa never mention the name of the lion from fear of attracting him. They call him the owner of the land or the great beast. 1486. The Negroes of Angola always use the word Ghana, sir, in speaking of the same noble animal, because they think that he is fetish and would not fail to punish them for disrespect if they omitted to do so. 1487. Bushmen and Bechuanas both deem it unlucky to speak of the lion by his proper name. The Bechuanas call him the boy with the beard. 1488. During an epidemic of smallpox in Mombasa, British East Africa, it was noticed that the people were unwilling to mention the native name, Dewey, of the disease. They referred to it either as grains of corn, tet, or simply as the bad disease. 1489. So the Chinese of Amoy are averse to speak of fever by its proper name. They prefer to call it beggar's disease, hoping thereby to make the demons of fever imagine that they despise it, and that therefore it would be useless to attack them. 1490. Some of the natives of Nigeria dread the owl as a bird of ill omen and are loath to mention its name, preferring to speak of it by means of a circumlocution, such as the bird that makes one afraid. 1491. The Herero think that if They see a snake and call it by its name, the reptile will sting them, but that if they call it a strap, O movie, it will lie still. 1492. When Nandi warriors are out on an expedition, they may not call a knife a knife, chipkaswat. They must call it an arrow for bleeding cattle, long it. And none of the party may utter the usual word employed in greeting meals. 1493. In Madagascar there seems to be an aversion to pronouncing the word for lightning, veretra. The word for mud, fotaka, is sometimes substituted for it. 1494. Again, it is strictly forbidden to mention the word for crocodile, mambo, near some rivers of Madagascar. And if clothes should be wetted in certain other rivers of the island, you may not say that they are wet, lina. You must say that they are on fire, may, or that they are drinking water, misotro, rano. 1495. A certain spirit, who used to inhabit a lake in Madagascar, entertained a rooted aversion to salt, so that whenever the thing was carried past the lake in which he resided it had to be called by another name, or it would all have been dissolved and lost. The persons whom he inspired had to veil their references to the obnoxious article under the disguise of sweet peppers. 1496. In a West African story we read of a man who was told that he would die if ever the word for salt was pronounced in his hearing. The fatal word was pronounced, and die he did, sure enough, but he soon came to life again with the help of a magical wooden pestle of which he was a lucky possessor. 1497. M245. In India the animals whose names are most commonly tabooed are the snake and the tiger, but the same tribute of respect is paid to other beasts also. Sayyid Muslimans of high rank in northern India say that you should never call a snake by its proper name, but always describe it either as a tiger, her, or a string, rasi. 1498. In Telangana the euphemistic name for snake, which should always be employed, is worm or insect, purugu. If you call a cobra by its proper name, the creature will haunt you for 7 years and bite you at the first opportunity. 1499. Ignorant Bengali women will not mention a snake or a thief by their proper names at night, for fear that one or other might appear. When they have to allude to a serpent, they call it the creeping thing. When they speak of a thief, they say the unwelcome visitor. 1500. Other euphemisms for the snake in northern India are maternal uncle and rope. They say that if a snake bites you, you should not mention its name, but merely observe a rope has touched me. 1501. Natives of Travancore are careful not to speak disrespectfully of serpents. A cobra is called the good lord, Nalatambaran, or the good snake, Nalapambu. While the Malayalis of the Shrivari Hills are hunting the tiger, they speak of the beast only as the dog. 1502. The Kannaras of southern India call the tiger either the dog or the jackal. They think that if they called him by his proper name, he would be sure to carry off one of them. 1503. The jungle people of northern India, who meet the tiger in his native haunts, will not pronounce his name, but speak of him as the jackal, judar, or the beast, janwar, or use some other euphemistic term. In some places they treat the wolf and the bear in the same fashion. 1504. The Pankas of South Mirzapur will not name the tiger, bear, camel, or donkey by their proper names. The camel they call long neck. Other tribes of the same district only scruple to mention certain animals in the morning. Thus, the Karwars, a Dravidian tribe, will not name a pig, squirrel, hare, jackal, bear, monkey, or donkey in the morning hours. If they have to allude to these animals at that time, they call them by special names. For instance, they call the hare the four-footed one, or he that hides in the rocks. While they speak of the bear as Jagaria, which being interpreted means, he with the liver of compassion. If the Buyers are absolutely obliged to refer to a monkey or a bear in the morning, they speak of the monkey as the tree climber and the bear as the eater of wild ants. They would not mention a crocodile. Among the Padaris the matutinal title of the bear is the hairy creature. 1505. The Kauls, a Dravidian race of northern India, will not speak of death or beasts of prey by their proper names in the morning. their name for the tiger at that time of day is he with the claws, and for the elephant he with the teeth. 1506, the forests of the Sundarbans, the district at the mouth of the Ganges, are full of man-eating tigers, and the annual loss of life among the woodcutters is heavy. Here accordingly the ferocious animal is not called a tiger but a jackal, shal. 1507. M246, in Annam the fear inspired by tigers, elephants, and other wild animals induces the people to address these creatures with the greatest respect as lord or grandfather, lest the beasts should take umbrage and attack them. 1508, the tiger reigns supreme in the forests of Tonquin and Cochin China, and the peasants honor him as a maleficent deity. In talking of him they always call him Ong, which means monsieur or grandfather. They are convinced that if they dare to speak of him disrespectfully, he would avenge the insult. 1509, in Siam there are many people who would never venture to utter the words tiger or crocodile in a spot where these terrible creatures might be in hiding, lest the sound of their name should attract the attention of the beasts towards the speakers. 1510, when the Malays of Patani Bay in Siam are in the jungle, and think there is a tiger near, they will either speak of him in complimentary terms as the grandfather of the woods or only mention him in a whisper. 1511, in Laos, while a man is out hunting elephants he is obliged to give conventional names to all common objects, which creates a sort of special language for elephant hunters. 1512, so when the Khams and Urangli of Indochina are searching for the precious eaglewood in the forest, they must employ an artificial jargon to designate most objects of everyday life. Thus, for example, fire is called the red, a shigut becomes a spider, and so on. Some of the terms which compose the jargon are borrowed from the dialects of neighboring tribes. 1513, when the Mentras or Aborigines of Malacca are searching for what they call gawaru, lignum aloes, they are obliged to use a special language, avoiding the words in ordinary use. At such times they call gawaru by the name of tabak, and they speak of a snake as the long animal and of the elephant as a great animal. They have also to observe a number of other taboos, particularly in the matter of diet. If a man has found a promising gawaru tree, and on going home dreams that the guardian spirit of the tree, hand gawaru, demands a human victim as the price of his property, the dreamer will try next day to catch somebody asleep and to smear his forehead with lime. This is a sign to the guardian spirit of the tree, who accordingly carries away the soul of the sleeper to the land of the dead by means of a fever or other ailment, whereas the original dreamer gets a good supply of aloes wood. 1514. M247, at certain seasons of the year parties of Jackans and Binuas go out to seek for camphor in the luxuriant forests of their native country, which is the narrow southern extremity of the Malay Peninsula, the land's end of Asia. They are absent for 3 or 4 months together, and during the whole of this time the use of the ordinary Malay language is forbidden to them, and they have to speak a special language called by them the Bahasa Kapur, camphor language, or Pantang. 1515 Kapur. Indeed, not only have the searchers to employ this peculiar language, but even the men and women who stay at home in the villages are obliged to speak it while the others are away looking for the camphor. They believe that a spirit presides over the camphor trees, and that without propitiating him they could not obtain the precious gum. The shrill cry of a species of cicada, heard at night, is supposed to be the voice of the spirit. If they failed to employ the camphor language, they think that they would have great difficulty in finding the camphor trees, and that even when they did find them the camphor would not yield itself up to the collector. The camphor language consists in great part of words which are either Malayan or of Malay origin. But it also contains many words which are not Malayan but are presumed to be remains of the original Jackan dialects now almost extinct in these districts. The words derived from Malayan are formed in many cases by merely substituting a descriptive phrase for the common term. Thus instead of rice they say grass fruit. Instead of gun they say far-sounding. The epithet short-legged is substituted for hog. Hair is referred to as leaves, and so on. 1516, so when the Batas or Bataks of Sumatra have gone out to search for camphor, they must abandon the speech of daily life as soon as they reach the camphor forest. For example, if they wish to speak of the forest, they may not use the ordinary word for it, Holton, but must call it Karingeditoing. When they have fixed on a spot in which to try their luck, they set up a booth and clear a space in front of it to serve as a place of sacrifice. Here, after summoning the camphor spirit, Baronakapo, by playing on a flute, they offer sacrifice to him repeatedly. Then they lie down to dream of the place where camphor is to be found. If this succeeds, the leader goes and chooses the tree. When it has been cut down to the accompaniment of certain spells or incantations, one of the men runs and wraps the top of the fallen tree in a garment to prevent the camphor from escaping from the trunk before they have secured it. Then the tree is cleft and split up in the search for the camphor crystals, which are to be found in the fibers of the wood. 1517. Similarly, when the Kains of Borneo are searching for camphor, they talk a language invented solely for their use at this time. The camphor itself is never mentioned by its proper name, but is always referred to as the thing that smells. And all the tools employed in collecting the drug receive fanciful names. Unless they conform to this rule, they suppose that the camphor crystals, which are found only in the crevices of the wood, will elude them. 1518. The Malamo tribes of Borneo observe the same custom very strictly, believing that the crystals would immediately dissolve if they spoke anything but the camphor language. 4. Example. The common Malana word for return is muli, but in presence of a camphor tree they say badaku. Again, too hot is palam in the Malano language, but when they are looking for camphor they say cryan. In like manner, all common names for implements and food are exchanged for others. In some tribes the camphor seekers may never mention the names of chiefs and influential men. If they broke this rule, they would find no camphor in the trees. 1519. M248. In the western states of the Malay Peninsula the chief industry is tin mining, and odd ideas prevail among the natives as to the nature and properties of the ore. They regard it as alive and growing, sometimes in the shape of a buffalo, which makes its way from place to place underground. Ore of inferior quality is excused on the score of its tender ears. It will no doubt improve as it grows older. Not only is the tin believed to be under the protection and command of certain spirits who must be propitiated, but it is even supposed to have its own special likes and dislikes for certain persons and things. Hence the Malays deem it advisable to treat tin ore with respect, to consult its convenience, nay, to conduct the business of mining in such a way that the ore may, as it were, be extracted without its own knowledge. When such are their ideas about the mineral, it is no wonder that the miners scruple to employ certain words in the mines, and replace them by others which are less likely to give offense to the ore or its guardian spirits. Thus, for example, the elephant must not be called an elephant but the tall one who turns himself about. And in like manner special words, different from those in common use, are employed by the miners to designate the cat, the buffalo, the snake, the centipede, tin sand, metallic tin, and lemons. Lemons are particularly distasteful to the spirits. They may not be brought into the mines. 1520. Again, the Malay wizard, who is engaged in snaring pigeons with the help of a decoy bird and a calling tube, must on no account call things by their common names. The tiny conical hut, in which he sits waiting for the wild pigeons to come fluttering about him, goes by the high-sounding name of the magic prince, perhaps with a delicate allusion to its noble inmate. The calling tube is known as Prince Distraction, doubtless on account of the extraordinary fascination it exercises on the birds. The decoy pigeon receives the name of the squatting princess, and the rod with the news at the end of it, which serves to catch the unwary birds, is disguised under the title of Prince Invitation. Everything, in fact, is on a princely scale, so far at least, as words can make it so. The very noose is destined to be slipped over the necks or legs of the little struggling prisoners are dignified by the title of King Solomon's necklaces and armlets. And the trap into which the birds are invited to walk is variously described as King Solomon's audience chamber, or a palace tower, or an ivory hall carpeted with silver, and railed with amalgam. What pigeon could resist these manifold attractions, especially when it is addressed by the respectful title of Princess Caper or Princess Syrup or Princess Pudding? 1521. Again, the fisher folk on the east coast of the Malay Peninsula, like their brethren in Scotland, are reluctant to mention the names of birds or beasts while they are at sea. All animals then go by the name of Jew, a meaningless word which is believed not to be understood by the creatures to whom it refers. Particular kinds of animals are distinguished by appropriate epithets. The pig is a grunting Jew, the buffalo is the Jew that says ack, the snipe is the Jew that cries kek kek, and so on. 1522. In this respect the fishermen of Patani Bay class together sea spirits, Buddhist monks, beasts, and reptiles. These are all Jew and their common names may not be mentioned at sea. But, curiously enough, they lay no such embargo on the names of fish and birds, except the vulture and domestic fowls and ducks. At sea the vulture is named bald head, the tiger striped, the snake weaver sword, the horse fast, and a species of monkey long tail. The human foot is called tortoise, and a Buddhist monk yellow on account of the color of his robe. These Malay fishermen are at least as unwilling to speak of a Buddhist monk at sea as Scotch fishermen are to mention a minister in similar circumstances. If one of them mentions a monk, his mates will fall on him and beat him. Whereas for other slips of the tongue they think it enough to throw a little bilge water over the back of the transgressor and to say, "May the ill luck be dismissed." The use of this special language is even more obligatory by night than by day. On shore the fishermen make very merry over those lubberly landsmen who cannot talk correctly at sea. 1523. In like manner Akinese fishermen, in northern Sumatra, employ a special vocabulary when they are at sea. Thus they may not call a mountain, or mountain high billows would swamp the boat. They refer to it as high ground. They may not speak of an elephant by its proper name of Gajah, but must call it Pomura. If a man wishes to say that something is clear, he must not use the ordinary word for clear, lhu, because it bears the meaning also of free, loose. And the utterance of such a word might enable the fish to get free from the net and escape. Instead of lhu he must therefore employ the less dangerous synonym lumka. In like manner, we are told, among the fishermen of the north coast of Java whole lists of words might be compiled which are tabooed at sea and must be replaced by others. 1524. M249. In Sumatra the spirits of the gold mines are treated with as much deference as the spirits of the tin mines in the Malay Peninsula. Tin, ivory, and the like may not be brought by the miners to the scene of their operations, for at the scent of such things the spirits of the mine would cause the gold to vanish. For the same reason it is forbidden to refer to certain things by their proper names, and in speaking of them the miners must use other words. In some cases, for example in removing the grains of the gold, a deep silence must be observed. No commands may be given or questions asked. 1525. Probably because the removal of the precious metal is regarded as a theft which the spirits would punish if they caught the thieves in the act. Certainly the Dayaks believe that gold has a soul which seeks to avenge itself on men who dig the precious metal. But the angry spirit is powerless to harm miners who observe certain precautions, such as never to bathe in a river with their faces turned upstream, never to sit with their legs dangling, and never to tie up their hair. 1526. Again, a Sumatran who fancies that there is a tiger or a crocodile in his neighborhood will speak of the animal by the honorable title of grandfather for the purpose of propitiating the creature. 1527. In the forest a Karabatak refers to a tiger as grandfather to whom the wood belongs, he with the striped coat, or the roving tramp. 1528. Among the Gaos of Sumatra it is forbidden to mention the name of smallpox in the house of a man who is suffering from the disease. And the words for ugly, red, stinking, unlucky, and so forth are forbidden under the same circumstances. The disease is referred to under the title of Prince of the averters of misfortune. 1529. So long as the hunting season lasts, the natives of Nias may not name the eye, the hammer, stones, and in some places the sun by their true names. No smith may ply his trade in the village, and no person may go from one village to another to have smith's work done for him. All this, with the exception of the rule about not naming the eye and the sun, is done to prevent the dogs from growing stiff, and so losing the power of running down the game. 1530. During the rice harvest in Nias the reapers seldom speak to each other, and when they do so, it is only in whispers. Outside the field they must speak of everything by names different from those in common use, which gives rise to a special dialect or jargon known as field speech. It has been observed that some of the words in this jargon resemble words in the language of the Batas of Sumatra. 1531. While these rice reapers of Nias are at work, they may not address each other by their names. They must use only such general terms as man, woman, girl, old man, and old woman. The word for fire may not pass their lips. Instead of it they must use the word for cold. Other words taboo to them during the harvest are the words for smoke and stone. If a reaper wishes to ask another for his whetstone to sharpen his knife, he must speak of it as a fowl's egg. 1532. In Java, when people suspect that a tiger or crocodile is near, they avoid the use of the proper name of the beast and refer to him as the old lord or grandfather. Similarly, men who are watching a plantation to protect it from wild boars speak of these animals as handsome men, wang bagus. When after harvest the unhusked rice is to be brought into the barn is not called a barn but the dark storehouse. Serious epidemics may not be mentioned by their true names. Thus smallpox is called the pretty girl, Lara bagus. The Javanese are particularly careful to eschew certain common words at evening or night. Thus the snake is then called a tree root. The venomous centipede is referred to as the red ant. Oil is spoken of as water, and so forth. And when leaves and herbs are being gathered for use in medicine, they are regularly designated by other than their ordinary names. 1533. M250. The Alfers or Torajas of Poso, in Talibs, are forbidden by custom to speak the ordinary language when they are at work in the harvest field. At such times they employ a secret language which is said to agree with the ordinary one only in this, that in it some things are designated by words usually applied in a different sense, or by descriptive phrases or circumlocutions. Thus instead of run they say, limp. Instead of hand they say that with which one reaches. Instead of foot they say that with which one limps. And instead of ear they say that with which one hears. Again, in the field speech, to drink becomes to thrust forward the mouth. To pass by is expressed by to nod with the head. A gun is a fire producer. And what is that which is carried on the shoulder? The writer who reports the custom was formerly of opinion that this secret language was designed to avoid attracting the attention of evil spirits to the ripe rice. But further inquiry has satisfied him that the real reason for adopting it is a wish not to frighten the soul of the rice by revealing to it the alarming truth that it is about to be cut, carried home, boiled, and eaten. It is just the words referring to these actions, he tells us, which are specially tabooed and replaced by others. Beginning with the rule of avoiding a certain number of common words, the custom has grown among people of the Malay stock till it has produced a complete language for use in the fields. In Minahasa also the secret field speech consists in part of phrases or circumlocutions, of which many are said to be very poetical. 1534. But it is not only on the harvest field that the Toraja resorts to the use of a secret language from superstitious motives. In the great primeval forest he feels ill at ease, for well he knows the choleric temper of the spirits who inhabit the giant trees of the wood, and that were he to excite their wrath they would assuredly pay him out in one way or other. It might be by carrying off his soul and so making him ill, it might be by crushing him flat under a falling tree. These touchy beings particularly dislike to hear certain words pronounced, and, accordingly on his way through the forest the Toraja takes care to avoid the offensive terms and to substitute others for them. Thus he will not call a dog, but refers to it as the hairy one. A buffalo is spoken of as thick-eyed. A cooking pot becomes that which is set down. The hair of the head is alluded to as beetle. Goats and pigs are the folk under the house. A horse's long nose. And deer are denizens of the fell. If he is rash or careless enough to utter a forbidden word in the forest, a short-tempered tree spirit will fetch him such a bang on the head that the blood will spout from his nose and mouth. 1535, again, when the weather is fine and the Toraja wishes it to continue so, he is careful not to utter the word rain, for if he did so the rain would fancy he was called for and would obligingly present himself. Indeed, in the district of Pacambia, which is frequently visited by heavy storms, the word rain may not be mentioned throughout the year lest it should provoke a tempest. The unmentionable thing is there delicately alluded to as tree blossoms. 1536. M251. When a Buginese or Macassar man is at sea and sailing past a place which he believes to be haunted by evil spirits, he keeps as quiet as he can. But if he is obliged to speak, he designates common things and actions, such as water, wind, fire, cooking, eating, the rice pot, and so forth, by peculiar terms which are neither Buginese nor Macassar, and therefore cannot be understood by the evil spirits, whose knowledge of languages is limited to these two tongues. However, according to another and later account given by the same authority, it appears that many of the substituted terms are merely figurative expressions or descriptive phrases, borrowed from the ordinary language. Thus the word for water is replaced by a rare word meaning rain. A rice pot is called a black man. Boiled rice is one who is eaten. A fish is a tree leaf. A fowl is one who lives in a poultry hatch. And an ape is a tree dweller. 1537. Natives of the island of Slir, which lies off the south coast of Celebes, will not mention the name of their island when they are making a certain sea passage. And in sailing they will never speak of a fair wind by its proper name. The reason in both cases is a fear of disturbing the evil spirits. 1538. When natives of the Sapudi archipelago, to the northeast of Java, are at sea, they will never say that they are near the island of Sapudi, for if they did so they would be carried away from it by a head wind or by some other mishap. 1539. When Galilary sailors are crossing over to a land that is some way off, say 1 or 2 days' sail, they do not remark on any vessel that may heave in sight or any birds that may fly past. For they believe that were they to do so they would be driven out of their course and not reach the land they are making for. Moreover, they may not mention their own ship, or any part of it. If they have to speak of the bow, for example, they say the beak of the bird. Starboard is named sword, and larboard shield. 1540. The inhabitants of Ternate and of the Sanji Islands deem it very dangerous to point at distant objects or to name them while they are at sea. Once while sailing with a crew of Ternate men, a European asked one of them the name of certain small islands which they had passed. The man had been talkative before, but the question reduced him to silence. "Sir," he said, "that is a great taboo. If I told you we should at once have wind and tide against us, and perhaps suffer a great calamity. As soon as we come to anchor I will tell you the name of the islands." The Sanji Islanders have, besides the ordinary language, an ancient one which is only partly understood by some of the people. This old language is often used by them at sea, as well as in popular songs and certain heathen rites. 1541. The reason for resorting to it on shipboard is to hinder the evil spirits from overhearing and so frustrating the plans of the voyagers. 1542. The Nuffers of Dutch New Guinea believed that if they were to mention the name of an island to which the bow of their vessel was pointing, they would be met by storm, rain, or mist which would drive them from their course. 1543. M252. In some parts of Sunda it is taboo or forbidden to call a goat a goat. It must be called a deer under the house. A tiger may not be spoken of as a tiger. He must be referred to as the supple one, the one there, the honorable, the whiskered one, and so on. Neither a wild boar nor a mouse may be mentioned by its proper name. A boar must be called the beautiful one, masculine, and the mouse the beautiful one, feminine. When the people are asked what would be the consequence of breaking a taboo, they generally say that the person or thing would suffer for it either by meeting with a mishap or by falling ill. But some say they do not so much fear a misfortune as experience an indefinite feeling, half fear, half reverence, towards an institution of their forefathers. Others can assign no reason for observing the taboos, and cut inquiry short by saying that it is so because it is so. 1544, when the Kenyas of Borneo are about to poison the fish of a section of the river with the tuba root, they always speak of the matter as little as possible and use the most indirect and fanciful modes of expression. Thus they will say, "There are many leaves fallen here," meaning that there are many fish in the river. And they will not breathe the name of the tuba root. If they must refer to it, they call it pakadabong, where a bong is the name of a strong-smelling root something like tuba, and pakat means to agree upon. So that pakadabong signifies what we have agreed to call a bong. This concealment of the truth deceives all the bats, birds, and insects, which might otherwise overhear the talk of the men and inform the fish of the deep-laid plot against them. 1545. These Kenyas also fear the crocodile and do not like to mention it by name, especially if one be in sight. They refer to the beast as the old grandfather. 1546. When smallpox invades a village of the Sakarang Dayaks in Borneo, the people desert the place and take refuge in the jungle. In the daytime they do not dare to stir or to speak above a whisper, lest the spirits should see or hear them. They do not call the smallpox by its proper name, but speak of it as jungle leaves or fruit or the chief, and ask the sufferer, "Has he left you?" And the question is put in a whisper lest the spirit should hear. 1547. Natives of the Philippines were formerly prohibited from speaking of the chase in the house of a fisherman and from speaking of fishing in the house of a hunter. Journeying by land they might not talk of marine matters, and sailing on the sea they might not talk of terrestrial matters. 1548. M253. When we survey the instances of this superstition which have now been enumerated, we can hardly fail to be struck by the number of cases in which a fear of spirits, or of other beings regarded as spiritual and intelligent, is assigned as a reason for abstaining in certain circumstances from the use of certain words. 1549. This speaker imagines himself to be overheard and understood by spirits, or animals, or other beings whom his fancy endows with human intelligence. And hence he avoids certain words and substitutes others in their stead, either from a desire to soothe and propitiate these beings by speaking well of them, or from a dread that they may understand his speech and know what he is about, when he happens to be engaged in them, which, if they knew of it, would excite their anger or their fear. Hence the substituted terms fall into two classes according as they are complimentary or enigmatic. And these expressions are employed, according to circumstances, for different and even opposite reasons, the complimentary because they will be understood and appreciated, and the enigmatic because they will not. We can now see why persons engaged in occupations like fishing, fowling, hunting, mining, reaping, and sailing the sea, should abstain from the use of the common language and veil their meaning in strange words and dark phrases. 4. They have this in common that all of them are encroaching on the domain of the elemental beings, the creatures who, whether visible or invisible, whether clothed in fur or scales or feathers, whether manifesting themselves in tree or stone or running stream or breaking wave, or hovering unseen in the air, may be thought to have the first right to those regions of earth and sea and sky into which man intrudes only to plunder and destroy. Thus deeply imbued with a sense of the all-pervading life and intelligence of nature, man at a certain stage of his intellectual development cannot but be visited with fear or compunction, whether he is killing wildfowl among the stormy Hebrides, or snaring doves in the sultry thickets of the Malay Peninsula. Whether he is hunting the bear in Lapland snows, or the tiger in Indian jungles, or hauling in the dripping net, laden with silvery herring, on the coast of Scotland. Whether he is searching for the camphor crystals in the shade of the tropical forest, or extracting the red gold from the darksome mine, or laying low with a sweep of a sickle the yellow ears on the harvest field. In all these his depredations on nature, man's first endeavor, apparently is by quietness and silence to escape the notice of the beings, whom he dreads. But if that cannot be, he puts the best face he can on the matter by dissembling his foul designs under a fair exterior, by flattering the creatures whom he proposes to betray, and by so guarding his lips, that, though his dark ambiguous words are understood well enough by his fellows, they are wholly unintelligible to his victims. He pretends to be what he is not, and to be doing something quite different from the real business in hand. He is not, for example, a fowler catching pigeons in the forest. He is a magic prince or King Solomon himself, 1550, inviting fair princesses into his palace tower or ivory hall. Such childish pretenses suffice to cheat the guileless creatures whom the savage intends to rob or kill, perhaps they even impose to some extent upon himself. For we can hardly dissever them wholly from those forms of sympathetic magic, in which primitive man seeks to effect his purpose by imitating the thing he desires to produce, or even by assimilating himself to it. It is hard, indeed, for us to realize the mental state of a Malay wizard masquerading before wild pigeons in the character of King Solomon. Yet perhaps the make-believe of children and of the stage, where we see the players daily forgetting their real selves in their passionate impersonation of the shadowy realm of fancy, may afford us some glimpse into the workings of that instinctive imitation or mimicry which is deeply implanted in the constitution of the human mind. Chapter 7. Our Debt to the Savage. M254. It would be easy to extend the list of royal and priestly taboos, but the instances collected in the preceding pages may suffice as specimens. To conclude this part of our subject, it only remains to state summarily the general conclusions to which our inquiries have thus far conducted us. We have seen that in savage or barbarous society there are often found men to whom the superstition of their fellows ascribes a controlling influence over the general course of nature. Such men are, accordingly, adored and treated as gods. Whether these human divinities also hold temporal sway over the lives and fortunes of their adorers, or whether their functions are purely spiritual and supernatural, in other words, whether they are kings as well as gods or only the latter, is a distinction which hardly concerns us here. Their supposed divinity is the essential fact with which we have to deal. In virtue of it they are a pledge and guarantee to their worshippers of the continuance and orderly succession of those physical phenomena upon which mankind depends for subsistence. Naturally, therefore, the life and health of such a god-man are matters of anxious concern to the people whose welfare and even existence are bound up with his. Naturally he is constrained by them to conform to such rules as the wit of early men has devised for averting the ills to which flesh is heir, including the last ill, death. These rules, as an examination of them has shewn, are nothing but the maxims with which, on the primitive view, every man of common prudence must comply if he would live long in the land. But while in the case of ordinary men the observance of the rules is left to the choice of the individual, in the case of the god-man it is enforced under penalty of dismissal from his high station, or even of death. For his worshippers have far too great a stake in his life to allow him to play fast and loose with it. Therefore, all the quaint superstitions, the old-world maxims, the venerable saws, which the ingenuity of savage philosophers elaborated long ago, and which old women at chimney corners still impart as treasures of great price to their descendants gathered round the cottage fire on winter evenings, all these antique fancies clustered, all these cobwebs of the brain were spun about the path of the old king, the human god, who, enmeshed in them like a fly in the toils of a spider, could hardly stir limb for the threads of custom, light as air but strong as links of iron, that crossing and recrossing each other in an endless maze bound him fast within a network of observances from which death or deposition alone could release him. M255. Thus to students of the past the life of the old kings and priests teems with instruction. In it was summed up all that passed for wisdom when the world was young. It was the perfect pattern after which every man strove to shape his life. A faultless model constructed with rigorous accuracy upon the lines laid down by Barbara's philosophy. Crude and false as that philosophy may seem to us, it would be unjust to deny the merit of logical consistency. Starting from a conception of the vital principle as a tiny being or soul existing in, but distinct and separable from, the living being, it deduces for the practical guidance of life a system of rules which in general hangs well together and forms a fairly complete and harmonious whole. 1551. The flaw, and it is a fatal one, of the system lies not in its reasoning, but in its premises. In its conception of the nature of life, not in any irrelevancy of the conclusions which it draws from that conception. But to stigmatize these premises as ridiculous, because we can easily detect their falseness, would be ungrateful as well as unphilosophical. We stand upon the foundation reared by the generations that have gone before, and we can but dimly realize the painful and prolonged efforts which it has cost humanity to struggle up to the point, no very exalted one after all, which we have reached. Our gratitude is due to the nameless and forgotten toilers, whose patient thought and active exertions have largely made us what we are. The amount of new knowledge, which one age, certainly which one man, can add to the common store is small, and it argues stupidity or dishonesty, besides ingratitude, to ignore the heap while vaunting the few grains which it may have been our privilege to add to it. There is indeed little danger at present of undervaluing the contributions which modern times and even classical antiquity have made to the general advancement of our race. But when we pass these limits, the case is different. Contempt and ridicule or abhorrence and denunciation are too often the only recognition vouchsafed to the savage and his ways. Yet the benefactors whom we are bound, thankfully to commemorate, many, perhaps most, were savages. For when all is said and done, our resemblances to the savage are still far more numerous than our differences from him. And what we have in common with him, and deliberately retain as true and useful, we owe to our savage forefathers who slowly acquired by experience and transmitted to us by inheritance those seemingly fundamental ideas which we are apt to regard as original and intuitive. We are like heirs to a fortune which has been handed down for so many ages that the memory of those who built it up is lost, and its possessors for the time being regard it as having been an original and unalterable possession of their race since the beginning of the world. But reflection and enquiry should satisfy us that to our predecessors we are indebted for much of what we thought most our own, and that their errors were not wilful extravagances or the ravings of insanity, but simply hypotheses, justifiable as such at the time when they were propounded, but which a fuller experience has proved to be inadequate. It is only by the successive testing of hypotheses and rejection of the false that truth is at last elicited. After all, what we call truth is only the hypothesis which is found to work best. Therefore, in reviewing the opinions and practices of older ages and races, we shall do well to look with leniency upon their errors as inevitable slips made in the search for truth, and to give them the benefit of that indulgence which we ourselves may one day stand in need of. Cum excusatione itac, vetters audiendi sunt. Note: not to step over persons and things. 1552. The superstition that harm is done to a person or thing by stepping over him or it is very widely spread. Thus the Galileans think that if a man steps over your fishing rod or your arrow, the fish will not bite when you fish with that rod, and the game will not be hit by that arrow when you shoot it. They say it is as if the implements merely skim past the fish, or the game. 1553. Similarly, if a Highland sportsman saw a person stepping over his gun or fishing rod, he presumed but little on that day's diversion. 1554. When a Dakota had bad luck in hunting, he would say that a woman had been stepping over some part of the animal which he revered. 1555. Amongst many South African tribes it is considered highly improper to step over a sleeper. If a wife steps over her husband, he cannot hit his enemy in war. If she steps over his assegais, they are from that time useless, and are given to boys to play with. 1556. The Baganda think that if a woman steps over a man's weapons, they will not aim straight and will not kill, unless they have been first purified. 1557, the Nandi of British East Africa hold that to step over a snare or trap is to court death and must be avoided at all risks. Further, they are of opinion that if a man were to step over a pot, he would fall to pieces whenever the pot were broken. 1558, the people of the Lower Congo deem that to step over a person's body or legs will cause ill luck to that person, and they are careful not to do so, especially in passing men who are holding a palaver. At such times a passerby will shuffle his feet along the ground without lifting them in order that he may not be charged with bringing bad luck on anyone. 1559, on the other hand, among the Wajaga of East Africa, grandchildren leap over the corpse of their grandfather when it is laid out, expressing a wish that they may live to be as old as he. 1560, in Laos hunters are careful never to step over their weapons. 1561, the Tipuanes of Mexico believe that if anybody steps over them, they will not be able to kill another deer in their lives. 1562, some of the Australian Aborigines are seriously alarmed if a woman steps over them as they lie asleep on the ground. 1563, in the tribes about Maribyrnong in Queensland, if a woman steps over anything that belongs to a man, he will throw it away. 1564, in New Caledonia it is thought to endanger a canoe if a woman steps over the cable. 1565, everything that a Samoyed woman steps over becomes unclean and must be fumigated. 1566, Malagasy porters believe that if a woman strides over their poles, the skin will certainly peel off the shoulders of the bearers when next they take up the burden. 1567, the Cherokees fancy that to step over a vine causes it to wither and bear no fruit. 1568, the Bapandi and Bothonga of South Africa think that if a woman steps over a man's legs, they will swell and he will not be able to run. 1569, according to the South Slavonians, the most serious maladies may be communicated to a person by stepping over him, but they can afterwards be cured by stepping over him in the reverse direction. 1570, the belief that to step over a child hinders it from growing is found in France, Belgium, Germany, Austria, and Syria. In Syria, Germany, and Bohemia the mischief can be remedied by stepping over the child in the opposite direction. 1571. Index. Abdication of kings in favor of their infant children, 1920. Abduction of souls by demons, 58 SQQ. Abipones, the 328, 350. Changes in their language, 360. Abnormal mental states accounted inspiration, 248. Abortion, superstition as to woman who has procured, 153. Absence and recall of the soul, 30 SQQ. Achilles, 261. Axe, tabooed, 101 SQQ. Adivi or forest galas, the 149. Aetolians, the 311. Africa, fetish kings in West, 22 SQQ. Names of animals and things tabooed in, 400 SQ. Aguanos, the 144. Air, prohibition to be uncovered in the open, 314. Akamba, the 204. Akakuau, the 175, 204, 286. Auricular confession among the 214. Albanians of the Caucasus, 349. Alberti, L. 220. Alcmena and Hercules, 298 SQ. Alphurs of Celebes, 33. Of Minahasa, 63 SQ. Mbona, 87, 105. Amenophis III, his birth represented on the monuments, 28. American Indians, their fear of naming the dead, 351 SQQ. Ammon, Hanan, king of, 273. Amoy, 59. Amulets, knots used as, 306 SQQ. Rings as, 314 SQQ. Ancestors, names of, bestowed on the reincarnations, 368 SQ. Reborn in their descendants, 368 SQ. Ancestral spirits, cause sickness, 53. Sacrifices to 104. Andaman Islanders 183 N. Andania, Mysteries of 227 N. Angakok, Esquimau Wizard or Sorcerer 211, 212. Angoni, the 174. Animals injured through their shadows 81 SQ. Propitiation of spirits of slain 190, 204 SQ. Atonement for slain 207. Dangerous, not called by their proper names 396 SQQ. Thought to understand human speech 398 SQ. 400. Animism passing into religion 213. Anklets as amulets 315. Anamites, the 235. Anointment of priests at installation 14. Antambahoga, the 216. Ants, bites of, used in purificatory ceremony 105. Apaches, the 182, 184, 325, 328. Apollo, purification of 223 N. 1. Apulies, 270. Arab mode of cursing an enemy, 312. Arabs of Moab, 273, 280. Araucanians, the 97, 324. Aries, men sacred to 111. Arikaras, the 161. Aristes of Prokinesis, 34. Army under arms, prohibition to sea, 13. Arrows to keep off death, 31. Aru Islands, 37, 276. Orunta, their belief is to the ghosts of the slain, 177 SQ. Ceremonies at the end of mourning among the 373 SQ. Arvo brothers, 226. Aryans, the primitive, their theory of personal names, 319. Ashes strewn on the head, 112. Ash tree, pairings of nails buried under N, 276. Assam, taboos observed by Hetmanin, 11. Hill tribes of, 323. Astarte at Hierapolis, 286. Aston, WG, 2N. 2. Astrolabe, 289. Athens, kings at, 21 SQ. Ritual of cursing at, 75. Atonement for slain animals, 207. Adioindians, the, 366. Atua, ancestral spirit, 134, 265. Augur's staff at Rome, 313. Auricular confession, 214. Orahuaca Indians, 215. Australian Aborigines. Their conception of the soul, 27. Personal names kept secret among the 320 SQQ. Their fear of naming the dead, 349 SQQ. Aversion of spirits and fairies to iron, 229, 232 SQ. Avoidance of common words to deceive spirits or other beings, 416 SQQ. Aymara Indians, the 97. Aztecs, the 249. Their priests, 259. Babylonian witches and wizards, 302. Bad Country, the 109. Batham, Doctor, 156 N. Badawis, the, of Java, 115 SQ. 232. Bag, souls collected in a, 63 SQ. Baganda, the, 78, 87. Fishermen, taboos observed by, 194 SQ. See also Uganda. Bagba, a fetish, 5. Bajishu, the, 174. Bagabos, the, 31, 315, 323. Bahima, the, 183 N. Names of their dead kings not mentioned, 375. Bonners of Cochin China, 52, 58. Baking, continents observed at, 201. Balder, Norse god, 305 N. 1. Balua, the, 330. Banana trees, fruit bearing, hair deposited under, 286. Bandages to prevent the escape of the soul, 32, 71. Bangala, the, 195 SQ. 330. Bangkok, 90. Bales, the, 70. Bopeti, the, 141, 153, 163, 202. Baron, R, 380. Baranga, the, 272. Basagala, the, 361. Basket, souls gathered into a, 72. Bastion, A, 252, 253. Basitos, burial custom of the, 107. Purification of warriors among the, 172. Bathing, washing, as a ceremonial purification, 141, 142, 150, 153, 168, 169, 172, 173, 175, 179, 183, 192, 198, 219, 220, 222, 285, 286. Bothanga, the, 141, 154, 163, 202. Batas or Batex of Sumatra, 34, 45, 46, 65, 116, 296. Bavini, the, 78. Bonda, the, 243. Bizid, the Sultan, and his soul, 50. Beans, prohibition to touch or name, 13 SQ. Bear, the polar, taboos concerning, 209. Customs observed by Lapps after killing a, 221. Bears not to be called by their proper names, 397 SQ. 399, 402. Bechunas, purification of manslayers among the, 172 SQ. 174. Bed, feet of, smeared with mud, 14. Prohibition to sleep in a, 194. Beef and milk not to be eaten at the same meal, 292. Beer, continence observed at brewing, 200. Bells as talismans, 235. Benin, kings of, 123, 243. Bentley, R, 33N. 3. Bezicis, the, 87. Beverage, P, 363 SQ. Bird, so conceived as a, 33 SQQ. Birds, ghosts of slain as, 177 SQ. Cause headache through clipped hair, 270 SQ. 282. Birth from a golden image, pretense of, 113. Premature, 213. See miscarriage. Bismarck Archipelago, 128. Bites of ants used as purificatory ceremony, 105. Blackening faces of warriors, 163. Of manslayers, 169, 178, 181. Blackfoot Indians, 159 N. Black Mountain of Southern France, 42. Ox or black ram in magic, 154. Bladders, annual festival of, among the Esquimaux, 206 SQ. 228. Blessers or sacred kings, 125 N. Blood put on doorposts, 15. Of slain, supposed effect of it on a slayer, 169. Smeared on person as a purification, 104, 115, 219. Drawn from bodies of manslayers, 176, 180. Tabooed, 239 SQQ. Not eaten, 240 SQ. Soul in the, 240, 241, 247, 250. Of game poured out, 241. Royal, not to be shed on the ground, 241 SQQ. Unwillingness to shed, 243, 246 SQ. Received on bodies of kinsfolk, 244 SQ. Drops of, effaced, 245 SQ. Horror of, 245. Of chief sacred, 248. Of women, dread of, 250 SQ. of childbirth, supposed dangerous infection of 152 SQQ. Received on heads of friends or slaves, 245. Liquors, 246. Blowing upon knots, as a charm, 302, 304. Boa constrictor, purification of man who has killed a, 221 SQ. Boars, wild, not to be called by their proper names, 411, 415. Boas, Dr. Friends, 210 SQQ. 214. Bodia or Bodio, a West African pontiff or fetish king, 14 SQ. 23. Bodies, souls transferred to other, 49. Bodos, the, of Assam, 285. Boiled flesh tabooed, 185. Bolamongondo, a district in Celebes, 53, 279, 341. Bonds, no man in bonds allowed in priest's house, 14. Bones of human bodies which have been eaten, special treatment of, 189, SQ. Of the dead, their treatment after the decay of the flesh, 372 N. 5. Of dead disinterred and scraped, 373 N. Boobies, the, 8 SQ. Born again, pretense of being, 113. Bornu, Sultan of, 120. Boros, the, 34, 36. Burke, Captain J. G, 184. Box, straight soul caught in, 45, 70, 76. Bracelets as amulets, 315. Brahmin student, his cut hair and nails, 277. Brahmins, their common and secret names, 322. Branches used in exorcism, 109. Breath of chief sacred, 136, 256. Breathing on a person as a mode of purification, 149. Brewing, continence observed at, 200, 201 SQ. Bripri Indians, their ideas as to the uncleanness of women, 147, 149. Bride and bridegrooms, all knots on their garments unloosed, 299 SQ. Bronze employed in expiatory rites, 226 N. 6. Priests to be shaved with, 226. Knife to cut priest's hair, 14. Brother and sister not allowed to mention each other's names, 344. Brothers-in-law, their names not to be pronounced, 338, 342, 343, 344, 345. Buddha, footprint of, 275. Building shadows into foundations, 89 SQ. Bukuru, unclean, 147. Bulgarian building custom, 89. Burkhead, 230. Burial under a running stream, 15. Customs to prevent the escape of the soul, 51, 52. Burials, customs as to shadows at, 80 SQ. Burma, kings of, 375. Burmese conception of the soul as a butterfly, 51 SQ. Burning cut hair and nails to prevent them being used in sorcery, 281, SQQ. Buryat shaman, his mode of recovering lost souls, 56 SQ. Butterfly, the soul is a, 29 N. 1, 51 SQ. Kakongo, king of, 115, 118. Kafir customs at circumcision, 156 SQ. Kafirs, women's speech among the, 335 SQ. Calabar, fetish king at, 22 SQ. Calabashes, souls shut up in, 72. Caltricoy Indians, 31. Californian Indians, 352. Cambodia, kings of, 376. Camden, W, 68. Campbell, J, 384. Camphor, special language employed by searchers for, 405 SQQ. Kanelos Indians, 97. Cannibalism at hair cutting, 264. Cannibals, taboos imposed on, among the Kwakiutl, 188 SQQ. Canoe, fish offered to, 195. Canoes, Continents observed at building, 202. Captives killed and eaten, 179 SQ. Carius, the, 348. Caribou, taboos concerning, 208. Caribs, difference of language between men and women among the, 348. Caroline Islands, 25, 193, 290, 293. Karen's account of Japan, 4n. 2. Carrier Indians, 215, 367. Cadet, Dr., 98. Catlin, G., 182. Cats with stumpy tails, reason of, 128 SQ. Cattle, continents observed for sake of, 204. Protected against wolves by charms, 307. Call fat extracted by Australian enemies, 303. Called aired, 233. Kazamps, the, 132. Sleeps, 32, 33, 35. Hooking souls in, 30. Celibacy of holy milkmen, 15, 16. Ceremonial purity observed in war, 157. Ceremonies at the reception of strangers, 102 SQQ. At entering a strange land, 109 SQQ. Purificatory, on return from a journey, 111 SQQ. Observed after slaughter of panthers, lions, bears, serpents, etc., 219 SQQ. At hair cutting, 264 SQQ. Sechwayo, King, 377. Cams, the, 202, 297. Change of language caused by taboo on the names of the dead, 358 SQQ. 375. Caused by taboo on names of chiefs and kings, 375, 376 SQQ. Of names to deceive ghosts, 354 SQQ. Charms to facilitate childbirth, 295 SQ. Chastity. Sea continents. Chigila, taboo, 137. Chirimus, the, 391. Cherokee sorcery with spittle, 287 SQ. Chiefs, foods taboo to, 291, 292. Names of, tabooed, 376 SQ. 378 SQ. 381, 382. And kings tabooed, 131 SQQ. Sacred, not allowed to leave their enclosures, 124. Regarded as dangerous, 138. Child and father, supposed danger of resemblance between, 88 SQ. Child's nails bitten off, 262. Childbed, taboos imposed on women in, 147 SQQ. Childbirth, precautions taken with mother at, 32, 33. Women tabooed at, 147 SQQ. Confession of sins as a means of expediting, 216 SQ. Women after, their hair shaved and burned, 284. Homeopathic magic to facilitate, 295 SQQ. Knots untied at, 294, 296 SQ. 297 SQ. Children, young, tabooed, 262, 283. Parents named after their, 331 SQQ. Chulo, Indians of, 287, 324. China, custom at funerals in, 80. Emperor of, 125, 375 SQ. Chitom or Kidam, a pontiff of Congo, 5 SQ. 7. Shillagong, 297. Choctaws, the, 181. Shukchis, the, 358. Circumcision customs among the Kafirs, 156 SQ. Performed with flints, not iron, 227. In Australia, 244. Circumlocutions adopted to avoid naming the dead, 350, 351, 354, 355. Employed by reapers, 412. Cities, guardian deities of, evoked by enemies, 391. Clasping of hands forbidden, 298. Clavy, The, at Birkhead, 229 SQ. Cleanliness fostered by superstition, 130. Personal, observed in war, 157, 158 N. 1. Clippings of hair, magic raw true, 268 SQQ. 275, 277, 278 SQ. Clatter, 259. Clothes of sacred persons tabooed, 131. Cloths used to catch souls, 46, 47, 48, 52, 53, 64, 67, 75 SQ. Clothild, Queen, 259. Cobra, ceremonies after killing a, 222 SQ. Coconut oil made by chaste women, 201. Kodor, a priestly king, 132 N. 1. Coins, portraits of kings not stamped on, 98 SQ. Comanches, the, 360. Combing the hair forbidden, 187, 203, 208, 264. Thought to cause storms, 271. Combs of sacred persons, 256. Common objects, names of, changed when they are the names of the dead, 358, SQQ. 375, or the names of chiefs and kings, 375, 376 SQQ. Words tabooed, 392 SQQ. Concealment of miscarriage in childbed, supposed effects of, 152 SQQ. Concealment of personal names from fear of magic, 320 SQQ. Conciliating the spirits of the land, 110 SQ. Conduct, standard of, shifted from natural to supernatural basis, 213 SQ. Confession of sins, 114, 191, 195, 211 SQ. 214 SQQ. Originally a magical ceremony, 217. Connaught, kings of, 11 SQ. Consummation of marriage prevented by knots and locks, 299 SQQ. Contagious magic, 246, 268, 272. Continence enjoined on people during the rounds of sacred pontiff, 5. Of Zapotec priests, 6. Of priests, 159 N. Observed on eve of period of taboo, 11. By those who have handled the dead, 142. During war, 157, 158 N. 1, 161, 163, 164, 165. After victory, 166 SQQ. 175, 178, 179, 181. By cannibals, 188. By fishers and hunters, 191, 192, 193, 194, 195, 196, 197, 198, 207. By workers in salt pans, 200. At brewing beer, wine, and poison, 200 SQ. 201 SQ. At baking, 201. At making coconut oil, 201. At building canoes, 202. At house building, 202. At making or repairing dams, 202. On trading voyages, 203. After festivals, 204. On journeys, 204. While cattle are at pasture, 204. By lion killers and bear killers, 220, 221. Before handling holy relics, 272. By tabooed men, 293. Cooking, taboos as to, 147 SQ. 156, 165, 169, 178, 185, 193, 194, 198, 209, 221, 256. Coptic Church, 235, 310 N. 5. Chords, knotted, in magic, 302, 303 SQ. Korea, clipped hair burned in, 283. Kings of, 125. Not to be touched with iron, 226. Corpses, knots not allowed about, 310. Cousins, male and female, not allowed to mention each other's names, 344. Covenant, spittle used in making a, 290. Covering up mirrors at a death, 94 SQ. Cow bewitched, 93. Cowboy of the King of Uniero, 159 N. Creek Indians, the, 156. Their war customs, 161. Crefo, J, 105. Criminals shaved as a mode of purification, 287. Crocodiles not called by their proper names, 403, 410, 411, 415 SQ. Crossing of legs forbidden, 295, 298 SQ. Crown, imperial, as palladium, 4. Crystals used in divination, 56. Cur, em, 320 SQ. Cursing at Athens, ritual of, 75. An enemy, Arab motive, 312. Curtains to conceal kings, 120 SQ. Cut hair and nails, disposal of, 267 SQQ. Cuts made in the body as a mode of expelling demons or ghosts, 106 SQ. In bodies of mansayers, 174, 176, 180. In bodies of slain, 176. See also incisions. Cutting the hair purificatory ceremony, 283 SQQ. Chinatha, people of, 188. Cyzicus, council chamber at, 230. Dakotas, the, 181. Deimi, the king of, 9. Royal family of, 243. Kings of, their strong names, 374. Dairy, the, or Mikado of Japan, 2, 4. Dairies, sacred, of the Todas, 15 SQQ. Dairymen, sacred, of the Todas, 15 SQQ. Damaras, the, 247. Dams, continents at making or repairing, 202. Dance of King, 123. Of successful headhunters, 166. Dances of Victory, 169, 170, 178, 182. Danger of being overshadowed by certain birds or people, 82 SQ. Supposed, of portraits and photographs, 96 SQQ. Supposed to attend contact with divine or sacred persons, such as chiefs and kings, 132, 138. Darfur, 81. Sultan of, 120. Dasera, Festival of the, 316. Daughter-in-law, her name not to be pronounced, 338. David and the King of Moab, 273. Dawson, J, 347 SQ. Dead, sacrifices to the, 15, 88. Taboos on persons who have handled the, 138 SQQ. Souls of the dead all malignant, 145. Names of the dead tabooed, 349 SQQ. To name the dead is serious crime, 352. Names of the dead not born by the living, 354. Reincarnation or resurrection of the dead in their namesakes, 365, SQQ. Festivals of the, 367, 371. Body, prohibition to touch, 14. Death, natural, of sacred king or priest, supposed fatal consequences of, 6, 7. Kept off by arrows, 31. Mourners forbidden to sleep in house after a death, 37. Custom of covering up mirrors at a, 94 SQ. From imagination, 135 SQQ. Dead of civilization to savagery, 421 SQ. Defiled hand, 174. Sea hands. Degroot, JJM, 390. Demons, abduction of souls by, 58 SQQ. Of disease expelled by pungent spices, pricks, and cuts, 105 SQ. And ghosts averse to iron, 232 SQQ. Devils, abduction of souls by, 58 SQQ. Dido, her magical rites, 312. Diet of kings and priests regulated, 291 SQQ. Diederik, A. 369 N. 3. Difference of language between husbands and wives, 347 SQ. Between men and women, 348 SQ. Diminution of shadow regarded with apprehension, 86 SQ. Dio Chrysostom, on fame as a shadow, 86 SQ. Diodorus Siculus, 12 SQ. Dionysus in the city, festival of, 316. Disease, demons of, expelled by pungent spices, pricks, and cuts, 105 SQ. Disenchanting strangers, various modes of, 102 SQQ. Dishes, effect of eating out of sacred, 4. Of sacred persons tabooed, 131. See vessels. Disposal of cut hair and nails, 267 SQQ. Divination by shoulder blades of sheep, 229. Divinities, human, bound by many rules, 419 SQ. Divorce of spiritual from temporal power, 17 SQQ. Debris sulfur, Father M, 328, 360. Dog, prohibition to touch or name, 13. Dogs, bones of game kept from, 206. Unclean, 206. Tigers called, 402. Dolls or puppets employed for the restoration of souls to their bodies, 53, SQQ. 62 SQ. Doorposts, blood put on, 15. Doors open to facilitate childbirth, 296, 297. To facilitate death, 309. Doubles, spiritual, of men and animals, 28 SQ. Doubt, E, 390. Dreams, absence of soul in, 36 SQQ. Belief of savages in the reality of, 36 SQ. Omens drawn from, 161. Drinking and eating, taboos on, 116 SQQ. Modes of drinking for tabooed persons, 117 SQQ. 120, 143, 146, 147, 148, 160, 182, 183, 185, 189, 197, 198, 256. Drought supposed to be caused by concealed miscarriage, 153 SQ. Dugong fishing, taboos in connection with, 192. Ducks, the sea, 30. Their modes of recalling the soul, 47 SQ. 52 SQ. 55 SQ. 60, 67. Taboos observed by headhunters among the, 166 SQ. Eagle, soul in form of, 34. Hunters, taboos observed by, 198 SQ. Eaglewood, special language employed by searchers for, 404. Eating out of sacred vessels, supposed effective, 4. And drinking, taboos on, 116 SQQ. Fear of being seen in the act of, 117 SQQ. Eggs offered to demons, 110. Reason for breaking shells of, 129 SQ. Egypt, rules of life observed by ancient kings of, 12 SQ. Egyptian magicians, their power of compelling the deities, 389 SQ. Egyptians, the ancient, their conception of the soul, 28. Their practice as to souls of the dead, 68 SQ. Personal names among, 322. Elder brother, his name not to be pronounced, 341. Elder tree, cut hair and nails inserted in an, 275 SQ. Elephant hunters, special language employed by, 404. Eleusinian priests, their names sacred, 382 SQ. Elfin race averse to iron, 232 SQ. Emetic as mode of purification, 175, 245. Pretended, in auricular confession, 214. Emin Pasha, 108. Epidemics attributed to evil spirits, 30. Epaimonides, the Cretan seer, 50 N. 2. Esquimaux, their conception of the soul, 27. their dread of being photographed, 96. Or Inuit, taboos observed by hunters among the 205 SQ. Namesakes of the dead among the 371. Estonians, the 41 SQ. 240. Ethical evolution, 218 SQ. Precepts developed out of savage taboos, 214. Ethiopia, kings of 124. Euphemisms employed for certain animals, 397 SQQ. For smallpox, 400, 410, 411, 416. Europe, southeastern, superstitions as to shadows in 89 SQ. Evil eye, the 116 SQ. You-speaking peoples of the Slave Coast, 9. Rebirth of ancestors among the 369. Execution, peculiar modes of, for members of royal families, 241 SQQ. Executioners, customs observed by, 171 SQ. 180 SQ. Exorcising harmful influence of strangers, 102 SQQ. The evil, 116 SQ. Aeos, the, 9. Faces fail to avert evil influences, 120 SQQ. Of warriors blackened, 163. Of manslayers blackened, 169. Fady, taboo, 327. Fafnir and Sigurd, 324. Fairies averse to iron, 229, 232 SQ. Fasting, custom of 157 N. 2, 159 N. 161, 162, 163, 182, 183, 189, 198, 199. Father and child, supposed danger of resemblance between, 88 SQ. And mother, their names not to be mentioned, 337, 341. In-law, his name not to be pronounced by his daughter-in-law, 335, SQQ. 343, 345, 346. By his son-in-law, 338, 339, 340, 341, 342, 343, 344. Fathers named after their children, 331 SQQ. Faunus, consultation of, 314. Feast of Yams, 123. Feathers worn by manslayers, 180, 186 N. 1. Feet, not to wet the, 159. See also foot. Fernando Poe, taboos observed by the kings of 8 SQ. 115, 123, 291. Festival of the Dead among the Hurons, 367. Fetish or taboo Raja, 24. Kings in West Africa, 22 SQQ. Fever, euphemism for 400. Field speech, a special jargon employed by reapers, 410 SQ. 411 SQ. Fiche, catching away souls in, 69. War king and sacred king in, 21. Custom as to remains of food in, 117. Fijian chief, supposed effect of using his dishes or clothes, 131. Conception of the soul, 29 SQ. 92. Custom of frightening away ghosts, 170. Notion of absence of the soul in dreams, 39 SQ. Fingers cut off as a sacrifice, 161. Finnish hunters, 398. Fire, rule as to removing fire from priest's house, 13. Prohibition to blow the fire with the breath, 136, 256. In purificatory rites, 108, 109, 111, 114, 197. Tabooed, 178, 182, 256 SQ. New, made by friction, 286. And water, kingships of 17. Firefly, soul in form of 67. First fruits, offering of 5. Fish traps, continents observed at making, 202. Fishermen, words tabooed by 394 SQ. 396, 408 SQ. 415. Fishers and hunters tabooed, 190 SQQ. Thyssen, Rev. Lorimer, 30 N. 1, 40 N. 1, 92 N. 3, 131 N. 2. Fits and convulsions set down to demons, 59. Flamandalis, taboos observed by the 13 SQ. 239, 248, 257, 275, 291, 293, 315 SQ. Flaminica, rules observed by the 14. Flannan Islands, 392. Flesh, boiled, not to be eaten by tabooed persons, 185. Diet restricted or forbidden, 291 SQQ. Flints, not iron, cuts to be made with, 176. Use of, prescribed in ritual, 176. Sharp, circumcision performed with, 227. Fly, soul in form of, 39. Food, remnants of, buried as a precaution against sorcery, 118, 119, 127, SQ. 129. Magic wrought by means of refuse of, 126 SQQ. Taboos on leaving food over, 127 SQQ. Not to be touched with hands, 138 SQQ. 146 SQQ. 166, 167, 168, 169, 174, 203, 265. Objection to have food overhead, 256, 257. Foods tabooed, 291 SQQ. Foot, custom of going with only 1 foot shod, 311 SQQ. See also feet. Footprint in magic, 74. Of Buddha, 275. Forgetfulness, pretense of, 189. Forks used in eating by tabooed persons, 148, 168, 169, 203. Fours, the, of Central Africa, 281. Foundation sacrifices, 89 SQQ. Foul used in exorcism, 106. Fowlers, words tabooed by, 393, 407 SQ. Foxes not to be mentioned by their proper names, 396, 397. Frankish kings, their unshorn hair, 258 SQ. Fresh meat tabooed, 143. Fumigation is a mode of ceremonial purification, 155, 177. Funerals in China, custom as to shadows at, 80. See also burial, burials. Furflow, 230. Gabriel, the Archangel, 302, 303. Gangas, fetish priests, 291. Garments, effect of wearing sacred, 4. Gates, sacrifice of human beings at foundations of, 90 SQ. Getschit, AS, 363. Gauntlet, running the, 222. Genitals of murdered people eaten, 190 N. 2. Gitte, priestly kings of the, 21. Ghost of husband kept from his widow, 143. Fear of evoking the ghost by mentioning his name, 349 SQQ. Chased into the grave at the end of mourning, 373 SQ. Ghosts, sacrifices to, 56, 247. Draw away the souls of their kinsfolk, 51 SQQ. Draw out men's shadows, 80. As guardians of gates, 90 SQ. Kept off by thorns, 142. And demons averse to iron, 232 SQQ. Fear of wounding, 237 SQ. Swept out of house, 238. Names changed in order to deceive ghosts or to avoid attracting their attention, 354 SQQ. Ghosts of animals, dread of, 223. Of the slain haunt their slayers, 165 SQQ. Fear of the, 165 SQQ. Sacrifices to, 166. Scaring away the, 168, 170, 171, 172, 174 SQ. As birds, 177 SQ. Giliax, the, 370. Ginger and purificatory rites, 105, 151. Gingero, kingdom of, 18. Girls at puberty obliged to touch everything in house, 225 N. Their hair torn out, 284. Guajiro Indians, 30, 350. Goat, prohibition to touch or name, 13. Transference of Gildu, 214 SQ. Sucker, shadow of the, 82. God, the most great name of, 390. Man a source of danger, 132. Bound by many rules, 419 SQ. Gods, their names tabooed, 387 SQQ. Xenophanes on the, 387. Human, bound by many rules, 419 SQ. See also myths. Gold excluded from some temples, 226 N. 8. And silver as totems, 227 N. Minds, spirits of the, treated with difference, 409 SQ. Goldie, H, 22. Galas, the, 149. Good Friday, 229. Gurkhas, the, 316. Gordian knot, 316 SQ. Grand Chaco, Indians of the, 37, 38, 357. Grandfathers, grandsons named after the deceased, 370. Grenadier, A, 380 SQ. Grandmothers, granddaughters named after their deceased, 370. Grass knotted as a charm, 305, 310. Grave, soul fetched from, 54. Clothes, no knots in, 310. Diggers, taboos observed by, 141, 142. Graves, food offered on, 53. Water poured on, as a rain charm, 154 SQ. Great Spirit, sacrifice of fingers to the, 161. Grebo people of Sierra Leone, 14. Greek conception of the soul, 29 N. 1. Customs as to manslayers, 188. Gray, Sir George, 364 SQ. Grihya Sutras, 277. Grimm, J, 305 N. 1. Ground, prohibition to touch the, 3, 4, 6. Not to sit on the, 159, 162, 163. Not to set foot on, 180. Royal blood not to be shed on the, 241 SQQ. Guardian deities of cities, 391. Guaycurus, the, 357. Guyana, Indians of, 324. Gypsy superstition about portraits, 100. Haida medicine men, 31. Hair, mode of cutting the Mikados, 3. Cut with bronze knife, 14. Of manslayer shaved, 175, 176. Of slain enemy, fetish made from, 183. Not to be cloned, 187, 203, 208, 264. Tabooed, 258 SQQ. Of kings, priests, and wizards unshorn, 258 SQQ. Regarded as the seat of a god or spirit, 258, 259, 263. Kept unshorn at certain times, 260 SQQ. Offered to rivers, 261. Of children unshorn, 263. Magic raw true clippings of, 268 SQQ. 275, 277, 278 SQ. Cut or combed out may cause rain and thunderstorms, 271, 272, 282. Clippings of, used as hostages, 272 SQ. Infected by virus of taboo, 283 SQ. Cut as a purificatory ceremony, 283 SQQ. Of women after childbirth shaved and burned, 284. Loosened at childbirth, 297 SQ. Loosened in magical and religious ceremonies, 310 SQ. And nails of sacred persons not cut, 3, 4, 16. And nails, cut, disposal of, 267 SQQ. Deposited on or under trees, 14, 275 SQ. 286. Deposited in sacred places, 274 SQQ. Stowed away in any secret place, 276 SQQ. Kept for use at the resurrection, 279 SQQ. Burned to prevent them from falling into the hands of sorcerers, 281 SQQ. Cutting ceremonies at 264 SQQ. Hands tabooed, 138, 140 SQQ. 146 SQQ. 158, 159 N. 265. Food not to be touched with, 138 SQQ. 146 SQQ. 166, 167, 168, 169, 174, 265. Defilled, 174. Not to be clasped, 298. Hannon, King of Moab, 273. Hawaii, 72, 106. Customs as to chiefs and shadows in, 255. Head, stray souls restored to, 47, 48, 52, 53 SQ. 64, 67. Prohibition to touch the, 142, 183, 189, 252 SQ. 254, 255 SQ. Plastered with mud, 182. The human, regarded as sacred, 252 SQQ. Tabooed, 252 SQQ. Supposed to be the residence of spirits, 252. Objection to have anyone overhead, 253 SQQ. Washing the, 253. Hunters, customs of, 30, 36, 71 SQ. 111, 166 SQ. 169 SQ. Headache caused by clipped hair, 270 SQ. 282. Heads of manslayers shaved, 177. Hearn, S. Quoted, 184 SQQ. Hobesio, god of thunder, 257. Hercules and Alcmena, 298 SQ. Herrero, the, 151, 177, 225 N. Hermotimus of Clazomene, 50. Hidatsa Indians, taboos observed by eagle hunters among the, 198 SQ. Hierapolis, Temple of Astarte at, 286. Hero, thief god, 69. Historical tradition hampered by the taboo on the names of the dead, 363, SQQ. Holiness and pollution not differentiated by savages, 224. Hollis, AC, 200 N. 3. Holy water, sprinkling with, 285 SQ. Homicides. Sea manslayers. Homeopathic magic, 151, 152, 207, 295, 298. Honey wine, continents observed at brewing, 200. Hooks to catch souls, 30 SQ. 51. Horse, prohibition to see 9. Prohibition to ride, 13. Hose of Togaland, the, 295, 301. Hostages, clipped hair used as, 272 SQ. Hottentots, the, 220. House, ceremony at entering a new, 63 SQ. Taboos on quitting the, 122 SQQ. Building, custom as to shadows at, 81, 89 SQ. Continents observed at, 202. Howitt, AW, 269. Huical Indians, 197. Human gods bound by many rules, 419 SQ. Sacrifices at foundation of buildings, 90 SQ. A kingdom of Angola, 6. Hunters use knots as charms, 306. Words tabooed by, 396, 398, 399, 400, 402, 404, 410. And Fisher's tabooed, 190 SQQ. Hurons, the 366. Their Conception of the Soul, 27. Their Festival of the Dead, 367. Husband's ghost kept from his widow, 143. Name not to be pronounced by his wife, 335, 336, 337, 338, 339. Husbands and wives, difference of language between, 347 SQ. Huzals, the 270, 314. Eloquens of Luzon, 44. Imagination, death from, 135 SQQ. Imitative or homeopathic magic, 295. Impurity of Manzayers, 167. Incas of Peru, 279. Incisions made in bodies of warriors as a preparation for war, 161. In bodies of slain, 176. In bodies of Manzayers, 174, 176, 180. See also cuts. Incontinence of young people supposed to be fatal to the king, 6. India, names of animals tabooed in, 401 SQQ. Indians of North America, their customs on the warpath, 158 SQQ. Their fear of naming the dead, 351 SQQ. Infants tabooed, 255. Infection, supposed, of lying in women, 150 SQQ. Infidelity of wife supposed to be fatal to hunter, 197. Initiation, custom of covering the mouth after, 122. Taboos observed by novices at, 141 SQ. 156 SQ. New names given at, 320. Injury to a man's shadow conceived as an injury to the man, 78 SQQ. Inspiration, primitive theory of, 248. Intercourse with wives enjoined before war, 164 in. 1. Enjoined on Manzayers, 176. See also continence. Intoxication accounted inspiration, 248, 249, 250. Inuit. See Esquimaux. Ireland, taboos observed by the ancient kings of, 11 SQ. Irish custom as to a fall, 68. As to friend's blood, 244 SQ. Iron not to be touched, 167. Tabooed, 176, 225 SQQ. Used as a charm against spirits, 232 SQQ. Instruments, use of, tabooed, 205, 206. Rings as talismans, 235. Iroquois, the, 352, 385. Isis and Ra, 387 SQQ. Israelites, rules of ceremonial purity observed by the Israelites in war, 157 SQ. 177. Isini, the, 171. Idonamas, the, 31. Ivy, prohibition to touch or name, 13 SQ. Yaluo, the, 79. Jackals, tigers called, 402, 403. Jackson, Professor Henry, 21N. 3. Japan, the Mikado of, 2 SQQ. Kempfer's history of, 3N. 2. Karen's account of, 4N. 2. Jars, souls conjured into, 70. Jason and Peleas, 311 SQ. Java, 34, 35. Jabu, the king of, 121. Jewish hunters, their customs as to blood of game, 241. Jinn, the servants of their magical names, 390. Journey, purificatory ceremonies on return from a, 111 SQQ. Continence observed on a, 204. Hair kept unshorn on a, 261. Jumping over wife or children as a ceremony, 112, 164 in. 1. Juno Lucina, 294. Junod, H. A. 152 SQQ. 420 N. 1. Jupiter Liber, Temple of Atfurfo, 230. Ka, the Ancient Egyptian, 28. Kakins of Burma, 200. Kempfer's History of Japan, 3 SQ. Kafirs of the Hindu Kush, 13 N. 6, 14 N. 2. Katish, the, 82, 295. Kalamba, the, a chief in the Congo region, 114. Kami, the Japanese word for God, 2N. 2. Kamchatkans, their attempts to deceive mice, 399. Karates, the, 95. Karanis of Burma, the, 13. Karens, the Red, of Burma, 292. Their recall of the soul, 43. Their customs at funerals, 51. Karobatax, 52. See also Batas. Katakiro, the, of Uganda, 145 N. 4. Kavirondo, 176. Kinds of Borneo, 32, 47, 110, 164, 239. K Islanders, 53. Kenyas of Borneo, 43, 415. Kias symbol of delivery in childbed, 296. Keys as charms against devils and ghosts, 234, 235, 236. As amulets, 308. See also locks. Cons, rebirth of ancestors among the, 368 SQ. Kikapus, the, 171. Kid, deadly, 88 N. King not to be overshadowed, 83. Of the night, 23. King's Evo, the, 134. Kings, supernatural powers attributed to, 1. Beaten before their coronation, 18. Forbidden to see their mothers, 86. Portraits of, not stamped on coins, 98 SQ. Guarded against the magic of strangers, 114 SQ. Forbidden to use foreign goods, 115. Not to be seen eating and drinking, 117 SQQ. Concealed by curtains, 120 SQ. Forbidden to leave their palaces, 122 SQQ. Compelled to dance, 123. Punished or put to death, 124. Not to be touched, 132, 225 SQ. Their hair unshorn, 258 SQ. Foods taboo, 291 SQ. Names of, tabooed, 374 SQQ. Taboos observed by, identical with those observed by commoners, 419 SQ. Kings and chiefs tabooed, 131 SQQ. Their spittle guarded against sorcerers, 289 SQ. Fetish or religious, in West Africa, 22 SQQ. Kingsley, Miss Mary H., 22 N. 3, 71, 123 N. 2, 251. Kiowa Indians, 357, 360. Klallam Indians, the, 354. Knife as charm against spirits, 232, 233, 234, 235. Knives not to be left edge upwards, 238. Not used at funeral banquets, 238. Not, the Gordian, 316 SQ. Knots, prohibition to wear, 13. Untied at childbirth, 294, 296 SQ. 297 SQ. Thought to prevent the consummation of marriage, 299 SQQ. Thought to cause sickness, disease, and all kinds of misfortune, 301 SQQ. Used to cure disease, 303 SQQ. Used to win a lover or capture a runaway slave, 305 SQ. Used as protective amulets, 306 SQQ. Used as charms by hunters and travelers, 306. As a charm to protect corn from devils, 308 SQ. On corpses untied, 310. Unlocks, magical virtue of, 310, 313. And rings tabooed, 293 SQQ. Quita, the, 168. Korak, the, 32. Kruijt, AC, 319. Kublai Khan, 242. Kukulu, a priestly king, 5. Kwakiro, the, 53. Customs observed by cannibals among the 188 SQQ. Change of names in summer and winter among the 386. Kwon, the spirit of the head, 252. Supposed to reside in the hair, 266 SQ. Lafidao, JF, 365 SQ. Lampong in Sumatra, 10. Lamps to light the ghosts to their old homes, 371. Language of husbands and wives, difference between, 347 SQ. Of men and women, difference between, 348 SQ. Change of, caused by taboo on the names of the dead, 358 SQQ. 375. Caused by taboo on the names of chiefs and kings, 375, 376 SQQ. Special, employed by hunters, 396, 398, 399, 400, 402, 404, 410. Employed by searchers for eaglewood and lignum aloes, 404. Employed by searchers for camphor, 405 SQQ. Employed by miners, 407, 409. Employed by reapers at harvest, 410 SQ. 411 SQ. Employed by sailors at sea, 413 SQQ. Laos, 306. Laps, the, 294. Their customs after killing a bear, 221. Rebirth of ancestors among the 368. Latuka, the 245. Leaning against a tree prohibited to warriors, 162, 163. Leaven bread, prohibition to touch, 13. Leaving food over, taboos on, 126 SQQ. Leavings of food, magic wrought by means of, 118, 119, 126 SQQ. Legs not to be crossed, 295, 298 SQ. Leinster, kings of, 11. Liline, the, 129. Lengwe Indians of the Grand Chaco, 38, 357. Leonard, A.G., Major, 136 SQ. Lesbos, building custom in, 89. Lewis, Reverend Thomas, 420 N. 1. Life in the blood, 241, 250. Limbs, amputated, kept by the owners against the resurrection, 281. Lion killer, purification of, 176, 220. Lions not called by their proper names, 400. Lithuanians, the old, their funeral banquets, 238. Liver, in duration of the, attributed to touching sacred chief, 133. Lizard, soul in form of, 38. Longo, taboos observed by kings of, 8, 9. Taboos observed by heir to throne of, 291. King of, forbidden to see a white man's house, 115. Not to be seen eating or drinking, 117 SQ. Confined to his palace, 123. Refuse of his food buried, 129. Locks unlocked at childbirth, 294, 296. Thought to prevent the consummation of marriage, 299. As amulets, 308, 309. Unlocked to facilitate death, 309. And knots, magical virtue of, 309 SQ. See also keys. Lolos, the, 43. Look back, not to, 157. Loom, men not allowed to touch a, 164. Loss of the shadow regarded as ominous, 88. Levers won by knots, 305. Lucan, 390. Lucian, 270, 382. Lucina, 294, 398 SQ. Lucky names, 391 N. 1. Licase, Sanctuary of Zeus on Mount, 88. Lycoshura, Sanctuary of the Mistress at 227 N. 314. Lying in Women, Dread of, 150 SQQ. Sacred, 151. Mac, an Adventurer, 19. Mikusi Indians, 36, 159 N. Madagascar, Names of Chiefs and Kings tabooed in, 378 SQQ. Magic wrought by means of refuse of food, 126 SQQ. Sympathetic, 126, 130, 164, 201, 204, 258, 268, 287. Homeopathic, 151, 152, 207, 295, 298. Contagious, 246, 268, 272. Wrought through clippings of hair, 268 SQQ. 275, 277, 278 SQ. Wrought on a man through his name, 318, 320 SQQ. Magicians, Egyptian, their power of compelling the deities, 389 SQ. Maophiles of Madagascar, the, 10. Makalaka, the, 369. Mekololo, the, 281. Malagasy language, dialectical variations of, 378 SQ. 380. Malino tribes of Borneo, 406. Malay conception of the soul as a bird, 34 SQQ. Miners, fowlers, and fishermen, special forms of speech employed by, 407 SQQ. Peninsula, art of abducting human souls in the, 73 SQQ. Maldives, the, 274. Mandalay, 90, 125. Mandan Indians, 97. Mandalings of Sumatra, 296. Mongaya, separation of religious and civil authority in, 20. Mangayans, the, 87. Manipur, hill tribes of, 292. Mannequin, the soul conceived as a, 26 SQQ. Manlayers, purification of, 165 SQQ. Secluded, 165 SQQ. Tabooed, 165 SQQ. Haunted by ghosts of slain, 165 SQQ. Their faces blackened, 169. Their bodies painted, 175, 178, 179, 180, 186 N. 1. Their hair shaved, 175, 177. Maori chiefs, their sanctity or taboo, 134 SQQ. Their head sacred, 256. Language, synonyms in the, 381. Maoris, persons who have handled the dead tabooed among the, 138 SQ. Tabooed on the warpath, 157. Marco Polo, 242, 243. Marian Islands, 288. Mariner, W, quoted, 140. Mariners at sea, special language employed by, 413 SQQ. Marquesans, the, 31. Their regard for the sanctity of the head, 254 SQ. Their customs as to the hair, 261 SQ. Their dread of sorcery, 268. Marquesas Islands, 178. Marriage, the consummation of, prevented by knots and locks, 299 SQQ. Maasai, the, 200, 309, 329, 354 SQ. 356, 361. Matthews, Dr. Washington, 385. Meal sprinkled to keep off evil spirits, 112. Measuring shadows, 89 SQ. Tape defied, 91 SQ. Mecca, pilgrims to, not allowed to wear knots and rings, 293 SQ. Meads, law of the, 121. Mikio district of New Guinea, 24. Men injured through their shadows, 78 SQQ. And women, difference of language between, 348 SQ. Menadmus, 227. Menstruation, women tabooed at 145 SQQ. Menstruous women, dread of 145 SQQ. 206. Avoidance of, by hunters, 211. Mentras, the, 404. Morala da Sorrento, 137. Mice thought to understand human speech, 399. Not to be called by their proper names, 399, 415. Midas and his ass's ears, 258 n. 1. King of Gordium, 316. Mikado, rules of life of the, 2SQQ. Supposed effect of using his dishes or clothes, 131. The cutting of his hair and nails, 265. Mikados, their relations to the tycoons, 19. McLutro McClay, Baron and Von, 109. Milk, custom as to drinking, 119. Prohibition to drink, 141. Not to be drunk by wounded men, 174 SQ. Wine called, 249 n. 2. And beef not to be eaten at the same meal, 292. Milkmen of the Todas, taboos observed by the holy, 15 SQQ. Miller, Hugh, 40. Manhassa, a district of Celebes, 99. The Alfers of, 63. Minangkabaurs of Sumatra, 32, 36, 41. Minors, special language employed by, 407, 409. Mirrors, superstitions as to, 93. Covered after a death, 94 SQ. Miscarriage in childbed, dread of, 149, 152 SQQ. Supposed danger of concealing a, 211, 213. Moab, Arabs of, 280. Their custom of shaving prisoners, 273. Moabites, King David's treatment of the, 273 SQ. Muhammad bewitched by a Jew, 302 SQ. Mongols, their recall of the soul, 44. Sacred books of the, 384. Montezuma, 121. Manumbos, the, 169, 238. Mooney, J, 318 SQQ. Mugwi, the, 228. Moral guilt regarded as a corporeal pollution, 217 SQ. Morality developed out of taboo, 213 SQ. Shifted from a natural to a supernatural basis, 213. Survival of savage taboos in civilized, 218 SQ. Morris, A.G., 146 SQ. Mosani or Mosanochi, the, 124. Mother-in-law, the savage's dread of his, 83 SQQ. Her name not to be mentioned by her son-in-law, 338, 339, 340, 341, 342, 343, 344, 345, 346. Mothers, African kings forbidden to see there, 86. Named after their children, 332, 333. Mourners, customs observed by, 31 SQ. 159 n. Tabooed, 138 SQQ. Bodies of, smeared with mud or clay, 182 n. 2. Hair and nails of, cut at end of mourning, 285 SQ. Mourning of slayers for the slain, 181. Mouse, soul in form of, 37, 39 n. 2. Mouth closed to prevent escape of soul, 31, 33. Soul in the, 33. Covered to prevent entrance of demons, etc., 122. Wadajambo, the, 118, 290. Mud smeared on feet of bed, 14. Plastered on head, 182. Munster, kings of, 11. Murderers, taboos imposed on, 187 SQ. Murums, the, of Manipur, 292. Muisca Indians, 121. Myths of gods and spirits to be told only in spring and summer, 384. To be told only in winter, 385 SQ. not to be told by day, 384 SQ. Nails, prohibition to cut fingernails, 194. Of children not paired, 262 SQ. And hair, cut, disposal of, 267 SQQ. Deposited in sacred places, 274 SQQ. Stowed away in any secret place, 276 SQQ. Kept for use at the resurrection, 279 SQQ. Burned to prevent them from falling into the hands of sorcerers, 281 SQQ. Nails, iron, used as charms against fairies, demons, and ghosts, 233, 234, 236. Pairings of, used in rame charms, 271, 272. Swallowed by treaty makers, 246, 274. Name, the personal, regarded as a vital part of the man, 318 SQQ. Identified with the soul, 319. The same, not to be borne by two living persons, 370. Names of relations tabooed, 335 SQQ. Changed to deceive ghosts, 354 SQQ. Of common objects changed when they are the names of the dead, 358 SQQ. 375, or the names of chiefs and kings, 375, 376 SQQ. Of ancestors bestowed on the reincarnations, 368 SQ. Of kings and chiefs tabooed, 374 SQQ. Of supernatural beings tabooed, 384 SQQ. Of gods tabooed, 387 SQQ. Of spirits and gods, magical virtue of, 389 SQQ. Of Roman gods not to be mentioned, 391 N. 1. Lucky, 391 N. 1. Of dangerous animals not to be mentioned, 396 SQQ. Names, new, given to the sick and old, 319. New, at initiation, 320. Of the dead tabooed, 349 SQQ. Not born by the living, 354. Revived after a time, 365 SQQ. Personal, tabooed, 318 SQQ. Kept secret from fear of magic, 320 SQQ. Different in summer and winter, 386. Namesakes of the dead changed their names to avoid attracting the attention of the ghost, 355 SQQ. Of deceased persons regarded as their reincarnations, 365 SQQ. Naming the dead a serious crime, 352, 354. Of children, solemnities at the, connected with belief in the, reincarnation of ancestors in their namesakes, 372. Namosi, in Fiji, 264. Nandi, the, 175, 273, 310, 330. Nanumia, island of, 102. Narbrui, a spirit or god, 60. Narcissus and his reflection, 94. Narinari, the, 126 SQ. Natchez, customs of manlayers among the, 181. Nuts, demons, 90. Natural death of sacred king or priest, supposed fatal consequences of, 6, 7. Navajo Indians, 112 SQ. 325, 385. Navel string used to recall the soul, 48. Nazarite, vow of the, 262. Nelson, E. W. 228, 237. Nets to catch souls, 69 SQ. As amulets, 300, 307. New Britain, 85. Caledonia, 92, 141. Everything, excites off savages, 230 SQQ. Fire made by friction, 286. Hebrides, the, 56, 127. Names given to the sick and old, 319. At initiation, 320. Zealand, sanctity of chiefs in, 134 SQQ. Nias, island of, conception of the soul in, 29. Custom of the people of 107. Special language of hunters in 410. Special language employed by reapers in 410 SQ. Nicknames used in order to avoid the use of the real names 321, 331. Nicobar Islands, customs as to shadows at burials in the 80 SQ. Nicobarese, the 357. Changes in their language 362 SQ. Niwenahuas, Dr. A.W., 99. Night, King of the 23. 9 knots in magic 302, 303, 304. Noon, sacrifices to the dead at 88. Superstitious dread of 88. Nootka Indians, their idea of the soul 27. Customs of girls at puberty among the 146 N. 1. Their preparation for war 160 SQ. North American Indians, their dread of menstruous women 145. Their theory of names 318 SQ. Norway, superstition as to pairings of nails in 283. No stop to prevent the escape of the soul 31, 71. Nostrils, soul supposed to escape by the 30, 32, 33, 122. Novelties excite the awe of savages 230 SQQ. Novices at initiation, taboos observed by 141 SQ. 156 SQ. Nubas, the 132. Numbers of New Guinea 332, 341, 415. Obscene language in ritual 154, 155. Odinovan, E. 304. Osel, Island of 42. Ojibways, the 160. Oldfield, A. 350. Omahas, customs as to murderers among the 187. Omens, reliance on 110. One shoe on and one shoe off 311 SQQ. Ontong Java Islands 107. Onitsha, the king of 123. Opening everything in-house to facilitate childbirth 296 SQ. Orestes, the matricide 188, 287. Oro, war god 69. Orichus, the 232. Otanims, the 103. Ottawa Indians, the 78. Ovambo, the 227. Overshadowed, danger of being 82 SQ. Ovid, on loosening the hair 311. Ox, purification by passing through the body of N 173. Padlocks as amulets 307. Painting bodies of mansayers 175, 178, 179, 180, 186 N. 1. Palaces, kings not allowed to leave there 122 SQQ. Pantang, taboo 405. Panther, ceremonies at the slaughter of a 219. Parents named after their children 331 SQQ. In-law, their names not to be pronounced 338, 339, 340, 341, 342. Partition of spiritual and temporal power between religious and civil, kings, 17 SQQ. Patagonians, the 281. Patton, WR, 382 N. 4, 383 N. 1. Pawnees, the 228. Peace, ceremony at making, 274. Peleus and Jason, 311. Pentateuch, the 219. Pepper in purificatory rites, 106, 114. Perils of the soul, 26 SQQ. Perseus and the Gorgon, 312. Persian kings, their custom at meals, 119. Persons, tabooed, 131 SQQ. Philosophy, primitive, 420 SQ. Fanglong, ill luck caused by women in childbed, 155. Photographed or painted, supposed danger of being, 96 SQQ. Pictures, supposed danger of 96 SQ. Pig, the word unlucky, 233. Pigeons, special language employed by Malays in snaring, 407 SQ. Pilgrims to Mecca not allowed to wear notes and rings, 293 SQ. Pimas, the purification of manslayers among the 182 SQQ. Plataya, archon of forbidden to touch iron, 227. Escape of besieged from 311. Pliny on crossed legs and clasped hands, 298. On knotted threads, 303. Plutarch, 249. Poison, continents observed at brewing, 200. Ordeal, 15. Polar bear, taboos concerning the 209. Polymarch, the, at Athens, 22. Pollution or sanctity, their equivalents in primitive religion, 145, 158, 224. And holiness not differentiated by savages, 224. Polynesia, names of chiefs Tabudin, 381. Polynesian chiefs sacred, 136. Pons Sublicius, 230. Port Moresby, 203. Porto Novo, 23. Portraits, souls in, 96 SQQ. Supposed dangers of 96 SQQ. Powers, S, 326. Pregnancy, husband's hair kept unshorn during wife's, 261. Conduct of husband during wife's, 294, 295. Superstitions as to notes during wife's, 294 SQ. Pregnant women, their superstitions about shadows, 82 SQ. Premature birth, 213. See miscarriage. Pricking patient with needles to expel demons of disease, 106. Priests to be shaved with bronze, 226. Their hair unshorn, 259, 260. Foods to Butu, 291. Prisoners shaved, 273. Released at festivals, 316. Propitiation of the souls of the slain, 166. Of spirits of slain animals, 190, 204 SQ. Of ancestors, 197. Prussians, the old, their funeral feast, 238. Polki, 201, 249. Puppets or dolls employed for the restoration of souls to their bodies, 53, SQQ. Purge as mode of ceremonial purification, 175. Purification of city, 188. Of Pimas after slaying Apaches, 182 SQQ. Of hunters and fishers, 190 SQ. Of moral guilt by physical agencies, 217 SQ. By cutting the hair, 283 SQQ. Of manslayers, 165 SQQ. Intended to rid them of the ghosts of the slain, 186 SQ. Purificatory ceremonies at reception of strangers, 102 SQQ. On return from a journey, 111 SQQ. Purity, ceremonial, observed in war, 157. Pygmies, the African, 282. Pythagoras, maxims of 314 n. 2. Python, punishment for killing a, 222. Quartz used at circumcision instead of iron, 227. Queensland, aborigines of 159 n. Ra'am Isis, 387 SQQ. Vraba, siege of 273. Rain caused by cut or combed out hair, 271, 272. Word for, not to be mentioned, 413. Charmed by pouring water, 154 SQ. Makers, their hair unshorn, 259 SQ. Rainbow, the, a net for souls, 79. Ramanga, 246. Raven, Soliza, 34. Raw flesh not to be looked on, 239. Meat, prohibition to touch or name, 13. Reapers, special language employed by, 410 SQ. 411 SQ. Reasoning, definite, at the base of savage custom, 420 n. 1. Rebirth of ancestors in the descendants, 368 SQ. Recall of the soul, 30 SQQ. Red, bodies of manslayers painted, 175, 179. Faces of manslayers painted, 185, 186 N. 1. Reflection, the soul identified with the 92 SQQ. Reflections in water or mirrors, supposed dangers of 93 SQ. Refuse of food, magic wrought by means of 126 SQQ. Regeneration, pretense of 113. Reincarnation of the dead in their namesakes, 365 SQQ. Of ancestors in the descendants, 368 SQQ. Reindeer, taboos concerning, 208. Relations, names of, tabooed, 335 SQQ. Relationship, terms of, used as terms of address, 324 SQ. Release of prisoners at festivals, 316. Religion, passage of animism into, 213. Reluctance to accept sovereignty on account of taboos attached to it, 17, SQQ. Remnants of food buried as a precaution against sorcery, 118, 119, 127, SQ. 129. Resemblance of child to father, supposed danger of, 88 SQ. Resurrection, cut hair and nails kept for use at the, 279 SQ. Of the dead affected by giving their names to living persons, 365, SQQ. Rise, Professor Sir John, 12 N. 2. On personal names, 319. Rice used to attract the soul conceived as a bird, 34 SQQ. 45 SQQ. Soul of, not to be frightened, 412. Harvest, special language employed by reapers at, 410 SQ. 411 SQ. Ring, broken, 13. On ankle as badge of office, 15. Rings used to prevent the escape of the soul, 31. As spiritual fetters, 313 SQQ. As amulets, 314 SQQ. Not to be worn, 314. And knots tabooed, 293 SQQ. Rivers, Dr. WHR, 17. Rivers, prohibition to cross, 9 SQ. Robertson, Sir George Scott, 14 notes. Ropestorff, F. Ada, 362 SQ. Roman gods, their names not to be mentioned, 391 N. 1. Superstition about crossed legs, 298. Romans, their evocation of gods of besieged cities, 391. Rome, name of guardian deity of Rome kept secret, 391. Roscoe, Reverend J, 85 N. 1, 145 N. 4, 195 N. 1, 254 N. 5, 277 N. 10. Roth, W.E., 356. Roddy, custom is to cutting child's hair in the island of, 276, 283. Custom as to knots at marriage in the island of, 301. Romanian building superstition, 89. Royal blood not to be shed on the ground, 241 SQQ. Royalty, the burden of, 1 SQQ. Rules of life observed by sacred kings and priests, 1 SQQ. Runaways, knots as charm to stop, 305 SQ. Russell, F, 183 SQ. Sabaya or Sheba, kings of, 124. Sacred chiefs and kings regarded as dangerous, 131 SQQ. 138. Their analogy to mourners, homicides, and women at menstruation and childbirth, 138. Sacred and unclean, correspondence of rules regarding the, 145. Sacrifices to ghosts, 56, 166. To the dead, 88. At foundation of buildings, 89 SQQ. To ancestral spirits, 104. Segard, Gabriel, 366 SQ. Sawagan, Bida, 249. Sailors at sea, Special language employed by 413 SQQ. Sakais, the 348. Sakalavas of Madagascar, the 10, 327. Customs as to names of dead kings among the 379 SQ. Salish Indians, 66. Salmon, taboos concerning, 209. Salt not to be eaten, 167, 182, 184, 194, 195, 196. Name of, tabooed, 401. Pens, continents observed by workers in, 200. Samoyeds, 353. Sanctity of the head, 252 SQQ. Or pollution, their equivalents in primitive religion, 145, 158, 224. Sankara and the Grand Lama, 78. Saragakos Indians, 152. Satapatha Brahmana, 217. Saturday, persons born on a, 89. Saturn, the planet, 315. Savage, are dead to the, 419 SQQ. Custom the product of definite reasoning, 420 N. 1. Philosophy, 420 SQ. Saxons of Transylvania, 294. Scapegoat, 214 SQ. Scarification of warriors, 160 SQ. Of bodies of whalers, 191. Scaring away the ghosts of the slain, 168, 170, 171, 172, 174 SQ. Schoolcraft, HR, 325. Scotch fowlers and fishermen, words tabooed by, 393 SQQ. Scotland, common words tabooed in, 392 SQQ. Scratching the person or head, rules as to, 146, 156, 158, 159 N. 160, 181, 183, 189, 196. Scrofula thought to be caused and cured by touching a sacred chief or king, 133 SQ. C. Horror of the 10. Offerings made to the 10. Prohibition to lick on the 10. Special language employed by sailors at 413 SQQ. Mammals, atonement for killing, 207. Myth of their origin, 207. Seals, supposed influence of lying in women on, 152. Taboos observed after the killing of, 207 SQ. 209, 213. Seclusion of those who have handled the dead, 138 SQQ. Of women at menstruation and childbirth, 145 SQQ. 147 SQQ. Of tabooed persons, 165. Of manslayers, 166 SQQ. Of cannibals, 188 SQQ. Of men who have killed large game, 220 SQ. Secret names among the Central Australian Aborigines, 321 SQ. Sedna, an Eskimo goddess, 152, 207, 208, 209, 210, 211, 213. Semanat, Malay word for the soul, 28, 35. Semites, moral evolution of the, 219. Seoul, capital of Korea, 283. Serpents, purificatory ceremonies observed after killing, 221 SQQ. Servius, on Dido's costume, 313. 7 knots in magic, 303, 304, 308. Sewing as a charm, 307. Shades of dead animals, fear of offending, 205, 206, 207. Shadow, the soul identified with the 77 SQQ. Injury done to a man through his 78 SQQ. Diminution of shadow regarded with apprehension, 86 SQ. Loss of the, regarded as ominous, 88. Not to fall on a chief, 255. Shadows drawn out by ghosts, 80. Animals injured through their, 81 SQ. Of trees sensitive, 82. Of certain birds and people viewed as dangerous, 82 SQ. Built into the foundations of edifices, 89 SQ. Of mortars dangerous, 142. Of certain persons dangerous, 173. Shamans among the Thompson Indians, 57 SQ. Buried, their mode of recovering lost souls, 56 SQ. Yakut, 63. Shark Point, Priestly King at 5. Sharp instruments, use of, tabooed, 205. Weapons tabooed, 237 SQQ. Shaving prisoners, reason of, 273. Sheep used in purificatory ceremony, 174, 175. Shoulder blades of, used in divination, 229. Shetland fishermen, their tabooed words, 394. Shoe on tied at marriage, 300. Custom of going with one shoe on and one shoe off, 311 SQQ. Shoulder blades, divination by, 229. Shuswap Indians, the, 83, 142. Siam, kings of, 226, 241. Names of kings of, concealed from fear of sorcery, 375. Siamese children, ceremony at cutting their hair, 265 SQQ. View of the sanctity of the head, 252 SQ. Sick man, attempts to prevent the escape of the soul of, 30 SQQ. Sick people not allowed to sleep, 95. Sprinkled with pungent spices, 105 SQ. Room, mirrors covered up in, 95. Sickness explained by the absence of the soul, 42 SQQ. Caused by ancestral spirits, 53. Sierra Leone, priests and kings of, 14 SQ. 18. Nevada of Colombia, 215, 216. Sigurd and Fafnir, 324. Sikkim, kings of, 20. Silkworms, taboos observed by breeders of, 194. Simpson, W, 125 N. 3. Sin regarded as something material, 214, 216, 217 SQ. Singalese, 297. Their fear of demons, 233 SQ. Sins, confession of, 114, 191, 195, 211 SQ. 214 SQQ. Originally a magical ceremony, 217. Sisters-in-law, their names not to be pronounced, 338, 342, 343. Sit, Egyptian god, 68. Sitting on the ground prohibited to warriors, 159, 162, 163. Skull cap worn by girls at their first menstruation, 146. Worn by Australian widows, 182 N. 2. Skulls of ancestors rubbed as a propitiation, 197. Of dead used as drinking cups, 372. Slain, ghosts of the, fear of the, 165 SQQ. Slave coast, the, 9. Slaves, runaway, charm for recovering, 305 SQ. Sleep, absence of soul in, 36 SQQ. Sick people not allowed to, 95. Forbidden in house after a death, 37 SQ. Forbidden to unsuccessful eagle hunter, 199. Sleeper not to be wakened suddenly, 39 SQQ. Not to be moved nor his appearance altered, 41 SQ. Smallpox not mentioned by its proper name, 400, 410, 411, 416. Smearing blood on the person as a purification, 104, 115. On persons, dogs, and weapons as a mode of pacifying their souls, 219. Bodies of manslayers with porridge, 176. Porridge or fat on the person as a purification, 112. Sheep's entrails on body as mode of purification, 174. Smith, W. Robertson, 77 N. 1, 96 N. 1, 243 N. 7, 247 N. 5. Smith's craft regarded as uncanny, 236 N. 5. Snakes not called by their proper names, 399, 400, 401 SQ. 411. Snapping the thumbs to prevent the departure of the soul, 31. Snares set for souls, 69. Son-in-law, his name not to be pronounced, 338 SQ. 344, 345. Sorcerers, souls extracted or detained by, 69 SQQ. Make use of cut hair and other bodily refuse, 268 SQ. 274 SQ. 278, 281 SQ. See also magic. Soul conceived as a mannequin, 26 SQQ. The perils of the 26 SQQ. Ancient Egyptian conception of the 28 SQ. Representations of the soul in Greek art, 29N. 1. As a butterfly, 29N. 1, 41, 51 SQ. Absence and recall of the 30 SQQ. Attempts to prevent the soul from escaping from the body, 30 SQQ. Sickness attributed to the absence of the 32, 42 SQQ. Tied by thread or string to the body, 32 SQ. 43, 51. Conceived as a bird, 33 SQQ. Absent in sleep, 36 SQQ. In form of mouse, 37, 39N. 2. In form of lizard, 38. In form of fly, 39. Caught in a cloth, 46, 47, 48, 52, 53, 64, 67, 75 SQ. Identified with the shadow, 77 SQQ. Identified with a reflection in water or a mirror, 92 SQQ. Supposed to escape but eating and drinking, 116. In the blood, 240, 241, 247, 250. Identified with the personal name, 319. Of rice not to be frightened, 412. Souls, every man thought to have 4, 27, 80. Light and heavy, thin and fat, 29. Transferred to other bodies, 49. Impounded in magic fens, 56. Abducted by demons, 58 SQQ. Transmigrate into animals, 65. Brought back in a visible form, 65 SQQ. Caught in snares or nets, 69 SQQ. Extracted or detained by sorcerers, 69 SQQ. In tusks of ivory, 70. Conjured into jars, 70. In boxes, 70, 76. Shut up in calabashes, 72. Transferred from the living to the dead, 73. Gathered into a basket, 72. Wounded and bleeding, 73. Supposed to be in portraits, 96 SQQ. Of beasts respected, 223. Of the dead all malignant, 145. Cannot go to the spirit land till the flesh has decayed from there, bones, 372N. 5. Of the slain, propitiation of, 166. Sovereignty, reluctance to accept the, on account of its burdens, 17, SQQ. Spells cast by strangers, 112. At hair cutting, 264 SQ. Spencer, Edmund, 244 SQ. Spices used in exorcism of demons, 105 SQ. Spirit of dead apparently supposed to decay with the body, 372. Spirits averse to iron, 232 SQQ. Of land, conciliation of the, 110 SQ. Spiritual power, its divorce from temporal power, 17 SQQ. Spitting forbidden, 196. As a protective charm, 279, 286. Upon knots as a charm, 302. Spittle effaced or concealed, 288 SQQ. Tabooed, 287 SQQ. Used in magic, 268, 269, 287 SQQ. Used in making a covenant, 290. Spoil taken from enemy purified, 177. Spoons used in eating by tabooed persons, 141. 148, 189. Sprained leg, cure for 304 SQ. Spring and summer, myths of divinities and spirits to be told only in 384. Sprinkling with holy water, 285 SQ. Street, Sylvester's Day, 88. Stabbing reflections in water to injure the persons reflected, 93. Stayed, Hans, captive among Brazilian Indians, 231. Standard of conduct shifted from natural to supernatural basis, 213. Stepping over persons or things forbidden, 159 SQ. 194, 423 SQQ. Over dead panther, 219. See also jumping. Stone knives and arrowheads used in religious ritual, 228. Stones on which a man's shadow should not fall, 80. Storms caused by cutting or combing the hair, 271, 282. Strange land, ceremonies at entering a, 109 SQQ. Strangers, taboos on intercourse with, 101 SQQ. Suspected of practicing magical arts, 102. Ceremonies at the reception of, 102 SQQ. Dread of, 102 SQQ. Spells cast by, 112. Killed, 113. String or thread used to tie soul to body, 32 SQ. 43, 51. Strings, knotted, as amulets, 309. See also cords, threads. Strong names of kings of Dahomey, 374. Sulka, the, 151, 331. Sultan buys it and his soul, 50. Sultans failed, 120. Samba, custom as to the names of princes in the island of, 376. Summer, myths of gods and spirits not to be told in, 385 SQ. And winter, personal names different in, 386. Sun not allowed to shine on sacred persons, 3, 4, 6. God draws away souls, 64 SQ. Santa, tabooed words in, 341, 415. Supernatural basis of morality, 213 SQ. Supernatural beings, their names tabooed, 384 SQQ. Superstition a crutch to morality, 219. Swahili charm, 305 SQ. Sweating as a purification, 142, 184. Swelling and inflammation thought to be caused by eating out of sacred vessels or by wearing sacred garments, 4. Sympathetic connection between a person and the severed parts of his body, 267 SQ. 283. Magic, 164, 201, 204, 258, 268, 287. Synonyms adopted in order to avoid naming the dead, 359 SQQ. In the Zulu language, 377. In the Maori language, 381. Taboo of chiefs and kings in Tonga, 133 SQ. Of chiefs in New Zealand, 134 SQQ. Eskimo theory of, 210 SQQ. The meaning of, 224. Rata and chief, 24 SQ. Tabooed acts, 101 SQQ. Hands, 138, 140 SQQ. 146 SQQ. 158, 159 N. Persons, 131 SQQ. Secluded, 165. Things, 224 SQQ. Words, 318 SQQ. Taboos, Roll and Priestley, 1 SQQ. On intercourse with strangers, 101 SQQ. On eating and drinking, 116 SQQ. On showing the face, 120 SQQ. On quitting the house, 122 SQQ. On leaving food over, 126 SQQ. On persons who have handled the dead, 138 SQQ. On warriors, 157 SQQ. On manslayers, 165 SQQ. Imposed on murderers, 187 SQ. Imposed on hunters and fishers, 190 SQQ. transformed into ethical precepts, 214. Survivals of immorality, 218 SQ. As spiritual insulators, 224. On sharp weapons, 237 SQQ. On blood, 239 SQQ. Relating to the head, 252 SQQ. On hair, 258 SQQ. On spittle, 287 SQQ. On foods, 291 SQQ. On knots and rings, 293 SQQ. On words, 318 SQQ. 392 SQQ. On personal names, 318 SQQ. On names of relations, 335 SQQ. On the names of the dead, 349 SQQ. On names of kings and chiefs, 374 SQQ. On names of supernatural beings, 384 SQQ. On names of gods, 387 SQQ. Observed by the Mikado, 3 SQ. By Hetman in Assam, 11. By ancient kings of Ireland, 11 SQ. By the Flemendalis, 13 SQ. By the Bodia or Bodio, 15. By sacred milkmen among the Todas, 16 SQQ. Tahiti, 255. Tahiti, kings of, 226. Abdicate on birth of a son, 20. Their names not to be pronounced, 381 SQ. Tails of cats docked as a magical precaution, 128 SQ. Tails, wandering souls in popular, 49 SQ. Tara, the old capital of Ireland, 11. Tartar Khan, ceremony at visiting a, 114. Teeth, loss of, supposed effect of breaking a taboo, 140. Loosened by angry ghosts, 186 N. 1. As a rain charm, 271. Extracted, kept against the resurrection, 280. See also Tooth. Temple at Jerusalem, the, 230. Temporary reincarnation of the dead in their living namesakes, 371. Tundi, Bada word for soul, 45. See also Tondi. Tipawanes, the, 97. Terms of relationship used as terms of address, 324 SQ. Thagambau, 131. Thebes in Egypt, priestly kings of, 13. Theocracies in America, 6. Thesmophoria, release of prisoners at, 316. The Saline Witch, 390. Things tabooed, 224 SQQ. Thompson Indians of British Columbia, 37 SQ. Customs of mourners among the, 142 SQ. Thompson, Joseph, 98. Thorn bushes to keep off ghosts, 142. Thread or string used to tie soul to body, 32 SQ. 43, 51. Threads, knotted, in magic, 303, 304 SQ. 307. 3 knots in magic, 304, 305. Thumb snap to prevent the departure of the soul, 31. Thunderstorms caused by cut hair, 271, 282. Thurn, EFM, 324 SQ. Tigers not called by their proper names, 401, 402, 403 SQ. 410, 415. Called dogs, 402. Called jackals, 402, 403. Demeans of Sierra Leone, 18. Timor, fetish or taboo Raja in, 24. Customs as to war in, 165 SQ. Tin-Or, Malay superstitions as to, 407. Tin-Or-Deen Indians, 145 SQ. Tabunkas of Celebes, 48, 78. Todas, holy milkmen of the, 15 SQQ. Togaland, 247. Talampus, the, 319. Taladus, the, 78. Tondi, Bada word for soul, 35. See also Tendi. Tonga, divine chiefs in, 21. The taboo of chiefs and kings in, 133 SQ. taboos connected with the dead in 140. Tonquin, division of monarchy in 19 SQ. Kings of 125. Tuatonga, divine chief of Tonga, 21. Tooth knocked out as initiatory rite, 244. See also teeth. Torajas, tabooed names among the 340. Their field speech, 411 SQQ. Touching sacred king or chief, supposed effects of 132 SQQ. Trading voyages, continents observed on 203. Tradition, historical, hampered by the taboo on the names of the dead, 363 SQQ. Transference of souls from the living to the dead, 73. Of souls to other bodies, 49. Of sins, 214 SQQ. Transgressions, need of confessing, 211 SQ. See also sins. Transmigration of souls into animals, 65. Transylvania, the Germans of 296, 310. Trap set for souls, 70 SQ. Travail, women in knots on their garments untied, 294. See also childbirth. Travelers, knots used as charms by 306. Tree spirits, fear of 412 SQ. Trees, the shadows of trees sensitive, 82. Cut hair deposited on or under, 14, 275 SQ. 286. Tuaregs, the 117, 122. Their fear of ghosts, 353. Tamlio, island of 150. Tupi Indians, their customs as to eating captives, 179 SQ. Turtle catching, taboos in connection with, 192. Tusks of ivory, souls in, 70. Twelfth night, 396. Twins, water poured on graves of, 154 SQ. Father of, taboos observed by the, 239 SQ. His hair shaved and nails cut, 284. Tycoons, the, 19. Tying the soul to the body, 32 SQ. 43. Tyler, E.B., on reincarnation of ancestors, 372 N. 1. Uganda, 84, 86, 112, 145, 164 N. 1, 239, 243, 254, 263, 277, 330, 369. See also Baganda. Ulster, Kings of 12. Unclean and sacred, correspondence of the rules regarding the 145. Uncleanness regarded as a vapor, 152, 206. Of manslayers, of menstruous and lying in women, and of persons who have handled the dead, 169. Of whalers, 191, 207. Of lion killer, 220. Of bear killers, 221. Uncovered in the open air, prohibition to be, 3, 14. Uniro, king of, his custom of drinking milk, 119. Cowboy of the king of, 159 N. Diet of the king of, 291 SQ. Vapor thought to be exhaled by lying in women and hunters, 152, 206. Supposed, of blood in corpses, 210 SQ. Supposed to be produced by the violation of a taboo, 212. Varuna, festival of, 217. Veiling faces to avert evil influences, 120 SQQ. Venison, taboos concerning, 208 SQ. Vermin from hair returned to their owner, 278. Vessels used by taboo persons destroyed, 4, 131, 139, 145, 156, 284. Special, employed by tabooed persons, 138, 139, 142, 143, 144, 145, 146, 147, 148, 160, 167, 185, 189, 197, 198. Victims, sacrificial, carried round city, 188. Vine, prohibition to walk under a, 14, 248. Virtual, the intrinchison, 305. On rustic militia of Latium, 311. Vow, hair kept unshorn during a, 261 SQ. 285. Wabonde, the, 272. Wadai, Sultan of, 120. Waken, mysterious, sacred, taboo, 225 N. Wakelbura, the, 31. Wallace Island, 140. Walrus, taboos concerning, 208 SQ. Wanagala River, 192. Wanaka, the, 247. Wanamwesi, the, 112, 330. 1 euro, Banuro, the, 278. War, Continentin, 157, 158 N. 1, 161, 163, 164, 165. Rules of ceremonial purity observed in, 157 SQQ. Hair kept unshorn in, 261. Chief, or War King, 20, 21, 24. Dances, 169, 170, 178, 182. Warm food tabooed, 189. Warmanga, the, 384. Warriors tabooed, 157 SQQ. Washing the head, 253. Sea bathing. Water poured as a rain charm, 154 SQ. Holy, sprinkling with, 285 SQ. Spirits, danger of, 94. Wax figure in magic, 74. Weapons of manslayers, purification of, 172, 182, 219. Wedding ring, an amulet against witchcraft, 314. Werewolf, 42. Whale, solemn burial of dead, 223. Whalers, taboos observed by, 191 SQ. 205 SQQ. Wheaten flour, prohibition to touch, 13. White, faces and bodies of manslayers painted, 175, 186 N. 1. Lion killer painted, 220. Clay, Kaffir boys at circumcision smeared with, 156. Widow, king of, 129. Widows and widowers, customs observed by, 142 SQ. 144 SQ. 182 N. 2. Weed, prince of, 96. Wife's mother, the savage's dread of his, 83 SQQ. Her name not to be pronounced by her son-in-law, 337, 338, 343. Name not to be pronounced by her husband, 337, 338, 339. Wild beasts not called by their proper names, 396 SQQ. Wilkinson, R.J., 416 N. 4. Willow wands as disinfectants, 143. Windesi, in New Guinea, 169. Wines kept in jars, 5. Wine, the blood of the vine, 248. Called milk, 249 N. 2. Wing bone of eagle used to drink through, 189. Winter, myths of gods and spirits to be told only in, 385 SQ. Wiergery, the, 269. Witch's soul departs from her in sleep, 39, 41, 42. Witches make use of cut hair, 270, 271, 279, 282. Walanqua, a mythical serpent, 384. Wolves of Senegambia, 323. Wolves, charms to protect cattle from, 307. Not to be called by their proper names, 396, 397, 398, 402. Women tabooed at menstruation and childbirth, 145 SQQ. Abstinence from, during war, 157, 158 N. 1, 161, 163, 164. In childbirth holy, 225n. Blood of, dreaded, 250 SQ. Women's clothes, supposed effects of touching, 164 SQ. Women's speech among the Kafirs, 335 SQ. Words tabooed, 318 SQQ. Savages take a materialistic view of words, 331. Common, changed because they are the names of the dead, 358 SQQ. 375, or the names of chiefs and kings, 375, 376 SQQ. Tabooed, 392 SQQ. Wounded men not allowed to drink milk, 174 SQ. Wrist tied to prevent escape of soul, 32, 43, 51. Bands as amulets, 315. Wurundjeri tribe, 42. Xenophanes, on the gods, 387. Yabim, the, 151, 306, 354, 386. Yakut shaman, 63. Yams, feast of, 123. Yes, the, 97 SQ. Yawning, soul supposed to depart in, 31. New Order, Secret Society in Togo, 383. Yorubas, rebirth of ancestors among the, 369. Zapotecs of Mexico, the pontiff of the, 6 SQ. Zend Avesta, the, uncut hair and nails, 277. Zeus on Mount Lycace, sanctuary of, 88. Zulu language, its diversity, 377. Zulus, names of chiefs and kings tabooed among the, 376 SQ. Their superstition as to reflections in water, 91. Footnotes. M1 Life of divine kings and priests regulated by minute rules. The Mikado or Dairy of Japan. 1. See the magic art and the evolution of kings, vol. I pages 332, SQQ. 373 SQQ. 2. The magic art and the evolution of kings, vol. I pages 352 SQQ. 3. Manners and customs of the Japanese in the 19th century, from recent Dutch visitors to Japan, and the German of Dr. P.H.F. von Siebold, London, 1841, pages 141 SQQ. 4. W. G. Aston, Shinto, The Way of the Gods, London, 1905, pages 41. Michel Rivon, Le Shintoism, I. Paris, 1907, pages 189 SQQ. The Japanese word for god or deity is kami. It is as explained by the native scholar Motori, one of the chief authorities on Japanese religion. The term kami is applied in the first place to the various deities of heaven and earth who are mentioned in the ancient records as well as their spirits, Mitama, which reside in the shrines where they are worshipped. Moreover, not only human beings, but birds, beasts, plants and trees, seas and mountains, and all other things whatsoever which deserve to be dreaded and revered for the extraordinary and preeminent powers which they possess, are called kami. They need not be eminent for surpassing nobleness, goodness, or serviceableness alone. Malignant and uncanny beings are also called kami if only they are the objects of general dread. Among kami who are human beings I need hardly mention first of all, the successive Mikados, with reverence be it spoken. Then there have been numerous examples of divine human beings both in ancient and modern times, who, although not accepted by the nation, generally are treated as gods, each of a several dignity, in a single province, village, or family. Hirata, another native authority on Japanese religion, defines kami as a term which comprises all things strange, wondrous, and possessing a sorrow or virtue. And a recent dictionary gives the following definitions: kami. 1. Something which has no form but is only spirit, has unlimited supernatural power, dispenses calamity and good fortune, punishes crime and rewards virtue. 2. Sovereigns of all times, wise and virtuous men, valorous and heroic persons whose spirits are prayed to after their death. 3. Divine things which transcend human intellect. 4. The Christian God, Creator, Supreme Lord. C.W.G. Aston, Shinto, The Way of the Gods, pages 8 to 10, from which the foregoing quotations are made. Mr. Aston himself considers that the deification of living mikados was titular rather than real, and he adds, I am not aware that any specific so-called miraculous powers were authoritatively claimed for them, opposite. Pages 41. No doubt, it is very difficult for the Western mind to put itself at the point of view of the Oriental and to seize the precise point, if it can be said to exist, where the divine fades into the human or the human brightens into the divine. In translating, as we must do, the vague thought of a crude theology into the comparatively exact language of civilized Europe, we must allow for a considerable want of correspondence between the two. We must leave between them, as it were, a margin of cloudland to which in the last resort the deity may retreat from the too searching light of philosophy and science. 5 M. Ravon, opposite. I. 190 and 2. M2 Rules of Life formally observed by the Mikado. 6 Kiempfer, History of Japan, in Pinkerton's Voyages and Travels, vi. 716 SQ. However, Mr. W. G. Aston tells us that Kiempfer's statements regarding the sacred character of the Mikado's person cannot be depended on. Shinto, The Way of the Gods, pages 41. Note. M. Ravon quotes Kiempfer's account with the observation that les naïvetés restent plus d'une idée juste, le Shintoisme, vol. I. Pages 191, note 2. To me it seems that Kiempfer's description is very strongly confirmed by its close correspondence in detail with the similar customs and superstitions which have prevailed in regard to sacred personages in many other parts of the world and with which it is most unlikely that Kiempfer was acquainted. This correspondence will be brought out in the following pages. 7 In Pinkerton's reprint this word appears as mobility. I have made the correction from a comparison with the original, Kiempfer, History of Japan, translated from the original Dutch manuscript by J. G. Schweitzer, London, 1728, vol. I. Pages 150. 8 Karen, Account of Japan, in Pinkerton's Voyages and Travels, vi. 613. Compare Beaverinius, Discretia Regni Japani et Siam, Cambridge, 1673, pages 11. Nunquam attingent, quimade motimet, hodie id observit, beads ipsius terram, radis solus caput nunquam, illustrabator, inoperdimorum non prostabat, etc. The first edition of this book was published by Elsevier at Amsterdam in 1649. The Geographia Generalis of the same writer had the honor of appearing in an edition revised and corrected by Isaac Newton, Cambridge, at the University Press, 1672. M3 Rules of Life observed by kings and priests in Africa and America. 9 A Bastian, Die Deutsche Expedition and der Longo Kust, Jena, 1874-75, I. 287 SQ. Compare pages 353 SQ. 10 Hours Close, Togo under Deutscher Flag, Berlin, 1899, pages 189, 268. 11 J. B. Labat, Relation historique de l'Ethiopie occidentale, Paris, 1732, I. 254 SQQ. 12 Ch. Wunenberger, La Mission et le Royaume de Homme, sur les bords du Canine, Missions Catholiques, XX. 1888, pages 262. 13 See the Magic Art and the Evolution of Kings, vol. I pages 415, SQ. 14 Brasser de Berberg, Histoire des Nations Civilisées du Mexique, et de l'Amérique Centrale, E. 29 SQ. H. Bancroft, Native Races of the Pacific States, E. 142 SQ. M4 The rules of life imposed on kings in early society are intended to preserve their lives for the good of their people. M5 Taboos observed by African kings. 15 A Bastian, Die Deutsche Expedition and der Longo Kust, I. 355. 16 O Dapper, Description de l'Afrique, Amsterdam, 1686, pages 336. 17 O Bowman, Ein afrikanische Tropeninsel, Fernando Puandi, Bough, Wien und Omets, 1888, pages 103 SQ. M6 Taboos observed by African kings. Prohibition to see the sea. 18 Gezundel, Land und Volk der Ewer auf der Sklavenkasten, Westafrika, Zeitschrift der Gesellschaft für Erdkunde zu Berlin, Z. 1877, pages 402. 19 Birod, Notes sur le Dahomey, Bulletin de la Société de Géographie, Paris, VME Série, Z. 1866, pages 377. 20 A Bastian, Die Deutsche Expedition and der Longokust, I. 263. 21 Bosmans Guinea, in Pinkerton's Voyages and Travels, XVI. 500. 22 A Dalzell, History of Dahomey, London, 1793, pages 15. Th. Winterbottom, An Account of the Native Africans in the Neighborhood of Sierra Leone, London, 1803, pages 229 SQ. 23 J. B. Alderand, Voyage au Senegal, Paris, 1802, pages 55. 24 W. S. Tabor, Chief Native Commissioner for Mashonaland Natives, Journal of the African Society, No. 15, April 1905. Pages 320. 25 A. Van Genp, Taboo et Totemism à Madagascar, Paris, 1904, p. 113. 26 Father Port, Les Reminiscences de Missionnaire du Bas-Soudaland, Missions Catholiques, XXVIII. 1896, pages 235. 27 Plutarch, Isis et Osiris, 32. 28 P.J. the Arriaga, Extirpación de la Idolatría del Perú, Lima, 1621, pages 11, 132. 29 W. Marsden, History of Sumatra, London, 1811, pages 301. M7 Taboos observed by chiefs among the Sakalavas and the hill tribes of Assam. 30 A. Van Genp, Taboo et Totemism à Madagascar, pages 113, quoting Da, 2, Études historiques, géographiques et ethnographiques sur la province de Lire, notes, Rec. EXPL, 1899, pages 104. 31 T. C. Hudson, The Jena amongst the Tribes of Assam, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXXVI. 1906, pages 98. The word for taboo among these tribes is Jena. M8 Taboos observed by Irish kings. 32 The Dublin is a part of the Liffey on which Dublin now stands. 33 The site, marked by the remains of some earthen forts, is now known as Rathcrogan, near Ballinagarra in the county of Roscommon. 34 The Book of Rights, edited with translation and notes by John O'Donovan, Dublin, 1847, pages 3 to 8. This work, comprising a list both of the prohibitions, Ergata Orgisa and the prerogatives, Boita of the Irish kings, is preserved in a number of manuscripts, of which the two oldest date from 1390 and about 1418, respectively. The list is repeated twice, first in prose and then in verse. I have to thank my friend Professor Sir J. Rice for kindly calling my attention to this interesting record of a long-vanished past in Ireland. As to these taboos, see P. W. Joyce, Social History of Ancient Ireland, I. 310 SQQ. M9 Taboos observed by Egyptian kings. 35 See the Magic Art and the Evolution of Kings, Vol. I pages 418, SQQ. 36 Diodorus Siculus, I. 70. 37 G. Maspero, Histoire ancienne des peuples de l'Orient classique, E. 759, Note 3. A. Mort, du caractère religieux de l'Orient, Fernique, Paris, 1902, pages 314 to 318. 38. Sir J. G. Scott, Gazetteer of Upper Burma and the Shan States, Partyville. I. Rangoon, 1901, pages 308. M10 Taboos observed by the Flamandilis at Rome. 39 See the Magic Art and the Evolution of Kings, Voli pages 191 SQ. 40 Among the Gallas the King, who also acts as priest by performing sacrifices, is the only man who is not allowed to fight with weapons. He may not even ward off a blow. CPH Pollock, Ethnography Nordost Africus, Die Geisteskultur der Donaukiel, Gala und Somel, pages 136. 41 Among the Kafirs of the Hindu Kush, men who are preparing to be hetman are considered ceremonially pure, and wear a semi-sacred uniform which must not be defiled by coming into contact with dogs. The Kanish persons in this state of ceremonial purity were nervously afraid of my dogs, which had to be fastened up whenever one of these august personages was seen to approach. The dressing has to be performed with the greatest care, in a place which cannot be defiled with dogs. Utah and another had convenient dressing rooms on the top of their houses which happened to be high and isolated, but another of the four Kanish had been compelled to erect a curious-looking square pen made of poles in front of his house, his own roof being a common thoroughfare. Sir George Scott Robertson, The Kafirs of the Hindu Kush, London, 1898, pages 466. 42 Similarly, the Egyptian priests abstained from beans and would not even look at them. See Herodotus, E. 37, with E. Wiedeman's note. Plutarch, Isis et Osiris, 5. 43 Similarly, among the Kafirs of the Hindu Kush, the high priest may not traverse certain paths which go near the receptacles for the dead, nor may he visit the cemeteries. He may not go into the actual room where a death has occurred until after an effigy has been erected for the deceased. Slaves may cross his threshold, but must not approach the hearth. Sir George Scott Robertson, Obsit. p. 416. 44 Aulus Gellius, X. 15. Plutarch, Quest, Rom. 109-112. Pliny, Nat. Hist. XXVIII. 146. Servius on Virgil, in. I. 179, 448, Iv. 518. Macrobius, Saturn. I. 16. 8 SQ. Festus, pages 161a, ed. C.O. Muller. For more details see J. Marquardt, Romish, Staatsverwaltung, E2 326 SQQ. M11 Taboos observed by the Bodia of Sierra Leone. 45 Sir Harry Johnston, Liberia, London, 1906, E. 1076 SQ. Quoting from Bishop Hayne, who wrote some 50 years ago. The Bodia described by Bishop Hayne is clearly identical with the Bodio of the Grain Coast, who is described by the Reverend J. L. Wilson, Western Africa, pages 129 SQQ. See below, pages 23. And the Magic, Art and the Evolution of Kings, Vol. I. Pages 353. As to the iron ring, which the pontiff wears on his ankle as a badge of his office, we are told that it is regarded with as much veneration as the most ancient crown in Europe, and the incumbent suffers as deep disgrace by its removal as any monarch in Europe would by being deprived of his crown. J. L. Wilson, Obsit. Pages 129 SQ. M12 Taboos observed by sacred milkmen among the Todas of South India. 46 W. H. R. Rivers, The Todas, London, 1906, pages 98-103. 47 For restrictions imposed on these lesser milkmen, see W. H. R. Rivers, Obsit. Pages 62, 66, 67 SQ. 72, 73, 79-81. 48 W. H. R. Rivers, The Todas, pages 79-81. M13 The effect of these burdensome rules was to divorce the temporal from the spiritual authority. M14 Reluctance to accept sovereignty with its vexatious restrictions. 49 The Magic Art, Vol. Pages 4. 50 id. Vol. I pages 354 SQ. 51 A Bastion, Die Deutsche Expedition and der Longokust, I. 354, SQ. E. 9, 11. 52 Zweifel et Mystere, Voyage aux Sources du Niger, Bulletin de la Société de Géographie, Paris, Vime Série, XX. 1880, pages 111. 53 O'Dapper, Description de l'Afrique, Amsterdam, 1686, pages 250. 54 J. Matthews, Voyage to Sierra Leone, London, 1791, pages 75. 55 T. Winterbottom, Account of the Native Africans in the Neighborhood of Sierra Leone, London, 1803, pages 124. 56 The Travels of the Jesuits in Ethiopia, collected and historically digested by F. Balthazar Tales, London, 1710, pages 197 SQ. M15 Sovereign Powers divided between a temporal and a spiritual head. 57 Manners and Customs of the Japanese, pages 199 SQQ. 355 SQQ. 58 Richard, History of Tonquin, in Pinkerton's Voyages and Travels, X. 744 SQQ. 59 L. A. Waddell, Among the Himalayas, Westminster, 1899, pages 146, SQ. 60 W. Ellis, Polynesian Researches, 2nd edition, London, 1832–1836, E. 99 SQQ. 61 W. W. Gill, Myths and Songs of the South Pacific, pages 293 SQQ. 62 The late Reverend Lorimer Fisson, in a letter to the author, dated August 26, 1898. 63 W. Mariner, An Account of the Natives of the Tonga Islands, 2nd edition, London, 1818, E. 75–79, 132–136. 64 Strabo, Vi. 3. 5, pages 297 SQ. Compare ed. Vi. 3. 11, pages 304. 65 Aristotle, Constitution of Athens, E. 2. My friend Professor Henry Jackson kindly called my attention to this passage. 66 See the Magic Art and the Evolution of Kings, Vol. I. Pages 416, and, above, pages 6. M16 Fetish Kings and Civil Kings in West Africa. 67 Miss Mary H. Kingsley in Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXIX. 1899, pages 61 SQQ. I had some conversation on this subject with Miss Kingsley, June 1, 1897, and have embodied the results in the text. Miss Kingsley did not know the rule of succession among the fetish kings. 68 T. J. Hutchinson, Impressions of Western Africa, London, 1858, pages 101 SQ. Leconte Carty, Juju Laws and Customs in the Niger Delta, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXIX. 1899, pages 51. 69 H. Goldie, Calabar and its Mission, New Edition, London, 1901, p. 43. 70 J. L. Wilson, Western Africa, London, 1856, pages 129. As to the taboos observed by the Bodio or Bodia see above, pages 15. 71 Miss Mary H. Kingsley, in Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXIX. 1899, pages 62. M17 The King of the Night. 72 Marshall, Ethnography, Porto Novo, Review Scientifique, Quatrime Serie, E. 1895, pages 595 SQ. This passage was pointed out to me by Mr. N. W. Thomas. 73 O. von Kotzebue, Entdeckungsreise in die Sozialen nach der Beringstrasse, Weimar, 1821, E. 149. M18 Civil Rajas and Taboo Rajas in the East Indies. 74 J. J. de Hollander, Handleitung bei der Beoefening der Land in Volkenkunde van Nederlandsch used in D. E. 606 SQ. In other parts of Timor the spiritual ruler is called an Awapawa or conjurer of the land. Compare H. Sandravan, Timor Inda, Timorezen, Dit Schrift van het Nederlandsch Artrikskundig, Genuchap, Tweed Serie, v. 1888, Afdeling, Merit de Bride, Artikelen, pages 400 to 402. 75 AC Haddon, Headhunters, Black, White, and Brown, London, 1901, pages 270 to 272. 76 Dr. Hall, Mitteilungen über Sitten und rechtliche Verhältnisse auf, Poneb, Ethnologisches Notizblatt, E. Hef 2, Berlin, 1901, pp. 5 SQ. 7. The title of the Prime Minister is Mannequin. M19 What is the primitive conception of death? M20 Savages conceive the human soul as a mannequin, the prolonged absence of which from the body causes death. M21 The soul as a mannequin in Australia, America, and among the Malays. 77 R. Salvato, Memoires historiques sur l'Australie, Paris, 1854, p. 162. Journal of the Anthropological Institute, Vi. 1878, pages 282. In this edifying catechism there is little to choose between the savagery of the white man and the savagery of the black. 78 Relations des Jesuites, 1634, pages 17. Id. 1636, pages 104. Id. 1639, pages 43, Canadian reprint, Quebec, 1858. 79 H. Ring, Tales and Traditions of the Eskimo, pages 36. The Eskimo of Bering Strait believe that every man has several souls, and that 2 of these souls are shaped exactly like the body. C.W. Nelson, The Eskimo about Bering Strait, 18th Annual Report of the Bureau of American Ethnology, Part I. Washington, 1899, p. 422. 80 Fr. Boas, in 6th Report on the Northwestern Tribes of Canada, pages 44, separate reprint from the report of the British Association, for 1890. 81 Fr. Boas, in 9th Report on the Northwestern Tribes of Canada, pages 461, report of the British Association for 1894. 82 W. W. Skeet, Malay Magic, London, 1900, pages 47. M22 The Soul as a Mannequin in Ancient Egypt. 83 G. Maspero, Etudes de Mythologie et d'Archéologie Égyptienne, Paris, 1893, I. 388 SQ. A. Wheatman, The Ancient Egyptian Doctrine of the Immortality of the Soul, London, 1895, pages 10, SQQ. In Greek works of art, especially vase paintings, the human soul is sometimes represented as a tiny being in human form, generally winged, sometimes clothed and armed, sometimes naked. Seojan, Archäologische Beiträge, Berlin, 1847, pages 128 SQQ. E. Potier, Études sur les Lesses Blancs Paris, 1883, pages 75 to 79. American Journal of Archaeology, E. 1886, PLLZ, G. Aukern, in Ostronomia, Archäologische Beiträge Karl, Robert zur Erinnerung Berlin Dargebracht, Berlin, 1890, pp. 89 to 95. Greek artists of a later period sometimes portrayed the human soul in the form of a butterfly, Ojan, Opsit. Pages 138, SQQ. There was a particular sort of butterfly to which the Greeks gave the name of soul. See Aristotle, Hist. Nm. V. 19, pages 550b26, pages 551b13 SQ. Plutarch, Quest. Conviv. E. 3. 2. M23 The Soul as a Mannequin in Nias, Fiji, and India. 84 W. W. Gill, Myths and Songs of the South Pacific, London, 1876, pages 171. 85 H. Sunderman, Die Inselnias und die Mission das Selbst, Allgemeine Missionszeitschrift, BDSI. October 1884, pages 453. 86 The late Reverend Lorimer Fisson, in a letter to the author, dated November 3, 1898. 87 H. A. Rose, Note on Female Tattooing in the Punjab, Indian, Antiquary, XXXI. 1902, pages 298. M24 attempts to prevent the soul from escaping from the body. 88 BF Mathis, over de Bezos of Heidenpriesters en Priesterissen der Bogenisen, Amsterdam, 1872, pages 24, reprinted, from the Verhandelingen der Koninklijke Academie van Wetenschappen, afdeling Letterkunde, deel vi. 89 AC Haddon, Headhunters, pages 439. 90 H. Lingroth, Los Natives of Borneo, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXI. 1892, pages 115. 91 AC Haddon, Headhunters, pages 371, 396. 92 H. Candelier, Rio Hatra et les Indiens Cligères, Paris, 1893, pp. 258 SQ. 93 R. Southey, History of Brazil, E. 396. 94 G. M. Dawson, On the Haida Indians of the Queen Charlotte Islands, Geological Survey of Canada, Report of Progress for 1878-1879, Montreal, 1880, pages 123b, 139b. 95 Punjab Notes and Queries, E. pages 114, section 665. 96 M. Radicat, Les Derniers Sauvages, Paris, 1882, pages 245. Matthias, G., Lettres sur Isles les Marquises, Paris, 1843, pages 115. Clavel, Les Marquesines, pages 42 note. 97 Gagnier, In Annales de la Propagation de la Foi, XXXII. 1860, p. 439. 98 Elf Blementrit, Das Stromgebiet des Rio Grande Mindano, Petermans Mitteilungen, XXXVII. 1891, pages 111. 99 A. Dorbany, Lum Amarasane, E. 241. T. J. Hutchinson, The Chaco Indians, Transactions of the Ethnological Society of London, N.S., E. 1865, pages 322 SQ. A. Bastian, Kulturländer des Alten Amerika, I. 476. A similar custom is observed by the Kayavava Indians, Adorbany, Opsit. E. 257. 100 E. Modigliani, Un Viaggio a Nias, Milan, 1890, pages 283. 101 A. W. Howard, Native Tribes of Southeast Australia, London, 1904, pages 473. 102 F. R. Boas, The Central Eskimo, 6th Annual Report of the Bureau of Ethnology, Washington, 1888, pages 613 SQ. Among the Esquimaux of Smith Sound, male mourners plug up the right nostril and female mourners the left. E. Bessels in American Naturalist, XVIII. 1884, pages 877. C.P. J. Murdoch, Ethnological Results of the Point Barrow Expedition, 9th Annual Report of the Bureau of Ethnology, Washington, 1892, pages 425. This seems to point to a belief that the soul enters by one nostril and goes out by the other, and that the functions assigned to the right and left nostrils in this respect are reversed in men and women. Among the Esquimaux of Baffin land, the person who prepares a body for burial puts rabbit's fur into his nostrils to prevent the exhalations from entering his own lungs. Fr. Boas, The Eskimo of Baffin Land and Hudson Bay, Bulletin of the American Museum of Natural History, XV Part I. 1901, pages 144. But this would hardly explain the custom of stopping one nostril only. 103 G. F. Lyon, Private Journal, London, 1824, pages 370. 104 B. F. Mathis, Bitrigen tot the Ethnologie van Zwitserliebs, The Hague, 1875, pages 54. 105 J. L. van der Toorn, Het Animisme bij den Minangkabouwer der Bedankschbovenlanden, Bitrigen tot de Taalland en Volkinkon van Nederlandsch Indie, XXXIX. 1890, pages 56. 106 C. Hose and R. Shelford, Materials for a Study of Tatu in Borneo, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXXVI. 1906, pages 65. 107 W. Jockelson, The Korak, Religion and Myths, Leiden and New York, 1905, pages 103. Memoir of the American Museum of Natural History, The Jesup North Pacific Expedition, Volvi Part I. 108 W. F. A. Zimmermann, Die Einzel des Indischen und Stillen Meers, Berlin, 1864-65, e. 386 SQ. 109 Compare T. At. Macro. De. A. T. P. E. Macro. A. E. F. Herodes, Mimimbi, E. 3 SQ. Macro. P. T. E. S. T. Ta. Dio Chrysostom, Erat. XXXII. Vol. I. Pages 417, ed. Dendorf. Modern Greek Macro. T. D. T. A. G. F. Abbott, Macedonian Folklore, pages 193. Note. Mihi anima in, Nossos, stabam tanquam mortuus, Petronius, Sat 62. In, Primus Labris animam haber, Seneca, Natter. Quest. E. Brief. 16. Voilà un pauvre malade qui la fudans liqueur, it lame, sur le bout des levers, J. de Brebeuf, in Relations des Jesuites, 1636, pages 113, Canadian reprint. This posture keeps the weary soul hanging upon the lip, ready to leave the carcass, and yet not suffered to take its wing, or Bentley, Sermon on Popery, quoted in Monk's Life of Bentley, 2i. 382. In Czech they say of a dying person that his soul is on his tongue, Br. Jelinek, in Mitteilungen der Anthropologie. Gesellschaften Wien, XXI. 1891, pages 22. M25 The soul conceived as a bird ready to fly away. 110 Compare the Greek P. T. Micro A. Aped. Etc. 111 K. von den Steinen, Unter den Naturvölkern Central Brasiliens, Berlin, 1894, pages 511, 512. 112 Fr. Boas, in 7th Report on the Northwestern Tribes of Canada, pages 14 SQ. Separate reprint of the Report of the British Association for 1891. 113 R. H. Codrington, The Melanesians, pages 207 SQ. 114 Pliny, Nat. Hist. Vi. 174. Compare Herodotus, Iv. 14 SQ. Maximus Tyrius, Dissert. XVI. 2. 115 Br. Jelinek, Materialien zur Vorgeschichte und Volkskunstbauens, Mitteilungen der Anthropologischen Gesellschaft in Wien, XXI. 1891, pages 22. 116 G. A. Wilken, Het Animisme die Volken van den Indischen, Archipel, The Indisch Kids, June 1884, pages 944. 117 G. A. Wilken, L.C. 118 E. L. M. Kerr, Schipsenit Borneos Westerafdeling, Bitrichen, Tot de Talland en Volkinkon van Nederlandsch Indi, XLVII. 1897, pages 57. 119 B. F. Mathis, Bitrichen tot the Ethnologie van Zwitserliebs, p. 33. Id. Over de Besos of Heidensch Priesters and Priesterissen, der Bogenisen, pages 9 SQ. Id. Makassarsch Hollandsch, Wardenboek, SVV. Cairo and Salmanga, pages 41, 569. Of these two words, the former means a sound made in calling fowls, and the latter means a soul. The expression for the ceremonies, described in the text is Apakaro Salmanga. So common is the recall of the bird's soul among the Malays that the words koer, kur, semanat, clock, soul, often amount to little more than an expression of astonishment, like our good gracious me. C.W. W. Skeet, Melee Magic, pages 47, note 2. 120 B.F. Mathis, over the eras of Julten der Makassaren en, Botanisen, Verslichen en Mededelingen der Koninklijke Academie, van Wetenschappen, Amsterdam, Afdeling Letterkunde, Rijksmuseum. Dili. 1885, pages 174 sq. J.K. Niemann, de Botanisen en, Makassaren, Bitrichen tot de Taalland en Volkenkunde van, Nederlandsch Indie, Zgschvi. 1889, pages 281. 121 A.C. Kreit, het Kopensnellen der Torages, Verslichen en, Mededelingen der Koninklijke Academie van Wetenschappen, Amsterdam, Afdeling Letterkunde, Rijksmuseum. Dili. 1899, p. 162. 122 J. van der Toorn, het animisme den Minankabouwer der, Bedankschbovenlanden, Bitrichen tot de Taalland en, Volkenkunde van Nederlandsch Indie, XXXIX. 1890, pages 56 to 58. On Traces of the Bird Soul in Mohammedan Popular Belief, C.I. Golcher, der Seelenwigel im Islamischen Volksglauben, Globus, Lukschkshi. 1903, pages 301 to 304. And on the soul and bird form generally, C.J. von Nedlein, Seelals Vogel, Globus, LXXIX. 1901, pp. 357 to 361, 381 to 384. M26 The soul is supposed to be absent in sleep. 123 K. von den Steinen, Unter den Naturvölkern Central Brasiliens, p. 340. E.F. im Thurn, Among the Indians of Guyana, pages 344 sqq. 124 V. Frick, Ein Pilco Maoris in den Chaco Central, Globus, LXXXIX. 1906, pages 233. M27 The soul absent in sleep may be prevented from returning to the body. 125 SHWAYO, The Burman, His Life and Notions, London, 1882, e. 100. 126 Henri, Braunschweiger Volkskunde, Brunswick, 1896, pages 266. 127 H. von Maslowski, Volksglaube und Volksbrauch der Siebenbürger, Saxon, Berlin, 1893, pages 167. 128 J. L. Wilson, Western Africa, London, 1856, pages 220. A. B. Ellis, The U-Speaking Peoples of the Slave Coast, pages 20. 129 J. G. F. Riedel, Das Leuk en Cruciere Rassentussen Celebes, en Papua, pages 267. For detention of a sleeper's soul by spirits and consequent illness, see also Mason, quoted in A. Bastian's Die, Volker des Ausgleichnissen, e. 387 note. 130 J. Teat, The Thompson Indians of British Columbia, Memoir of the American Museum of Natural History, The Jesup North Pacific Expedition, Vol. I. Part of. April 1900, pages 327. The Kodak of Northeastern Asia also keep awake so long as there is a corpse in the house. C. W. Jockelson, The Kodak, Religion and Myths, Memoir of the American Museum for Natural History, The Jesup North Pacific Expedition, Vol. Vi. Part I, Leiden and New York, 1905, p. 110. 131 G. Kurz, Sitten und Geburt der Lengua Indianer, Mitteilungen, der Geographischen Gesellschaft zu Jena, XXIII. 1905, pages 18. 132 H. Lingroth, Los Natives of Borneo, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXI. 1892, pages 112. 133 Indian Antiquary, Vi. 1878, pages 273. A. Bastian, Vokerstam M. Brahmaputra, pages 127. A similar story is told by the Hindus and Malays, though the lizard form of the soul is not mentioned. C. Punjab Notes and Queries, E. pages 166, section 679. N. Annandale, Primitive Beliefs and Customs of the Patani Fishermen, Fasciculi, Malayenses, Anthropology, Part I. April 1903, pages 94 sq. 134 E. Gerard, The Land Beyond the Forest, E. 27 sq. A similar story is told in Holland, J. W. Wolf, Nederlandsche Sagen, No. 250, pages 343 sq. The story of King Guntram belongs to the same class. The king's soul comes out of his mouth as a small reptile, Paulus diaconus, hist. Langobardirum, E. 34. In an East Indian story of the same type, the sleeper's soul issues from his nose in the form of a cricket, G. A. Wilkin, in the Indish Gids, June 1884, pages 940. In a Swabian story, girl's soul creeps out of her mouth in the form of a white mouse, a Berlinger, Volksthumliches, aus Schwaben, I. 303. In a Saxon story, the soul comes out of the sleeper's mouth in the shape of a red mouse. CMOGK, in R. What gives the Sich Volkskin to, Dresden, 1901, pages 318. M28 Danger of awaking a sleeper suddenly before his soul has time to return. 135 SHWAYO, The Burman, E. 103. MNB Fairs, Burma, London, 1900, pages 77. R. G. Withrop, in Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXVI. 1897, pages 23. A. Bastian, Die, Volker des Auslegenessen, E. 389. F. Blumentritt, Der, Ahnen Kultus und Religiösen Anschauungen der Malayen des Philippinen Archipels, Mitteilungen der Wiener GOGR. Gesellschaft, 1882, pages 209. J. G. F. Riedel, Das Luig N. Cruciage Racentus Sleeps in Papua, pages 440. Id. Die, Landschaften und oder Westtimor, Deutsch Geographische Blätter, X. 280. ACKRUIJT, Ihnen ander Engen het geestelijk en, maatschappelijk leven van den Poso Alfoer, Mededelingen van Wage, het Nederlandsche Zendelingen Uchap, XXXIX. 1895, pages 4. K. von den Steinen, Unter den Naturvölkern Central Brazilians, pages 340, 510. L. F. Going, 5,000 Miles in a Sledge, London, 1889, pages 226. A. C. Hollis, The Maasai, Oxford, 1905, pages 308. The rule is mentioned and the mystic reason assigned for it in the Satapatha, Brahmana, Part V. Pages 371, J. Egeling's translation. 136 Reverend Lorimer Fisson, in a letter to the author dated August 26, 1898. 137 K. von den Steinen, Unter den Naturvölkern Central Brazilians, p. 340. 138 Hugh Miller, My Schools and Schoolmasters, Edinburgh, 1854, ch. Vi pages 106 sq. M29 Danger of moving a sleeper or altering his appearance. 139 J. L. van der Toorn, Het animism bij den Minangkabouwer der, Pedangstbovenlanden, Bitrigen tot de Talland en, Volkinkon van Nederlandsch Indie, XXXIX. 1890, pages 50. 140 N. Annandale, in Fasciculi Malayenses, Anthropology, Part I. April 1903, pages 94. 141 Punjab Notes and Queries, E. Pages 116, section 530. 142 W. W. Rockwell, Notes on Some of the Laws, Customs, and Superstitions of Korea, American Anthropologist, Iv. 1891, p. 183. 143 W. R. S. Ralston, Songs of the Russian People, pages 117 sq. F. S. Krauss, Volksglaube und Religiöser Brauch der Satzhaven, Munster I. W. 1890, pages 112. The latter writer tells us that the witch's spirit is also supposed to assume the form of a fly, a hen, a turkey, a crow, and especially a toad. 144 Halsmeyer, Ociliana, Verhandlungen der Gelatin Estnischen, Gesellschaft zu Dorpat, vi. 1872, number 2, pages 53. 145 Einhorn, Widerlegend der Apotheke, etc., reprinted in Scriptures rerum Levenikarin, e. 645, Riga and Leipzig, 1848. 146 Adenor, Codems, Myths et Traditions des Provinces de France, Paris and Lyons, 1846, pages 88. M30 The soul may quit the body in waking hours, thereby causing sickness, insanity or death. Recalling truant souls in Australia, Burma, China, Sarawak, Luzon and Mongolia. 147 A.W. Howitt, Native Tribes of Southeast Australia, pages 387. 148 Bringad, Les Cairns de la Brimini, Missions Catholiques, XX. 1888, pages 297 SQ. 149 A. Henry, The Lolas and Other Tribes of Western China, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXXIII. 1903, pages 102. 150 C. Hose and W. McDougall, The Relations Between Men and Animals in Sarawak, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXXI. 1901, pages 183 SQ. 151 De los Reyes y Florentino, Die Religios Anchoingen der Ilokanen, Luzon, Mitteilungen der K. Geograph. Gesellschaft in Wien, XXXI, 1888, pages 569 SQ. 152 A. Bastian, Die Seele und Erscheinungswesen in der Ethnographie, pages 36. M31 Recalling Truant Souls in Africa and America. 153 H. Ward, 5 Years with the Congo Cannibals, London, 1890, pp. 53 SQ. 154 A. G. Morris, The Western Danes, Their Manners and Customs, Proceedings of the Canadian Institute, Toronto, 3rd Series, vi. 1888 to 1889, pages 158 SQ. Id. Épées de l'Ars Noire, Chez les Sauvages de la Colombie-Britannique, Paris and Lyons, 1897, pages 75. 155 Cliqueter, in Annales de l'Association de la Propagation de la Foi, Iv. 1830, pages 479. M32 Recalling Truant Souls in Sumatra, Borneo, Celebes. 156 M. Joustra, Het Leven, de Zeden en Juwten der Batax, Mededelingen van Wijsheid Nederlandsche Zendelingen Uchap, XLVI. 1902, pages 408. 157 J. H. Meerwald, Gebruiken der Batax in het Maatschappelijk Leven, Mededelingen van Wijsheid Nederlandsche Zendelingen Uchap, Lee. 1907, pages 98 SQ. The writer gives Tondi as the form of the Bodic word for soul. 158 Dr. R. Romer, Bitrichtat de Geneeskunst der Carbodics, de Schrift voor Indischtaal en Volkenkunde, I. 1908, pages 212 SQ. 159 A.W. Niwenahuas, in Central Borneo, Latin, 1900, I. 148, 152, SQ. 164 SQ. Id. Kerdurch Borneo, Latin, 1904 to 1907, I. 112 SQ. 125. 160 A.W. Niwenahuas, Kerdurch Borneo, E. 481. 161 J. Perham, Menangism and Borneo, Journal of the Straits Branch of the Royal Asiatic Society, No. 19, Singapore, 1887, pages 91, compare, pages 89, 90. H. Lingroth, The Natives of Sarawak and British North, Borneo, I. 274, compare pages 272 SQ. 162 E.L.M. Kerr, Schipsenit Borneo's Westerafdeling, Bitrichin, Tot de Talland en Volkenkunde van Nederlandsch Indi, XLVII. 1897, pages 60 SQ. 163 ACKRUIJT, Enige Ethnographisch Antekeningen Trinta, Tobunko en de Tamori, Mededelingen van Wijheid Nederlandsche, Zendeling Genootschap, XLIV. 1900, pages 225. M33 Wandering Souls in Popular Tales. 164 Panchatantra, Übersetzt von Th. Benfey, Leipzig, 1859, e. 124, SQQ. 165 J. Brands, Iets overhead Paepgary Boek, Zuls het Beda, Malayas Verkomt, Tijdschrift voor Indisch Taalland en Volkenkunde, XLI. 1899, pages 480 to 483. A story of this sort is quoted from the Persian Tales in The Spectator, No. 578, August 9, 1714. 166 Kathasarat Sagara, translated by C. H. Tani, Calcutta, 1880, I. 21 SQ. 4 other Indian tales of the same general type, with variations in detail, see letters edified et curieuses, Nouvelle Edition, Z. 183 SQ. North Indian Notes and Queries, IV. Pages 28, section 54. 167 JJM de Groot, The Religious System of China, IV. 104. 168 Pliny, Nat. Hist. Vi. 174. Plutarch, De Genio Socratis, 22. Lucian, Messiah Encomium, 7. Plutarch calls the man Hermodorus. Epaimonides, the Cretan seer, had also the power of sending his soul out of his body and keeping it out as long as he pleased. C. Hesychius Milesius, in Fragmenta Historicorum Graecorum, ed. C. Muller, v. 162. Sodas, S.V. P. Marcoe. D. On such reported cases in Antiquity see further Erode, Psyche, 3. 91 SQQ. 169 Narrative of Travels in Europe, Asia, and Africa in the 17th century by Evliya Effendi, translated from the Turkish by the Ritter, Joseph von Hammer, Oriental Translation Fund, Vol. IPTE. Pages 3. I have not seen this work. An extract from it, containing the above narrative, was kindly sent me by Colonel F. Tyrrell, and the exact title and reference were supplied to me by Mr. R. A. Nicholson, who was so good as to consult the book for me in the British Museum. M34 The Wandering Soul may be detained by ghosts. 170 E. B. Cross, On the Cairns, Journal of the American Oriental Society, IV. 1854, pages 311. 171 A. R. McMahon, The Cairns of the Golden Chersonese, London, 1876, pages 318. 172 F. Mason, Physical Character of the Cairns, Journal of the Asiatic Society of Bengal, 1866, pt. pages 28 SQ. 173 R. G. Withrop, in Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXVI. 1897, pages 23. 174 C. J. S. F. Forbes, British Burma, London, 1878, pages 99 SQ. S. H. W. A. Wayo, The Burman, London, 1882, e. 102. A. Bastian, Die, Volker des Ausgleichen, e. 389. 175 Gerlich, Moers et Superstitions des Sauvages Bonnars, Missions, Catholics, Zix. 1887, pages 525 SQ. 176 J. H. Newman, De Begoende Godsdienstige Begrippen der Karbeteksen de Dawson, Mededelingen van Wijheid, Nederlandsche Zendeling Genootschap, XLVI. 1902, pages 27. 177 F. Grabowski, An Internationales Archive for Ethnography, E. 1889, pages 182. 178 Fr. Boas, in 11th Report on the Northwestern Tribes of Canada, pages 6, separate reprint from the report of the British Association for 1896. 179 J. G. F. Riedel, Das Luik en Cruciate Rassentussen Celebes, en Papua, pages 414. 180 J. G. F. Riedel, Obsit. pages 221 SQ. M35 attempts to rescue the lost soul from the spirits of the dead who are detaining it. 181 NPH Wilkin and J.A. Schwartz, Het Heidendom and the Islam in Belong Mongondu, Mededeling in Van Wijheid Nederlandsche, Zendeling Canoe Chap, Zai. 1867, pages 263 SQ. 182 James Dawson, Australian Aborigines, Melbourne, Sydney, and Adelaide, 1881, pages 57 SQ. 183 W. W. Gill, Myths and Songs of the South Pacific, London, 1876, pages 171 SQ. 184 De Flacourt, Histoire de la Grande Île Madagascar, Paris, 1658, pages 101 SQ. M36 Rescuing the Soul from the Dead in Borneo and Melanesia. 185 ELM Kerr, Shipsenit Borneo's Westerafdeling, Bitrichin, Tot de Talland en Volkinkan van Nederlandsch Indi, XLVII. 1897, pages 61 SQ. 186 R. H. Codrington, The Melanesians, pages 138 SQ. 187 Bishop Pose, The Contents of a Dak Medicine Chest, Journal of The Straits Branch of the Royal Asiatic Society, number 39, June 1903, pages 69. 188 R. H. Codrington, Opsit. Pages 208. 189 R. H. Codrington, Opsit. Pages 146 SQ. M37 Buryat Mode of Recovering a Lost Soul from the Netherworld. 190 V. M. Mikhailovsky, Shamanism in Siberia and European Russia, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXIV. 1895, pages 69, SQ. M38 American Indian Modes of Recovering a Lost Soul from the Land of the Dead. 191 J. Teat, The Thompson Indians of British Columbia, Memoir of the American Museum of Natural History, The Jesup North Pacific Expedition, Vol. I. Part of. April 1900, pages 363 SQ. 192 Reverend Myra Niels, The Twana, Kemakum, and Klallam Indians of Washington Territory, Annual Report of the Smithsonian Institution, for 1887, PTI pages 677 SQ. M39 Abduction of Souls by Demons in NM, Cochin China, and China. 193 Elands, Contes et Legends Adamites, number 76 in Cochin Klein, Frances, Excursions et Reconnaissances, number 23, Saigon, 1885, p. 80. 194 Guerlik, Chez les Sauvages Bonnards, Missions Catholiques, XVI. 1884, pages 436, Zix. 1887, pages 453, XXVI. 1894, pages 142 SQ. 195 JJM de Groot, The Religious System of China, I. 243 SQ. 196 see above, pages 45. M40 Abduction of Souls by Demons in the East Indies. 197 MJ van Barda, Fablin, Verellen en Overleveringen der Galilereisen, Bitrichin tot de Talland en Volkinkan van Nederlandsch Indi, XLV. 1895, pages 509. 198 MTH Perlaer, Ethnographisch Beschrijving der Dutcheks, Zaltbommel, 1870, pages 26 SQ. 199 Enigmadsonderheden betreffend de Papos van de Gilvingsby, van Nigini, Bitrichin tot de Talland en Volkinkan van Nederlandsch Indi, E. 1854, pages 375 SQ. It is especially the souls of children that the Spirit loves to take to himself. C.J. L. van Hasselt, Die Papoestem en der Gilvinkby, Mitteilungen, der Geographischen Gesellschaft zu Jena, X. 1891, pages 103. Compare, Ib. 1886, pages 118 SQ. The mists seem to hang about, treetops are due to the power of trees to condense vapor, as to which see Gilbert White, Natural History of Selborne, Part E. Letter 29. M41 Abduction of souls by demons in the Moluccas. 200 Fr. Valentin, Oud en Nieuwst-Indiën, E. 13 SQ. 201 Van Schmidt, Aantekeningen opens te zetten, Juonten en, Gebruiken, benevens die veroordelen en begelovigheden der, bevolking van de elanden Sapere, Herokau, no Salat, en van, een gedeeld van die Zwetkust van Serum, in Tijdschrift voor, Nederlands Indie, 1843, DLE. 511 SQQ. M42 Abduction of souls by demons in Sleeps and Siberia. 202 ACKRUIJT, een en ander engen het geestelijk en, maatschappelijk leven van den poso alfoer, mededelingen van wege, het Nederlandse zendelingenootschap, XXXIX. 1895, pages 5-8. 203 E. Bastian, Die Seele und ihre Erscheinungsweisen in der Ethnographie, Berlin, 1868, pages 36 SQ. JGGMELIN, Rees, Dirt Siberian, E. 359 SQ. This mode of curing sickness, by inducing the demon to swab the soul of the patient for an effigy, is practiced also by the Dyaks and by some tribes on the northern coast of New Guinea. Ch. Lingroth, Los Natives of Borneo, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXI. 1892, pages 117. ELM. Kerr, Schipsenit Borneo's Westerafdeling, Bitrigen Tata, Talland en Volkinkon van Nederlandsch Indie, XLVII. 1897, pages 62 SQ. FSA de Klerk, de West en Noordkust van Nederlandsch New Guinea, dit schrift van het Khan. Nederlandsch, Aardrijkskundig Genootschap, Tweede Serie, X. 1893, pages 633 SQ. 204 V. Preklonsky, Tottengebridge Durchakuten, Globus, Lix. 1891, pages 81 SQ. Compared. Über das Schamenthum bei den Jakuten, in A. Bastians allerlei Ausvogs und Menschenkund, I. 218, SQ. M43 souls rescued from demons at a housewarming in Minahassa. 205 PN Wilken, Bitrigen tot de kennis van die Zetten en Juonten der, Alfoeren in de Minahassa, mededelingen van wege het Nederlandsche, zendelingenootschap, vi. 1863, pages 146 SQ. Why the priest, after restoring the soul, tells it to go away again, is not clear. 206 JGF Riedel de Minahassa in 1825, Tijdschrift voor Indisch, Talland en Volkinkund, XVII. 523. 207 N. Grafland, de Minahassa, Rotterdam, 1869, I. 327 SQ. M44 souls carried off by the sun and other gods. 208 Fr. Kramer, Der Gottesdiensterneiser, Tijdschrift voor, Indisch Talland en Volkinkund, XXXII. 1890, pages 490 SQ. 209 J. Teat, The Thompson Indians of British Columbia, Memoir of the American Museum of Natural History, The Jesup North Pacific Expedition, Vol. I. Part of. April 1900, pages 357. 210 G. Turner, Samoa, pages 142 SQ. M45 Lost souls extracted from a fowl. 211 J. B. Newman, Het Pain en Beelestrom Japid op het Island, Sumatra, Dit Schrift van het Nederlandsch Aardrijkskundig Genootschap, Tweede Serie, DLE, Afdeling, Meertjebride, Artikelen, Number 2, 1886, pages 302. M46 Lost souls brought back in a visible form. Soul lost by a fall and recovered from the earth. 212 R. H. Codrington, Religious Beliefs and Practices in Melanesia, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, X. 1881, pages 281. Id. The Melanesians, pages 267. 213 R. H. Codrington, The Melanesians, pages 229. 214 Horatio Hale, United States Exploring Expedition, Ethnography and Philology, Philadelphia, 1846, pages 208 SQ. Compare Ch. Wilkes, Narrative of the United States Exploring Expedition, London, 1845, Iv. 448 SQ. Similar methods of recovering lost souls are practiced by the Haydas, Nootkas, Shuswap, and other Indian tribes of British Columbia. Cfr. Bough, in 5th Report on the Northwestern Tribes of Canada, pages 58 SQ. Separate reprint from the Report of the British Association for 1889. Ed. In 6th Report, etc., pages 30, 44, 59 SQ. 94, separate reprint of the Report of the Brit. Assoc. For 1890. Ed. In 9th Report, etc., pages 462, in Report of the Brit. Assoc. For 1894. Quackiodle, medicine men exhibit captured souls in the shape of little balls of eagle down. Cfr. Bough, in Report of the U.S. National Museum for 1895, pages 561, 575. 215 JGF Riedel, Das Luik en Cruciate Racentussen Celebes, en Papua, pages 77 SQ. 216 JGF Riedel, Obset. Pages 356 SQ. 217 JGF Riedel, Obset. Pages 376. 218 Spencer Street John, Life in the Forests of the Far East, 2I. 189. H. Lingroth, The Natives of Sarawak and British North Borneo, I. 261. Sometimes the souls resemble cotton seeds, Spencer St. John, L.C. Compare ed. I. 183. 219 Nienhuisen en Rosenberg, Versligen Trentheit Island Nies, Verhandel. Van het Beethoven. Januch. Van Kunsten en Wetenschappen, XXX. Batavia, 1863, pages 116. H. von Rosenberg, Der Milish, Archipel, pages 174. E. Modigliani, Viaggio in Nies, Milan, 1890, p. 192. 220 Letter du Cure de Santiago to Peilgenisani Vixer les Meurs et Coutumes des Summissets Bulletin de la Société de Géographie, Paris, Imseri, E. 1834, pages 178. 221 W. Camden, Britannia, London, 1607, pages 792. The passage has not always been understood by Camden's translators. M47 Recovery of the Soul in Ancient Egypt. 222 8 Mourid, Le Rituel du Culte divin Journalier en Egypte, Paris, 1902, pages 32 to 35, 83 SQ. M48 Souls stolen or detained by sorcerers in Fiji and Polynesia. 223 Th. Williams, Fiji and the Fijians 2, London, 1860, I. 250. 224 W. W. Gill, Myths and Songs of the South Pacific, pages 171. Ed. Life in the Southern Isles, pages 181 SQQ. Sinat, Thinat, or Senat is cordage made from the dried fiber of the coconut husk. Large quantities of it are used in Fiji. Cth. Williams, Fiji and the Fijians, 2I. 69. 225 J. Williams, Narrative of Missionary Enterprises in the South Sea Islands, London, 1838, pages 93, 466 SQ. A traveler in Zombo land found traps commonly set at the entrances of villages and huts for the purpose of catching the devil. See Reverend Th. Lewis, The Ancient Kingdom of Congo, The Geographical Journal, Zix. 1902, pages 554. 226 Relations des Jesuites, 1639, pages 44, Canadian reprint, Quebec, 1858. M49 Detention of Souls by Sorcerers in Africa. 227 L. J. B. Berenger Farad, Les Peuplades de la Senegambe, Paris, 1879, pages 277. 228 Delafosse, in l'Anthropologie, Xi. 1895, pages 558. 229 W. H. Bentley, Life on the Congo, London, 1887, pages 71. 230 Mary H. Kingsley, Travels in West Africa, London, 1897, pages 461, SQ. M50 Taking the Souls of Enemies First and Their Heads Afterwards. 231 E. L. M. Kerr, An Internationalese Archive for Ethnography, E. 1889, pages 163. Id. Schipsenit Borneo's Westerafdeling, Bitrigen tot de Talland en Volking van, Nederlandsch Indi, XLVII. 1897, pages 59 SQ. Among the Haida, Indians of Queen Charlotte Islands, every war party must be accompanied by a shaman, whose duty it was to find the propitious time for making an attack, etc., but especially to war with and kill the souls of the enemy. Then the death of their natural bodies was certain. C. J. R. Swanton, Contributions to the Ethnology of the Haida, Leiden and New York, 1905, pages 40, Memoir of the American Museum of Natural History, The Jesup North Pacific Expedition, Vol. V. Part I. Some of the Dayaks of southeastern Borneo perform a ceremony for the purpose of extracting the souls from the bodies of prisoners whom they are about to torture to death. C.F. Grabowski, Der Tod, Das Begrabnis, etc., Baden de Jaken, Internationales, Archive for Ethnography, E. 1889, pages 199. M51 Injuries of various sorts done to captured souls by wizards. 232 A. Bastian, Allerlei und Menschenkund, Berlin, 1888, I. 119. 233 Relations des Jesuites, 1637, pages 50, Canadian reprint, Quebec, 1858. 234 J. G. F. Riedel, Das Leuk en Crucerich Rassentussen Celebes, en Papua, The Hague, 1886, pages 78 SQ. 235 E. B. Cross, On the Cairns, Journal of the American Oriental Society, Iv. 1854, pages 307. M52 Abduction of Human Souls by Malay Wizards. 236 W. W. Skeet, Malay Magic, London, 1900, pages 568 SQ. 237 W. W. Skeet, Opsit. Pages 569 SQ. 238 W. W. Skeet, Opsit. Pages 574 SQ. 239 W. W. Skeet, Opsit. Pages 576 SQ. M53 Athenian curse accompanied by the shaking of red cloth. 240 Lysias, or Vi. 51, pages 51 ed. C. Scheib. The passage was pointed out to me by my friend Mr. W. Wise. As to the mutilation of the Hermi, see Thucydides, Vi. 27 to 29, 60 SQ. Andicides, or I. 37, SQQ. Plutarch, Alcibiades, 18. 241 above, pages 69. M54 Extracting a patient's soul from the stomach of his doctor. 242 J. B. McCulloch, in the Church Missionary Gleaner, Ziv. Number 164, August 1887, pages 91. The same account is copied from the North Star, Sitka, Alaska, December 1888, in Journal of American Folklore, E. 1889, pages 74 SQ. Mr. McCulloch's account, which is closely followed in the text of the latter part of the custom, is not quite clear. It would seem that failing to find the soul in the head doctor's box, it occurs to them that he may have swallowed it, as the other doctors were at first supposed to have done. With a view of testing this hypothesis, they hold him up by the heels to empty out the soul. And as the water with which his head is washed may possibly contain the missing soul, it is poured on the patient's head to restore the soul to him. We have already seen that the recovered soul is often conveyed into the sick person's head. 243 Fr. Bough's in 11th Report on the Northwestern Tribes of Canada, pages 571, reported the British Association for 1896. 4 other examples of the recapture or recovery of lost, stolen, and strayed souls, in addition to those which have been cited in the preceding pages. C.J. and Vosmer, Kort Beschrijving van het Uiterlijk, Sherilyn van Celebes, pages 119 to 123. This work, of which I possess a copy, forms part of a Dutch journal which I have not identified. It is dated Batavia, 1835. J.G.F. Riedel, de Topontunuasu oorspronkelijke volkstammen van Central Celebes, Bitrigen tot de Talland en Volkinkan van, Nederlandsch Indie, XXXV. 1886, pages 93. J.B. Newman, Het Pain, en Bilastrum Bide, de Schrift van het Nederlandsch, Aardrijkskundig Genootschap, Tweede serie, DLE, Afdeling, Meertgebraad Artikelen, number 2, 1886, pages 300 sq. J. van der Toorn, het Animisme bij den Minangkabouwer, Bitrigen tot de Talland en Volkinkan van Nederlandsch Indie, XXXIX. 1890, pages 51 sq. H. Riss, The Onderafdeling Kleinmandeling Olo en, Pahanten, Bitrigen tot de Talland en Volkinkan van, Nederlandsch Indie, XLVI. 1896, pages 529. C. Snauker Grange, The Etchers, Batavia and Leiden, 1893-4, I. 426 sq. W. W. Skeet, Malay Magic, pages 49 to 51, 452 to 455, 570 sqq. Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXIV. 1895, pages 128, 287. Chimkiewicz, Chez Pirates de l'Amour, Tour du Monde, NSE. 1897, pages 622 sq. Father M. Brissoli, Notice sur l'Alta Rook, Annales de la Propagation de la Foi, XXVII. 1855, pages 364. A. Bastian, Die Volker des Ausgleichen, E. 388, E. 236. Id. Volkerstam Brahmaputra, pages 23. Id. Hugelstam Assems, Verhandlungen der Berlin. Gesell für Anthropol, Ethnoland, Ergeschicht, 1881, pages 156. SHWAYO, The Burman, I. 283 sq. E. 101 sq. G. M. Sprout, Scenes and Studies of Savage Life, p. 214. J. Doolittle, Social Life of the Chinese, pages 110 sq. Ed. Paxton Hood. T. Williams, Fiji and the Fijians, 2i. 242. E. B. Cross, On the Cairns, Journal of the American Oriental Society, Iv. 1854, pages 309 sq. A. W. Howitt, On Some Australian Beliefs, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, G. 1884, pages 187 sq. Id. On Australian Medicine Men, Journ. Anthrop. Inst. XVI. 1887, pages 41. E. P. Houghton, On the Landaics of Upper Sarawak, Memoirs of the Anthropological Society of London, E. 1870, pages 196 sq. L. Dahl, Sikati in Ventana, Antananarivo, Annual and Madagascar Annual, Xi. 1887, pages 320 sq. C. Limius, De Lapinibus Fimarchiorum Lingua, Vita et Religione, Pristina Commentatio, Copenhagen, 1767, pages 416 sq. A. E. Jenks, The Bontoc Igorot, Manila, 1905, pages 199 sq. C. G. Seligman, The Melanesians of British New Guinea, Cambridge, 1910, pages 185 SQ. My friend W. Robertson Smith suggested to me that the practice of hunting souls, which is denounced in Ezekiel, G. 17 SQQ, may have been akin to those described in the text. M55 A man so conceived as his shadow, so that to injure the shadow, is to injure the man. 244 JGF Riedel, Das Luik en Cruciate Racentussen Celebes, en Papua, pages 440. 245 A Bastion, Die Volker des Auslichen v. 455. 246 JGF Riedel, Opsit. Pages 340. 247 N. Adriani Nackruijt, Van Passo naar Parigi, Siggy en Lindo, Mededelingen van Wijsheid Nederlandsche Zendelingen Uchab, XLII. 1898, pages 511. Compare Ackruijt, Ib. XLIV. 1900, p. 247. 248 Ackruijt, Enige Ethnographisch Antiquarium Trinta, Tobunco and Tamori, Opsit. XLIV. 1900, pages 226. 249 Annales de l'Association de la Propagation de la Foi, Iv. 1830, pages 481. 250 Reverend J. Roscoe, in a letter to me dated Mango, Uganda, May 26, 1904. 251 R. E. Dennett, Bavili Notes, Folklore, XVI. 1905, pages 372. Id. At the Back of the Black Man's Mind, London, 1906, pages 79. 252 Dudley Kidd, The Essential Kaffir, pages 84. 253 Dudley Kidd, Savage Childhood, pages 68. 254 C. W. Hobley, British East Africa, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXXIII. 1903, pages 327 SQ. 255 J.J.M. de Groot, The Religious System of China, Iv. 84 SQ. 256 E. Modigliani, Viaggio Aeneas, pages 620, compare pages 624. M56 Danger to a person of letting his shadow fall on certain things. Animals and trees also may be injured through their shadows. 257 R. H. Codrington, The Melanesians, pages 184. 258 R. H. Codrington, Opsit. Pages 176. 259 Fr. Boas, in Ninth Report on the Northwestern Tribes of Canada, pages 461 SQ. Report of the British Association for 1894. 260 J.J.M. de Groot, The Religious System of China, I. 94, 210 SQ. 261 E. H. Mann, Notes on the Nicobarese, Indian Antiquary, XXVIII. 1899, pages 257 to 259. Compare Sir R. C. Temple, in Census of India, 1901, E. 209. 262 W. W. Skeet, Malay Magic, pages 143. 263 J. Dawson, Australian Aborigines, pages 54. 264 Mohammed Ebn Omar El Tunsi, Voyage au Darfur, Tribute del Rab, par le Dr. Perrin, Paris, 1845, pages 347. 265 W. W. Skeet, Malay Magic, pages 306. 266 Aristotle Mirab. Oscult. 145, 157. Japanaga, XV. 1. In the latter passage, for at E A T, we must read at E A T, an emendation necessitated by the context and confirmed by the passage of Tamiri quoted and translated by Bahart, Hierazoikon, I call. 833, cum ad lunam caucatum bram canis, qui suprotectum est, canis, etim sil hyenum decidit, it elam devorat. Compare W. Robertson Smith, The Religion of the Semites, 2 pages 129. 267 Dudley Kidd, Savage Childhood, pages 71. M57 Danger of being overshadowed by certain birds or people. 268 W. Crook, in Indian Antiquary, Zix. 1890, pages 254. 269 Spencer and Gillen, Northern Tribes of Central Australia, pages 612. 270 M. R. Pedlow, in Indian Antiquary, XXIX. 1900, pages 60. 271 W. Cornwallis Harris, The Highlands of Ethiopia, London, 1844, I. 158. 272 Dudley Kidd, The Essential Kaffir, pages 313. 273 D. Kidd, Op. Cit. pages 356. 274 Dudley Kidd, Savage Childhood, pages 70. 275 Punjab Notes and Queries, I. pages 15, section 122. M58 The shadows of certain persons are regarded as peculiarly dangerous. The savage's dread of his mother-in-law. 276 Fr. Boas, in 6th Report on the Northwestern Tribes of Canada, pages 92, 94, separate reprint from the report of the British Association for 1890. Compare it. In 7th Report, etc., p. 13, separate reprint from the Representative Brit. Assoc. for 1891. 277 A. W. Howitt, The Drill, or Initiation Ceremonies of the Kaurnai Tribe, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, Ziv. 1885, p. 316. 278 Miss Mary E. B. Howitt, Folklore and Legends of Some Victorian Tribes, in manuscript. 279 A. W. Howitt, Native Tribes of Southeast Australia, pages 266. 280 A. W. Howitt, Op. Cit. pages 267. 281 A. W. Howitt, Op. Cit. pages 256 SQ. 282 A. W. Howitt, Op. Cit. pages 280 SQ. Compare J. Dawson, Australian Aborigines, pages 32 SQ. 283 Partly from notes sent me by my friend the Reverend J. Roscoe, partly from Sir H. Johnston's account, The Uganda Protectorate, E. 688. In his printed notes, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXXII. 1902, pages 39, Mr. Roscoe says that the mother-in-law may be in another room out of sight and speak to him through the wall or open door. 284 Father Picarda, Otter du Mandera, notes Sir Lazagua, Lauquer, Itluto, Zanzibar, Missions Catholiques, XVIII. 1886, p. 286. 285 Father Port, Les Reminiscences de Missionnaire du Bas-Soudaland, Missions Catholiques, XXVIII. 1896, pages 318. 286 H. H. Romilly and Reverend George Brown, in Proceedings of the Royal Geographical Society, NS6. 1887, pages 9, 17. 287 R. H. Codrington, The Melanesians, pages 43. 288 J. G. Burke, On the Border with Crook, pages 132. More evidence of the mutual avoidance of mother-in-law and son-in-law among savages is collected in My Totemism and Exogamy. See the index, SV. Mother-in-law. The custom is probably based on a fear of incest between them. To the almost universal rule of savage life that a man must avoid his mother-in-law there is a most remarkable exception among the Wahi of German East Africa. In that tribe a bridegroom must sleep with his mother-in-law before he may cohabit with her daughter. See Reverend H. Cole, Notes on the Wagogo of German East Africa, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXXII. 1902, pages 312. 289 O. Dapper, Description de l'Afrique, pages 312. H. Lingroth, Great Benin, pages 119. Missions Catholiques, XV. 1883, pages 110. J. Roscoe, Further Notes on the Manners and Customs of the Baganda, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXXII. 1902, pages 67. M59. A man's health and strength supposed to vary with the length of his shadow. Fear of the loss of the shadow. Fear of the resemblance of a child to its parents. 290. Dio Chrysostom, or LXVII. Voli. Pages 230, ed. Eldendorf. 291. J.G.F. Riedel, Das Luik en Cruciareach Rassentussen Celebes, en Papua, pages 61. 292. W.W. Gill, Myths and Songs of the South Pacific, pages 284 SQQ. 293. W.W. Skeet and C.O. Blagden. Pagan Races of the Malay Peninsula, London, 1906, e. 110. 294. The Reverend J. Roscoe, in a letter to me dated Mango, Uganda, May 26, 1904. 295. T. Arbacet et F. Dalmas, Voyage d'Exploration, Paris, 1842, p. 291. Dudley Kidd, The Essential Kaffir, pages 83, 303. Ed. Savage, Childhood, pages 69. In the last passage Mr. Kidd tells us that the mare was not held up in the sun, but was placed in the hut at the marked-off portion where the Itungo or ancestral spirit was supposed to live. And the fate of the man was divined, not by the length of the shadow, but by its strength. 296. Theocritus, I. 15 SQQ. Philostratus, Heroic, I. 3. Porphyry, the Antronympharum, 26. Lucan, E. 423 SQQ. Drexler, SV. Meridianus Demon, in Roscher's Lexicon der Grieche und Rom. Mythologie, E. 2832 SQQ. Bernard Schmidt, Das Volksleben der Neugriechen, pages 94 SQQ. 119 SQ. Georgikas et Pinot, Folklore de Lesbos, pages 342. A. Danor, Keldems, Mas, it, Traditions des Provinces de France, pages 214 SQ. J. Grimm, Deutsche Mythologie, 4e. 972. C. L. Rockels, Deutscher Glaub, und Brauch, I. 62 SQQ. E. Gerard, The Land Beyond the Forest, I. 331. Letter du Cure de Santiago to Peuquin, Bulletin de la Société de Géographie, Paris, Imseri, E. 1834, pages 180. N. Von Stennen, Die Premier, Globus, LXXI. 1897, pages 374. D. Luerier, Bichtgeloofdscheprijken, Die door die Javen in Wordenen, Akgenoen, Mededelingen van Wijheid Nederlandsche, Zendelingen Chap, XLIX. 1905, pages 257. 297. Skull. On Aristophanes, Frogs, 293. 298. Pausanias, v. 38. 6. Polybius, XVI. 12. 7. Plutarch, Questions, Greasy, 39. 299. Th. Verleken, Mythen und Brauch des Volks in Österreich, p. 341. Reinsberg Duringsfeld, Das Westliche Jahr, pages 401. A. Wutke, Der Deutsche Volksaberglaube, 2 pages 207, section 314. 300. M. J. van Barta, Fablen, Verellen en Overleveringen der Galilereisen, Bitrigen tot de Talland en Volkenkan van, Nederlandsch Indie, XLV. 1895, pages 459. 301. J. H. Weeks, Notes on Some Customs of the Lower Congo People, Folklore, Zix. 1908, pages 422. M60. The Shadows of People Built into Foundations to Strengthen the Edifices. 302. B. Schmidt, Das Volksleben der Neugriechen, Leipzig, 1871, pp. 196 SQ. 303. Georgikas et Pinot, Folklore de Lesbos, pages 346 SQ. 304. A. Strauss, Die Bulgarin, Leipzig, 1898, pages 199. W.R.S. Ralston, Songs of the Russian People, pages 127. 305 W. Schmidt, Das Jahr und seine Tagenmeinung und Brotster, Roman and Siebenbergens, Hermannstadt, 1866, pages 27. E. Gerard, The Land Beyond the Forest, E. 17 SQ. Comparifes Kraus, Volksglaube und Religiöse zur Brotstersatzhaven, pages 161. 306 Manager Brugier, in Annales de l'Association de la Propagation de la Foi, v. 1831, pages 164 SQ. Palagoix, Description du Royaume, Tao Siam, E. 50-52. 307 A. Fudge, Burma, Past and Present, London, 1878, I. 251 Note. 308 On Such Practices in General, C. E. B. Tyler, Primitive Culture, 2, I. 104 SQQ. F. Liebrecht, Zur Volkskind, pages 284-296. F.S. Kraus, Der Beopfer bei den Satzhaven, Mitteilungen der Anthropologischen Gesellschaft in Wien, XVII. 1887, pages 16-24. P. Sartori, Über das Beopfer, Zeitschrift für Ethnologie, XXX. 1898, pages 1-54. E. Westermarck, Origin and Development of the Moral Ideas, London, 1906-1908, I. 461 SQQ. For some special evidence, C. H. Oldenburg, Die Religion des Veda, pages 363 SQQ. As to Ancient India. Sonnerat, Voyage aux Orientales Edda, Lochine, E. 47, as to Pegu. Giwerlich, Chez les Sauvages, Bonners, Missions Catholiques, XVI. 1884, pages 82, as to the Sedans of Cochin China. W. H. Furness, Home Life of Borneo, Headhunters, pages 3, as to the Kains and Kenyas of Burma. A.C. Kruijt, Van Palipo Narpaso, Mededelingen van Wijchat, Nederlandsche Zendelingen Uchap, XLII. 1898, pages 56 Note, as to Central Celebes. L. Hearn, Glimpses of Unfamiliar Japan, London, 1894, I. 148 SQ. H. Ternocumpens, Isai Serlanchen, Cundinamarca, pages 70, as to the Indians of Colombia. These customs are commonly called foundation sacrifices. But the name is inappropriate, as Professor H. Oldenburg has rightly observed, since they are not sacrifices but charms. 390 F. Van Brom Morris, in de Schrift voor Indisch Taalland en Volkenkunde, XXXIV. 1891, pages 224. M61 Deification of a Measuring Tape. 310 J. H. de Vries, Reis door Enig Island Groben de Residente, Mbona, de Schrift van het Koninklijk Nederlandsch, Aardrijkskundig Genootschap, Tweede Serie, XVII. 1900, pages 612, SQ. M62 The soul sometimes supposed to be in the reflection. Dangers to which the reflection soul is exposed. 311 E. H. Mann, Aboriginal Inhabitants of the Andaman Islands, pages 94. 312 T. Williams, Fiji and the Fijians, 2I. 241. However, the late Mr. Lorimer Fisson wrote to me that this reported belief in a bright soul and a dark soul is one of William's absurdities. I inquired into it, on the island where he was, and found that there was no such belief. He took the word for shadow, which is a reduplication of yalo, the word for soul, as meaning the dark soul. But yalo does not mean the soul at all. It is not part of a man as a soul is. This is made certain by the fact that it does not take the possessive suffix yalo na equals his soul, but nana yalo equals his shadow. This settles the question beyond dispute. If yalo were any kind of soul, the possessive form would be yalolana, letter dated August 26, 1898. 313 James Chalmers, Pioneering in New Guinea, London, 1887, pages 170. 314 Father Lambert, Moors 8 Superstitions des Neo-Caledonians, Numia, 1900, pages 45 sq. 315 M. J. van Barta, Fabelin, Verellen en overleveringen der, Galileersen, Bitrigen tot de Taalland en Volkinkan van, Nederlandsch Indie, XLV. 1895, pages 462. 316 B. de Sahigan, Histoire générale des choses de la Nouvelle Espagne, Paris, 1880, pages 314. The Chinese hang brass mirrors over the idols, in their houses, because it is thought that evil spirits entering the house and seeing themselves in the mirrors will be scared away. China Review, E. 164. 317 G. Voulier, Chez les magiciens et les sorciers de la Coraz, Tour du Monde, NSV. 1899, pages 522, 524. 318 H. Callaway, Nursery Tales, Traditions, and Histories of the Zulus, Natal and London, 1868, pages 342. 319 T. Arbacet et F. Daumas, Voyage d'Exploration au Nord-Est de la Colonie du Cap de Bonne Espérance, pages 12. T. Lindsay Fairclough, Notes on the Basuto, Journal of the African Society, No. 14, January 1905, pages 201. 320 R. H. Codrington, Religious Beliefs and Practices in Melanesia, Journ. Antjop. Inst. X. 1881, pages 313. Id. The Melanesians, pages 186. M63 Dread of looking at one's reflection in water. 321 Fragmenta Philosophorum Graecorum, ed. F. G. A. Mullick, I. 510. Artemidorus, Honoracre. E. 7. Laws of Manu, Iv. 38, p. 135, g. Bough's translation, Sacred Books of the East, Volex XV. M64 Reason for covering up mirrors or turning them to the wall after a death. 322 See above, pages 37. 323 A. Wuttke, Der Deutsche Volksüberglaube, 2 pages 429 sq. Section 726. 324 A. Wuttke, L.C. E. Monscher, Le Folklore Wallen, pages 40. 325 Folklore Journal, E. 1885, pages 281. T.F. The Sultan Dyer, English Folklore, pages 109. J. Napier, Folklore, or Superstitious Beliefs in the West of Scotland, pages 60. W. Ellis, History of Madagascar, I. 238. Compare Grandier, Des Rites Funéraires, Chez les Malgaches, Revue d'Ethnography, v. 1886, pages 215. 326 S. Weissenberg, Die Carrière der Grimm, Globus, LXXXIV. 1903, p. 143. Id. Krankheit und Tod bei den Cedricischen Juden, Globus, XCI. 1907, pages 360. 327 Punjab Notes and Queries, E. Pages 169, section 906. 328 J. V. Groman, Averglappen und Gebrauchausbaumen und Maren, pages 151, section 1097. Folklore Journal, Vi. 1888, pages 145 sq. Punjab Notes and Queries, E. Pages 61, section 378. 329 J. G. Frazer, On Certain Burial Customs as Illustrative of the Primitive Theory of the Soul, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XV. 1886, pages 82 sqq. Among the heathen Arabs, when a man had been stung by a scorpion, he was kept from sleeping for 7 days, during which he had to wear a woman's bracelets and earrings. Rasmussen, Aditamenta ad Historiam Arabum Anti-Islamismum, pages 65, compare pages 69. The old Mexican custom of masking and the images of the gods so long as the king was sick. Frazer de Bourbourg, Histoire des Nations Civilisées du Mexique, et de l'Amérique Centrale, e. 571 SQ. May perhaps have been intended to prevent the images from drawing away the king's soul. 330 W.R.S. Ralston, Songs of the Russian People, pages 117. The objection, however, may be merely puritanical. W. Robertson Smith informed me that the peculiarities of the Raskolniks are largely due to exaggerated puritanism. M65 The soul sometimes supposed to be in the portrait. This belief among the Eskimo and American Indians. 331 E. W. Nelson, The Eskimo about Bering Strait, 18th Annual, Report of the Bureau of American Ethnology, Part I. Washington, 1899, pages 422. 332 J. Owen Dorsey, A Study of Sioux Cults, 11th Annual Report of the Bureau of Ethnology, Washington, 1894, pages 484. Ed. Teton, Folklore, American Anthropologist, E. 1889, pages 143. 333 Maximilian Prince-Uede, Reis in das Inner Nordamerika, I. 417. 334 Ibid. E. 166. 335 Selimholtz, Unknown Mexico, London, 1903, I. 459 SQ. 336 A. Simpson, Notes on the Chivaros and Canos Indians, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, X. 1880, pages 392. 337 D. Forbes, in Journal of the Ethnological Society of London, E. 1870, pages 236. 338 E. R. Smith, The Araucanians, London, 1855, pages 222. M66 The Same Belief in Africa. 339 Reverend A. Heatherwick, Some-Animistic Beliefs Among the As of British Central Africa, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXXII. 1902, pages 89 SQ. 340 W. A. Elmsley, Among the Waogoni, Edinburgh and London, 1899, pages 70 SQ. 341 J. Thompson, Through Maasai Land, London, 1885, pages 86. 342 E. Claude, In Folklore, Vi. 1895, pages 73 SQ. Referring to the Times of March 24, 1891. M67 The Same Belief in Asia and the East Indies. 343 L. A. Waddell, Among the Himalayas, Westminster, 1899, pages 85, SQ. 344 E. Young, The Kingdom of the Yellow Robe, Westminster, 1898, p. 140. 345 Ch. Dalit, Histoire de l'Église de Corée, Paris, 1874, I. p. XXV. This account of Korea was written at a time when the country was still almost secluded from European influence. The events of recent years have naturally wrought great changes in the habits and ideas of the people. 346 Eats Overhead Beschlufen de Minahasa, Tickschrift vor, Nederlandsch Indi, 3. Siri, Iv. 1870, pages 8 SQ. 347 J. Freiherr von Brenner, Besuk bei den Kannibalen Sumatras, Wurzburg, 1894, pages 195. 348 A. W. Niwenahuas, Kurdurch Borneo, I. 314. M68 The Same Belief in Europe. 349 A Far Off Greek Island, Blackwoods Magazine, February 1886, p. 235. 350 J. A. E. Kohler, Volksbrauch, Aberglaven, Sagen und Andre Alt, Überlieferungen im Volkland, Leipzig, 1867, pages 423. 351 W. R. S. Ralston, Songs of the Russian People, pages 117. 352 Miss M. East Durham, High Albania, London, 1909, pages 107. 353 F. H. Groom, In Gypsy Tents, Edinburgh, 1880, pages 337 SQ. 354 James Napier, Folklore, or Superstitious Beliefs in the West of Scotland, pages 142. For more examples of the same sort, cr. André, Ethnographische Parallelen und Vergleich, Neue Folge, Leipzig, 1889, pages 18 SQQ. M69 Primitive conceptions of the soul helped to mold early kingships by dictating rules to be observed by the king for his soul's salvation. M70 The general effect of these rules is to isolate the king, especially from strangers. The savage fears the magic arts of strangers and, hence guards himself against them. Various modes of disenchanting strangers. 355 Men under Protector, in Fragmenta Historicorum Graecorum, ed. C. Muller, Iv. 227. Compare Gibbon, Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, CHXLII. Volvi pages 294 SQ. Edinburgh, 1811. 356 G. Turner, Samoa, pages 291 SQ. 357 Charles New, Life, Wanderings, and Labours in Eastern Africa, London, 1873, pages 432. Compare Ibid. Pages 400, 402. For the Demons, on Mount Kilimanjaro, see also J. L. Craft, Travels, Researches, and Missionary Labours in Eastern Africa, London, 1860, pages 192. 358 Pierre Bouch, La Côte des Esclaves at La Dahomey, Paris, 1885, pages 133. 359 A. Van Gemp, Taboo et Totemism à Madagascar, Paris, 1904, p. 42. 360 Calm Schwinner, Borneo, Amsterdam, 1853-54, e. 77. 361 Ibid. e. 167. 362 A.W. Niwenahuas, Kerdurch Borneo, e. 102. 363 Yeamonier, Notes sur le Laos, Saigon, 1885, pages 196. 364 Bulletin de la Société de Géographie, Paris, Ivam Siri, Vi. 1853, pages 134 SQ. 365 H. von Rosenberg, Der Malaiische Archipel, Leipzig, 1878, pages 198. 366 D. W. Horst, Rapport van een reis naar de Noordkust van Nieuw Guinea, Tijdschrift voor Indisch Taalland en Volkenkunde, XXXII. 1889, pages 229. 367 Captain John Moresby, Discoveries and Surveys in New Guinea, London, 1876, pages 102 SQ. 368 R. I. Dodge, Our Wild Indians, Hartford, Connecticut, 1886, pages 119. M71 Disenchantment effected by means of stinging ants and pungent spices. Disenchantment effected by cuts with knives. 369 J. Griveau, Voyages dans l'Amérique du Sud, Paris, 1883, pages 300. 370 J. G. F. Riedel, Das Luik en Cruciate Rassentussen Celebes, en Papua, pages 78. 371 J. Kramer, Hota Javan Zini Zieken Verzergt, Mededelingen, van Wijheid Nederlandsche Zendelingen Uchap, XXXVI. 1892, p. 13. Mr. E. W. Lewis, of Withrop, Atkins Road, Clapham Park, London, S.W., writes to me, July 2, 1902, that his grandmother, a native of Cheshire, used to make bees sting her as a cure for local rheumatism. She said the remedy was infallible and had been handed down to her from her mother. 372 Father Bowden, Levitichism, Missions Catholiques, XVI. 1884, pages 249. A. B. Ellis, The Yoruba-Speaking Peoples of the Slave Coast, London, 1894, pages 113 SQ. 373 E. Bastian, Alliausvogs und Menschenkunde, Berlin, 1888, I. 116. 374 J. B. de Calonne, iets over Diogenes Swiss inzicht in der Duitsjockers, ter Zuidoostkust van Borneo, Tijdschrift voor Nederlands Indie, 1840, DLI. Pages 418. 375 mt. H. Perlaer, Ethnographische Beschrijving der Duitsjeks, pp. 44, 54, 252. B. F. Mathis, Bittrigen tot the Ethnologie van Zuid-Celebes, The Hague, 1875, pages 49. 376 H. Grutzner, Über die Geburt der Besucho, in Verhandlungen der Berliner Gesellschaft für Anthropologie, Ethnologie, und Geschichte, 1877, pages 84 sq. 377 L. Deckel, 3 Years in Savage Africa, London, 1898, pages 81. 378 P. Reichard, Deutsche Ostafrika, Leipzig, 1892, pages 431. 379 Nienhuisen en Rosenberg, Versligen Trentheit Island Nies, in Verhandelingen van het Bataviaschgenutschap van Kunsten en Wetenschappen, XXX. Batavia, 1863, pages 26. M72 ceremonies observed at the reception of strangers may sometimes be intended to counteract their enchantments. 380 R. Parkinson, Zur Ethnographie der Achtung Java und Tasman Seln, Internationales Archiv für Ethnographie, X. 1897, pages 112. 381 T.S. Weyer, Note on Sacrifices in India as a Means of Averting Epidemics, Journal of the Anthropological Society of Bombay, I. 35. 382 E. O'Donovan, The Merv Oasis, London, 1882, E. 58. 383 Yamin Pasha in Central Africa, being a collection of his letters and journals, London, 1888, pages 107. 384 H. Lingroth, Great Benin, Halifax, England, 1903, pages 123. 385 Narrative of the Second Arctic Expedition made by Charles F. Hall, edited by Professor J. G. Norse, USN, Washington, 1879, pages 269. Note. Compare Fr. Boas, The Central Eskimo, 6th Annual Report, of the Bureau of Ethnology, Washington, 1888, pages 609. 386 J. A. Grant, A Walk Across Africa, pages 104 sq. M73 Ceremonies observed at entering a strange land to disenchant it. Ceremonies at entering a strange land to disenchant it or to propitiate the local spirits. 387 E. Shortland, Traditions and Superstitions of the New Zealanders too, London, 1856, pages 103. 388 In von McLucho Maclay, Ethnologische Bemerkungen über die Papuas, der Maclay-Küste Neu-Guinea, Netwerkundigt Schrift vor, Nederlandsch Indie, XXXVI. 317 SQ. 389 FR. Stillman, Middemin Pasha ins Herz von Afrika, Berlin, 1894, pages 94. 390 R. Brow Smythe, Aborigines of Victoria, I. 134. 391 A. W. Howitt, Native Tribes of Southeast Australia, pages 403. 392 C. H. Hose, Notes on the Natives of British Borneo, in manuscript. 393 ACKRUIJT, Het Koppensnellen der Torajas van Midden-Celebes, en Zini Betty Kennis, Verslichen en Mededelingen der KONIKL. Academie van Wetenschappen, Afdeling Letterkunde, Iv. Reeks, E. 1899, pages 204. 394 Scholiast on Euripides, Phonace, 1377, ed. E. Schwartz. 395 Conan, Narrations, 18. Pausanias, E. 19. 12. Francis Fleming, Southern Africa, London, 1856, pages 259. Dudley Kidd, The Essential Kaffir, pages 307. 396 See the Magic Art and the Evolution of Kings, Voli pages 263, SQ. M74 Purificatory ceremonies observed on the return from a journey. 397 John Campbell, Travels in South Africa, being a narrative of a second journey in the interior of that country, London, 1822, e. 205. 398 Ladislaus Magyar, Rising inside Africa, Budapest and Leipzig, 1859, pages 203. 399 Fr. Stellman, Midamin Pasha ins Hers von Afrika, Berlin, 1894, pages 89. 400 J. Roscoe, Further Notes on the Manners and Customs of the Baganda, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXXII. 1902, pages 62. 401 C. J. Anderson, Lakomi II, London, 1856, pages 223. 402 Washington Matthews, The Mountain Chant, A Navajo Ceremony, 5th Annual Report of the Bureau of Ethnology, Washington, 1887, p. 410. 403 Asiatic Researches, Vi. 535 SQ. ed. 42, p. 537 SQ. ed. 8 Fo. 404 François Valentin, Out en Nieuwst-Indiën, e. 16. 405 AW Niwenhuas, in Central Borneo, I. 165. 406 G. Turner, Samoa, pages 305 SQ. M75 Special precautions taken to guard the king against the magic of strangers. 407 De Plano Carpini, Historia Mongolorum quis nos Tartaros, Apellimus, ed. De Visac, Paris, 1838, Capi. Section E. Pages 627, Capeld. Section I. X. Pages 744, and Appendix, pages 775. Travels of William de Rubrique into Tartary and China, in Pinkerton's Voyages and Travels, vi. 82 SQ. 408 Paul Pog, Berchtesgaden Station Mukinge, Mitteilungen der Afrikanischen Gesellschaft in Deutschland, Iv. 1883–1885, pages 182, SQ. 409 Coillard, Voyage aux Pays d'Espagnes et aux Zombies, Bulletin de la Société de Géographie, Paris, Vime Série, XX. 1880, pages 393. 410 J. L. Kraft, Travels, Researches, and Missionary Labors during an 18 years residence in Eastern Africa, London, 1860, pages 252, SQ. 411 O. Dapper, Description de l'Afrique, Amsterdam, 1686, pages 391. 412 Priart, History of Longo, Kakongo, etc., in Pinkerton's Voyages and Travels, XVI. 583. Dapper, Opsit. Pages 340. J. O. Gilby, Africa, London, 1670, pages 521. Compare Bastian, Die Deutsche Expedition and der Longo-Kust, I. 288. 413 A. Bastian, Opsit. I. 268 SQ. 414 see above, pages 8 SQ. 415 L. von End, Die Badawiss auf Java, Mitteilungen der Anthropologischen Gesellschaft in Wien, 6. 1889, pages 7 to 10. As to the Badawiss, Badows, see also G. A. Wilken, Handleitung voor die Vergelijken Volken van Nederlandsch Indie, Leiden, 1893, pages 640 to 643. M76 Spiritual Dangers of Eating and Drinking and Precautions Taken Against Them. 416 A. B. Ellis, The You-Speaking Peoples of the Slave Coast, pages 107. 417 J. B. Newman, Het Pain en Beelastrom Gebied op het Island, Sumatra, Dit Schrift van het Nederlandsch Aardrijkskundig Genootschap, Tweede Serie, DLE. 1886, Afdeling, Meer, Ijebrod Artikelen, number 2, pages 300. 418 J. Richardson, Tonala Customs, Superstitions and Beliefs, the Antananarivo Annual and Madagascar Magazine, reprint of the first 4 numbers, Antananarivo, 1885, pages 219. 419 W. Cornwallis Harris, The Highlands of Ethiopia, E. 171 SQ. 420 Th. Lefebvre, Voyage Annie Bassini, I. P. LXXAI. 421 Lieutenant V. L. Cameron, Across Africa, London, 1877, E. 71. Id. In Journal of the Anthropological Institute, Vi. 1877, pages 173. 422 Ebn Eldin Eligouthi, Relation d'un voyage dans l'intérieur de l'Afrique septentrionale, Bulletin de la Société de Géographie, Paris, Imsiri, I. 1834, pages 290. 423 J. Teat, The Thompson Indians of British Columbia, Memoir of the American Museum of Natural History, The Jesup North Pacific Expedition, Vol. I. Part of. April 1900, pages 360. 424 Th. Williams, Fiji and the Fijians. 2I. 249. M77 Seclusion of Kings at Their Meals. 425 Adventures of Andrew Battle, in Pinkerton's Voyages and Travels, XVI. 330. O. Dapper, Description de l'Afrique, pages 330. A. Bastian, Die Deutsche Expedition and der Longo Kust, I. 262 SQ. R.F. Burton, Abiyakuta and the Cameroons Mountains, I. 147. 426 Proyart's History of Longo, Kakongo, etc., in Pinkerton's Voyages and Travels, XVI. 584. 427 J. L. Wilson, Western Africa, pages 202. John Duncan, Travels in Western Africa, I. 222. Compare W. W. Red, Savage Africa, p. 543. 428 Paul Pog, Imrak des Mois Jambo, Berlin, 1880, pages 231. 429 F. T. Valdez, 6 Years of a Traveler's Life in Western Africa, London, 1861, E. 256. 430 A. F. Mockler Ferryman, Up the Niger, London, 1892, pages 38. 431 Baron Roger, Notice sur le gouvernement, les moeurs et les superstitions des nègres du pays de Wallo, Bulletin de la Société de Géographie, Paris, v. 1827, pages 351. 432 G. Schweinfurth, The Heart of Africa, E. 45, 3rd edition, London, 1878. G. Casati, 10 Years in Equatoria, London and New York, 1891, I. 177. As to the various customs observed by Mumbuto, chiefs in drinking C. G. Burroughs, The Land of the Pygmies, London, 1898, pages 88, 91. 433 J. G. Frazer, Totemism and Exogamy, E. 526, from information furnished by the Reverend John Roscoe. 434 W. Cornwallis Harris, The Highlands of Ethiopia, E. 78. 435 A. B. Ellis, The U-Speaking Peoples of the Slave Coast, pages 162, SQ. 436 Captain James Cook, Voyages, v. 374, ed. 1809. 437 Heraclides Cumanus, in Athenaeus, Iv. 26, pages 145 BD. On the other hand, in Cotho no one, not even the king, may eat except in the presence of a legal witness. A slave is appointed to witness the king's meals, and his office is esteemed honorable. CFG. Massager, in Bulletin de la Société de Géographie, Paris, VME, Siri, I. 1861, pages 330 SQ. P. H. Pollock, Ethnography, Nordost Africus, Die Geisteskultur der Donaukiel, Gala und Sommel, Berlin, 1896, pages 248 SQ. M78 Faces fail to avert evil influences. Kings not to be seen by their subjects. 438 Notes analytiques sur les collections ethnographiques du Musée du Congo, I. Les Arts, Religion, Brussels, 1902–1906, pages 164. 439 Mohammed ibn Omar el-Tunsi, Voyage au Darfur, Paris, 1845, p. 203. Travels of an Arab merchant Mohammed ibn Omar el-Tunsi in Soudan, abridged from the French, of Perrin, by Bale St. John, London, 1854, pages 91 SQ. 440 Mohammed ibn Omar el-Tunsi, Voyage au Oude, Paris, 1851, p. 375. 441 Ibn Battuta, Voyages, ed. C. de Fremeriet Br Sanguinetti, Paris, 1853–1858, Iv. 441. 442 Le Commandant Matai, Bon Niger, Benu, Delemy, Paris, 1895, pages 90 SQ. 443 H. Tourneau Compens, Essai sur l'Ancien Dinamarca, pages 60. 444 Manuscrit Ramirez, Histoire de l'origine descendants qui habitent la Nouvelle-Espagne selon leurs traditions, publié par D. Charnay, Paris, 1903, pages 107 SQ. 445 Herodotus, I. 99. 446 A.B. Ellis, The Yoruba-Speaking Peoples of the Slave Coast, p. 170. 447 Ibn Eldin el-Aghouthi, Relation d'un Voyage, Bulletin de la Société de Géographie, Paris, Imsiri, I. 1834, pages 290. H. Duverrier, Exploration du Sahara, l'Histoire du Nord, pages 391, SQ. Reckless, Nouvelle Géographie Universelle, Xi. 838 SQ. James Richardson, Travels in the Great Desert of Sahara, E. 208. 448 J. Wellhausen, Rest Arabischen Heidenems 2, Berlin, 1897, p. 196. 449 Italian, De Virginibus Philandis, 17, Mignes Patrologia, Latina, Ecol 912. 450 Pseudo de Saurchis, Discretia Gratiae, 18, in Geography Greci, Minors, ed. C. Muller, I. 103. Ed. In Fragmenta Historicorum, Graecorum, ed. C. Muller, E. 259. 451 G. Turner, Samoa, pages 67 SQ. 452 J. G. F. Riedel, Die Landschaften und oder Westtimor, Deutsch, Geographische Blätter, X. 230. 453 A. W. Howitt, On Some Australian Ceremonies of Initiation, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, G. 1884, pages 456. 454 above, pages 30 SQQ. M79 Kings forbidden to leave their palaces or to be seen abroad by their subjects. 455 see above, pages 5, 8 SQ. 456 This rule was mentioned to me in conversation by Miss Mary H. Kingsley. However, he is said to have shewn himself outside his palace on solemn occasions once or twice a year. C.O. Dapper, Description de l'Afrique, pages 311 SQ. H. Lingroth, Great, Benin, pages 74. As to the worship of the King of Benin, see the Magic Art and the Evolution of Kings, Vol. I. Pages 396. 457 A. Bastian, Die Deutsche Expedition and der Longo Kust, I. 263. However, a case is recorded in which he marched out to war, Ebed. I. 268 SQ. 458 is Crowther and J. C. Taylor, The Gospel on the Banks of the Niger, London, 1859, pages 433. 459 Le Commandant Matai, Bon Niger, Benu, Delemy, Paris, 1895, pages 67 to 72. The annual dance of the King of Onitsha outside of his palace is mentioned also by S. Crowther and J. C. Taylor, opposite. Pages 379, and A. F. Mockler Ferryman, up the Niger, pages 22. 460 Mission Vulit Chanoine, Bulletin de la Société de Géographie, Paris, Vim Siri, XX. 1899, pages 223. 461 C. Partridge, Cross River Natives, London, 1905, pages 7. Compare, ed. Pages 8, 200, 202, 203 SQ. See also Major A. G. Leonard, The Lower Niger and Its Tribes, London, 1906, pages 371 SQ. 462 Strabo, XVII. 2. 2S? SS? Ta? D? E? T? SS? Is? Auta? E? ST? S? TAS? A? T? P? 463 Xenophon, Anabasis, v. 4. 26. Simus Choose, Orbis Discritio, 900 SQQ. Geography Greasy Minors, ed. C. Muller, I. 234. Diodorus Siculus, Ziv. 30. 6 SQ. Nicolaus Damascenus, quoted by Stiboes, Florilegium, XLIV. 41, Voli. Pages 185, ed. Meineke. Apollonius Rhodius, Argon. E. 1026, SQQ. With the note of the scholiast. Pomponius Mela, I. 106, pages 29, ed. Parthy. Die. Chrysostom refers to the custom without mentioning the name of the people, or Zivol. I. Pages 257, ed. Eldendorf. 464 Strabo, XVI. 4. 19, pages 778. Diodorus Siculus, E. 47. Inscriptions, found in Sheba, the country about 200 miles north of Aden, seem to show that the land was at first ruled by a succession of priestly kings, who were afterwards followed by kings in the ordinary sense. The names of many of these priestly kings, Mecaribs, literally blessers, are preserved in inscriptions. See Professor S. R. Driver, in Authority and Archaeology Sacred and Profane, edited by D. G. Hogarth, London, 1899, pages 82. Probably, these blessers are the kings referred to by the Greek writers. We may suppose that the blessings they dispensed consisted in a proper regulation of the weather, abundance of the fruits of the earth, and so on. 465 Heraclides Cumanus, in Athenaeus, Z. 13, pages 517 BC. 466 CH. Dalit, Histoire de l'Église de Corée, Paris, 1874, IPP. XXIVXXVI. The king sometimes, though rarely, left his palace. When he did so, notice was given beforehand to his people. All doors must be shut and each householder must kneel before his threshold with a broom and a dustpan in his hand. All windows, especially the upper ones, must be sealed with slips of paper, lest someone should look down upon the king. C. W. E. Griffiths, Korea, The Hermit Nation, pages 222. These customs are now obsolete. G. N. Curzon, Problems of the Far East, Westminster, 1896, pages 154 SQ. Note. 467 This I learned from the late Mr. W. Simpson, formerly artist of the Illustrated London News. 468 Richard, History of Tonquin, in Pinkerton's Voyages and Travels, X. 746. 469 SHWAYO, The Burman, London, 1882, I. 30 SQ. Compare Indian, Antiquary, XX. 1891, pages 49. M80 Magical harm done a man through the remains of his food or the dishes he has eaten out of. Ideas and customs of the Narinari of South Australia. 470 G. Taplin, the Narinari, in native tribes of South Australia, Adelaide, 1879, pages 24 to 26. Id. In E. M. Kerr, the Australian race, E. pages 247. 471 G. Taplin, the Narinari, in native tribes of South Australia, pages 63. Id. Notes on the Mixed Races of Australia, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, Iv. 1875, pages 53. Id. In E. M. Kerr, the Australian race, E. 245. 472 H. E. A. Meyer, Manners and Customs of the Aborigines of the Encounter Bay Tribe, in native tribes of South Australia, pages 196. M81 Ideas and Customs as to the leavings of food in Melanesia and New Guinea. 473 R. H. Codrington, The Melanesians, pages 203 SQ. Compare pages 178, 188, 214. 474 G. Turner, Samoa, pages 302 SQ. See The Magic Art and the Evolution of Kings, I. 341 SQ. 475 K. Vetter, Com Heruber und Elfans. E. Barman, 1898, pages 9. M. Krieger, Neu Guinea, pages 185 SQ. R. Parkinson, Die Berlinhafen, section, Ein Beitrag zur Ethnographie der Neu Guinea Kust, Internationales Archiv für Ethnographie, G. 1900, pages 44. M.J. Arendtweg, Die Bewohner der Insel Tumleo, Berlinhafen, Deutsch Neu Guinea, Mitteilungen der Anthropologischen Gesellschaft in Wien, XXXII. 1902, pages 287. 476 Manager Kopp, and Nouvelle Pomeranie, Missions Catholiques, XXIII. 1891, pages 364. J. Grafweil, Studien an Beobachtungen aus der Sudsee, Brunswick, 1899, pages 141 SQ. P. A. Klodigen, Die Kassenbewohner der Gazelle Albensel, Hilltrup Bay Munster North Dakota, pages 343 SQ. M82 Ideas and Customs as to the leavings of food in Africa, Celebes, India, and Ancient Rome. 477 O. Dapper, Description de l'Afrique, pages 330. We have seen that the food left by the king of the moon Bough is carefully buried, above, pages 119. 478 Bosman's Guinea, in Pinkerton's Voyages and Travels, XVI. 487. 479 P. N. Wilken, Bitrigen tot de kennis van die Zeden en Juwten der Alforen in de Manlassa, Mededelingen van Wijheid Nederlandsche, Zendelingen Uchap, vi. 1863, pages 126. 480 W. Calland, Alteindisches Zauberritual, pages 163 SQ. 481 Pliny, Nat. Hist. XXVIII. 19. For other examples of witchcraft, wrought by means of the refuse of food, see S. Hartland, The Legend of Perseus, E. 83 SQQ. M83 The fear of the magical evil which may be done a man through his food has had beneficial effects in fostering habits of cleanliness, and in strengthening the ties of hospitality. 482 On the covenant entered into by eating together. See the classical exposition of W. Robertson Smith, The Religion of the Semites 2, London, 1894, pages 269 SQQ. For examples of the Blood Covenant, C.H.C. Trumbull, The Blood Covenant, London, 1887. The examples might easily be multiplied. M84 Disastrous results supposed to follow from using the dishes of the Mikado or of a Fijian chief. Sacred persons are a source of danger. To others, their divinity burns like a fire what it touches. African examples. 483 Kempfer's History of Japan, in Pinkerton's Voyages and Travels, vi. 717. 484 Reverend Lorimer Thyssen, in a letter to me dated August 26, 1898. In Fijian, kana is to eat. The meaning of lama is unknown. M85 The taboo of chiefs and kings in Tonga. The king's evil cured by the king's touch. 485 Caudams e Trenges des Indigenes do Jebel Nuba, Missions, Catholics, Ziv. 1882, pages 460. Father S. Karcheri, Jebel Nuba, Ebed. XV. 1883, pages 450. The title of the priestly king is Kogir or Kodor. The Kodor is the pontifical king of each group of villages. It is he who regulates and administers the affairs of the Nubas. He is an absolute monarch, on whom all depend. But he has no princely privileges or immunities. No royal insignia, no badge mark him off from his subjects. He lives like them by the produce of his fields and his industry. He works like them, earns his daily bread, and has no guard of honor, no tribunal, no code of laws, no civil list. Father S. Karcheri, Loxit. 486 Dermata Kazemba und die Volkerstam der Moravis, Chivas, Mumbas, Lundes und Anir von Südafrika, Zeitschrift für Allgemeinerkunde, Berlin, Vi. 1856, pages 398 SQ. F. T. Valdez, 6 Years of a Traveler's Life in Western Africa, London, 1861, E. 251 SQ. 487 W. Mariner, The Natives of the Tonga Islands, 2I. 141 SQ. Note, 434 Note, E. 82 SQ. 221 to 224. Captain J. Cook, Voyages, London, 1809, v. 427 SQ. Similarly in Fiji, any person who had touched the head of a living chief or the body of a dead one was forbidden to handle his food, and must be fed by another. J. E. Erskine, The Western Pacific, pages 254. 488 On the custom of touching for the king's evil, see The Magic Art, and the Evolution of Kings, Vol. I pages 368 SQQ. M86 Fatal Effects of Contact with Sacred Chiefs in New Zealand. 489 The idea in which this law, the law of taboo or tabu, as it was called in New Zealand, originated appears to have been that a portion of the spiritual essence of an atua or of a sacred person was communicated directly to objects which they touched, and also that the spiritual essence so communicated to any object was afterwards more or less retransmitted to anything else brought into contact with it. E. Shortland, Traditions and Superstitions of the New Zealanders, 2nd edition, London, 1856, pages 102. Compare, ed. Maori Religion and Mythology, pages 25. 490 Old New Zealand, by Apokoha Maori, London, 1884, pages 96 SQ. 491 W. Brown, New Zealand and its Aborigines, London, 1845, pages 76. For more examples of the same kind, see Abed. Pages 177 SQ. 492 E. Tregear, The Maoris of New Zealand, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, Zix. 1890, pages 100. 493 R. Taylor, Tiaga and Maui, or New Zealand and its Inhabitants, 2p. 164. 494 R. Taylor, Opsit. Pages 165. M87 Examples of the fatal effects of imagination in other parts of the world. 495 Spencer and Gillen, Native Tribes of Central Australia, pages 537, SQ. 496 R. Southey, History of Brazil, I2, London, 1822, pages 238. 497 Major A. G. Leonard, The Lower Niger and Its Tribes, London, 1906, pages 257 SQ. 498 Marolla's Voyage to Congo, in Pinkerton's Voyages and Travels, XVI. 237 SQ. As to these chigila or taboos on food, which are commonly observed by the natives of this part of Africa, see further, Mitotemism and exogamy, e. 614 SQQ. M88 The taboos observed by sacred kings resemble those imposed on persons who are commonly regarded as unclean, such as menstruous women, homicides, and so forth. Taboos laid on persons who have been in contact with the dead in New Zealand. 499 W. Ellis, Polynesian Researches, 2nd edition, London, 1832–1836, Iv. 388. Ellis appears to imply that the rule was universal in Polynesia, but perhaps he refers only to Hawaii, of which in this part of his work he is specially treating. We are told that in Hawaii the priest who carried the principal idol about the country was taboo during the performance of this sacred office. He might not touch anything with his hands, and the morsels of food which he ate had to be put into his mouth by the chiefs of the villages through which he passed, or even by the king himself, who accompanied the priest on his rounds. L. de Freycinet, Voyage, Auteur du Monde, Historique, E. Premier Party, Paris, 1829, p. 596. In Tonga the rule applied to chiefs only when their hands had become tabooed by touching a superior chief. W. Mariner, Tonga Islands, I. 82 SQ. In New Zealand chiefs were fed by slaves. A. S. Thompson, The Story of New Zealand, I. 102. Or they may, like tabooed people in general, have taken up their food from little stages with their mouths or by means of fern stalks. R. Taylor, T. Ika and Maui, or New Zealand and its Inhabitants, 2 pages 162. 500 Old New Zealand, by Apokoha Maori, London, 1884, pages 104–114. For more evidence see W. Yates, New Zealand, pages 85. G. F. Ungas, Savage Life and Scenes in Australia and New Zealand, E. 90. E. Diefenbach, Travels in New Zealand, E. 104 SQ. J. Dumont, D'Urville, Voyage Auteur du Monde et à la Recherche de la Prose, E. 530. Father Servant, Notice sur la Nouvelle-Zélande, Annales de la Propagation de la Foi, XV. 1843, pages 22. M89 The rule which forbids persons who have been in contact with a corpse to touch food with their hands seems to have been universal in Polynesia. A rule of the same sort is observed in Melanesia and Africa. 501 G. Turner, Samoa, pages 145. Compare G. Brown, D.D., Melanesians and Polynesians, London, 1910, pages 402. The men who took hold of the body were paya, sacred, for the time, were forbidden to touch their own food, and were fed by others. No food was eaten in the same house with the dead body. 502 W. Mariner, The Natives of the Tonga Islands 2, London, 1818, I. 141 SQ. Note. 503 Father Badlin, in Annales de la Propagation de la Foi, G. 1841, pages 19. For more evidence of the practice of this custom in Polynesia, see Captain J. Cook, Voyages, London, 1809, vi. 147. James Wilson, Missionary Voyage to the Southern Pacific Ocean, London, 1799, pages 363. 504 Ch. Wilkes, Narrative of the United States Exploring Expedition, New Edition, New York, 1851, E. 99 SQ. 505 W. G. Laws, Ethnological Notes on the Motu, Kotapu, and Kawari, Tribes of New Guinea, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, v. 1879, pages 370. 506 Father Lambert, in Missions Catholiques, z. 1880, pages 365. Id. Mores et Superstitions des Neocaledonians, Numia, 1900, pages 238 SQ. 507 A. C. Hollis, The Nandi, Oxford, 1909, pages 70. 508 H. A. Junid, Les Conceptions Physiologiques des Bantu, Sud-Africains et leurs Topos, Revue d'Ethnographie et de Sociologie, I. 1910, pages 153. 509 A.W. Howard, Native Tribes of Southeast Australia, pages 563. M90 Taboos laid on mourners among the Indian tribes of North America. 510 Fr. Bough, in 6th Report on the Northwestern Tribes of Canada, pages 91 Sq. Separate reprint from the report of the British Association for 1890. 511 J. Teat, The Thompson Indians of British Columbia, Memoir of the American Museum of Natural History, The Jesup North Pacific Expedition, Vol. I. Part of. April 1900, pages 331, 332 Sq. 512 Sea Hill Tout, The Far West, The Home of the Salish and Dean, London, 1907, pages 193 Sq. 513 G. M. Dawson, Notes and Observations on the Quaquayual People of the Northern part of Vancouver Island and adjacent coasts, Proceedings and Transactions of the Royal Society of Canada for the year 1887, Vol. V. Montreal, 1888, trans. Section E pages 78 Sq. M91 Seclusion of Widows and Widowers in the Philippines and New Guinea. 514 F. Blamentrit, Über die Angborenen der Insel Palawan under, Inselgruppe der Talamlenan, Globus, Lix. 1891, pages 182. 515 Fothergis, Les Connects, Mortel, Missions Catholiques, XXXIV. 1902, pages 208 Sq. M92 Taboos imposed on women at menstruation. 516 Captain W. E. Armitt, Customs of the Australian Aborigines, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, X. 1880, pages 459. 517 W. Ridley, Report on Australian Languages and Traditions, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, E. 1873, pages 268. 518 From information given me by Messrs. Roscoe and Miller, missionaries, to Uganda, June 24, 1897, and afterwards corrected by the Katakiro, Prime Minister, of Uganda in conversation with Mr. Roscoe, June 20, 1902. 519 Report of the International Polar Expedition to Point Barrow, Alaska, Washington, 1885, pages 46. 520 Alexander Mackenzie, Voyages from Montreal through the Continent of North America, London, 1801, p. CXXIII. 521 Gavin Hamilton, Customs of the New Caledonian Women, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, Vi. 1878, pages 206. Among the Nootkas of British Columbia, a girl at puberty is hidden from the sight of men for several days behind a partition of mats. During her seclusion she may not scratch her head or her body with her hands, but she may do so with a comb or a piece of bone, which is provided for the purpose. Cfr. Bough, in 6th Report on the Northwestern Tribes of Canada, pages 41, separate reprint from the report of the British Association for 1890. Again, among the Shuswap of British Columbia, a girl at puberty lives alone in a little hut on the mountains and is forbidden to touch her head or scratch her body. But she may scratch her head with a three-toothed comb and her body with the painted bone of a deer. Cfr. Bough, Obsit. Pages 89, Sq. In the East Indian island of Ceram, a girl may not scratch herself with her fingers the night before her teeth are filed, but she may do it with a piece of bamboo. CJGF Riedel, De Sluik en Cruciere Tracentussen Sleeps in Papua, pages 137. 522 A.G. Morris, The Canadian Deans, Annual Archaeological Report, Toronto, 1905, pages 218. 523 H. Peter de Fabrica, Das Prasch der Bribri Indiener in Costa Rica, Sitzungsberg der Philosophischen Historischen Klasse der Kaiserlichen Akademie der Wissenschaften, Vienna, CXXXVIII. 1898, pages 20. 524 C. G. Seligman, in Reports of the Cambridge Anthropological Expedition to Torres Straits, v. Cambridge, 1904, pages 201, 203. M93 Taboos imposed on women in childbed. 525 James Wilson, Missionary Voyage to the Southern Pacific Ocean, p. 354. 526 G. Turner, Samoa, pages 276. 527 C. G. Seligman, The Medicine, Surgery, and Midwifery of the Sinigolo, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXXII. 1902, pages 302. In Uganda, a bride is secluded for a month, during which she only receives near relatives. She wears her veil all this time. She may not handle food, but is fed by one of her attendants. A peasant wife is secluded for 2 or 3 days only. C.J. Roscoe, further notes on the manners and customs of the Baganda, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXXII. 1902, pages 37. 528 Fothergis, Lescanax, C. Cales Font, C. Cales Dysant, Missions Catholiques, XXX. 1898, pages 119. 529 V. Lisiansky, A Voyage Round the World, London, 1814, pages 201. 530 H. A. Junid, Les Conceptions Physiologiques des Bantu, Sud-Africains et leurs Topis, Revue d'Ethnography et de Sociologie, I. 1910, pages 153. 531 H. Pierre de Fabriga, Obsit. Pages 20 SQ. 532 F. Fawcett, Note on a Custom of the Mizorgalavu or Shepherd, Caste People, Journal of the Anthropological Society of Bombay, I. 536 SQ. E. Thurston, Castes and Tribes of Southern India, Madras, 1909, E. 287 SQ. M94 Dangers apprehended from women in childbed. 533 M. J. Erdwig, Die Bewohner der Insel Tumleo, Berlinhafen, Deutsch, Neuguinea, Mitteilungen der Anthropologischen Gesellschaften, Wien, XXXII. 1902, pages 280. 534 P. Rascher, Die Sulka, Archiv für Anthropologie, XXIX. 1904, p. 212. R. Parkinson, Dreißigjährigen der Setze, Stuttgart, 1907, pages 180. 535 K. Vetter, in Nachrichten über Kaiser Wilhelmsland und den Bismarck Archipel, 1897, pages 87. 536 Reverend E. Dannert, Customs of the Ovairo at the Birth of a Child, South African Folklore Journal, E. 1880, pages 63. M95 Dangers apprehended from women in childbed by Indians and Esquimaux. 537 Levro, Rapport sur les provinces de Canlos et du Napo, Bulletin de la Société de Géographie, Paris, Duxim Siri, Xi. 1839, pages 74. 538 Franz Boas, The Eskimo of Baffinland and Hudson Bay, Bulletin of the American Museum of Natural History, XV Part I. New York, 1901, pages 125 SQ. As to Sedna, see it. Pages 119 SQQ. M96 Dangers apprehended from women in childbed by Bantu tribes of South Africa. Dangers apprehended from a concealed miscarriage. 539 H. A. Junid, Les Conceptions Physiologiques des Bantu, Sud-Africains et leurs Topis, Revue d'Ethnographie et de Sociologie, I. 1910, pages 139. 540 H. A. Junid, Obsit. Pages 139 SQ. M97 Belief of the Bothonga that severe droughts result from the concealment of miscarriages by women. 541 H. A. Junid, Obsit. Pages 140 SQ. 542 See the Magic Art and the Evolution of Kings, Vol. I. Pages 262, SQQ. 278. M98 Dangers apprehended from women in childbed by some tribes of Annam. 543 L'Rp Kadir, Codems Populaires de la Vallée du Winson, Bulletin de l'École Française Extrême Orient, E. Hanoi, 1902, pages 353 SQ. 544 Diggenberger, Siloge inscription in Greekarum, to number 566. Ch. Michel, Requail de inscriptions Grecs, number 730. E. T. Sa. D. A. E. S. T. Sa. E. T. T. E. A. Sa. T. D. A. P. D. A. T. S. A. D. T. A. Euripides, Iphigenia in Taurus, 380 SQQ. T. T. E. D. Micro. Micro F. Micro A. S. F. S micro Ida. T. SS. T. Micro. T. Ta. F. A. E. A. E. E. SS. Micro. P. E. Micro. Sa. Micro. Compare also a mutilated Greek inscription found in Egypt. Review. Archaeologique, Im Siri, E. 182 SQQ. In the passage of Euripides which I have just quoted, an acute verbal scholar, the late Dr. Batham, proposed to omit the line A. E. A. E. E. with the comment, nihil facit ad argumentum puerpere, mentio. Patet versum asiolo addendum. To do Dr. Batham justice, the inscription which furnishes so close a parallel to the line of Euripides had not yet been discovered among the ruins of Pergamum, when he proposed to mutilate the text of the poet. M99 Taboos imposed on lads at initiation. 545 B. Hawkins, The Creek Confederacy, Collections of the Georgia Historical Society, EPTI. Savannah, 1848, pages 78 SQ. Hawkins's account is reproduced by A.S. Gadsted, in his Migration Legend of the Creek Indians, I. 185 SQ. Philadelphia, 1884. In the Turtle tribe of southern Queensland, boys at initiation were not allowed to scratch themselves with their fingers, but they might do it with a stick. C.A.W. Howard, Native Tribes of Southeast Australia, pages 596. 546 L. Alberti, De Cavers, Amsterdam, 1810, pages 76 SQ. H. Liechtenstein, Reisen im Settlichen Afrika, Berlin, 1811-12, I. 427. S.K. Travels and Researches in Caffraria, London, 1833, pages 273 SQ. Dudley Kidd, The Essential Kaffir, pages 208. J. Stewart, D.D., Lovedale, South Africa, Edinburgh, 1894, pages 105, SQ. With illustrations. M100 Taboos laid on warriors when they go forth to fight. 547 Old New Zealand, by Apoko Hamauri, London, 1884, pages 96, 114, SQ. One of the customs mentioned by the writer was that all the people left in the camp had to fast strictly while the warriors were out in the field. This rule is obviously based on the sympathetic connection supposed to exist between friends at a distance, especially at critical times. See The Magic Art and the Evolution of Kings, Vol. I pages 126 SQQ. 548 Deuteronomy XXAII. 9-14. 1 Samuel XXI. 5. The rule laid down in Deuteronomy XXAII. 10-11 suffices to prove that the custom of continence observed in time of war by the Israelites, as by a multitude of savage and barbarous peoples, was based on a superstitious, not a rational motive. To convince us of this it is enough to remark that the rule is often observed by warriors for some time after their victorious return, and also by the persons left at home during the absence of the fighting men. In these cases, the observance of the rule evidently does not admit of a rational explanation, which could hardly, indeed, be entertained by anyone conversant with savage modes of thought. For examples, see the Magic Art and the Evolution of Kings, Vol. I pages 125, 128, 131, 133, and below, pages 161, 163, 165, 166, 167, 168, 169, 175 SQ, 178, 179, 181. The other rule of personal cleanliness referred to in the text is exactly observed, for the reason I have indicated, by the Aborigines in various parts of Australia. See Sir George Gray, Journals, E. 344. Or Brow Smythe, Aborigines of Victoria, I. 165. J. Dawson, Australian Aborigines, pages 12. P. Beveridge, in Journal and Proceedings of the Royal Society of New South Wales, XVII. 1883, pages 69 SQ. Compare W. Stanbridge, on the Aborigines of Victoria, Transactions of the Ethnological Society of London, NS. I. 1861, pages 299. Fisson and Howitt, Kamilaroi and Kernai, p. 251. E. M. Kerr, The Australian Race, E. 178 SQ. 547. W. E. Roth, North Queensland Ethnography, Bulletin No. 5, Brisbane, 1903, pages 22, section 80. This same dread has resulted in a similar custom of cleanliness in Melanesia and Africa. C. R. Parkinson, M. Bismarck Archipel, pages 143 SQ. R. H. Codrington, The Melanesians, pages 203 note. F. von Luschen, Eine des Übersitten Geburt der Eingeborenen Neuguineas, Verhandlungen der Berliner Gesellschaft für Anthropologie, Ethnologie und Geschichte, 1900, pages 416. J. MacDonald, Manners, Customs, Superstitions, and Religions of South African Tribes, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XX. 1891, pages 131. Mr. Lorimer Fisson sent me some notes on the Fijian practice, which agrees with the one described by Dr. Codrington. The same rule is observed, probably from the same motives, by the Maranhão Indians of Brazil. See Spix and Martius, Race in Brazilian, E. 1251 note. On this subject compare F. Scully, Semitisch Kriegsaltertumer, I. Leipzig, 1901, pages 67, SQ. 549 Narrative of the Captivity and Adventures of John Tanner, London, 1830, pages 122. 550 We have seen, pp 146, 156, that the same rule is observed by girls at puberty among some Indian tribes of British Columbia and by Creek lads at initiation. It is also observed by Quechuatl Indians who have eaten human flesh, see below, pages 189. Among the Blackfoot Indians, the man who was appointed every 4 years to take charge of the sacred pipe and other emblems of their religion might not scratch his body with his fingernails, but carried a sharp stick in his hair which he used for this purpose. During the term of his priesthood he had to fast and practice strict continence. None but he dare handle the sacred pipe and emblems. W. W. Warren, History of the Ojibways, Collections of the Minnesota Historical Society, v. 1885, pages 68 SQ. In Vedic India the man who was about to offer the solemn sacrifice of Soma prepared himself for his duties by a ceremony of consecration, during which he carried the horn of a black deer or antelope wherewith to scratch himself if necessary. Satapatha Brahmana, BKE. 31, Voli pages 33 SQ. Trans. By J. Egling. H. Oldenburg, Die Religion des Veda, pages 399. Some of the Peruvian Indians used to prepare themselves for an important office by fasting, continence, and refusing to wash themselves, to comb their hair, and to put their hands to their heads. If they wish to scratch themselves, they must do it with a stick. C.P. J. The Arriaga, Extirpación de la Idolatría del Perú, Lima, 1621, pages 20. Among the Asistines Indians of Paraguay, mourners refrained from scratching their heads with their fingers, believing that to break the rule would make them bald, no hair growing on the part of the head which their fingers had touched. C. Guevara, Historia del Paraguay, in P. de Angelises Colección de Obras y Documentos relativos a la historia antigua y moderna de las provincias del Río de la Plata, e. Buenos Aires, 1836, pages 30. Amongst the Macassars of British Guiana, when a woman has given birth to a child, the father hangs up his hammock beside that of his wife and stays there till the navel string drops off the child. During this time the parents have to observe certain rules, of which one is that they may not scratch their heads or bodies with their nails, but must use for this purpose a piece of palm leaf. If they broke this rule, they think the child would die or be an invalid all its life. C.R. Scumberg, Ricin in British Guiana, e. 314. Some Aborigines of Queensland believe that if they scratch themselves with their fingers during a rain-making ceremony, no rain would fall. See the Magic Art and the Evolution of Kings, Vol. I. Pages 254. In all these cases, plainly, the hands are conceived to be so strongly infected with the venom of taboo that it is dangerous even for the owner of the hands to touch himself with them. The cowboy who herded the cows of the king of Unioro had to live strictly chaste. No one might touch him, and he might not scratch or wound himself so as to draw blood. But it is not said that he was forbidden to touch himself with his own hands. See My Totemism and Exogamy, e. 527. 551 Narrative of the Captivity and Adventures of John Tanner, London, 1830, pages 123. As to the custom of not stepping over a person or his weapons, see the note at the end of the volume. 552 J. G. Burke, On the Border with Crook, New York, 1891, pages 133. Ed. In Folklore, E. 1891, pages 453. Ed. In 9th Annual Report of the Bureau of Ethnology, Washington, 1892, pages 490. 553 J. G. Cole, Kitski Gami, E. 168. M101 Ceremonies observed by American Indians before they went out on the warpath. Rules observed by Indians on a war expedition. 554 Narrative of the Adventures and Sufferings of John R. Jewett, Middletown, 1820, pages 148 SQ. 555 J. Desmat, in Annales de la Propagation de la Foi, Ziv. 1842, pages 67 SQ. These customs have doubtless long passed away, and the Indians who practiced them may well have suffered the extinction, which they did their best to incur. 556 J. Adair, History of the American Indians, London, 1775, pages 163. 557 J. Adair, History of the American Indians, pages 380 to 382. 558 Major M. Marston, in Reverend Jedediah Morse's report to the Secretary of War of the United States on Indian Affairs, New Haven, 1822, Appendix, pages 130. The account in the text refers especially to the Sauk, Fox, and Kickapoo Indians, at the junction of the Rock and Mississippi Rivers. 559 H. A. Junid, Les Conceptions Physiologiques des Bantu, Sud-Africains et leurs Topis, Revue d'Ethnography et de Sociologie, I. 1910, pages 149. M102 The rule of continence observed by savage warriors is perhaps based on a fear of infecting themselves sympathetically with feminine weakness and cowardice. 564 More evidence of the practice of continence by warriors, C.R. Taylor, Tiaka A. Maui, or New Zealand and its Inhabitants, 2p. 189. E. Diefenbach, Travels in New Zealand, E. 85 SQ. C.H. Wilkes, Narrative of the United States Exploring Expedition, E. 78. J. Chalmers, Torrey P., Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXVII. 1898, pages 332. Id. Pioneering in New Guinea, pages 65. Van Schmidt, Onttekeningen Nopenstazeden, etc., der Bevolking van the Eland en Sapere, Herokau, Nocelot, etc., Tijdschrift voor Nederlands Indie, 1843, D. Lee. Pages 507. JGF. Riedel, Deslikarijan Cruciate Rassentussen Sleeps N, Papua, pages 223. Id. Galila Ontobularism, Zeitschrift für Ethnologie, XVII. 1885, pages 68. W. W. Skeet, Malay Magic, pages 524. E. Reckless, Nouvelle Géographie Universelle, v. 126, compare J. Biddulph, Tribes of the Hindu Kush, pages 18. N. Isaacs, Travels and Adventures in Eastern Africa, I. 120. H. Callaway, Religious System of the Amazulu, Inv. 437 SQ. Dudley Kidd, The Essential, Kever, pages 306. A. Bastian, Die Deutsche Expedition and der Longokust, I. 203. H. Cole, Notes on the Wagogo of German East Africa, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXXII. 1902, pages 317. R. H. Nassau, Fetichism in West Africa, pages 177. H. R. Schoolcraft, Indian Tribes, Inv. 63. J. Morse, Report to the Secretary of War of the U.S. on Indian Affairs, New Haven, 1822, pages 130, 131. H. H. Bancroft, Native Races of the Pacific States, I. 189. On the other hand, in Uganda, before an army set out, the general and all the chiefs had either to lie with their wives or to jump over them. This was supposed to ensure victory and plenty of booty. C. J. Roscoe, in Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXXII. 1902, pages 59. And in Kaiwa Island, off British New Guinea, men had intercourse with their wives before they went to war, and they drew omens from it. C. J. Chalmers, Notes on the Natives of Kaiwi, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXXII. 1903, pages 123. 561 see above, pages 151 SQ. 562 AW Niwenahuas, Kurdurch Borneo, I. 350. 563 TC Hudson, The Jena amongst the Tribes of Assam, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXXVI. 1906, pages 100. M103 Taboos laid on warriors after slaying their foes. The effect of the taboos is to seclude the tabooed person from ordinary society. Seclusion of manslayers in the East Indies. 564 S. Muller, Reisen en Onderzoekingen in den Indischen Archipel, Amsterdam, 1857, E. 252. 565 J.S.G. Gramberg, Een Monden de Benelanden van Timor, Verhandelingen van het Bataviasch Genootschap van Kunsten en Wetenschappen, XXXVI. 1872, pages 208, 216 SQ. Compare H. Zounder van Timor en de Timorezen, Tijdschrift van het Nederlandsch Aardrijkskundig Genootschap, Tweede serie, v. 1888, Afdeling, Berichtgebrad Artikelen, pages 399, 413. Similarly, galas returning from war sacrifice to the jinn or guardian spirits of their slain foes before they will re-enter their own houses. Ph. Politk, Ethnography Nordost Afrikas, Die Geistige Kultur der Donaukiel, Gala und Sommel, pages 50, 136. Sometimes perhaps the sacrifice consists of the slayer's own blood. See below, pages 174, 176, 180. Orestes is said to have appeased the furies of his murdered mother by biting off one of his fingers, Pausanias, v. 34. 3. 566 and Adriani Nackruijt, van Possenaar Parici, Siggy and Lindo, Mededelingen van Wijheid Nederlandsche Zendelingen Uchap, XLII. 1898, pages 451. 567 SW Trombe, it de Salicilla van Cotai, Bitrigen tot de tal, Land en Volkinkon van Nederlandsch Indi, XXXVII. 1888, pages 74. M104 Seclusion of Manslayers in New Guinea. 568 Dr. L. Loria, Notes on the Ancient War Customs of the Natives of Logia and Neighborhood, British New Guinea, Annual Report for 1894-1895, London, 1896, pages 52. 569 Reverend J. Chalmers, Torrey P., Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXVII. 1898, pages 333. 570 R.E. Guys, on the Tribes Inhabiting the Mouth of the Wanagala River, New Guinea, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXVII. 1899, pages 213 SQ. 571 C. G. Seligman, The Melanesians of British New Guinea, Cambridge, 1910, pages 298. 572 C. G. Seligman, Obs. Cit. pages 129 SQ. 573 C. G. Seligman, Obs. Cit. pages 563 SQ. M105 The Manslayer Unclean. Driving Away the Ghosts of the Slain. 574 P. Franz Vormann, Zur Psychologie, Religion, Soziologie und Geschichte Papua, Deutsch Neuguinea, Anthropos, v. 1910, pages 410 SQ. 575 J. L. D. van der Rust, It het leven der Bevolking van Windessie, Tijdschrift voor Indisch Taalland en Volkenkunde, XL. 1898, pages 157 SQ. 576 H. von Rosenberg, Der Malay Archipel, pages 461. 577 K. Vetter, in Nachrichten über Kaiser Wilhelmsland und den Bismarck Archipel, 1897, pages 94. 578 J. E. Erskine, The Western Pacific, London, 1853, pages 477. 579 Charlevoix, Histoire de la Nouvelle France, vi pages 77, 122 SQ. J. F. Lafayette, Moteurs des Sauvages Américains, E. 279. In many places it is customary to drive away the ghosts even of persons who have died a natural death. An account of these customs is reserved for another work. 580 W. H. Keating, Narrative of an Expedition to the Source of St. Peter's River, London, 1825, I. 109. M106 Precautions taken by executioners against the ghosts of their victims. 581 Father Bowden, Féticheurs, ou Ministers Religio des Nègres de la Guinée, Missions Catholiques, XVI. 1884, pages 332. 582 Juan de la Concepción, Historia General de Filipinas, Xi. Manila, 1791, pages 387. 583 G. Lawyer, Voyage to Assini on the Gold Coast, in T. Astley's New General Collection of Voyages and Travels, E. London, 1745, p. 444. Among the tribes of the Lower Niger it is customary for the executioner to remain in the house for 3 days after the execution. During this time he sleeps on the bare floor, eats off broken platters, and drinks out of calabashes or mugs, which are also damaged. See Major A. G. Leonard, The Lower Niger and Its Tribes, London, 1906, pages 180. M107 Purification of Manslayers among the Basitos, Bechuanas, and Bajishu. Expulsion of the ghosts of the slain by the Angoni. 584 E. Casalis, The Basitos, pages 258. So Kafirs returning from battle are unclean and must wash before they enter their houses. L. Alberti, De Kefers, pages 104. It would seem that after the slaughter of a foe the Greeks or Romans had also to bathe in running water before they might touch holy things. Virgil, in E. 719, SQQ. 585 Father Port, Les Reminiscences de Missionnaire du Bassoudland, Missions Catholiques, XXVIII. 1896, pages 371. For a fuller description of a ceremony of the sort see Arbacet et F. Daumas, Voyage d'exploration au nord-est de la colonie du Cap de Bonne Espérance, Paris, 1842, pages 561 to 563. 586 Extrait du Journal des Missions Évangéliques, Bulletin de la Société de Géographie, Paris, Série, E. 1834, pages 199 SQ. 587 Rev. W. C. Willoughby, Notes on the Totemism of the Bechuana, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXXV. 1905, pages 305, SQ. 588 Rev. J. Roscoe, Notes on the Bajishu, Journal of the Royal Anthropological Institute, XXXIX. 1909, pages 190. 589 Dudley Kidd, The Essential Kaffir, pages 310. 590 Siwis, Betrayed zur Geschichte der Zulu im Norden des Zambesi, Zeitschrift für Ethnologie, XXXII. 1900, pages 197 SQ. 591 Dudley Kidd, The Essential Kaffir, pages 309 SQ. M108 Seclusion and Purification of Manlayers in Africa. 592 Rev. J. MacDonald, Manners, Customs, Superstitions, and Religions of South African Tribes, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XX. 1891, pages 138. Id. Light in Africa, pages 220. 593 A. C. Hollis, The Nandi, Oxford, 1909, pages 74. As to the painting of the body red on one side and white on the other see also C.W. Hobley, Eastern Uganda, pages 38, 42. Sir H. Johnston, The Uganda Protectorate, E. 868. As to the custom of painting the bodies of homicides, see below, pages 178 Note 1 and pages 186 Note 1. 594 H. R. Tate, Further Notes on the Kikwai Tribe of British East Africa, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXXIV. 1904, pages 264. 595 C. W. Hobley, British East Africa, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXXII. 1903, pages 353. 596 Miss Alice Warner, Natives of British Central Africa, London, 1906, pages 67 SQ. 597 H. Shins, Deutschland West Africa, pages 321. 598 P. H. Brinker, Heidnisch Religios Sitten der Bantu, Special der Ovairo and Ovombo, Globus, LXVII. 1895, pages 289. Id. Charakter, Sitten ungebret Special der Bantu, Deutschland Westafricas, Mitteilungen des Seminars für Orientalische Sprachen zu Berlin, E. 1900, Drittabteilung, p. 76. 599 ed. Beobachtungen über die Zusammenhänge der Angeborenen, Deutschland Westafricas, Globus, LVIII. 1890, pages 324. Id. In, Globus, LXVII. 1895, pages 289. Id. In Mitteilungen des Seminars für Orientalische Sprachen zu Berlin, E. 1900, Drit. Abteilung, pages 83. 600 Sir H. Johnston, The Uganda Protectorate, London, 1902, E. 743, SQ. C. W. Hobley, Eastern Uganda, London, 1902, pages 20. 601 M. Weiss, Die Völkerstamm im Norden Deutsch Ostafrikas, Berlin, 1910, pages 198. 602 Sir H. Johnston, Obst. E. 794. C. W. Hobley, opposite. Pages 31. 603 numbers XXXI. 19 to 24. 604 E. Casales, The Basitos, pages 258 SQ. M109 Manslayers in Australia guard themselves against the ghosts of the slain. 605 Spencer and Gillen, Native Tribes of Central Australia, pp. 493 to 495. Ed. Northern Tribes of Central Australia, pages 563 to 568. The writers suggest that the practice of painting the slayers black is meant to render them invisible to the ghost. A widow, on the contrary, must paint her body white, in order that her husband's spirit may see that she is mourning for him. M110 Seclusion of Manslayers in Polynesia. 606 G. H. von Langsdorff, Resum die Welt, Frankfurt, 1812, I. 114, SQ. 670 Williams, Fiji and the Fijians, 2 I. 55 SQ. 608 J. Kuberry, Die Sozialen Einrichtungen der Pellower, Berlin, 1885, pages 126 SQ. 130. M111 Seclusion and Purification of Manslayers among the Tupi Indians of Brazil. 609 Fa. The Vit, Les Singularités de la France Antarctique, Ottoman, Nami Marique, Antwerp, 1558, pages 74 to 76. Ed. Cosmography, Universelle, Paris, 1575, pages 944-978, SQ. Pero de Magalhães, de Gondovo, Histoire de la Province de Santa Cruz, Paris, 1837, pages 134 to 141. H. Turno-Compans, Voyages, Relations, et Mémoires, originaux pour servir l'histoire de la découverte d'Amérique. The original of Gondovo's work was published in Portuguese at Lisbon, in 1576. J. Larry, Histoire Navigationis in Brasilium, Quiet, America Dicitor, 1586, pages 183 to 194. The Captivity of Hohenstein, of Hesse, in A.D. 1547 to 1555, Among the Wild Tribes of Eastern Brazil, translated by A. Tootle, London, 1874, pages 155 to 159. J.F. Lafayette, Moas das Salvages Americanas, E. 292 SQQ. R. Southey, History of Brazil, I2 227-232. M112 Seclusion and Purification of Manslayers among the North American Indians. 610 Relation des Natchez, Voyages au Nord, X. 24, Amsterdam, 1737. Letters Edifiants et Curieuses, vi. 26. Charlevoix, Histoire de la Nouvelle France, vi. 186 SQ. 611 Bough, Nouveaux Voyages aux Occidentals, Paris, 1768, E. 94. 612 H. R. Schoolcraft, Indian Tribes, Iv. 63. 613 J. Teat, The Thompson Indians of British Columbia, Memoir of the American Museum of Natural History, The Jesup North Pacific Expedition, Vol. I. Part Iv. April 1900, pages 357. 614 J. O. Dorsey, An Account of the War Customs of the Osages, American Naturalist, XVIII. 1884, pages 126. 615 G. Catlin, North American Indians, I. 246. 616 H. H. Bancroft, Native Races of the Pacific States, I. 553. Captain Grossman, cited in 9th Annual Report of the Bureau of Ethnology, Washington, 1892, pages 475 SQ. The custom of plastering the head with mud was observed by Egyptian women in mourning, Herodotus, E. 85. Diodorus Siculus, I. 91. Among some of the Aboriginal tribes of Victoria and New South Wales, widows wore a thick skull cap of clay or burned gypsum, forming a cast of the head, for some months after the death. When the period of mourning was over, the cap was removed, baked in the fire, and laid on the husband's grave. One of these, widow's caps, is exhibited in the British Museum. C.T.L. Mitchell, 3 Expeditions into the Interior of Eastern Australia, London, 1838, I. 251 SQ. E.J. Eyre, Journals of Expeditions of Discovery into Central Australia, E. 354. G.F. Ungas, Savage, Life and Scenes in Australia and New Zealand, London, 1847, I. 86. G. Craft, On the Manners and Customs of the Aborigines of the Lower Murray and Darling, Transactions of the Philosophical Society of New South Wales, 1862–1865, Sydney, 1866, pages 373, SQ. J. Dawson, Australian Aborigines, pages 66. R. Brown Smythe, The Aborigines of Victoria, I. PXXX. W. Stanbridge, On the Aborigines of Victoria, Transactions of the Ethnological Society of London, NS, I. 1861, pages 298. A. Oldfield, The Aborigines of Australia, Ebed. E. 1865, pages 248. F. Bonney, On Some Customs of the Aborigines of the River Darling, New South Wales, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, G. 1884, pages 135. E. M. Kerr, The Australian Race, I. 88, E. 238 SQ. E. 21. A. W. Howard, Native Tribes of Southeast Australia, pages 248, 452. R. Etheridge, June, The Widow's Cap of the Australian Aborigines, Proceedings of the Linnean Society of New South Wales for the year 1899, XXIV. Sydney, 1900, pages 333–345, with illustrations. In the Andaman Islands, mourners coat their heads with a thick mass of white clay. Jäger, in Verhandlungen der Berliner Gesellschaft für Anthropologie, 1876, p. 57. M. V. Portman, Disposal of the Dead, Among the Andamanese, Indian Antiquary, XXV. 1896, pages 57. Compare E. H. Mann, Aboriginal Inhabitants of the Andaman Islands, pages 73, 75. Among the Bahima of the Uganda Protectorate, when herdsmen water their cattle in the evening, they plaster their faces and bodies with white clay, at the same time stiffening their hair with mud into separate lumps. This mud is left on the head for days, till it crumbles into dust. Sir H. Johnston, The Uganda Protectorate, E. 626, compare 620. 617 F. Russell, The Pima Indians, 26th Annual Report of the Bureau of American Ethnology, Washington, 1908, pages 204 SQ. 618 J. G. Burke, On the Border with Crook, pages 203. 619 F. Russell, The Pima Indians, 26th Annual Report of the Bureau of American Ethnology, Washington, 1908, pages 204. M113 Taboos observed by Indians who had slain Eskimo. 620 S. Hearn, Journey from Prince of Wales's Fort in Hudson's Bay to the Northern Ocean, London, 1795, pages 204–206. The custom of painting the face or the body of the manslayer, which may perhaps be intended to disguise him from the vengeful spirit of the slain, is practiced by other peoples, as by the Nandi, see above, pages 175. Among the Bayaka of the Congo Free State, a man who has been slain in battle is supposed to send his soul to avenge his death on his slayer. But the slayer can protect himself against the ghost by wearing the red tail feathers of a parrot in his hair and painting his forehead red. Ettore and T. A. Joyce, Notes on the Ethnography of the Bayaka, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXXVI. 1906, pages 50 SQ. Among the Baranagalas, when a war party has returned to the village, the victors who have slain a foe are washed by the women with a mixture of fattened butter, and their faces are painted with red and white. Ph. Pollock, Ethnography Nordostafrikas, Die Materialkultur, der Donaukiel, Gala und Sommel, Berlin, 1893, pages 258. When Maasai warriors kill enemies in fight, they paint the right half of their own bodies red and the left half white. A.C. Hollis, The Maasai, pages 353. Among the Wagogo of German East Africa, a man who has killed an enemy in battle paints a red circle round his right eye, and a black circle round his left eye. Reverend H. Cole, Notes on the Wagogo of German East Africa, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXXII. 1902, pages 314. Among the Angoni of Central Africa, after a successful raid, the leader calls together all who have killed an enemy and paints their faces and heads white. Also he paints a white band round the body under the arms and across the chest. British Central Africa Gazette, number 86, vol. v. number 6, April 30, 1898, pages 2. A Kusa who has slain a man is accounted unclean. He must roast some flesh on a fire kindled with wood of a special sort which imparts a bitter flavor to the meat. This flesh he eats, and afterwards blackens his face with the ashes of the fire. After a time he may wash himself, rinse his mouth with fresh milk, and paint himself brown again. From that moment he is clean. H. Lichtenstein, Reisen im Settlichen Afrika, I. 418. Among the Yabim of German New Guinea, when the relations of a murdered man have accepted a bloodwed instead of avenging his death, they must allow the family of the murderer to mark them with chalk on the brow. If this is not done, the ghost of their murdered kinsman may come and trouble them for not doing their duty by him. For example, he may drive away their swine or loosen their teeth. K. Vetter, in Nachrichten über Kaiser Wilhelmsland und den Bismarck Archipel, 1897, pages 99. In this last case the marking the face with chalk seems to be clearly a disguise to outwit the ghost. In 114 the purification of murderers, like that of warriors who have slain enemies, was probably intended to avert or appease the ghosts of the slain. Ancient Greek dreaded the ghosts of the slain. 621 J. Owen Dorsey, Omaha Sociology, 3rd Annual Report of the Bureau of Ethnology, Washington, 1884, pages 369. 622 Plato, Laws, X pages 865-866a. Demosthenes, Contra Aristocra. Pages 643 SQ. Hesychius, S.V. P. A. T. A Marco. 623 Euripides, Ifig. In Tor. 940 SQQ. Pausanias, E. 31. 8. We may compare the wanderings of the other matricide Alcmene, who could find no rest till he came to a new land on which the sun had not yet shone when he murdered his mother, Thucydides, E. 102. Apollodorus, E. 7. 5. Pausanias, V. 24. 8. 624 Polybius, Iv. 21. M. 115 Taboos imposed on men who have partaken of human flesh. 625 Fr. Boaz, The Social Organization and the Secret Societies of the Kwakiutl Indians, Report of the U.S. National Museum for 1895, pages 440, 537 SQ. 626 Thh Rise, Bezoeken den Cannibalistem van Noord-Nieuw-Guinea, Dit Schrift van het Koninklijk Nederlandsch Aardrijkskundig, Genootschap, Tweede Serie, XXIII. 1906, pages 328. Among these savages the genitals of a murdered man are eaten by an old woman, and the genitals of a murdered woman are eaten by an old man. What the object of this curious practice may be is not apparent. Perhaps the intention is to unsex and disarm the dangerous ghost. On the dread of ghosts, especially the ghosts of those who have died a violent death, see further Psyche's Task, pages 52 SQQ. M116 Hunters and fishers have to observe taboos and undergo rites of purification, which are probably dictated by a fear of the spirits of the animals or fish which they have killed or intended to kill. 627. Meantime, I may refer the reader to the Golden Bough, 2nd edition, Voli pages 389 SQQ. M117 Taboos and ceremonies observed before catching whales. Taboos, observed as a preparation for catching dugong and turtle. Taboos, observed as a preparation for hunting and fishing. Taboos and ceremonies observed at the hatching and pairing of silkworms. 628 Narrative of the Adventures and Sufferings of John R. Jewett, Middletown, 1820, pages 133, 136. 629 See above, pages 160 SQ. 630 Baron d'Unionville, Statistique de l'Île Maurice, Paris, 1838, e. 271. Compare Van Gemp, Taboo et Totemism à Madagascar, Paris, 1904, pages 253, who refers to La Gentile, Voyage dans les Mers de l'Inde, Paris, 1781, e. 562. 631 Ulysseansky, Voyage Round the World, London, 1814, pages 174, 209. 632 A.C. Haddon, The Ethnography of the Western Tribe of Torres Straits, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, Zix. 1890, p. 397. Reports of the Cambridge Anthropological Expedition to Torres Straits, v. 271. 633 A.C. Haddon, in Journal of the Anthropological Institute, Zix. 1890, pages 467. 634 Reports of the Cambridge Anthropological Expedition to Torres Straits, v. 271 Note. 635 R.E. Guys, on the Tribes Inhabiting the Mouth of the Wanagila River, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXVIII. 1899, pages 218. The account refers specially to Bough, which the author describes, pp 205, 217, as a marine village and the greatest fishing village in New Guinea. Probably it is built out over the water. This would explain the allusion to the sanctified headman going ashore daily at sundown. 636 Captain F.R. Barton and Dr. Strong, in C.G. Seligman's The Melanesians of British New Guinea, Cambridge, 1910, pages 292, 293, SQ. 637 W.H. Furness, The Island of Stone Money, App of the Carolines, Philadelphia and London, 1910, pages 38 SQ. 44 SQ. Though the fisherman may have nothing to do with his wife and family, he is not wholly separate from female society. For each of the men's clubhouses has one young woman, or sometimes two young women, who have been captured from another district, and who cohabit promiscuously with all the men at the clubhouse. The name for one of these concubines is Miss Bill. C. W. H. Furness, Obs. Cit. Pages 46, SQQ. There is a similar practice of polyandry in the men's clubhouses of the Pelu Islands. C. J. Kuberry, Die Sozialen Einrichtungen der Peluer, Berlin, 1885, pages 50 SQQ. Compare Adonis, Attis, Osiris, 2nd edition, pages 435 SQ. 638 J. S. Kuberry, Ethnographisch Betrage zur Kenntnis des Carolinen Archipels, Leiden, 1895, pages 127. 639 W. Crook, Popular Religion and Folklore of Northern India, Westminster, 1896, e. 257. In Chota Nagpur and the central provinces of India, the rearers of silkworms carefully watch over and protect the worms, and while the rearing is going on, live with great cleanliness and self-denial, abstaining from alcohol and all intercourse with women, and adhering very strictly to certain ceremonial observances. The business is a very precarious one, much depending on favorable weather. Indian Museum Notes, issued by the trustees, Vol. I. Number 3, Calcutta, 1890, pages 160. M118 Taboos observed by fishermen in Uganda. Continents observed by Bangala fishermen and hunters. 640 The Reverend J. Roscoe in Letters to Me dated Mango, Uganda, April 23 and June 6, 1903. 641 Reverend J. Roscoe, further notes on the manners and customs of the Baganda, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXXII. 1902, pages 56. 642 Reverend J. H. Weeks, Anthropological Notes on the Bangala of the Upper Congo, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXXIX. 1909, pages 458, 459. M119 Taboos observed by hunters in Nias. 643 J. W. Thomas, De Jagdopet Island Nias, De Schrift voor, Indisch Taalland en Volkenkunde, XXVI. 1880, pages 276 SQ. M120 The practice of continence by fishers and hunters seems to be based on a notion that incontinence offends the fish and the animals. 644 J. Chalmers, Pioneering in New Guinea, London, 1887, pages 186. 645 P. Reichard, Deutsche Ostafrika, Leipzig, 1892, pages 427. 646 See the Magic Art and the Evolution of Kings, Vol. I. Pages 123. 647 Manager Leroy, Les Pygmies, Missions Catholiques, XXIX. 1897, p. 269. M121 Chastity observed by American Indians before hunting. 648 C. Lumholtz, Unknown Mexico, E. 40 SQ. 649 Father A. G. Morris, Notes, Archaeological, Industrial, and Sociological on the Western Deans, Transactions of the Canadian Institute, Iv. 1892-93, pages 107, 108. 650 M. C. Stevenson, The Saya, 11th Annual Report of the Bureau of Ethnology, Washington, 1894, pages 118. 651 Fr. Boas, in 10th Report on the Northwestern Tribes of Canada, pages 47, separate reprint from the Report of the British Association, for 1895. 652 id. In 6th Report on the Northwestern Tribes of Canada, p. 90, separate reprint from the Report of the British Association for 1890. 653 J. Teat, The Thompson Indians of British Columbia, Memoir of the American Museum of Natural History, The Jesup North Pacific Expedition, Vol. I. Part Iv. April 1900, pages 347. 654 J. Teat, Op. Cit. Pages 348. M122 Taboos observed by Hidatsa Indians at catching eagles. 655 Washington Matthews, Ethnography and Philology of the Hidatsa Indians, Washington, 1877, pages 58-60. Other Indian tribes also observe elaborate superstitious ceremonies in hunting eagles. C. Totemism and Exogamy, E. 182, 187 SQ. M123 Miscellaneous examples of chastity practiced from superstitious motives. 656 E. Ammonier, Notes sur Laos, Saigon, 1885, pages 141. 657 PCH. Gilhodes, La Culture Materielle des Cajuns, Brimini, Anthropos, v. 1910, pages 622. Compare J. Anderson, From Mandalay to Maumeen, London, 1876, pages 198, who observes that among the Kakins, the brewing of beer is regarded as a serious, almost sacred, task, the women, while engaged in it, having to live in almost vestal seclusion. 658 J. G. Frazer, Totemism and Exogamy, E. 410 SQ. On Mr. A. C. Hollis's authority. 659 M. Weiss, Die Volkerstam im Norden Deutsch Ostafrikas, Berlin, 1910, pages 396. 660 G. A. Wilken, Bitrishtatte Kanister Alphoeren van Het Island, Bough, pages 30. Verhandelingen van het Bataviarsgenootschap van Kunsten en Wetenschappen, XXXVI. 661 J. G. F. Riedel, Das Leuk en Cruciareach Rassen tussen Celebes, en Papua, pages 179. 662 G. H. von Langsdorff, Resum die Welt, Frankfurt, 1812, I. 118, SQ. 663 G. H. von Langsdorff, Opsit. I. 117. 664 B. Das Sahiken, Histoire Générale des Choses de la Nouvelle, Espagne, Traduit par D. Jordanet et Arsemian, pages 45. M124 Miscellaneous examples of continents observed from superstitious motives. Continents observed by the Motu of New Guinea before and during a trading voyage. Continents observed by the Akamba and Akakuayu on a journey and other occasions. 665 H. A. Junid, Les Conceptions Physiologiques des Bantu, Sud-Africains et leurs Tapas, Revue d'Ethnography et de Sociologie, I. 1910, pages 148. 666 Domine Grangin, Les Cams et leurs Superstitions, Missions, Catholiques, XXVIII. 1896, pages 70. 667 Father Lambert, Moeurs et Superstitions de la Tribu Bilep, Missions Catholiques, Z. 1880, pages 215. Id. Moeurs et Superstitions des Neocaledonians, Numia, 1900, pages 191 SQ. 668 R. Parkinson, Dreisig der Setze, Stuttgart, 1907, p. 99. 669 Captain F. R. Barton, in C. G. Seligman's The Melanesians of British New Guinea, Cambridge, 1910, pages 100 to 102. The native words, which I have translated respectively skipper and mate are, Biditana and Dortana. The exact meaning of the words is doubtful. 670 quoted by Dr. George Turner, Samoa, London, 1884, pages 349 SQ. 671 J. M. Hildebrand, Ethnographische Notizen über Wakamba und ihr Nachbarn, Zeitschrift für Ethnologie, X. 1878, pages 401. 672 H. R. Tate, Further Notes on the Kikwai Tribe of British East Africa, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXXIV. 1904, pages 260 SQ. At the festival sheep and goats are sacrificed to God, Guy, and the people feast on the roast flesh. M125 The taboos observed by hunters and fishers are often continued and, even increased in stringency after the game has been killed and the fish caught. The motive for this conduct can only be superstitious. M126 Taboos observed by the Bering Strait Eskimo after catching whales, or salmon. 673 W. Nelson, The Eskimo about Bering Strait, 18th Annual, Report of the Bureau of American Ethnology, Part I. Washington, 1899, pages 438, 440. M127 Taboos observed by the Bering Strait Eskimo and the Aleuts of Alaska out of regard for the animals they have killed. 674 E. W. Nelson, Op. Cit. Pages 440, compare pages 380 SQ. The bladder festival of these Esquimaux will be described in a later part of this work. 675 I. Petrov, Report on the Population, Industries, and Resources of Alaska, preface dated August 7, 1882, pages 154 SQ. 676 W. H. Dahl, Alaska and Its Resources, London, 1870, pages 404. M128 Taboos observed by the Central Esquimaux after killing sea beasts. The sea mammals may not be brought into contact with reindeer. M129 Even among the sea beasts themselves there are rules of mutual avoidance which the Central Esquimaux must observe. 677 Fr. Boas, The Central Eskimo, 6th Annual Report of the Bureau of Ethnology, Washington, 1888, pages 584 SQ. 595. Id. The Eskimo of Baffin Land and Hudson Bay, Bulletin of the American Museum of Natural History, XV Part I. 1901, pages 121 to 124. See also, Id. Die Sagen der Baffinland Eskimo, Verhandlungen der Berliner Gesellschaft für Anthropologie, Ethnologie, und Urgeschichte, 1885, pages 162 SQ. Id. In Proceedings and Transactions of the Royal Society of Canada, v. Montreal, 1888, Section E, pages 35 SQ. C.F. Hall, Life with the Esquimaux, London, 1864, E. 321 SQ. Id. Narrative of the Second Arctic Expedition made by Charles F. Hall, edited by Professor J. E. Norse, Washington, 1879, pages 191 SQ. M130 Native Explanation of these Eskimo Taboos. M131 The object of the taboos observed after killing sea beasts is to prevent the souls of the slain animals from contracting certain attachments, which would hurt not only them, but also the great goddess Sedna, in whose house the disembodied souls of the sea beasts reside. M132 The souls of the sea beasts have a great aversion to the dark color of death and to the vapor that arises from flowing blood, and they avoid persons who are affected by these things. M133 The transgressor of a taboo must denounce his transgression, in order that other people may shun him. M134 Hence the Central Esquimaux have come to think that sin can be atoned for by confession. 678 That is, the wizard or sorcerer. M135 The transgression of taboos affects the soul of the transgressor, becoming attached to it and making him sick. If the attachment is not removed by the wizard, the man will die. 679 That is, the wizard or sorcerer. M136 The Esquimaux try to keep the sea beasts free from contaminating influences, especially from contact with corpses and with women who have recently been brought to bed. 680 Fr. Boas, The Eskimo of Baffinland and Hudson Bay, Bulletin of the American Museum of Natural History, XVPTI. 1901, pp. 119 to 121, 124 to 126. In quoting these passages I have changed the spelling of a few words in accordance with English orthography. M137 In the system of taboos of the Central Esquimaux we see animism passing into religion. Morality is coming to rest on a supernatural basis, namely the will of the goddess Sedna. In this evolution of religion the practice of confession has played a part. It seems to have been regarded as a spiritual purge or emetic, by which sin, conceived as a sort of morbid substance, was expelled from the body of the sinner. 681 La Pp Kasich, La Religion des Kikuyu, Anthropos, v. 1905, p. 311. 682 La Pp Kasich, Loxit. The nature of the ignoble ceremony of transferring sin to a he-goat is not mentioned by the missionary. It can hardly have been the simple Jewish one of laying hands on the animal's head. M138 Hence the confession of sins is employed as a sort of medicine for the recovery of the sick. Similarly the confession of sins is sometimes resorted to by women in hard labor as a means of accelerating their delivery. In these cases confession is a magical ceremony designed to relieve the sinner. 683 D.W. Harmon, in Reverend Jedediah Morse's report to the Secretary of War of the United States on Indian Affairs, New Haven, 1822, p. 345. The Carriers are an Indian tribe of Northwest America who call themselves Takalais, a people who go upon water, Ebed. p. 343. 684 Frances C. Nicholas, The Aborigines of Santa Maria, Colombia, American anthropologist, NSE. 1901, pages 639 to 641. 685 A. de Herrera, The General History of the Vast Continent and Islands of America, translated by Captain J. Stevens, London, 1725-26, Iv. 148. The confession of sins appears to have held an important place in the native religion of the American Indians, particularly the Mexicans and Peruvians. There is no sufficient reason to suppose that they learned the practice from Catholic priests. For more evidence of the custom among the Aborigines of America, see L. H. Morgan, League of the Iroquois, Rochester, U.S. America, 1851, pages 170 sq. 187 sq. Beta Sahican, Histoire Générale des Choses de la Nouvelle-Espagne, B.K. ICH. 12, B.K. Vi. Ch. 7, pages 22 to 27, 339 to 344, Girardet and Simeon's French, translation. A. de Herrera, Obset. Iv. 173, 190. Diego da Landa, Relation des Choses de Yucatan, Paris, 1864, pages 154, SQQ. Brasseur de Bourbourg, Histoire des Nations Civilisées du Mexique et de l'Amérique centrale, E. 114 SQ. 567, E. 567 to 569. P. J. The Arriaga, Extirpación de la Idolatría del Perú, Lima, 1621, pages 18, 28 SQ. 686 as to this means of hastening the delivery, see totemism and exogamy, Iv. 248 SQQ. The intention of the exchange of clothes at childbirth between husband and wife seems to be to relieve the woman, by transferring the travail pangs to the man. 687 G. Ferrand, Les Musulmans à Madagascar, Duxim Party, Paris, 1893, pages 20 SQ. 688 H. Oldenburg, Die Religion des Veda, Berlin, 1894, pages 319 SQ. 689 Satapatha Brahmana, translated by J. Egling, Pti. Pages 397, Sacred Books of the East, Vol. Z. M. 139. Thus the confession of sins is at first rather a bodily than a moral purgation, resembling the ceremonies of washing, fumigation, and so on, which are observed by many primitive peoples for the removal of sin. M. 140. It is possible that some savage taboos may still lurk, under various disguises, in the morality of civilized peoples. 690. The similarity of some of the Mosaic laws to savage customs has struck most Europeans who have acquired an intimate knowledge of the savage and his ways. They have often explained the coincidences as due to a primitive revelation or to the dispersion of the Jews into all parts of the earth. Some examples of these coincidences were cited in my article Taboo, Encyclopedia Britannica, 9xxaii. 17. The subject has since been handled, with consummate ability and learning, by my lamented friend W. Robertson Smith in his Religion of the Semites, new edition, London, 1894. In Psyche's task I have illustrated by example the influence of superstition on the growth of morality. M. 141. Ceremonies observed by the Kayans after killing a panther. Ceremonies of purification observed by African hunters after killing dangerous beasts. Ceremonies observed by Lap hunters after killing a bear. 691 A.W. Niwenahuas, Kurdurch Borneo, I. 106 SQ. 692 J. Adair, History of the American Indians, pages 118. 693 C. J. Anderson, Lake Gami, pages 224. 694 L. Alberti, De Kaffers on de Zuidkust van Afrika, Amsterdam, 1810, pages 158 SQ. Compare H. Lichtenstein, Rysen im Zeitlichen, Africa, Berlin, 1811-12, I. 419. These accounts were written about a century ago. The custom may since have become obsolete. A similar remark applies to other customs described in this and the following paragraph. 695 P. Kolb, Present State of the Cape of Good Hope, I2, London, 1738, pages 251 to 255. The reason alleged for the custom is to allow the slayer to recruit his strength. But the reason is clearly inadequate, as an explanation of this and similar practices. 696 J. Schiffer, Laponia, Frankfurt, 1673, pages 234 to 243. C. Limius, De Lapinibus Fimartiarum Lingua, Vita et Religione, Pristina Commentatio, Copenhagen, 1767, pages 502 sq. E.J. Jessen, De Fenorum Lapinum Nuvegicorum Religione Pagana, Tractatus Singularis, pages 64 sq. Bound up with Limius's work. M142 Expiatory ceremonies performed for the slaughter of serpents. 697 sq. Travels and Researches in Caffraria, London, 1833, pp. 341 sq. 698 J. Duncan, Travels in Western Africa, London, 1847, I. 195 sq. F. E. Forbes, Dahomey and the Dahomeyans, London, 1851, I. 107. P. Bouch, La Côte des Esclaves, Paris, 1885, pages 397. A. B. Ellis, The U-Speaking Peoples of the Slave Coast, pages 58 sq. 699 Indian Antiquary, XXI. 1892, pages 224. Many of the above examples of expiation exacted for the slaughter of animals have already been cited by me in a note on Pausanias, e. 7. Where I suggested that the legendary purification of Apollo for the slaughter of the python at Delphi, Plutarch, Quest. Greek. 12. Id. De defectu, oraculum, 15. Alien, var. Hist. E. 1. May be a reminiscence of a custom of this sort. M143 All such expiatory rites are based on the respect which the savage feels for the souls of animals. 700 La R.P. Kadir, Créances et Dictans Populaires de la Vallée du Nguyen, Province de Quang Binh, Annam, Bulletin de l'École Française Extreme Orient, I. 1901, pages 183 sq. M144 Taboos of holiness agree with taboos of pollution, because in the savage mind the ideas of holiness and pollution are not yet differentiated. 701 On the nature of taboo. See my article Taboo in the Encyclopedia Britannica, 9th edition, vol. XXIII. 1888, pages 15 sqq. W. Robertson Smith, Religion of the Semites 2, London, 1894, pages 148 sqq. 446 sqq. Some languages have retained a word for that general idea which includes under it the notions which we now distinguish as sanctity and pollution. The word in Latin is Caesar, in Greek. In Polynesian it is Tabu, Tongan, Tabu, Samoan, Tahitian, Marquesan, Maori, etc., or Kapu, Hawaiian. See Tregear, Maori Polynesian Comparative Dictionary, Wellington, NZ, 1891, SV. Tabu. In Dakotan the word is waken, which in Rix's Dakota English Dictionary, Contributions to North American Ethnology, Volvi, Washington, 1890, pages 507 sq. is defined as spiritual, sacred, consecrated, wonderful, incomprehensible. Said also of women, at the menstrual period. Another writer in the same dictionary defines waken more fully as follows: mysterious, incomprehensible, in a peculiar state, which, from not being understood, it is dangerous to meddle with. Hence the application of this word to women at the menstrual period, and from hence, too, arises the feeling among the wilder Indians, that if the Bible, the Church, the missionary, etc., are waken, they are to be avoided, or shunned, not as being bad or dangerous, but as waken. The word seems to be the only one suitable for holy, sacred, etc., but the common acceptation of it, given above, makes it quite misleading to the heathen. On the notion designated by waken, see also G. H. Pond, Dakota Superstitions, Collections, of the Minnesota Historical Society for the year 1867, St. Paul, 1867, pages 33. J. Owen Dorsey, in 11th Annual Report of the Bureau of Ethnology, Washington, 1894, pages 366 SQ. It is characteristic of the equivocal notion denoted by these terms that, whereas the condition of women in childbed is commonly regarded by the savage as what we should call unclean, among the Herero the same condition is described as holy. For some time after the birth of her child, the woman is secluded in a hut made specially for her, and every morning the milk of all the cows is brought to her that she may consecrate it by touching it with her mouth. C.H. Shins, Deutsche West Africa, pages 167. Again, whereas a girl at puberty is commonly secluded as dangerous, among the Warundi of Eastern Africa she is led by her grandmother all over the house and obliged to touch everything. Oboman, Durch Museelen zur Nilquell, Berlin, 1894, pages 221, as if her touch imparted a blessing instead of a curse. M145 Kings may not be touched. The use of iron forbidden to kings and priests. Use of iron forbidden at circumcision, childbirth, and so forth. Use of iron forbidden at certain times and places among the Esquimaux. Use of iron forbidden on certain occasions among the Highlanders of Scotland. Iron not used in building sacred edifices. 702 Plutarch, Auges, 19. 703 W. Ellis, Polynesian Researches, 2e. 102. 704 E. Ammonier, Le Cambodge, E. Paris, 1901, pages 25. 705 J. Moura, Le Royaume du Cambodge, Paris, 1883, I. 226. 706 C.H. Dalit, Histoire de l'Église de Corée, Paris, 1874, IPP. XXIV. SQ. W. E. Griffiths, Korea, The Hermit Nation, London, 1882, pages 219. These customs are now obsolete. G. N. Curson, Problems of the Far East, Westminster, 1896, pages 154 SQ. Note. 707 Macrobius, Sed v. 19. 13. Servius on Virgil, in I. 448. Joens Litus, de Mancebus, I. 31. We have already seen, p. 16, that the hair of the Flemmondilis might only be cut with a bronze knife. The Greeks attributed a certain cleansing virtue to bronze. Hence they employed it in expiatory rites, at eclipses, etc. See the Scholiast on Theocritus, E. 36. 708 Acta Fatra Marvalium, ed. Johansen, Berlin, 1874, pages 128 to 135. J. Marquardt, Römische Staatsverwaltung, E2, Das Sakralwesen, pages 459 SQ. 709 Plutarch, Precepta Gerenda Republicae, XXVI. 7. Plutarch here mentions that gold was also excluded from some temples. At first sight this is surprising, for in general neither the gods nor their ministers have displayed any marked aversion to gold. But a little enquiry suffices to clear up the mystery and set this scruple in its proper light. From a Greek inscription discovered some years ago we learn that no person might enter the sanctuary of the mistress at Lycoshura wearing golden trinkets, unless for the purpose of dedicating them to the goddess. And if anyone did enter the holy place with such ornaments on his body but no such pious intention in his mind, the trinkets were forfeited to the use of religion. C. F. Marcoe. A. Athens, 1898, call 249. Diggenberger, Siloge Inscriptionum Graecarum, 2 number 939. The similar rule, that, in the procession at the mysteries of Andania no woman might wear golden ornaments, Diggenberger, Obst. Cit. Number 653, was probably subject to a similar exception and enforced by a similar penalty. Once more, if the maidens who served Athena on the Acropolis at Athens put on gold ornaments, the ornaments became sacred. In other words, The property of the goddess, Harpocration, SV. F. E. Vol. I. Pages 59, ed. Dendorf. Thus it appears that the pious scruple about gold was concerned rather with its exit from, than with its entrance into, the sacred edifice. At the sacrifice to the sun in ancient Egypt, worshippers were forbidden to wear golden trinkets and to give hate to an ass, Plutarch, Isis et Osiris, 30, a singular combination of religious precepts. In India, gold and silver are common totems, and members of such clans are forbidden to wear gold and silver trinkets respectively. See Totemism and Exogamy, Iv. 24. 710 Callimachus, referred to by the old scholiast on Ovid, Ibis. C. Callimachia, ed. O. Schneider, E. Pages 282, Frag 100 E. Chr. A. Lobeck, Aglaophamus, pages 686. 711 Plutarch, Aristides, 21. This passage was pointed out to me by my friend Mr. W. Wise. 712 Theophilus Han, Tsunigome, the Supreme Being of the Khoi, London, 1881, pages 22. 713 Dr. P. H. Brinker, Charakter, Sitten ungebret Special der Deutsch-Südwestafrikas, Mitteilungen des Seminars für Orientalische Sprachen zu Berlin, E. 1900, Drittabteilung, p. 80. 714 A. Van Genp, Taboo et Totemism à Madagascar, Paris, 1904, p. 38. 715 W. H. Furness, The Island of Stone Money, App of the Carolines, Philadelphia and London, 1910, pages 151. 716 J. G. Burke, The Snake Dance of the Moqui of Arizona, New York, 1891, pages 178 SQ. 717 G. B. Grinnell, Pawnee Hero Stories and Folk Tales, New York, 1889, pages 253. 718 See above, pages 205 SQ. 719 E. W. Nelson, The Eskimo about Bering Strait, 18th Annual, Report of the Bureau of American Ethnology, Part I. Washington, 1899, pages 392. 720 E. W. Nelson, Op. Cit. Pages 383. 721 Fr. Boas, The Eskimo of Baffin Land and Hudson Bay, Bulletin of the American Museum of Natural History, XV. Part I. 1901, pages 149. 722 C. F. Gordon Cumming, In the Hebrides, ed. 1883, pages 195. 723 James Logan, The Scottish Gael, ed. Alex. Stewart, E. 68 SQ. 724 J. G. Campbell, Witchcraft and Second Sight in the Highlands and Islands of Scotland, Glasgow, 1902, pages 262, 298, 299. 725 R. C. McLagan, M.D., Notes on Folklore Objects from Argyllshire, Folklore, Vi. 1895, pages 157. J. G. Campbell, Superstitions of the Highlands and Islands of Scotland, Glasgow, 1900, pages 263 to 266. The shoulder blades of sheep have been used in divination by many peoples, for example by the Corsicans, South Slavs, Tartars, Kyrgyz, Kalmucks, Chukchis, and Lolos, as well as by the Scotch. C. J. Brand, Popular Antiquities, E. 339 SQ. Bones ed. Sir John Lubbock, Lord Avebury, Origin of Civilization, 4 pages 237, SQ. C. H. Rogers, Social Life in Scotland, E. 224. Camden, Britannia, translated by E. Gibson, London, 1695, call 1046. M. MacPhail, Traditions, Customs, and Superstitions of the Lewis, Folklore, Vi. 1895, pages 167. J. G. Dalio, Darker Superstitions, of Scotland, pages 515 SQQ. F. Gregorovius, Corsica, London, 1855, pages 187. F. S. Krauss, Volksglaube und Religiöse Zerbruchter, Sutzhaven, pages 166 to 170. M. E. Sturm, High Albania, London, 1909, pages 104 SQQ. E. Doubt, Métier Religion dans l'Afrique du Nord, Algiers, 1908, pages 371. W. Radloff, Proben der Volksliteratur der türkischen Stammesübersetzungen, E. 115, Note 1, compare pages 132. J. Grimm, Deutsche Mythologie, 4e. 932. W. W. Rockwell, The Land of the Lamas, London, 1891, pages 176, 341 to 344. P. S. Pallas, Rees durch verschiedene Provinzen des Russischen Reichs, I. 393. J. G. Georgi, Beschreibung aller Nationen des Russischen Reichs, pages 223. T. de Pauli, Description ethnographique des Peuples de la Russie, Peuples de la Sibérie Orientale, St. Petersburg, 1862, pages 7. Kramer, Der Anatorbezirknach A.W. Olsufju, Petermans Mitteilungen, XLV. 1899, pages 230 SQ. W. Bigaraz, The Shukki Religion, Memoir of the American Museum of Natural History, The Jesup North Pacific Expedition, Volvi. Party. Leiden and New York, pages 487 SQQ. Krabelit, Les, Lolos, Missions Catholiques, v. 1873, pages 72. W. G. Aston, Shinto, pages 339. Arendry, Scapula Mantia, in Boas Anniversary, Volume, New York, 1906, pages 143 to 165. 726 C. F. Gordon Cumming, in the Hebrides, pages 226. E. J. Guthrie, Old Scottish Customs, London and Glasgow, 1885, pages 223. 727 1 Kings vi. 7. Exodus XX. 25. 728 Dionysius Halicarnassensis, Antiquit. Roman. E. 45, v. 24. Plutarch, Numa, 9. Pliny, Nat. Hist. XXXVI. 100. 729 Acta Fatra Marvalium, ed. Johansen, pages 132. Corpus, Inscriptionum Latinarum, I. Number 603. 730 Pliny, Nat. Hist. XXXVI. 100. 731 Indian Antiquary, X. 1881, pages 364. M146 Everything new excites the awe and fear of the savage. 732 Professor W. Ridgway ingeniously suggests that the magical virtue of iron may be based on an observation of its magnetic power, which would lead savages to imagine that it was possessed of a spirit. C. Reported the British Association for 1903, pages 816. 733 Frank Hatton, North Borneo, 1886, pages 233. 734 A. E. Pratt, Two Journeys to Totsin Lu on the Eastern Borders of Tibet, Proceedings of the Art Geographical Society, G. 1891, pages 341. 735 W. Svoboda, Die Bewohner des Nicobar Archipels, Internationales, Archiv für Ethnographie, vi. 1893, pages 13. 736 The Captivity of Hans State of Hesse, in A.D. 1547-1555, translated by A. Tudel, London, 1874, pages 85 SQ. 737 E. H. Frazer, The Fish-Skin Tartars, Journal of the China Branch, of the Asiatic Society for the year 1891-92, NSXXVI. Pages 15. 738 Fr. Kreutzwald und Agnius, Mythisch und Magisch Lieder der Esten, St. Petersburg, 1854, pages 113. 739 Alexand. Guigninus, deducatus samogiti, in res publicassive, status regni Poloni, Lithuani, Prusii, Livni, etc. Elsevier, 1627, pages 276. Johann. Lycisius, de die samogitarum, Ceterarum xarmatum, in res publica, etc., et supra, pages 294, p. 84, ed. W. Mannhardt, in Magazine Herausgeber von der, Latisch, Literarischen Gesellschaft, Volzith. 740 von End, die Badawies von Java, Mitteilungen der Anthropologischen Gesellschaft in Wien, 6. 1889, pages 10. M147 The dislike of spirits to iron allows men to use the metal as a weapon against them. Iron used as a charm against fairies in the Highlands of Scotland. Iron used as a protective charm by Scotch fishermen and others. Iron used as a protective charm against devils and ghosts in India, and Africa, and Scotland. 741 J. G. Campbell, Superstitions of the Highlands and Islands of Scotland, Glasgow, 1900, pages 46 sq. 742 E. J. Guthrie, Old Scottish Customs, pages 149. Ch. Rogers, Social Life in Scotland, Edinburgh, 1884–1886, e. 218. 743 J. MacDonald, Religion and Myth, pages 91. 744 W. Gregor, Folklore of the Northeast of Scotland, London, 1881, pages 201. The fishermen think that if the word pig, sow, or swine be uttered while the lines are being baited, the line will certainly be lost. 745 A. Layard, Morocco and the Moors, London, 1876, pages 273. 746 Wickermessinge, Inimerquell, v. 1894, pages 7. 747 G. F. Pena, Superstitions and Customs in Salsette, Indian, Antiquary, XXVIII. 1899, pages 114. 740 A. W. Crook, Tribes and Castes of the Northwestern Provinces and, Odd, e. 431. 749 F. Jagger, Bergtüber verschieden Volksstamm in Vorderindien, Zeitschrift für Ethnologie, XXVI. 1894, pages 70. 750 E. Thurston, Ethnographic Notes in Southern India, Madras, 1906, pages 341. 751 E. M. Gordon, Indian Folk Tales, London, 1908, pages 31. 752 L.R.P. Kadir, Quotams populaires de la vallée du Moinson, Bulletin de l'école française Extreme Orient, e. 1902, pages 354, sq. 753 Bowden, Le Fétichisme, Missions Catholiques, XVI. 1884, pages 249. A. B. Ellis, The Yoruba-Speaking Peoples of the Slave Coast, p. 113. 754 Il Fathanagisto Legislazione dei Re, Codice Ecclesiasticoi, Civil di Abyssinia, Trattato e Annotato da Ignazio Guidi, Rome, 1899, pages 140. 755 The reader may observe how closely the taboos laid upon mourners resemble those laid upon kings. From what has gone before, the reason of the resemblance is obvious. 756 Punjab Notes and Queries, e. pages 61, section 282. 757 G. F. Pena, Superstitions and Customs in Salsette, Indian, Antiquary, XXVIII. 1899, pages 115. 758 W. Gregor, Folklore of the Northeast of Scotland, pages 206. 759 This is expressly said in Punjab Notes and Queries, e. pages 202, section 846. On iron as a protective charm see also F. Liebrecht, Gervasius, von Tilbury, pages 99 sqq. Id. Zur Volkskund, pages 311. L. Strukturzen, Oberglaube und Sagen aus dem Herzogtum Oldenburg, I. Pages 354 SQ. Section 233. A Wiki, der Deutsche Volksüberglaube, 2 Section, 414 SQ. E. B. Tyler, Primitive Culture, 2I. 140. W. Mannard, Baumkultus, pages 132 Note. Many peoples, especially in Africa, regard the smith's craft with awe or fear as something uncanny and savoring of magic. Hence smiths are sometimes held in high honor, sometimes looked down upon with great contempt. These feelings probably spring in large measure from the superstitions which cluster round iron. C. Arndry, Ethnographische Parallelen und Vergleich, pages 153 to 159. G. McAulfield, Records of Southeastern Africa, vi. 447. O. Lenz, Skizzen aus West Africa, Berlin, 1878, pages 184. A. Bastian, Die Deutsche Expedition and der Longokost, e. 217. M. Merkel, Die Maasai, Berlin, 1904, pp. 110 SQ. A. C. Hollis, The Maasai, Oxford, 1905, pages 330 SQ. Id. The Nandi, Oxford, 1909, pages 36 SQ. J. Spithe, Die Stam, Berlin, 1906, pages 776. E. Dowd, Magiet Religion, Dans l'Afrique du Nord, pages 40 SQQ. P. H. Pollock, Ethnography Nordostafrikas, Die Geistige Kultur der Donaukiel, Gala und Sommel, Berlin, 1896, pages 30. Id. Ethnography, Nordostafrikas, Die Materialkultur der Donaukiel, Gala und Sommel, Berlin, 1893, pages 202. Th. Lefebvre, Voyage en Abyssinie, I. P. Alex I. A. Secchi, Das la Frontier del Cava, I. Rome, 1886, pages 45. M. Parkins, Life in Abyssinia 2, London, 1868, pp. 300 SQ. J. T. Bend, Sacred City of the Ethiopians, London, 1893, pages 212. G. Rolf, Reis durch Nordafrika, Petermans, Mitteilungen, Ergänzungsschrift, number 25, Gotha, 1868, pages 30, 54. G. Nachtigall, Die Tabu, Zeitschrift für Erdkunde zu Berlin, v. 1870, pages 312 SQ. Id. Sahara und Sudan, I. 443 SQ. E. 145, 178, 371, E. 189, 234 SQ. The kinds of Borneo think that a smith is inspired by a special spirit, the smith spirit, and that, without this inspiration he could do no good work. CAW. Nieuwenhuis, Kurdurch Borneo, E. 198. M148 The use of sharp-edged weapons is sometimes forbidden lest they should wound spirits. Sharp-edged weapons removed from a room where there is a lying-in woman. 768 Bastian, Die Völker des Ausgleichnissin, I. Leipzig, 1866, p. 136. 761 E. W. Nelson, The Eskimo About Bering Strait, 18th Annual, Report of the Bureau of American Ethnology, Part I. Washington, 1899, pages 312. Comparabid. Pages 315, 364. W. H. Dahl, Alaska and Its Resources, pages 146. Id. An American Naturalist, Z. 7. Id. In the Yukon Territory, London, 1898, pages 146. 762 See above, pages 205. 763 A. Wold, Captain Jacobson's Reis in der Nordwestkust Americas, 1881-1883, Leipzig, 1884, pages 243. 764 W. Schmidt, Das Jahr und seine Tagenmeinung und Brach der Roman and Siebenbergens, Hermannstadt, 1866, pages 40. E. Gerard, The Land Beyond the Forest, I. 312. 765 J. H. Gray, China, London, 1878, I. 288. 766 Joe. Melitius, Monesius, De Religione et Sacrificis, Veterum Brussarum, in De Russarum Muscovitorum et Tartarorum, Religione, Sacrificis, Nuptiarum, Funerum Ritu, Spires, 1582, p. 263. Id. Reprinted in Scriptures Rerum Livonicarum, Voli. Riga and Leipzig, 1848, pages 391 sq. And in Mitteilungen der Literarischen Gesellschaft Masovia, v. Lodzen, 1902, pages 194 sq. Compare Chr. Hartnock, Alt an Neues Preußen, Frankfurt, and Leipzig, 1684, pages 187 sq. 767 B. F. Matthes, Bittrechen tot the Ethnologie van Zuitzeliebs, p. 136. 768 Tito und Tem, Die Volkssagen Ostpreußens, Litauens und Westpreußens, pages 285. J. Grimm, Deutsche Mythologie, 4e. 454, compare pages 441, 469. J. V. Groman, Aberglaben und Gebrich aus, Bowman und Maren, pages 198, section 1387. 769 Franz Vormann, Zur Psychologie, Soziologie und Geschichte der Menembo Papua, Deutsche Neuguinea, Anthropos, v. 1910, pages 410. 778 W. Niwenahuas, in Central Borneo, Latin, 1900, I. 61. Id. Kurdurch Borneo, I. 69. 771 Fr. Stallman, Midamin Pasha ins Herz von Afrika, Berlin, 1894, pages 184. 772 J. J. M. de Groot, The Religious System of China, e. 1045, Latin, 1897. M149 Raw meat to food because the life force spirit is in the blood. 773 Plutarch, Quest. Rom. 110. Aulus Gellius, X. 15. 12. See above, pages 13. 774 Grihya Sutras, translated by H. Oldenburg, Part I pages 81, 141, Sacred Books of the East, Vol XXIX. 775 J. Roscoe, Further Notes on the Manners and Customs of the Baganda, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXXII. 1902, pages 53. 776 J. Kuberry, Die Sozialen Einrichtungen der Pelor, Berlin, 1885, pages 126 sq. 777 F. J. Wheatman, Aus dem Inneren und Äußeren Leben der Esten, St. Petersburg, 1876, pages 448, 478. 778 James Adair, History of the American Indians, London, 1775, pp. 134, 117. The Indians described by Adair are the Creek, Cherokee, and other tribes in the southeast of the United States. 779 A. G. Morris, The Western Deans, Their Manners and Customs, Proceedings of the Canadian Institute, 3rd Series, vi. 1888-89, pages 164. 780 E. Petitot, Monographie d'Estine Dingy, Paris, 1876, pages 76. 781 Schliemann, Die Malepa in Transvaal, Verhandlungen der Berliner Gesellschaft für Anthropologie, Ethnologie und Geschichte, 1894, p. 67. 782 Leviticus XVII. 10-14. The Hebrew word. Translated life in, the English version of verse 11 means also soul, marginal note in, the Revised Version. Compare Deuteronomy Z. 23-25. 783 Servius on Virgil, in v. 79. Compare id. Onin. E. 67. 784 J. Wellhausen, Rest Arabischen Heidenyms, Berlin, 1887, p. 217. 785 J. J. M. de Groot, Religious System of China, Iv. 82-82. 786 A. Goudspoort, De Papiers van de Gelevingsby, Schiedam, 1863, pages 77. M150 Royal blood may not be spilt on the ground. Hence kings and princes are put to death by methods which do not involve bloodshed. 787 Hamilton's account of the East Indies, in Pinkerton's Voyages and Travels, v. 469. Compare W. Robertson Smith, Religion of the Semites, 2i. 369, Note 1. 788 De la Loubert, Du Royaume de Siam, Amsterdam, 1691, I. 317. 789 Palagoix, Description du Royaume de Siam, I. 271, 365 SQ. 790 Marco Polo, translated by Colonel H. Ewell, 2nd edition, 1875, I. 335. 791 Colonel H. Ewell on Marco Polo, L.C. 792 A. Fudge, Burma, Past and Present, London, 1878, I. 217 Note. Compare Indian Antiquary, XXIX. 1900, pages 199. 793 Indian Antiquary, XX. 1891, pages 49. 794 Baron's Description of the Kingdom of Tonkin, in Pinkerton's Voyages and Travels, X. 691. 795 T. E. Bodict, Mission from Cape Coast Castle to Ashanti, London, 1873, pages 207. 796 A. B. Ellis, You Speaking Peoples of the Slave Coast, pages 224, compare pages 89. 797 O. Dapper, Description de l'Afrique, Amsterdam, 1686, pages 313. 798 J. Sabri, Madagascar and Its People, pages 430. 799 J. Roscoe, Further Notes on the Manners and Customs of the Baganda, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXXII. 1902, pages 50. 800 C. T. Wilson and R. W. Felkin, Uganda and the Egyptian Soudan, London, 1882, I. 200. 801 J. Roscoe, Opsit. Pages 67. There is an Arab legend of a king who was slain by opening the veins of his arms and letting the blood drain into a bowl. Not a drop might fall on the ground, otherwise, there would be blood revenge for it. Robertson Smith conjectured that the legend was based on an old form of sacrifice regularly applied to captive chiefs, Religion of the Semites, 2 pages 369 Note, compare pages 418 Note. 802 Reverend E. Gotchling, The Bonda, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXXV. 1905, pages 366. M151 Reluctance to shed any human blood on the ground. Reluctance to allow human blood to fall on the ground. 803 Marco Polo, I. 399, Ewell's translation, 2nd edition. 804 Sir Walter Scott, Note 2 to Paveril of the Peak, ch. v. 805 Charlotte Latham, Some West Sussex Superstitions, Folklore, Record, I. 1878, pages 17. 806 Native Tribes of South Australia, pages 230. E.J. Eyre, Journals of Expeditions of Discovery into Central Australia, E. 335. R. Bough, Smythe, Aborigines of Victoria, I. 75 Note. 807 D. Collins, Account of the English Colony of New South Wales, London, 1798, pages 580. 808 Native Tribes of South Australia, pages 224 SQ. G. F. Ungas, Savage Life and Scenes in Australia and New Zealand, London, 1847, I. 110 SQ. 809 The Magic Art and the Evolution of Kings, Vol. I. Pages 256. 810 Edmund Spenser, View of the State of Ireland, pages 101, reprinted in H. Morley's Ireland under Elizabeth and James I, London, 1890. 811 Futuna, or Horn Island and its People, Journal of the Polynesian Society, Vol. I. Number 1, April 1892, pages 43. 812 Max Radiguet, Les Derniers Sauvages, Paris, 1882, pages 175. 813 B. F. Mathis, Bitrigen taught the Ethnologie van Zuid-Celebes, p. 53. 814 F. R. Stelman, Middemin Pasha Inshers van Africa, pages 795. 815 Miss Mary H. Kingsley, Travels in West Africa, pages 440, 447. 816 A. Croft, Die Religiösen Anschauungen der Cavern, Verhandlungen, der Berliner Gesellschaft für Anthropologie, Ethnologie und Urgeschichte, 1888, p. 46. 817 R. H. Nassau, Fetichism in West Africa, London, 1904, pages 83. 818 R. P. Giss, Les Niveaux Sorciers, Missions Catholiques, XXXVI. 1904, pages 370. See also The Magic Art and the Evolution of Kings, Vol. I. Pages 205. 819 A. Van Genp, Taboo et Totemism of Madagascar, pages 338, quoting J. Sabri, Remarkable Ceremonial at the Decease and Burial of a Bitsalia Prince, Antananarivo Annual, No XXAI. 1898, pages 195, SQ. 820 Brun Roulette, The New Blanket La Soudin, Paris, 1855, pages 239, SQ. M152 Unwillingness to Shed the Blood of Animals. 821 Dudley Kidd, The Essential Kaffir, pages 169. 822 Lieutenant Emery, in Journal of the Geographical Society, E. 282. 823 Ch. Anderson, Lake Gami, London, 1856, pages 224. 824 Ch. New Life, Wanderings, and Labors in Eastern Africa, pages 124. Francis Galton, Domestication of Animals, Transactions of the Ethnological Society of London, N.S., E. 1865, pages 135. On the Original Sanctity of Domestic Animals see, above all, W. Robertson, Smith, The Religion of the Semites, 2 pages 280 SQQ. 295 SQQ. 825 J. Spithe, Die Ustam, pages 796. 826 L. Linton Palmer, A Visit to Easter Island, Journal of the Geographical Society, XL. 1870, pages 171. 827 R. H. Codrington, The Melanesians, pages 129. 828 Strabo, XV. 1. 54, pages 710. M153 Anything on which a Maori chief's blood falls becomes sacred to him. 829 R. Taylor, Tiaika and Maui, or New Zealand and its Inhabitants, 2 pp. 194 SQ. M154 The prohibition to pass underritualized vine is probably based on the idea that the juice of the grape is the blood or spirit of the vine. This notion is confirmed by the intoxicating or inspiring effect of wine. 830 Plutarch, Quest. Rum. 112. Aulus Gellius, X. 15. 13. See above, pages 14. 831 The Magic Art and the Evolution of Kings, Voli pages 18, 20. 832 Compare W. Robertson Smith, Religion of the Semites, 2 pages 230. 833 Dialis Caudati Feriatus Est, Aulus Gellius, X. 15. 16. M155 Wine treated as blood, and intoxication as inspiration. 834 Plutarch, Isis et Osiris, 6. A myth apparently akin to this has been preserved in some native Egyptian writings. See ad. Ermin, Egyptian und Ägyptisches Leben im Altertum, pages 364. One might not be taken into the temple at Heliopolis, Plutarch, Isis et Osiris, 6. It was apparently forbidden to enter the temple at Delos after drinking wine. Diggenberger, Siloge Inscriptionum Graecarum, 2 no. 564. When wine was offered to the good goddess at Rome it was not called wine but milk. Macrobius, Saturn, I. 12. 5. Plutarch, Quest. Rom. 20. It was a rule of Roman religion that wine might not be poured out in libations to the gods which had been made, either from grapes trodden with bleeding feet or from the clusters of a vine beside which a human body had hung in a noose. Pliny, Nat. Hist. Ziv. 119. This rule shows that wine was supposed to be defiled by blood or death. 835 Bernardino da Sahukin, Histoire Générale des Choses de la Nouvelle-Espagne, Traduit par Jordanet et Simeon, Paris, 1880, pages 46 SQ. The native Mexican wine, pulque, is made from the sap of the great American aloe. See the note of the French translators of Sahukin, Ob Cit. Pages 858 SQQ. E. J. Payne, History of the New World called America, I. 374 SQQ. The Cocoites Indians of Paraguay believed that the spirit of coca, or beer made from maize, could punish with sickness the person who was so irreverent or careless as to upset a vessel of the liquor. See Charlevoix, Histoire du Paraguay, Paris, 1756, e. 234. 836 See the Magic Art and the Evolution of Kings, Vol. I pages 381, SQQ. 837 Ob Cit. Vol. I pages 384 SQ. M156 Fear of Passing Under Women's Blood. 838 E. M. Kerr, The Australian Race, Melbourne and London, 1887, e. 179. 839 H. B. Guppy, The Solomon Islands and Their Natives, London, 1887, pages 41. 840 E. B. Cross, On the Cairns, Journal of the American Oriental Society, Iv. 1854, pages 312. 841 A. Bastian, Die Völker des Ausgleichen, e. 230. M157 Disastrous Effect of Women's Blood on Men. 842 For the Reason, C. Shortland, Traditions and Superstitions of the New Zealanders, pages 112 SQ. 292. E. Tregear, The Maoris of New Zealand, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, Zix. 1890, pages 118. 843 F. J. Gillen, in Report of the Horn Scientific Expedition to Central Australia, Pt. Iv. Pages 182. 844 Native Tribes of South Australia, pages 186. 845 Mrs. James Smith, The Bandic Tribe, pages 5. 846 J. G. F. Riedel, Das Luik en Cruciate Racintas in Celebes, en Papua, pages 450. 847 J. G. F. Riedel, Ob Cit. Pages 139, compare pages 209. 848 F. J. Wheatman, Aus dem Inneren und Äußeren Leben der Esten, p. 475. 849 Miss Mary H. Kingsley, Travels in West Africa, pages 447. Conversely, among the Central Australian tribes women are never allowed to witness the drawing of blood from men, which is often done for purposes of decoration. And when a quarrel has taken place and men's blood has been spilt in the presence of women, it is usual for the man whose blood has been shed to perform a ceremony connected with his own or his father or mother's totem. See Spencer and Gillen, Native Tribes of Central Australia, pages 463. M158 The head sacred because a spirit resides in it. 850 A.B. Ellis, The Yoruba-speaking peoples of the Slave Coast, pp. 125 SQ. 851 E.B. Cross, on the Cairns, Journal of the American Oriental Society, Iv. 1854, pages 311 SQ. 852 A. Bastian, Die Völker des Ausgleichen, E. 256, E. 71, 230, 235 SQ. This spirit is called Quan by E. Young, The Kingdom of the Yellow Robe, pages 75 SQQ. See below, pages 266 SQ. 853 Herodotus, Ix. 110. This passage was pointed out to me by the late Mr. E. S. Shuckburgh of Emmanuel College, Cambridge. 854 Plutarch, Questions Romanae, 100. Plutarch's words, Micro. Sta. Pts. A. T. Epha. A. 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 E. P. T. D. S. Leave room to hope that the ladies did not strictly confine their ablutions to one day in the year. 855 PJ the Arriaga, Extirpación de la Idolatría del Perú, Lima, 1621, pages 28, 29. M159 Objection to have anyone overhead. 856 A. Bastian, Ob Cit. E. 150. Sangermano, Description of the Burmese Empire, Rangoon, 1885, pages 131. CFS Forbes, British, Burma, pages 334. SHWAYO, The Burman, London, 1882, I. 91. 857 Young, The Kingdom of the Yellow Robe, Westminster, 1898, p. 131. 858 J. Mura, Le Royaume du Cambodge, I. 178, 388. 859 Duarte Barbosa, Description of the Coasts of East Africa and Malabar in the beginning of the 16th century, Hakluyt Society, 1866, pages 197. 860 This I learned in conversation with Messrs. Roscoe and Miller, missionaries to Uganda. The system of totemism exists in full force in Uganda. No man will eat his totem animal or marry a woman of his own totem clan. Among the totems of the clans are the lion, leopard, elephant, antelope, mushroom, buffalo, sheep, grasshopper, crocodile, otter, beaver, and lizard. See Totemism and Exogamy, E. 472 SQQ. M160 Sanctity of the head, especially of a chief's head, in Polynesia and elsewhere. 861 David Porter, Journal of a Cruise Made to the Pacific Ocean in the U.S. Frigate Essex, New York, 1822, E. 65. 862 Vincent Dumoulin et C. Descroiselles Marquises, Paris, 1843, p. 262. 863 Le P. Matthias G. Letters sur les Isles Marquises, Paris, 1843, pages 50. 864 G. H. von Langsdorff, Resum die Welt, London, 1812, I. 115, SQ. 865 Max Radiguet, Les Derniers Sauvages, Paris, 1882, pages 156. 866 Captain James Cook, Voyages, v. 427, London, 1809. 867 Jules Remy, Kamulela Hawaii, Histoire de l'archipel Havane, Paris and Leipzig, 1862, pages 159. 868 W. Ellis, Polynesian Researches 2, London, 1832-36, e. 102. 869 James Wilson, A Missionary Voyage to the Southern Pacific Ocean, London, 1799, pages 354 SQ. 870 W. Collinso, The Maori Races of New Zealand, pages 43, in Transactions and Proceedings of the New Zealand Institute, 1868, vol. I. Separately paged. 871 R. Taylor, To Ika and Maui, or New Zealand and its Inhabitants, 2 p. 165. We have seen that under certain special circumstances common persons also are temporarily forbidden to touch their heads with their hands. See above, pages 146, 156, 158, 160, 183. 872 or Taylor, L.C. 873 Shortland, The Southern Districts of New Zealand, London, 1851, pages 293. Ed. Traditions and Superstitions of the New Zealanders, pages 107 SQ. 874 J. Dumont d'Urville, Voyage Otter Dumont et Alari Church de la Prowse, execute sous son commandement sur la corvette, Australape Histoire du Voyage, E. 534. 875 R. A. Cruise, Journal of a 10 months residence in New Zealand, London, 1823, pages 187. J. Dumont d'Urville, Obs. Cit. E. 533. E. Shortland, The Southern Districts of New Zealand, pages 30. 876 Herodotus, I. 187. 877 H. Friends, Customs of the Oina Tribes, Journal of the African Society, No. 17, October, 1905, pages 39. M161 When the head is sacred, the cutting of the hair becomes a difficult and dangerous operation. The hair of kings, priests, chiefs, sorcerers, and other tabooed persons is sometimes kept unshorn. Hair, kept unshorn on various occasions, such as a wife's pregnancy, a journey, and war. 878 Agathias, Hist. I. 3. J. Grimm, Deutsch Rechtsilltürthumer, 3 pp. 239 SQQ. Compare F. Kaufmann, Balder, Strasbourg, 1902, pages 209, SQ. The story of the Phrygian king Midas, who concealed the ears of an ass under his long hair, Aristophanes, Plutus, 287. Ovid, Medum. Xi. 146-193, may perhaps be a distorted reminiscence of a similar custom in Phrygia. Parallels to the story are recorded in modern Greece, Ireland, Brittany, Servia, India, and among the Mongols. C.B. Schmidt, Griechisch Marken, Sagenund, Volkslieder, pages 70 SQ. 224 SQ. Grimm's Household Tales, E. 498, trans. By M. Hunt Patrick Kennedy, Legendary Fictions of the Irish Celts, pages 248 SQQ. Ed. 1866. Ada Nor, Keltums, Mas, It Traditions des Provinces de la France, pages 219 SQ. W. Eskartstich, Volksmarken der Serben, number 39, pages 225 SQQ. North Indian Notes and Queries, E. Pages 104, section 218. Bijag, Mongolisch Markensammlung, number 22, pages 182 SQQ. Sagas from the Far East, number 21, pages 206 SQQ. 879 Gregory of Tours, Histoire ecclésiastique des Francs, E. 18, Compare Vi. 24, Gazette's translation. 880 Dr. Hall, Mitteilungen über Sitten und rechtliche Verhältnis auf, Poneb, Ethnologisches Notizblatt, E. Hef 2, Berlin, 1901, p. 6. 881 Manuscrit Ramirez, Histoire de l'origine des Indiens qui habitent La Nouvelle-Espagne, Paris, 1903, pages 171. J. The Acosta, Natural and Moral History of the Indies, E. 365, Haklu White Society. Ada, Herrera, General History of the Vast Continent and Islands of America, E. 216, Stevens's translation. The author of the manuscript Ramirez speaks as if the rule applied only to the priests of the god Tezcatlipoca. 882 G. M. Dawson, on the Haida Indians of Queen Charlotte Islands, in Geological Survey of Canada, Report of Progress for 1878-79, p. 123b. 883 J. Spithe, Dius Dam, pages 229. 884 Missions Catholics, XXV. 1893, pages 266. 885 M. Merker, Die Maasai, Berlin, 1904, pages 21, 22, 143. 886 A. W. Niwenhuas, Kerdurch Borneo, I. 68. 887 Satapatha Brahmana, translated by J. Egling, Part A, pages 126, 128, with the translator's note on pages 126, Sacred Books of the East, Volexili. 888 P. N. Wilken, Bitrichen tot de kennis van die zeden en juuten der, alfoeren in de manlassa, mededelingen van which het Nederlandsche, zendelingen chap, vi. 1863, pages 126. 889 R. P. Ash, Two Kings of Uganda, London, 1889, pages 109. 890 F. R. Boas, in 10th Report on the Northwestern Tribes of Canada, pages 45, separate reprint from the report of the British Association, for 1895. 891 J. G. F. Riedel, Das Luik en Cruciareach Racintussen Celebes, en Papua, pages 137. 892 J. G. F. Riedel, Obsit. Pages 292 SQ. 893 W. W. Skeet, Melee Magic, pages 44. 894 Diodorus Siculus, I. 18. 895 W. Robertson Smith, Kinship and Marriage in Early Arabia, Cambridge, 1885, pages 152 SQ. 896 Homer, Iliad, XXIII. 141 SQQ. This Homeric passage has been imitated by Valerius Flaccus, Argonaut. I. 378. The Greeks often dedicated a lock of their hair to rivers. See Aeschylus, Chophori, 5 SQ. Philostratus, Heroica, G. 4. Pausanias, I. 37. 3 v. 20. 3 v. 41. 3. The lock might be at the side or the back of the head or over the brow. It received a special name, Pollux, E. 30. 897 SW Tromb, in Dodgech Feast, Bitrichen tot de Talland N, Volkinkon van Nederlandsch Indi, XXXIX. 1890, pages 38. 898 Arbacid et F. Damas, Relation den Voyage d'Exploration, p. 565. M162 Hair unshorn during a vow. The nails of infant should not be pared. Child's hair left unshorn as a refuge for its soul. 899 D. Porter, Journal of a Cruise Made to the Pacific Ocean, E. 120. 900 Tacitus, Germania, 31. Vows of the same sort were occasionally made by the Romans, Suetonius, Julius, 67. Tacitus, Hist. Iv. 61. 901 Paulus Diaconus, Hist. Langobard. E. 7. Gregory of Tours, Histoire ecclésiastique des Francs, v. 15, vol. I. Pages 268, Guizot's translation, Nouvelle edition, Paris, 1874. 902 W. Ellis, Polynesian Researches, 2 Iv. 387. 903 Numbers vi. 5. 904 J. A. E. Kohler, Volksbrauch, etc., im Voigtland, pages 424. W. Henderson, Folklore of the Northern Counties, pages 16 SQ. F. Panzer, Beitrag zur Deutschen Mythologie, I. Pages 258, section 23. IV. Zinchel, Sitten, Brotchenmeinungen des Sturlevox, 2 cubic millimeters, 46, 72. J. W. Wolf, Beitrag zur Deutschen Mythologie, I. Pages 208, section 45, pages 209 section 53. Aunup, Volkswagen, Erzählungen, etc., aus dem Ostlichen Interpomern, pages 157, section 23. Ewig instead, Wendisch Sagen, Marken und Abergläubisch Gebräuch, pages 445. J. Holtrich, Zur Volkskunde der Siebenbürger Sachsen, pages 313. E. Cross, Abergläubischkeiten und sonstiger Aberglaube in Berlin, Zeitschrift für Ethnologie, XV. 1883, pages 84. 905 Punjab Notes and Queries, E. pages 205, section 1092. 906 G. Gibbs, Notes on the Tin or Chipuyan Indians of British and Russian America, in Annual Report of the Smithsonian Institution, 1866, pages 305. W. Dahl, Alaska and Its Resources, pages 202. The reason alleged by the Indians is that if the girls' nails were cut, sooner the girls would be lazy and unable to embroider in porcupine quill work. But this is probably a late invention like the reasons assigned in Europe for the similar custom, of which the commonest is that the child would become a thief if its nails were cut. 907 J. Roscoe, further notes on the manners and customs of the Baganda, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXXII. 1902, pages 30. 908 Lieutenant Harold, Religios Anschauungen und Gebräuch der Deutschen, Unenter, Mitteilungen aus den deutschen Schutzgebieten, v. 148, SQ. 909 S. J. Curtis, Primitive Semitic Religion Today, Chicago, etc., 1902, pages 153. 910 A. C. Kreit, Het Koppensnellen der Torages, Verslichen Mededelingen der Koning. Academie van Wetenschappen, Afdeling, Letterkunde, Iv. Reeks, E. 198 in 2, Amsterdam, 1899. 911 R. Romer, Betrichtet de Geneeskunst der Carbonics, Dichtschrift für Indischtaland en Volkenkunde, I. 1908, p. 216. 912 Onub, Volkswagen, Erzählungen, etc., aus dem Ostlichen, Hinterpommern, Posen, 1885, pages 157, section 23. 913 J. W. Wolf, Betrachtung zur deutschen Mythologie, I. pages 209, section 57. M163 Solemn Ceremonies Observed at Haircutting. 914 Reverend Lorimer Fisson, in a letter to the author, dated August 26, 1898. 915 From the report of a lecture delivered in Melbourne, December 9, 1898, by the Reverend H. Worrell, of Fiji, missionary. The newspaper, cutting from which the above extract is quoted, was sent to me by the Reverend Lorimer Fisson in a letter, dated Melbourne, January 9, 1899. Mr. Fisson omitted to give the name and date of the newspaper. 916 R. Taylor, Tiaga and Maui, or New Zealand and its Inhabitants too, London, 1870, pages 206 SQQ. 917 Richard A. Cruz, Journal of a 10 Months Residence in New Zealand, London, 1823, pages 283 SQ. Compare J. Dumont d'Urville, Voyage Otter du Monde et à la Recherche de la Prose, Histoire du Voyage, Paris, 1832, E. 533. 918 E. Shortland, Traditions and Superstitions of the New Zealanders, pages 108 SQQ. R. Taylor, L.C. 919 G. F. Ungas, Savage Life and Scenes in Australia and New Zealand, London, 1847, E. 90 SQ. 920 J. Mura, Le Royaume du Cambodge, I. 226 SQ. 921 See above, pages 3. M164 Ceremonies at Cutting the Hair of Siamese Children. 922 See above, pages 252. 923 Young, The Kingdom of the Yellow Robe, Westminster, 1898, pp. 64 SQ. 67-84. I have abridged the account of the ceremonies by omitting some details. For an account of the ceremonies observed at cutting the hair of a young Siamese prince, at the age of 13 or 14, see Manager Bruguiere, in Annales de l'Association de la Propagation de la Foi, v. 1831, pages 197 SQ. M165 believed that people may be bewitched through the clippings of their hair, the parings of their nails, and other severed parts of their persons. 924 The Aboriginal tribes of Central Australia form an exception to this rule. For among them no attempt is made to injure a person by performing magical ceremonies over his short hair. See Spencer and Gillen, Northern Tribes of Central Australia, pages 478. 925 See the Magic Art and the Evolution of Kings, Vol. I pages 52 to 54, 174 SQQ. 926 See Martin, Über die Eingeborenen von Schullo, Zeitschrift für Ethnologie, X. 1877, pages 177. 927 Vincent Dumoulin et C. Descries, als Marquises, Paris, 1843, pages 247 SQ. 928 D. Porter, Journal of a Cruise Made to the Pacific Ocean 2, New York, 1882, E. 188. 929 R. Taylor, Tiaka and Maui, or New Zealand and its Inhabitants, 2 pp. 203 SQ. A. S. Thompson, The Story of New Zealand, London, 1859, I. 116 SQ. 930 R. Brown Smythe, Aborigines of Victoria, I. 468 SQ. 931 J. Dawson, Australian Aborigines, pages 36. 932 A. W. Howitt, On Australian Medicine Men, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XVI. 1887, pages 27. Compared. Native Tribes of Southeast Australia, pages 360 SQ. 933 E. Palmer, Notes on Some Australian Tribes, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, G. 1884, pages 293. 934 Lucian, Dial. Meritre. Iv. 4 SQ. 935 Opulies, Metamorph. E. 16 SQQ. For more evidence of the same sort, CTH, Williams, Fiji and the Fijians, 2I. 248. James, Bonwick, Daily Life of the Tasmanians, pages 178. James Chalmers, Pioneering in New Guinea, pages 187. J. S. Pollack, Manners and Customs of the New Zealanders, I. 282. A. Bastian, Die Völker des Ausgleichen, E. 270. G. H. von Langsdorff, Resum die Welt, I. 134 SQ. W. Ellis, Polynesian Researches, 2I. 364. A. B. Ellis, You Speaking Peoples of the Slave Coast, pages 99. R. H. Codrington, The Melanesians, pages 203. K. von den Steinen, Unter den Naturvölkern Central Brasilians, pages 343. Miss Mary H. Kingsley, Travels in West Africa, pages 447. I. V. Zingerl, Sitten, Broch, Unmeinungen des Sturlevox, 2 section 178. Arendry, Ethnographische Parallelen unwirklich, Neue Folge, pages 12, SQQ. E. S. Hartland, Legend of Perseus, E. 64-74, 132-139. M166 Clipped hair may cause headache. 936 R. F. Kendall, Neue Beiträge zur Ethnologie und Volkskunde, Hussein, Globus, LXIX. 1896, pages 94. 937 E. Meyer, Deutsch Sagen, Sitten und Gebräuche aus Schwaben, p. 509. A. Berlinger, Volkstümliches aus Schwaben, I. 493. F. Panzer, Beitrag zur deutschen Mythologie, I. 258. J. A. E. Kohler, Volksbrauch, etc., im Voigtland, pages 425. A. Witzel, Segen, Sitten und Gebräuche aus Thüringen, pages 282. I. V. Zingerl, Op. Sit. Section 180. J. W. Wolf, Beiträge zur deutschen Mythologie, I. p. 224, Section 273. A similar belief prevails among the gypsies of Eastern Europe. H. von Laszlocky, Volksglaube und religiöser Brauch der Zigeuner, pages 81. 938 Avizenjournal, Opsit. Section 181. 939 Charlotte Latham, Some West Sussex Superstitions, Folklore, Record, I. 1878, pages 40. 940 J. G. Campbell, Superstitions of the Highlands and Islands of Scotland, Glasgow, 1900, pages 237. 941 W. H. R. Rivers, The Todas, London, 1906, pages 268 SQ. M167 Cut hair may cause rain, hail, thunder and lightning. Magical uses of cut hair. 942 Avizenjournal, Opsit. Cubic millimeter 176, 179. 943 Across, Die Linket Indianer, Gina, 1885, pages 300. 944 Petronius, Set 104. 945 J. G. Campbell, Opsit. Pages 236 SQ. 946 A. Bastian, Die Deutsche Expedition and der Longo-Kust, I. 231, SQ. Id. On Bisok and San Salvador, pages 117 SQ. 947 PBD Chelu, Explorations and Adventures in Equatorial Africa, London, 1861, pages 426 SQ. 948 O. Bowman, Usambara und seine Nachbargebiet, Berlin, 1891, p. 141. 949 A. Junid, Les Baranga, Neuchatel, 1898, pages 398 to 400. 950 W. Stanbridge, On the Aborigines of Victoria, Transactions of the Ethnological Society of London, N.S., I. 1861, pages 300. M168 Cut hair and nails may be used as hostages for good behavior of the persons from whose bodies they have been taken. 951 A. C. Hollis, The Nandi, Oxford, 1909, pages 30, 74 SQ. 952 Le P. Jawson, Coutums des Arabes au Pays de Moab, Paris, 1908, pages 94 SQ. 953 2 Samuel, X. 4. 954 2 Samuel, X. Z. 26 to 31. 955 Artur de N.T.A. Joyce, Notes on the Ethnography of the Boyaka, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXXVI. 1906, pages 49. M169 Cut hair and nails are deposited in sacred places, such as temples and cemeteries, to preserve them from injury. Cut hair and nails, buried under certain trees or deposited among the branches. 956 François Purard, Voyages to the East Indies, the Maldives, the Moluccas, and Brazil, translated by Albert Gray, Hakluyt Society, 1887, I. 110 SQ. 957 E. Shortland, Traditions and Superstitions of the New Zealanders, pages 110. 958 J. S. Pollack, Manners and Customs of the New Zealanders, I. 38, SQ. Compare G. F. Unga's, Savage Life and Scenes in Australia and New Zealand, London, 1847, E. 108 SQ. 9